Dragon God Supreme Chapter 1861 to Chapter 1944. Chen can't be. Huang Yan seemed to have guessed something when he saw Feng Wuchen's bright and malicious smile. Chen, just say it, Manjintian said with a faint smile. Chen won't use this as an excuse to make a fuss, will he? The triple space ring is still with him. Chen doesn't look like a fool. Instead, he's extremely shrewd, Gu Maiyun thought to himself. He also felt a chill run down his spine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I've already prepared all the triple space rings. There are more than 13,000 of them. There's also a lot of materials left from the headquarters delivery. Oh? Chen has refined all of them? That's great. Manjintian, Gu Maiyun, and the others were pleasantly surprised. This was definitely great news for Manjintian and the others. More than 13,000. Su Feng, Lu Wuhan, and the others widened their eyes in shock when they heard this. Although Su Feng and the others knew that Feng Wuchen was working with the headquarters, they did not know that Feng Wuchen had refined more than 13,000 triple space rings. One ring was equivalent to 30 billion. How many billions would 10,000 of them be? The huge number left Su Feng and the others dumbfounded. There are so many triple space rings. What will happen if I regret it? Feng Wuchen looked at Manjintian and asked. Manjintian, the elders, Huang Yun, and the others were stunned when they heard this. They could not react for a while. It was as if they had been immobilized. Chen, you're not joking, are you? Manjintian asked with a worried expression. His heart was in his mouth. If Feng Wuchen really wanted to go back on his word, Manjintian wouldn't be able to do anything to Feng Wuchen. At that time, headquarters would be condemned and reviled for deceiving the various major forces of the Master God world. Headquarters' reputation would definitely plummet. The God Realm Merchant Guild had stood tall in the God Realm for many years. Manjintian did not want to suffer a devastating blow because of this. Don't be nervous. I'm just saying. I won't do it. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. Who? Manjintian and the elders all let out a long sigh of relief. They had really been frightened by Feng Wuchen. Huang Yun, who was at the side, thought to himself, Chen is really good. First, he intimidates the guild master and the elders. Then, it will be much easier for him to speak. As expected. After intimidating Manjintian, Feng Wuchen said with emotion, Guild Master Man, you don't know. Previously, it was all thanks to Huang Yun's timely arrival and saving me that I was in danger. I might not have been able to come to the Master God world. We all know what Chen said. Huang Yun has already explained everything to us. Moreover, they have personally come to headquarters to apologize, Manjintian said. So, you all know. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, at that time, if it wasn't for leader Huang Yun who came in time and gave me the Sky Bodhi liquid, which instantly helped me recover, I'm afraid I would have to stay in Star Soul World for another half a year. This Sky Bodhi liquid's effects are really powerful. As expected, it's for the Sky Bodhi liquid. Chen is really shrewd. Huang Yun thought to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as if he was watching a good show. Sky Bodhi liquid? Manjintian trembled slightly. He could not help but glance at Huang Yun. However, Huang Yun acted like he did not know anything. He looked outside as if it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Manjintian, Elder Gu Maiyun, and the others seemed to have guessed something. Don't tell me this kid has come for old man's Sky Bodhi liquid? Manjintian became more and more panicked the more he thought about it. He even broke out in a cold sweat. If the Sky Bodhi liquid is refined into a Sky Bodhi pill, its effects will be several dozen times more powerful. Even if an overgod is heavily injured, they only need to ingest a single Sky Bodhi pill and they'll be able to recover instantly, Feng Wuchen said. Recover instantly. Manjintian, Gu Maiyun, and the others all widened their eyes as they looked at each other. An elder was dumbfounded. How is that possible? I've never heard of a pill that can heal instantly, let alone one that can heal an overgod instantly. Isn't that equivalent to having 2 lives? Even Lord Soul Destroyer can't refine such a terrifying pill, right? How is that possible? Gu Maiyun was in disbelief. Looks like I've underestimated Chen's shrewdness. First, he managed to scare the president and the others. Now, he's even given them a great shock. I really have to be impressed. However, if Chen really can refine such a terrifying pill, the entire 7 divine worlds will probably be shaken up, thought Huang Yun. Chen, does this pill really have such terrifying effects? It can heal an overgod instantly even if they're heavily injured? Su Feng could not help but ask in horror. He refused to believe that such a terrifying pill existed. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Feng Wuchen said confidently. Glancing at the shocked Man Jintian and the others, Feng Wuchen continued, Great Elder Miayuan is a lord-level alchemist. The alchemist's divine tower must have the herbs needed to refine the celestial Bodhi liquid. However, I'm afraid it doesn't have the celestial Bodhi liquid. If it does, Great Elder Miayuan will definitely be able to refine it under my guidance. It's just that the effects will be weaker. After all, Great Elder Miayuan hasn't reached that level yet. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Just how arrogant was Feng Wuchen's words, even if Su Feng and the others knew that Feng Wuchen had taught Miayuan before, there was no need for him to say such arrogant words, right? Man Jintian and the others were the most shocked. They could not believe their ears. Who was Miayuan? Miayuan was Lord Soul Destroyer's direct disciple. He had inherited Lord Soul Destroyer's alchemy lineage and was the strongest alchemist in the 7 divine worlds. Feng Wuchen actually said that he wanted to teach Miayuan how to refine pills. Has young Master Qin gone mad? He actually wants to teach Great Elder Miayuan how to refine pills? Huang Yin was also dumbfounded. No alchemist in the 7 divine worlds had ever dared to say such arrogant words to Miayuan. However, if the firmament Bodhi liquid is used to refine the firmament Bodhi pill, it's simply a waste of God's gift, Feng Wuchen continued. A waste of God's gift? Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Chen, what kind of pill are you going to refine? Su Feng asked hurriedly. The firmament Bodhi liquid contains an extremely large amount of pure energy. Its existence is very special. If it's used to refine an over-god level pill that can raise one's cultivation base, it'll be a truly heaven-defying pill, Feng Wuchen said. An over-god level pill that can raise one's cultivation base. Man Jintian and the others' faces changed again. They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. That's impossible, right? How can Chen refine such a heaven-defying pill? He's just a God Emperor level alchemist, how can he refine it? Huang Yin was so shocked that his heart was beating wildly. He even held his breath. No one would believe that Feng Wuchen was just a God Emperor level alchemist. Man Jintian and the others thought that Feng Wuchen was bragging. It was just that he was bragging in a serious manner. Even if Great Elder Miayuan and the others can refine pills that raise the cultivation bases of Lord-level experts, the effects would be pitiful. The more powerful the cultivation base-raising pill, the harder it is to refine. Among all the pills, cultivation base-raising pills are the hardest to refine. If such a terrifying pill were to appear in the 7 heavenly realms, what do you think would happen? Feng Wuchen spoke with a nonchalant expression when he saw the disbelief on Man Jintian and the others' faces. Feng Wuchen could understand their disbelief. Chen, why do I feel like you're getting more and more incredulous? Lu Wuhan was flabbergasted. Yang Meier nodded blankly, and said, how can such a terrifying pill be refined so easily? Chen's only a God Emperor level alchemist now. He's still far from being a Lord level alchemist. I don't even dare to imagine. Su Feng said in a daze. He was completely dumbfounded. I didn't say now. Even if I can refine it now, I don't have the herbs. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Feng Wuchen looked at the shocked Man Jintian and asked with a smile, President Man, Great Elder, I heard that you still have the Heaven Bodhi liquid. Would you be willing to part with it and give it to me? This. When they heard Feng Wuchen's words, Man Jintian and Gu Moyin shuddered. Their old faces instantly turned green, and they glared at Huang Yin furiously. As expected, after beating around the bush and saying so much nonsense, it was all for the Heaven Bodhi liquid. Chen has said so much to scare President Man and the others. So, he's after the Heaven Bodhi liquid. A charming smile appeared on Mu Honglian's beautiful face. This brat is really cunning. Yi Jianying cursed in his heart. Naturally, Feng Wuchen's plan was effective. He managed to stun Man Zhintian and Gu Maiyun with his two-pronged plan. What's more, Feng Wuchen had the triple space ring that headquarters needed. Seeing Man Zhintian and the Great Elder's expressions, Huang Yan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Many of the upper echelons looked at each other, but no one dared to speak. Even a fool could tell that Feng Wuchen was here for the celestial Bodhi liquid. Seeing the two old men hesitating, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said, "President Man, these 13,000 plus triple space rings cost me a lot of energy. I'm afraid I won't be able to do such a thankless task in the future." This? Man Zhintian and Gu Maiyun were speechless. Their old faces were awkward and gloomy. "I've already given the 3-time space ring to Chief Disciple Huang Yun." Feng Wuchen smiled. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Huang Yun, "Chief Huang Yun, it's up to you now." "Thank you, Chen." Man Zhintian breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. Then, he glanced at Huang Yun. Huang Yun glanced at Feng Wuchen and gave him a reassuring look. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Man Zhintian. "President, did you not understand what Chen meant?" "What did he mean?" Man Zhintian was stunned at first. Then, he sent a voice transmission. "It's not easy to refine a triple space ring. President, don't forget that the space ring is a consumable item. Once the energy is gone, the 3 times effect will disappear. Without Chen, no one can replenish the space ring's energy. Chen just said that he won't be doing such a thankless task in the future. He means that he won't be replenishing the space ring's energy." Huang Yin explained. "What?" Man Zhintian's expression changed drastically. "President, Chen wants the Sky Bodhi liquid. You have no use for it. You might as well give it to Chen in exchange for a favor. As a guest elder of the alchemist's divine tower, Chen might really be able to guide Great Elder Mia Yuan in refining powerful pills." Huang Yin sent a voice transmission. "Humph. Didn't you tell Chen about it, brat? Don't you know he's an alchemist?" Man Zhintian angrily rebuked. "President, think about it. If Chen can really refine the Sky Bodhi liquid, do you think you'll be left out? I've already given my bottle to Chen, and Chen promised to give me one." Huang Yin sent a voice transmission. "President, you don't have a choice now anyway. If you don't give it to him, the Chamber of Commerce won't have a triple space ring in the future. On the other hand, the Divine Abode and the Alchemist's Divine Tower will have them. President, although the Sky Bodhi liquid is precious and rare, it's useless in your hands." Huang Yin sent another voice transmission. Man Zhintian was speechless. After a moment of silence, Man Zhintian flipped his hand, and a bottle of Sky Bodhi liquid appeared out of thin air. Then, he smiled and said, "Since Chen has spoken, and the Sky Bodhi liquid is useless to old man, I'll give it to Chen." The moment he finished speaking, Man Zhintian felt his heart bleeding. No matter how useless it was still a priceless treasure. "Thank you, President Man." Feng Wuchen smiled happily and accepted the jade bottle without hesitation. Feng Wuchen then looked at Gu Maiyun shamelessly. He smiled and said, "I wonder if the Great Elder is willing to part with this treasure." Gu Maiyun broke out in cold sweat. He secretly cursed Feng Wuchen for being so cunning. However, he still took out the Sky Bodhi liquid and gave it to Feng Wuchen. "Haha. I've finally got it. Instead of refining a cultivation-enhancing pill for the Lord, I'd rather refine this trashy healing pill for him." Feng Wuchen laughed in his heart. "Chen, you're planning to use the Sky Bodhi pill in exchange?" Xianxia asked through voice transmission. "That's right. It's extremely difficult to refine Lord-level pills for cultivation enhancing. I'm afraid that even with my guidance, Mia Yuan won't be able to refine a high-quality pill. I'm afraid that the Lord won't be interested in it. However, if it's a powerful healing pill, it'll be a different story. Moreover, it'll be easier to refine," Feng Wuchen replied through voice transmission. "A healing pill isn't as good as a cultivation-enhancing pill?" Xianxia asked in shock. "What do you know? Pills have trashy effects. Even a great Lord-level pill can't compare to a powerful healing pill," Feng Wuchen replied through voice transmission. When Man Zhintian saw Feng Wuchen's bright smile, he really wanted to slap him. Of course, Man Zhintian did not have the guts to do so. If he offended the alchemist's divine tower, he would be forced to close his doors in a matter of minutes. Chief Disciple Huang Yun, thank you. I'll give you a quintuple space ring later, Feng Wuchen replied through voice transmission. Thank you, Chen. Thank you, what? Quintuple space ring? This? Huang Yun was extremely excited. However, when he came to his senses, he was completely dumbfounded. Huang Yun believed that he had not heard wrongly. Feng Wuchen was indeed talking about a quintuple space ring. President Man, Grand Elder, thank you for giving me the Sky Bodhi liquid despite the pain. I won't let you lose out for nothing, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Then, he took out 2 space rings and handed them to Man Zhentian and Gumayan. Chen, this is... Man Zhentian and Gumayan looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Quintuple space ring. Don't make a fuss about it, Feng Wuchen replied through voice transmission. What? Quintuple space ring? Man Zhentian and Gumayan widened their eyes at the same time. Huge waves surged in their hearts. They were completely stupefied and shocked. 5 times space ring, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. The shock was indescribable. Seeing Man Zhentian and Gumayan's stunned expressions, Elder Xiao Shuang and the other upper echelons were extremely puzzled. Man Zhentian and Gumayan were both heavyweights of the headquarters. What had they not seen before? However, no one in the headquarters had ever seen them lose their composure like this. Tianhui and Death Shadow exchanged glances. They seemed to have guessed something. These 2 space rings aren't simple, Tianhui thought. Space rings shouldn't be able to shock these 2 old monsters so much, right? Looks like they're not ordinary space rings, Yi Jianying thought with a frown. He could not help but glance at Feng Wuchen. Those 2 are clearly space rings. However, they can't be simple if they can shock 2 terrifying powerhouses like this. Mu Honglian frowned slightly. Everyone present saw Man Zhentian and Gumayan's shocked expressions. They had all sorts of guesses in their hearts. Looks like Chen really does have a 5 times space ring. He definitely gave the president a 5 times space ring. Seeing Man Zhentian and Gumayan's shocked expressions, Huang Yun guessed with certainty. His heart was filled with ecstasy. A 5 times space ring, even if it was a consumable, was definitely a priceless treasure. President, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with these space rings? Elder Xiao Shuang could not help but ask. Hearing this, Man Zhentian suddenly came to his senses. He hastily said, No, there's nothing wrong. Man Zhentian did not dare to say it out loud. Since Feng Wuchen had sent them a voice transmission, he naturally did not want anyone else to know. Man Zhentian had to keep it a secret. Thank you, Chen. Man Zhentian hastily thanked Feng Wuchen. The shock on his old face did not diminish. However, he forcefully suppressed it and tried his best to stay clear-headed. President Man is too polite. I should also thank you for the Sky Bodhi liquid. This kind of treasure can only be found by chance and will be of great help to me, Feng Wuchen said with a light smile. 2 trivial 5 times space rings were worthless in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Tianhui, Chen and the others are also tired. Quickly take them to rest. Do not neglect them. Man Zhentian looked at Tianhui and spoke in a commanding tone. Man Zhentian saw the more terrifying side of Feng Wuchen and did not dare to neglect him. Yes. President. Tianhui said respectfully, Chen, everyone, please follow me. Take them to rest. I'm not tired. I have other things to do. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Tianhui respectfully replied, Yes, Chen. Looking at Huang Yun, Feng Wuchen said, Chief Huang Yun, quickly exchange the 3 times space rings for natural treasures. I need them. Don't worry, Chen. I will give them to Chen as soon as possible. Huang Yun nodded respectfully. More than 10,000 3 times space rings for natural treasures? What does Chen want with them? He doesn't need so many for cultivation. Gumayan frowned and thought to himself, but did not ask. Everyone present was very curious as to why Feng Wuchen wanted so many natural treasures. Chen, do you want the Death Shades to escort you? Man Zhentian asked kindly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, no need. I have no enemies in the Overgod world for now, and no one knows me. Man Zhentian warned, Chen, you must be careful. Chen, where are you going? Su Feng hurriedly asked. Don't ask so many questions. Cultivate well and increase your cultivation as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen left the hall without looking back. No one knew where Feng Wuchen was going or what he was going to do. After leaving the headquarters, Feng Wuchen quickly flew toward the alchemist's divine tower. Chen, what do you want with so many natural treasures? I'm afraid even the ancient jade can't absorb so much energy. Xianxia transmitted his voice. He was very curious. If Feng Wuchen was planning to leave them for the people of the Heaven Realm, then there was no need. After all, the space rings could be exchanged for natural treasures endlessly. You'll know in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled mysteriously. About 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the alchemist's divine tower. A majestic palace stood on the peak of the mountain. The dazzling divine tower was the symbol of the alchemist's divine tower. It was awe-inspiring. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, causing people to be wary. The alchemist's divine tower was one of the giants of the Master God world. Feng Wuchen came to the alchemist's divine tower to look for Grand Elder Miayuan to refine pills. Welcome, guest elder. When Feng Wuchen appeared, the guards of the divine tower were stunned for a moment. They looked at him carefully for a long time before confirming that it was Feng Wuchen. Only then did one of them rush forward to welcome him. Another guard had already rushed in to report the situation. Feng Wuchen asked, Is the Grand Elder in the divine tower? Yes, yes, yes. The Grand Elder is in the main hall. Guest Elder. Quickly invite him in. I'll bring you there now. The guard was extremely respectful. Greetings, Guest Elder. After entering the Divine Tower's palace and arriving at the square, the people of the Divine Tower bowed respectfully. This was Feng Wuchen's second time coming to the alchemist's Divine Tower. With regards to the people of the Divine Tower knowing his identity, Feng Wuchen wasn't surprised at all. Do you think the Tower Master and the elders are crazy? They actually let a brat be the guest elder of the Divine Tower. Aren't they looking down on us? A kid who's not even 30 years old, how can he be a guest elder? I don't believe that his alchemist realm can surpass the elders. I'm afraid he's not even as good as us, humph. You want us, the older generation, to address a junior as elder? Where is the propriety? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The Tower Master and the elders must be crazy. Aren't they afraid of embarrassing themselves? In one of the palaces, some of the older generation alchemists were very dissatisfied. That kid hid his cultivation so well. Even his alchemist realm can't see through it. There's no soul force fluctuation. Could it be that his alchemist realm is really higher than ours? Impossible. Have you seen such a young chief god alchemist? Anyway, I haven't. He's just a little older than us. Don't forget that we are genius alchemists. Even so, he can still be a guest elder. Who else can? I won't treat him as a guest elder unless he can defeat me. In another palace, some young men were also discussing spiritedly. Their gazes fell on Feng Wuchen. Some were curious, some were doubtful, some were disdainful, and some were contemptuous. Obviously, many people were dissatisfied with Feng Wuchen's appointment as a guest elder of the Divine Tower. It was just that they didn't mention it out of respect for the Tower Master and the elders. Tower Master. Elder. The guest elder is here. He's right outside the palace. A guard rushed into the main hall and reported respectfully. Oh? Chen is here? The Tower Master was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Quickly invite him in. Great Elder Miayuan said excitedly, The guest elder came at the right time. Old man just happened to run into a problem in alchemy. The heavens are really helping me. We can also ask the guest elder to give us a 3-time space ring. In the main hall, the upper echelons were excited. After a while, Feng Wuchen entered the hall. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, the smiles on the faces of Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the others widened. Guest elder, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Emperor Destruction smiled happily and walked down from the main seat. Guest elder, you're finally here. Mia Yuan welcomed him with a smile. Guest elder. The protector, the other elders, and the higher-ups also greeted him politely. Only the higher-ups of the alchemist tower knew how powerful Feng Wuchen was, so they were very polite. No one dared to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Tower master, elders, seniors. Feng Wuchen smiled and bowed politely. In front of these true giants, Feng Wuchen wouldn't lose his manners. Guest elder, are you done with your business? Miedi asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, yes, I just arrived in the Master God world today. That's great. You can stay in the tower from now on. Old man will send someone to make the arrangements for you. Mie Yuan was overjoyed and was about to order his subordinates to prepare Feng Wuchen's accommodation. Feng Wuchen quickly smiled and said, Great Elder Mie Yuan, I only agreed to be the guest elder of the tower. I didn't agree to stay in the tower. Moreover, I've already promised Elder Huangfu to be the head teacher of the God Abode. I'm afraid I'll have to stay there for a while. Mie Yuan was stunned and slightly disappointed. He wanted Feng Wuchen to stay in the tower so that he could slowly learn from him. However, Mie Yuan did not expect such a magnificent tower to not be able to keep Feng Wuchen. I see. Miedi nodded and smiled. Guest elder, you must be mentally prepared. I heard that those arrogant students are not easy to control. Wasn't it you who instigated Elder Huangfu to look for me? Elder Huangfu begged me again and again. I can't just turn him down. What can I do? Feng Wuchen spread his hands helplessly. Haha. Mie Yuan and the others couldn't help laughing. Guest elder, please have some tea. A beautiful female disciple respectfully served a cup of tea. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Guest elder, I wonder what brings you to the Divine Pagoda this time. I'm not going to thank you for coming all the way here to see us, Protector Mie Jian said with a smile. After taking a sip of tea, Feng Wuchen said seriously, I do have something to do, otherwise I wouldn't have rushed to the Divine Pagoda immediately. Seeing Feng Wuchen's serious expression, Emperor Destruction and the others looked at each other. Then, Emperor Destruction said, Guest elder, please speak your mind. I'll have to start from my origins. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Hearing this, Emperor Destruction and the others couldn't help but be curious. They all looked at Feng Wuchen. They had always been curious about Feng Wuchen's background. He was so young and already had such high attainments in alchemy. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Feng Wuchen said, To be honest, I'm not from the divine realm. Hearing this, the upper echelons of the hall were shocked. Not from the divine realm? Emperor Destruction and the others were shocked. Glancing at Emperor Destruction and the others, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I'm actually from the Forgotten Land, the heaven realm that the 7 divine realms mentioned. What? Chen is from the heaven realm? Emperor Destruction and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Mie Yuan said in shock, How is that possible? For 100,000 years, no one has ascended to the divine realm. The gate of the divine realm has long been sealed by the great Master God. Moreover, the power of the heavenly tribulation has increased by several times. It's impossible for someone from the heaven realm to ascend to the divine realm. It seems that the Tower Master and elders all know about the Forgotten Land. Feng Wuchen said helplessly, The power of the heavenly tribulation is indeed terrifying. I almost lost my life, but I successfully passed it. Then, I came to the Earth Soul world of the Master God world. I didn't expect Guest Elder to be from the heaven realm. Protector Mie Jian was still shocked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, I was too weak to enter the divine realm, so I could only stay in the Earth Soul world. It's been almost a year since I ascended to the divine realm. What? A year? Emperor Destruction, Mie Yuan, and the others widened their eyes in shock. In less than a year, Feng Wuchen could reach his current level, although Emperor Destruction and Mie Yuan couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation and alchemist realm. They could more or less guess that Feng Wuchen had stepped into the realm of a god monarch realm alchemist. In less than a year, Huang Xiaolong had risen from the bottom of the divine realm to a god monarch realm alchemist. In the entire 7 divine realms, there was no other alchemist like him. In less than a year, this brat has improved so much. How terrifying is his talent? Mie Yuan was extremely shocked. I can't believe it. There are so many genius alchemists in the divine realm. Even if they started cultivating in Their mother's womb, they could only reach the level of a god monarch realm alchemist. He took less than a year. Emperor Destruction was also extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it. It's because I'm from the heaven realm that I want to go back. However, I heard that the Master God World is under the control of the Master God World, so I can only come to Elder Miayuan for help. Feng Wuchen looked at Miayuan and said, "You want to go back?" Miayuan was shocked. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Guest Elder, you can't go back just because you want to. Moreover, the old man can't do anything about it. The Master God, that old monster, won't give face to the old man." Emperor Destruction shook his head slightly and said, "Guest Elder, if the Master God knows about this, not only will he not allow you to go back, he might even kill you because you ascended from the heaven realm. Why doesn't the divine realm allow cultivators from the heaven realm to ascend? What's the reason?" Feng Wuchen asked curiously. He really didn't understand. "I'm not sure about this either. However, there's a rumor in the seven god worlds about the Forgotten Land." Emperor Destruction shook his head. "Guest Elder, the old man advises you to give up on this idea. The Master God won't agree to it because this is the rule of the divine realm." Miayuan said helplessly. "What if I have a treasure that can tempt the Master God?" Feng Wuchen grinned. "Guest Elder, are you talking about the triple space ring?" Miajian guessed it immediately. However, he shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not enough to tempt the Master God. What a Master God needs the most is to increase his cultivation level and to protect his life. If I have a powerful healing elixir that can heal him instantly, will the Master God be tempted?" Feng Wuchen asked. "An elixir that can heal an Master God instantly?" Miayuan and the others turned pale with fright. Their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets as they looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen took out a bottle of celestial Bodhi liquid and said with a smile, "With my current cultivation level as a God Emperor alchemist, I can't refine Master God level elixirs at all. However, Elder Miayuan can." "What? A God Emperor alchemist?" Emperor Destruction and the others finally couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were stiff and petrified. They were extremely shocked. They originally thought that Feng Wuchen was only a God Emperor alchemist, and that was already very shocking. However, they didn't know that Feng Wuchen had already become a God Emperor alchemist. In less than a year, he had broken through from a divine general alchemist to a God Emperor alchemist. What kind of terrifying talent was that? A divine Emperor alchemist. How is it possible in less than a year? Guest Elder, you aren't joking, right? It's impossible for anyone to do it in such a short time. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Even if the Guest Elder has a triple space ring, it's still impossible." In the hall, the upper echelons were discussing in low voices. No one could believe that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying cultivation speed. Even the top geniuses in the Alchemist Divine Tower couldn't reach such a terrifying level in a year. "Chen, you've really reached the Divine Emperor Alchemist realm?" Miayuan asked uncertainly, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Feng Wuchen activated a wisp of soul power. It seemed weak, but it was extremely overbearing. "He's really a divine emperor alchemist." Miadi was shocked. "I can't believe that the Guest Elder's alchemist realm has reached such a terrifying level." Miayuan was shocked. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. The upper echelons in the hall exclaimed as if they had seen something incredible. Less than a year? Is this really the level he reached in less than a year? Even the top geniuses in the Alchemist Divine Tower can't do it. Miadi was shocked. Many geniuses in the Alchemist Divine Tower had been cultivating since they were young. The strongest genius alchemist was only a Divine Emperor alchemist. Feng Wuchen reached it in less than a year. In comparison, how big was the gap? "Grand Elder Miayuan, you're the best alchemist in the Alchemist Divine Tower, so I'd like to trouble you to help me refine the Celestial Bodhi elixir. This elixir can help an overgod expert recover quickly. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal quickly. Its effect is terrifying." Feng Wuchen said solemnly as he looked at Miayuan. Miayuan recovered from his shock and smiled bitterly. "Guest Elder, aren't you making things difficult for old man? This old man is unable to refine pills with such terrifying effects. Even if I have the recipe, I'm afraid it's impossible. Elder Miyuan, don't worry. I can teach you how to refine it, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Guest elder wants to teach old man alchemy? Miayuan was ecstatic when he heard this. He looked at Feng Wuchen excitedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Elder Miayuan, you flatter me. I only know a little more. My realm is far from Elder Miayuan's. Guest elder, you're exaggerating. In terms of alchemy, this old man doesn't dare to compare with you. It just so happens that this old man has encountered some problems in alchemy, so I can ask you for help. Miayuan said excitedly. Guest elder, do you know how to concoct such a horrifying medicinal pill? Emperor Destruction asked, his heart pounding. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I can even understand the Soulbreaker medicine manual, let alone this kind of trash pill. A single celestial Bodhi pill is enough to tempt a sovereign. This sort of life-saving pill is equivalent to having 2 lives. I believe I don't need to explain its value. Feng Wuchen's words made sense. If 2 sovereigns fought to the death, at the end of the day, one of them would definitely lose, or both would be severely injured. At this time, the horrifying healing pill was undoubtedly the key. Whoever had the stronger healing pill would win. Hiss, hearing Feng Wuchen's casual words, the upper echelons of the hall could not help but gasp. They were completely dumbfounded. Such a horrifying healing pill had become a trash pill when it came out of Feng Wuchen's mouth. Such a terrifying healing pill, and the guest elder actually called it a trash pill. Emperor Destruction's eyes widened. As the tower master of the alchemist divine tower and a terrifying giant in the sovereign's world, he was stunned by Feng Wuchen. The main ingredient to concoct the celestial Bodhi pill is the celestial Bodhi liquid. I got it from President Man. The divine tower should have the other precious herbs, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Elder Miyuan said excitedly, don't worry, guest elder. There are many precious herbs in the divine tower. With guest elder's guidance, the old man's realm will definitely improve significantly. There's no time to lose. Let's begin immediately. Feng Wuchen said. He could not wait to return to the heavenly realm to take a look. All right. Just tell me what herbs you need, guest elder. Elder Miyuan smiled excitedly. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, I only need precious and powerful herbs with healing properties. I don't need too many. 16 will do. Miyuan flipped his palm, and 16 powerful herbs with healing properties appeared out of thin air. He waved his hand again, and a divine artifact furnace flew out. Guest elder, shall we begin? Miyuan asked excitedly. He could not wait to try concocting the terrifying healing elixir. Feng Wuchen smiled and patted Elder Miyuan's shoulder. He said with a smile, all right, let's begin. Great! Miyuan was overjoyed. He immediately activated his terrifying soul power and beast fire. However, the moment Elder Miyuan activated the beast fire, he suddenly realized something. He could not help but be shocked. He looked at Feng Wuchen with a shocked expression. Guest elder can expel the fire poison? Miyuan asked in shock. He was petrified. Grand elder's fire poison disappeared. What? What is going on? Guest elder has such a divine ability. Miyuan's eyes bulged. What a violent soul power. It has become so much stronger. Guest elder can expel the fire poison. This is too terrifying. Miyuan exclaimed. Feng Wuchen patted Miyuan's shoulder twice, and the terrifying fire poison that had accumulated in Miyuan's body disappeared. The fire poison will affect the concocting process and the quality of the elixir, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Thank you, guest elder. Miyuan was overjoyed. Guest elder is really a god. Miyuan and the others had gone from shock to adoration. They were extremely excited. As alchemists, who did not have fire poison in them, fire poison was the biggest obstacle for alchemists to improve their cultivation level and concoct elixirs. Feng Wuchen's appearance and his terrifying divine ability had finally solved the problem that had troubled them for most of their lives. Miyuan activated his beast fire and soul power and injected them into the divine artifact furnace. Whether it was the order of placing the herbs, the intensity of the fire, the control of the soul power, or the details that should be paid attention to, Feng Wuchen was the one who guided him. Mi Yuan's profound cultivation level benefited Mi Yuan and the others greatly. They all held their breaths as if they were students listening to their teacher. Mi Yuan was a giant in the alchemist's divine tower, and he was learning from Feng Wuchen. Mi Yuan and the others held their breaths. Mi Yuan had never concocted such a terrifying lord-level elixir before. It was also the first time the alchemist's divine tower had concocted such a powerful elixir. Under Feng Wuchen's guidance and Mi Yuan's constant perspiration, the celestial Bodhi elixir was finally successfully concocted. Rumble. A terrifying lord-level elixir was concocted. Dark clouds gathered above the alchemist's divine tower, and thunder rumbled. Pill lightning appearing in the divine pagoda was a common occurrence. It wasn't rare. However, today's pill lightning was different. It attracted the attention of everyone in the divine tower and even the top experts around the divine tower. Dark clouds covered the sky above the divine tower. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Strong wind swept across. However, it was different from the past. The pill lightning this time emitted a 9-colored radiance. It was dazzling. The dark void was shrouded in the 9-colored radiance. The terrifying pill lightning's power spread wildly, causing the void to shake violently. The power of the pill lightning is extremely terrifying. It's completely incomparable to the power of the pill lightning from before. I can actually refine such a powerful pill. Elder Miayuan's face was filled with shock. His body couldn't help but tremble. 9-colored pill lightning. Miedi was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Only Master can trigger the 9-colored pill lightning. Second senior brother can trigger it too. Miejian was shocked and overjoyed. 9-colored pill lightning. In the divine tower, many powerful and talented alchemists were shocked by the 9-colored radiance in the void. The Great Elder can actually trigger the 9-colored pill lightning. What a terrifying aura. What kind of elixir is this? Has the Great Elder's realm increased again? What kind of elixir did the Great Elder refine? It's so powerful. A divine elixir has appeared. As expected of the Great Elder. I have never seen such a powerful elixir before. Everyone in the divine tower exclaimed in surprise. 9-colored pill lightning. In a magnificent palace, a top expert suddenly opened his eyes and said in shock, Miayuan, that old thing, actually refined such a terrifying elixir. Has his realm increased again? 9-colored pill lightning has never appeared since Miahan passed away. In another majestic palace, another expert exclaimed, 9-colored pill lightning. It's actually the 9-colored pill lightning. It can't be wrong. The power of this lightning tribulation is as terrifying as the pill lightning that Miahan triggered back then. Has Miayuan reached such a realm? Miayuan, that old monster, is getting stronger and stronger. The elixir that can trigger the 9-colored pill lightning is definitely not an ordinary one. If it can increase one's cultivation, it will cause a commotion in the 7 god worlds, a top elder exclaimed. The appearance of the 9-colored pill lightning was absolutely enough to make many top powerhouses go crazy. Unfortunately, the elixir refined by Miayuan was only a healing elixir. Other than having an extremely terrifying healing effect, it did not have the effect of increasing one's cultivation. In the divine tower, Miayuan immediately took the elixir to the void. Medicinal pills that could trigger pill lightning had to undergo the baptism of pill lightning before they could display their true effects. Elder Miayuan's expression was solemn. After all, it was 9-colored pill lightning, which was completely different from the pill lightning of the past. The power of the 9-colored pill lightning was even more terrifying. Above the void, the 9-colored vortex was brewing the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation. Lightning dragons flickered continuously. Rumble. Under everyone's gazes, the 9-colored whirlpool suddenly emitted an earth-shattering sound of thunder. A bolt of heavenly lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly struck down, containing an extremely terrifying heavenly lightning power. Buzz. Miayuan immediately used his power as an overgod. Resplendent, violet light shot into the sky as if it was trying to outshine the sun and moon. The surging presence was breathtaking, and space collapsed at a visible rate. Swish, boom. Buzz. Miayuan waved his hand, and a terrifying violet light shot into the sky. It instantly collided with the heavenly lightning. With a loud boom, the extremely terrifying collision swept out with an unstoppable force. The space within a radius of 100,000 feet shook violently. Miayuan frowned slightly and said, as expected of the nine-colored pill lightning. This power can actually contend with 80% of my cultivation power. The pill lightning of the god world is really terrifying, Feng Wuchen exclaimed. This was the first time that Feng Wuchen had seen the pill lightning of the god world. Guest Elder, only pills that are powerful enough can trigger the nine-colored pill lightning. The Lord-level pills that we refined only trigger ordinary pill lightning, Miadi explained. Miajian said excitedly, we haven't seen the nine-colored pill lightning for many years. Other than Master, no one else refined pills that could trigger the nine-colored pill lightning. Only when Guest Elder made a move did we witness this miraculous scene again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and did not say anything. In the void above, the power of the heavenly lightning gradually weakened. Miayuan immediately retracted his power and allowed the heavenly lightning to strike. Boom, the weak heavenly lightning struck the celestial Bodhi pill. With a loud boom, a dazzling golden light burst out and a large area of lightning wrapped around it. The pill was being baptized by the heavenly lightning, and its aura was getting stronger. I didn't expect to be able to refine such a terrifying pill under Guest Elder's guidance. Master, did you see it? Although I didn't receive Master's true teachings, I didn't embarrass you, Miayuan said excitedly. His old eyes could not help but tear up. A few minutes later, the power of the heavenly lightning gradually dissipated, and the void regained its brightness. The nine-colored whirlpool also disappeared. The real celestial Bodhi pill had appeared. A pill that emitted a dazzling golden light floated in the void. This is the pill that can help Lord-level experts recover instantly? Miayuan waved his hand, and the pill flew into his hand. His old face was even more excited. Although it was Feng Wuchen's guidance, it was still refined by Miayuan. At the very least, it meant that he had reached such a level. Miayuan descended in a flash and immediately passed the pill to Feng Wuchen. He clasped his fist at Feng Wuchen and thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, Guest Elder. Thank you for your guidance, Guest Elder. You're welcome, Elder Miayuan, Feng Wuchen accepted it calmly. After all, Miayuan definitely would not have been able to refine it without his guidance. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued with a smile, Elder Miayuan's state of mind hasn't reached the level of pills through a thought, so you can't refine high-grade pills. You haven't truly comprehended Lord Miahun's method of refining pills either. Thank you for your guidance, Guest Elder. Miayuan clasped his fist and thanked him. He even bowed slightly to show his respect to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's guidance had benefited him greatly. It was of great help to his cultivation. Guest Elder's attainments in the field of pills probably don't lose to Master's. It's a pity that Master won't be able to see such a genius, Miadi sighed with some sadness in his voice. Tower Master, Elders, the pill has been refined. I'll take my leave first, Feng Wuchen said hurriedly. Guest Elder, old man will go with you. That old overgod will probably attack you, Miayuan said hurriedly. Feng Wuchen shook his head gently and said, there's no need. Although I'm not sure what the outcome will be, I don't want to implicate the tower. I'll go alone. Feng Wuchen came from the heaven world. He was not sure whether the overgod would ignore the pill and kill him. Even if he was not sure, Feng Wuchen still had to go to the overgod palace. Pagoda Master, Elders, farewell. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and walked out of the hall. Miayuan hurriedly said, take care, Guest Elder. Such a genius is one in a million. The Guest Elder is even more powerful than Master. Miadi sighed. Old things like us can't even compare to a junior. Miajian smiled bitterly. Comparisons were odious. Miayuan mocked himself, Guest Elder, you are from the heaven realm, and your understanding of alchemy is extremely high. I admit that I am inferior to you, but the divine world calls the heaven realm and the other realms as the forgotten lands. It is truly ridiculous. The existence of the world shouldn't be discriminated against. Master also said that we can't underestimate anyone. Unfortunately, it's not up to us to control it. Miadi shook his head helplessly. Feng Wuchen's existence was a merciless slap to the face of the seven god worlds. Feng Wuchen walked to the square. The alchemists from the Divine Pagoda still respectfully addressed him as guest elder. However, there were also some who had bad intentions. "Do you want to try?" a genius alchemist asked, staring at Feng Wuchen. Another genius shrugged and said with a disdainful smile, "If you want to reach his level, you'll know once you try. But don't go too far, or you'll hurt him. He's a guest elder, and we'll punish him severely." "Then let me give it a try," a young man who was a monarch god alchemist said proudly. As he spoke, he activated his powerful soul power. Although he was only a monarch god alchemist, he was the youngest and had the most potential. With a thought, the young man controlled his soul power to attack Feng Wuchen. Several genius alchemists looked at Feng Wuchen. Sensing the soul power flying towards him, Feng Wuchen glanced at it from the corner of his eye. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he thought to himself, "Just as I thought, the genius from the Divine Pagoda will definitely come and find trouble with me." However, Feng Wuchen didn't care about the soul power of a monarch god. In another palace, some elders also heard the news and came over. "Those brats really can't hold it in anymore. But that's fine too. Let's see what the so-called guest elder is capable of," an old god emperor level alchemist said coldly. "If he doesn't have the ability, then don't blame us for not putting him in our eyes." Another god emperor level old man sneered disdainfully. As god emperor level alchemists, they naturally had the right to be arrogant. Still not planning to fight back? Seeing Feng Wuchen not moving, the geniuses couldn't help but frown. The young man's face darkened as he said coldly, "Humph. Are you looking down on me?" However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. The tyrannical soul power landed squarely on Feng Wuchen's body, but in an instant, the tyrannical soul power strangely disappeared. Feng Wuchen was completely unscathed. He didn't even move, as if he hadn't been hit by the soul power attack. "How is this possible? Why did my soul power disappear?" The young man was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. A young man frowned and said, "My soul power didn't disappear. It was absorbed by him." "Absorbed?" The others were shocked. "No soul power fluctuation. Absorbing soul power by force. Not bad." An old man sneered. Another old god emperor level alchemist said in a low voice, "Looks like he's at the god emperor level." "Humph. Let me try." A male god emperor level alchemist snorted coldly. He immediately activated his violent soul power and attacked without hesitation. "He's younger than me, but he's already a god emperor level alchemist. No wonder he's a genius alchemist from the Divine Tower. His soul power is not weak, but it's a pity that he's far weaker than me." Feng Wuchen shook his head secretly. Feng Wuchen slowly activated his soul power and struck out a palm. His palm instantly turned into a claw. Boom! Puff! In an instant, the two soul powers collided violently. With a loud explosion, the genius alchemist spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps. His face instantly turned pale. God Emperor level alchemist. How is this possible?" The young man was shocked. His heart was beating wildly. He wanted to teach Feng Wuchen a lesson, but unexpectedly, he was injured by Feng Wuchen. At the same level, he was ruthlessly crushed by Feng Wuchen. A man frowned and said, "His soul power is very domineering. I'm afraid even my soul power is inferior to his. He hasn't even used his full strength. I can't believe this kid's level is so high. How can a God Emperor level alchemist have such a terrifying soul power? Too strong. His soul power is extremely domineering. I've never seen such a terrifying God Emperor level alchemist. I'm afraid even the #1 genius of the Divine Tower is inferior to him. He's actually a God Emperor level alchemist. His talent is not inferior to ours, but he can be a guest elder of the Divine Tower? The Tower Master and the elders must be crazy. How can a mere God Emperor level alchemist be qualified to be a guest elder of the Divine Tower? A God Emperor level alchemist is not qualified at all. Our Divine Tower has many God Emperor level and Hierarch level alchemist seniors. If they are not qualified, what does that kid have?" These genius alchemists were full of opinions and were not convinced. God Emperor level alchemist? Just this little ability to be a guest elder? The older generation alchemists were stunned. Humph. What nonsense. A stinking brat, a mere god-emperor level, what does he have to be a guest elder? Have the pagoda masters and the others all gone mad? An old man was furious, his anger soaring to the heavens. This is ridiculous. Are the tower master and the others treating us as if we don't exist? Or did they deliberately find this stinking brat to humiliate us? Another god-emperor level alchemist was furious. Old man, I'll go and reason with the tower master and the elders. If I can't convince the old man, I'll leave the divine tower immediately. A hierarch-level alchemist shouted angrily. Knowing that Feng Wuchen was only a godly emperor realm alchemist, the older generation of alchemists in the tower were furious. They weren't qualified to be guest elders, and they were only members of the celestial tower. Feng Wuchen, on the other hand, was directly appointed as a guest elder. How could they accept this? Feng Wuchen looked at the god-emperor level alchemist and smiled faintly. Are you all right? Sensing Feng Wuchen's gaze, one of them hurriedly said, let's go, let's go. If the guest elder pursues this, we're dead meat. In the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 genius alchemists had fled. Do I look that scary? Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and continued walking down the square. Chen, you must be mentally prepared. If that old overgod wants to take action, even with my spiritual strength, I can't do anything. When the time comes, we'll all die. As soon as Feng Wuchen left the divine tower, Xianxia transmitted a message to him. I have no choice, I have to go. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate. Feng Wuchen's return to the heaven realm was imperative. Hence, even if his life was in danger, Feng Wuchen would not hesitate. Are the ancient ruins and the blood seeker really that important? Xianxia asked, confused. No matter how important the treasures were, they were not as important as one's life. Didn't you hear it just now? The gate of the God realm has been sealed, and the lightning tribulation has increased by several times. I'm worried that their ascension will be dangerous. This concerns the lives of my family and my fiancé. Do you think I should go back? Feng Wuchen asked. Xianxia was speechless. It's been almost a year since I ascended to the God realm. Their cultivation base is about to ascend as well. I have to go back and stop them as soon as possible. They might have the strength to withstand the heavenly tribulation, but because of me, they might have attracted the attention of the overgods. I'm worried that they might secretly increase the power of the heavenly tribulation, Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen's words made sense. Even if he was overthinking, Feng Wuchen had to be careful. After all, too many lives were at stake. Xiao, don't ascend. Wait for me. Feng Wuchen thought. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. The main temple was located in the center of the overgod realm. It was not far from the Alchemist Divine Tower. Feng Wuchen flew there quickly. Alchemist Divine Tower. More than 10 elders were angrily rushing into the main temple. They were all God Emperor and God Venerable level alchemists. Other than the alchemists of the Divine Tower, they were all from the major forces of the 7 God realms. Other than them, there were also some young geniuses following behind. They kept adding fuel to the fire. This is outrageous. Letting a God Emperor level alchemist be a guest elder is an insult to the seniors. A God Emperor level alchemist said angrily. That's right. No matter what, we have to get the Tower Master to remove this guest elder. Another genius alchemist said angrily. The more they added fuel to the fire, the uglier the faces of the older generation alchemists became. Soon, more than 10 alchemists entered the main temple angrily. Inside the hall, Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the rest of the upper echelons were stunned when they saw the gloomy faces of these people. Elder Lin, what are we doing? Mia Yuan asked in confusion. Elder Lin said gloomily, Mia Yuan. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for turning hostile. Explain? What explanation? What's going on? Protector Mia Jian asked in confusion. He had no idea what had gotten into them. Isn't that obvious? What guest elder? That stinky brat was only a deity emperor level alchemist. What qualifications did he have to be a guest elder? You're humiliating us. A divine venerable level alchemist shouted angrily with an ugly expression on his face. That's right. Just now, Nia Huang had already tested that brat. We all saw it with our own eyes. A god emperor level alchemist said gloomily. What? The faces of Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the other high-level officials changed dramatically, and they flew into a rage. How dare you? Mia Di flew into a rage and roared at the dozens of alchemists. An extremely violent murderous aura swept out and covered the entire divine alchemist tower in an instant. The sudden and terrifying murderous aura frightened the dozens of alchemists. Their faces turned pale. No one could withstand the power and murderous aura of an over-god expert. The young genius alchemists were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Their faces were full of fear and their bodies were trembling. For so many years in the divine alchemist tower, no one, including the older generation of alchemists, had seen Mia Di so angry. No matter who caused trouble, he had never been so furious. How dare you test the guest elder? How dare you? Protector Mia Jian shouted ferociously. Tower Master, we're just curious about the guest elder's cultivation realm. After all, he's only a few years older than us. Who wouldn't be curious if he was appointed as a guest elder? A genius suppressed his fear and said. A deity emperor level alchemist can be a guest elder. Who would be convinced by him? Another deity emperor level genius retorted. All of you. Mia Di was so angry that his internal organs were churning violently. He wanted to kill all of them with one blow. Old man, I don't care who that kid is. In short, I'll be the first to disagree with a mere deity emperor level alchemist being a guest elder. I'll never admit it. Elder Lin suppressed the fear in his heart and said. That's right. We'll never admit it either. The other elders echoed. These emperor god and hierarch level alchemists were arrogant existences. They would never lower their heads to a deity emperor level alchemist. However, these words completely infuriated Mia Di. Just as Mia Di was about to flip out, he was stopped by Mia Yuan. Mia Yuan suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, Elder Lin, I'm very clear about your doubts. However, don't forget that when you question the guest elder, you're also questioning our ability. Elder Lin and the others fell silent after hearing Mia Yuan's words. After all, Mia Yuan had just refined a very terrifying pill. It meant that his cultivation realm had increased again. Their strength was far inferior to Mia Yuan's. Elder Mia Yuan, we just don't agree with your decision. Elder Lin frowned. I know very well that you don't agree. I can understand. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't agree either. However, I'll make you accept it today. Mia Yuan said in a deep voice. A cold light flashed in his old eyes as he glanced at the dozens of alchemists. Mia Yuan said coldly, you must pay the price for doubting the guest elder today. The dozens of alchemists were terrified. Some of them were already regretting it. Mia Yuan's fierce gaze swept across Nia Huang and the other genius alchemists. He said coldly, do you think you're genius alchemists? Nia Huang, do you think you're so great? You're only a level 2 alchemist. How dare you look down on the guest elder and test him? Mia Yuan's cold gaze swept across another alchemist. He scolded, AOU, as the Divine Tower's #1 genius alchemist and a level 3 alchemist, I admit that your talent is exceptional. However, compared to the guest elder, you're still far from it. AOU frowned. And said, his soul power is indeed very strong. However, if we were to compare, I might not lose to him. Is that so? Mia Yuan said coldly, what if I say that the guest elder's soul power is comparable to a god emperor's? What? Comparable to a god emperor's? AOU was shocked. He was petrified on the spot. How is that possible? Elder Lin and the other alchemists were also stunned. They were in disbelief. Seeing their shock, Mia Yuan said again, AOU, let me ask you. How many years did it take for you to reach the God Emperor level? AOU swallowed his saliva and said in shock, I became an alchemist at the age of 5. I reached the God Spirit level at the age of 10. I reached the God King level at the age of 15. I reached the God Monarch level at the age of 20. I reached the God Emperor level at the age of 27. AOU's talent was indeed terrifying. He became a God King level alchemist at the age of 15, a God King level alchemist at the age of 20, and a God Emperor level alchemist at the age of 27. What a terrifying talent! In the entire 7 God worlds, such a terrifying talent was already at the top. Elder Miyuan, with Aoyu's talent, only the genius of the God's mansion can match him in the Master God world, an elder said. Even in the entire 7 divine realms, Aoyu's talent is outstanding. Another old man said. They were very confident in Aoyu's talent. This was their recognition of Aoyu. Aoyu indeed had the strength. It took him 21 years to break through to the God Emperor level. Is that amazing? Is that something to be proud of? Miyuan said ruthlessly, do you know how long it takes for a guest elder to become a God Emperor level alchemist? The dozens of alchemists were silent. Miyuan's tone seemed to be even more amazing than Aoyu. Miyuan said coldly, in less than a year, the guest elder broke through from the divine general level to the God Emperor level alchemist. Do you have such incredible talent? In the entire 7 God worlds, who can do it? Even my master can't do it. What? In less than a year, he broke through from the divine general level to the God Emperor level alchemist? Elder Lin's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Less than a year. Aoyu and the others were all dumbstruck. Their heads buzzed as if they had been struck by lightning. In less than a year, he broke through to the God Emperor level alchemist. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a monster can't do that. The other alchemists shook their heads in shock. Even Aoyu, a top genius alchemist, had to spend 21 years to reach the level of a divine emperor alchemist. It was conceivable that Feng Wuchen could achieve it in less than a year. What kind of heaven-defying existence was this? Great Elder, are you kidding? How can someone break through to the God Emperor level alchemist in such a short time? Nia Huang asked in horror. He couldn't describe the shock in his heart. In less than a year. Even the genius alchemists of the entire 7 divine realms wouldn't be able to do it. Aoyu shook his head in a daze. Seeing everyone's shock, Mia Yuansen said coldly, I know you don't believe me, and I don't need your information. But this is the truth. The guest elder's talent is beyond our imagination. In order to rope him in, I personally went to invite him, but he rejected me 3 times. In the end, he reluctantly became the guest elder of the Divine Pagoda. You don't know what's good for you, and you don't know what's good for you to test the guest elder. Great Elder, what level is the guest elder at? Nia Huang asked in horror. 4th level alchemist. Mia Yuan sneered. Boom, Mia Yuan's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Elder Lin, Aoyu, and the others. 4th level alchemist. Nia Huang was so scared that his whole body trembled. His body stiffly retreated and finally sat on the ground. A 4th level alchemist, that's 1 in a trillion. Aoyu was dumbstruck, and he was shocked to the extreme in his heart. This is impossible. How can there be a 4th level alchemist genius? Elder Lin was so scared that he lost his composure. He was extremely stiff, as if he had seen the devil. A genius that's 1 in a trillion, how terrifying was that? In the entire 7 divine realms, it was impossible for a 4th level alchemist genius to appear. No one had heard of it before. Because of this, none of them believed that Feng Wuchen was a 4th level alchemist. Humph. In front of the guest elder, your little talent is nothing. It won't be long before the guest elder is an existence that you can only look up to. Mia Yuan snorted coldly. After a pause, Mia Yuan continued, I'll give you a chance now. The next time the guest elder comes back, including you, Elder Lin, can challenge the guest elder. Whether it's alchemy, weapon refining, or rune forging, it's all up to you. If you lose, kneel down and apologize to the guest elder. If any of you win, I'll immediately abolish the guest elder. Elder Lin and the others were silent. Mia Yuan continued, let me remind you, don't even think about weapon refining. You'll never be able to defeat the guest elder in your lifetime. Aoyu, don't think that you're so great just because you can refine a fairy weapon. In terms of weapon refining, you're no match for the guest elder. The triple space ring you're using now is made by the guest elder. In the entire 7 divine realms, only the guest elder can refine it. What? The triple space ring was refined by the guest elder? Elder Lin, AOU, and the others were stunned again. At this moment, they felt that their heads were about to explode from shock. The triple space ring was refined by the guest elder. How is this possible? How can a divine emperor alchemist refine such a terrifying magic weapon? Nia Huang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at the extremely shocked expressions of Elder Lin and the others, Mia Yuan said coldly, "Now you know why Feng Wuchen is qualified to be the guest elder, right? If you think that you can refine a triple space ring and break through from the divine general level to the divine emperor level in a year, let alone the guest elder position, I'll even give you the position of the tower master." The shocked crowd was speechless. They were all petrified. They didn't believe in a level 4 alchemist or breaking through to the divine emperor level in a year, but they firmly believed in a triple space ring. Mia Yuan would never lie to others. Old Lin and the others were completely speechless. Just a triple space ring was enough to shock them to the core. It could even be said that they were scared witless. Now tell me, are you qualified to be the guest elder, or is Feng Wuchen qualified? Mia Yuan asked coldly. Everyone was silent. Their faces were flushed red, and they were incomparably ashamed. They dared to question such a terrifying genius. They were shooting themselves in the foot. They finally knew what it was like to be humiliated. Great Elder begged Feng Wuchen to be the guest elder. How dare you question the guest elder? This is unforgivable. Mia Yuan's anger grew louder. Since the guest elder didn't pursue the matter today, I'll let you go this time. Next time, whoever dares to disrespect or question the guest elder, get out of the tower. Do you hear me? Mia Yuan shouted coldly. Yes. Great Elder. The crowd replied respectfully. They were all dispirited at this moment. Go back and prepare. I'll give you a chance. Anyone can challenge the guest elder. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Mia Yuan continued to shout coldly. Yes. Elder Lin and the others retreated from the hall. They were too ashamed to face anyone. They wanted to find a hole to hide in. Humph. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mia Yuan said angrily. Book Labyrinth. Floor wonderful, free reading without pop-up window, in the main hall of the Alchemist Divine Tower. After Old Lin and the other alchemists were sent away, the faces of Mia Yuan, and the others turned grave. I'm afraid the guest elder's trip bodes ill. Such a genius has never appeared in the 7 god realms. It'll be a shame if he dies, Mia said with a sigh. That old monster is a 9-star overgod, the leader of the 7 overgods. He's far more powerful than us. Since the guest elder has made up his mind, there's nothing we can do about it. That old monster might forgive us for other things on account of Master, but I'm afraid we can't do this. Mia Jian shook his head helplessly. Don't be so sure, Mia Yuan said indifferently. Guest elder knows that this trip bodes ill, but he still dares to go. This means that guest elder has a certain degree of confidence, or he has other ways to escape. Mia Di was stunned at first, but he nodded and said, I hope so. Chen, if the overgod attacks, do you have a countermeasure, Chen? On the way to the main god palace, Xianxia asked through voice transmission. This trip was too risky, and Xianxia was very worried. I have teleportation. I'll try my best to escape. If I can't, I have no other choice. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Even with teleportation, Feng Wuchen dared not say that he could escape from a overgod. Who knew what kind of terrifying divine powers a overgod possessed? Don't worry. When we reach the main god palace, I'll let you go. I won't drag you down. Your strength should have recovered to the godly venerable rank. As long as you don't enter the main god palace, you'll be able to escape, Feng Wuchen continued. The heavenly emanations remained silent. If I'm unfortunately killed by the overgod, help me return to the heavenly realm and tell my fiancé and the others. If you can go to the heavenly realm once, you can definitely go there again, Feng Wuchen continued. If something happens to Chen, I'll definitely go to the heavenly realm, Xianxia said through voice transmission. Thank you. Feng Wuchen nodded. Then, he activated his soul power and released Xianxia's soul body. Whoosh! Rumble! Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a strong sonic boom suddenly came from the distant sky. A black shadow burst out with lightning speed, flashing past Feng Wuchen's side and finally slamming into a floating mountain peak. The terrifying power directly destroyed the towering mountain peak. Emperor God Expert, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Swish swish, in the next second, two God Emperors appeared in a flash. They looked ferocious and were emitting a terrifying aura. Clearly, the two of them were also Emperor God Experts. He's already heavily injured and can't run away. Attack. We can't let him return alive, a God Emperor said coldly. His icy voice was filled with heavy killing intent. The two God Emperor experts immediately launched a ferocious attack on the destroyed towering mountain. Swish. Swish. Boom boom boom. Waves of terrifying power crazily bombarded the towering mountain peak. The deafening explosions were continuous, and the destructive energy ripples were rampant. The void shook violently and exploded violently. The destructive power was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the towering mountain peak was struck down. Among the countless rocks, a figure was also falling. Humph. There's no aura left. Seeing that the falling figure was no longer breathing, one of the God Emperors couldn't help but sneer. Another God Emperor said coldly, "These God Slayers are getting more and more arrogant. Anyway, we can kill as many as we can." God Slayers? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of this term. Chen, the God Slayers are a huge organization in the divine world. They are spread throughout the 7 divine worlds. They are all cultivators who don't want to be ruled. In other words, they are rebels, Xianxia explained via voice transmission. I see. It seems like every divine world has cultivators who don't want to be ruled. Feng Wuchen nodded. Who are they? Feng Wuchen asked via voice transmission. They are chasing after the God Slayers. This means that they are from the main divine palace, Xianxia replied. Hey, brat, I didn't scare you, did I? Don't worry, I won't kill a weak brat like you. You don't have the right to die in my hands. One of the God Emperors looked at Feng Wuchen mockingly. The contempt in his eyes was obvious. Extremely arrogant, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. He didn't say anything. As an expert from the main divine palace, he had the right to be arrogant. The other Emperor God glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain and said coldly, "Stinking brat, you don't look convinced. Why? Do you want to try the fist of an God Emperor? Forget it. Don't waste time on trash like him. Hurry up and report back to receive your reward." The God Emperor who mocked Feng Wuchen quickly said. Humph. The two arrogant God Emperors glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen before flying away. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "They are so arrogant that I don't know what to say. Only with the cultivation of an God Emperor can one be considered an expert of the 7 God worlds. Moreover, they are from the main divine palace. It would be strange if they weren't arrogant." Xianxia replied. Feng Wuchen then swooped down. In a few flashes, he was already in front of the corpse. The person who died was a young man. To be able to enter the God Emperor realm at such a young age, he wasn't an ordinary person. Even with such serious injuries, he can still withstand the attacks of 2 God Emperors. Seems like he isn't fated to die. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Oh? He is still alive? Xianxia asked in surprise. With his cultivation, he couldn't tell. His physical body is dead, but his soul hasn't dissipated. This is a special situation. Out of 10 people, 11 of them won't be able to survive. You are not an alchemist, so you can't tell. Feng Wuchen said. He then activated his soul power and forcefully extracted the soul from the corpse. 11 can't survive? What's going on? Xianxia asked curiously. How would I know what's going on? I already said that it's a special situation. Have you seen anyone who can survive after suffering such serious injuries? Of course, without an alchemist, once the soul body dissipates, he will still die. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. The light blue soul body was very weak and was already unconscious. Feng Wuchen activated his soul power again and injected it into the weak soul body. The weak soul body gradually recovered and finally opened its eyes. Hmm? I am still alive? The soul body slowly regained consciousness and was very surprised. You are quite lucky. It is a miracle that you can survive the attacks of 2 god emperors when you are seriously injured. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. You saved me? Looking at his own corpse, the man asked in surprise. Who else could it be? Feng Wuchen shrugged. Brother, thank you for saving me. The soul body quickly cupped his fists and thanked him. He then asked, how should I address you? I can repay you for saving my life in the future. There is no need for that. I don't know how long I can live. My name is Feng Wuchen. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen replied casually. He then turned and left. Feng Wuchen. He's able to extract my soul from my body. He must be an amazing alchemist. Ordinary alchemists don't have that kind of ability. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly away, the man muttered. Then, he quickly shouted, I'm Zhu Yun. Feng Wuchen paused slightly. With his back facing Zhu Yun, he flipped his palm and refined a pill. This is a body casting pill. It can help you reforge your body. Your soul is very weak now. Leave this place quickly. Feng Wuchen did not even look back as he said this and continued flying away. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Feng. I'll remember this forever. Zhu Yun thanked him gratefully. Looking at Feng Wuchen's disappearing figure, Zhu Yun clenched the pill in his hand and said firmly, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. You want to kill a godslayer? Dream on. Chen, the main god peak not far ahead is where the main god palace is located, Xianxia reminded him through voice transmission. Looking at the majestic peak in the distance, Feng Wuchen could already sense an extremely terrifying aura. Moreover, it was a large area. As expected of the ruler of the main god world. His strength far surpasses the alchemist divine tower and the headquarters. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He was extremely shocked. Is this terrifying aura a lord? What's his cultivation level? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. The aura was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen had no idea what cultivation level he was at. That's right. 9-star Lord God, the leader of the 7 lords. This old monster's strength is extremely terrifying. That old thing from the alchemist divine tower, Xianxia, is only a 5-star Lord God. His strength is far from this old monster's, Xianxia replied through voice transmission. 9-star Lord God? Feng Wuchen could not help but widen his eyes. He could not help but tremble internally. A 9-star Lord God's cultivation level was equivalent to the top experts of the 7 god worlds. This old monster's strength is quite terrifying. Rumor has it that the other 6 lords can't defeat him even if they join forces. I'm afraid apart from the great lords, no one is his match, Xianxia replied through voice transmission. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was even more shocked. So strong? Such a terrifying existence had already exceeded Feng Wuchen's imagination, and he could not imagine how powerful it was. It is precisely because of this that I have reminded Chen many times. The celestial Bodhi elixir is indeed terrifying, but I'm afraid that the old freak will not need it, Xianxia said. Feng Wuchen hesitated for a moment, but he did not give up. He continued to fly toward the main shrine. Sky Demon, I have already removed the restraints on you. You can leave. If something really happens, I don't want to implicate you. Feng Wuchen said. Then, he summoned Sky Demon out from his body. As expected, it has been removed. An illusory figure appeared. It was Xianxia. An extremely sharp aura swept out. Over God! What a terrifying aura! Feng Wuchen was shocked when he sensed the terrifying presence. He said in disbelief, why you're an overgod? Humph. Kid, remove the restraints on me. With my current strength, no matter how strong your soul power is, you won't be able to suppress me. My injuries have already recovered, Xianxia said arrogantly. He had originally referred to himself as Xianxia. His respect for Feng Wuchen had disappeared, and he had already returned to his original self. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, you've returned to your original self so quickly. I know you have a deep grudge against me, but you don't have to do anything. If I don't succeed, I won't be able to live. I do want to kill you, but since you helped me recover my strength, I won't be calculated with a junior like you, Xianxia said coldly. He squinted his old eyes. His soul-stirring gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Thank you very much. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and thought to himself, I didn't expect Xianxia to hide so well. Even I couldn't tell. This terrifying aura has already surpassed the Emperor Slayer Pagoda's owner. That's right. When he was in the heaven realm, his soul was also very weak. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been suppressed by my soul power. He purposely hid his cultivation. It seems like he wanted to avoid being hunted down by an even more terrifying expert, Feng Wuchen guessed. Xianxia, who had escaped from Feng Wuchen's soul power, released a terrifying aura that had already surpassed the 5-star Overgod Slayer pagodas. His strength was extremely terrifying. Xianxia was only in his soul body now. If he reforged his body and recovered his peak strength, his combat strength would be even more terrifying. Xianxia, your evil power makes me think that you're from an evil organization. If I'm not wrong, your organization must be very terrifying. You're just hiding it from me. You're worried that I'll use you to devour your organization, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. So, we know each other. Before we part, can you tell me your identity? Feng Wuchen asked. Feng Wuchen was really curious about such a terrifying expert. Xianxia said proudly, you're very smart. When you reach that level, you'll naturally know. Xianxia stared at Feng Wuchen with his old eyes and said, little monster, to be honest, with your terrifying talent, I haven't seen it for many years in the 7 god realms. It's a pity that you're going to die now. Alright. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. If you don't want to say, then forget it. I don't know if I'll have the chance to find out. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Let's meet again in the future. After that, Feng Wuchen turned and flew toward the main shrine. Little monster, are you really not afraid of death? Xianxia frowned and asked. If I don't make a trip back to the heaven realm, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. And it's urgent. They're very important to me. Xianxia, remember your promise to me. Feng Wuchen said without looking back. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed. Looking at Feng Wuchen's back view, Xianxia's old eyes flashed with a complicated look. Little monster, you don't understand that old monster at all. Xianxia sighed and the illusory voice disappeared in a flash. At this time, Feng Wuchen was already close to the main shrine. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared and stopped Feng Wuchen. It was a guard in the God Emperor realm. The main shrine is a sacred place. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The guard said coldly. Feng Wuchen said, I have something important to discuss with the Master God. Is the Master God someone a nobody like you can meet whenever you want? Get lost. Don't force my hand. The guard said disdainfully. He did not take Feng Wuchen seriously at all. Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not move and had no intention of leaving, the guard narrowed his eyes. His killing intent exploded as he said coldly, do you have a death wish? In the face of the guard's disdain, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. He said calmly, I know that the Master God's status is extraordinary. However, I have a Lord-level pill with me. If you think I'm not qualified to enter and the Master God finds out that you're chasing me away, what do you think will happen to you? The God Emperor Guard's expression changed drastically. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly asked, You have a Lord-level pill? Cut the crap. Bring me in. Feng Wuchen glanced at the guard coldly. Yes. This way please, sir. The Emperor God Guard nodded repeatedly in horror. His attitude changed completely in an instant. Feng Wuchen had Lord-level pills, so how could the guard dare to be disrespectful? Moreover, if Feng Wuchen did not have Lord-level pills, it would be equivalent to cheating the lords. He could forget about coming out alive. After entering the main shrine, Feng Wuchen marveled at the majestic architecture of the main shrine. At the same time, he sensed many sharp gazes sweeping over. Terrifying auras instantly locked onto Feng Wuchen. The most powerful organization in the Master God world is really different. There are several terrifying auras that can rival the Emperor Slayer. Feng Wuchen was amazed. There were several lords alone, let alone godly venerables and godly emperors. The number of godly venerables and godly emperors was definitely beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. Who is this kid? Why did they let him in? That's strange. I can't tell the depth of his cultivation. He's practically an ordinary person. This kid is not simple. Who is this strange kid? In the main shrine, the experts in the various majestic palaces were very curious about Feng Wuchen. Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll go in and report, the guard said respectfully. He then entered the shrine. The terrifying lord-level aura emanated from the shrine. In the shrine, the lords of the Master God world, the three elders, and other top experts were discussing something. When they suddenly saw a guard enter, the upper echelon's faces darkened. Their gazes were murderous. One of the elders yelled angrily, "Who let you in? How dare you disobey the orders of the lords?" The Emperor God Guard was so frightened that he immediately knelt and said fearfully, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Master, there's someone outside who claims to have lord-level pills. He says he has something to discuss with the lords." "Oh? Lord-level pills? Is he from the Alchemist Divine Tower?" On the main seat, someone who looked like a middle-aged man asked in surprise. This person was none other than a sovereign at the sovereign level. The chief god wore a black brocade robe, and his entire body exuded the aura of an emperor. Even though he did not deliberately release his aura, he still gave off a feeling that he was undefeatable. This was a true expert. Sovereign-level medicinal pills? The elders, protectors, and the others were all extremely surprised. The Divine Emperor Protector nodded in horror. Yes, he said it was an over-god-level pill. Let him in. You may leave. The sovereign nodded. The God King Guard heaved a sigh of relief and left the hall with a trembling body, feeling as if he had crawled back from hell. Needless to say, the main god palace was indeed hell. A while later, Feng Wuchen entered the hall. The over-god, elders, protectors, and the others immediately looked at Feng Wuchen. However, when they saw that the person who had entered was actually a junior, the sovereign and the others couldn't help but be stunned. How could a little brat have lord-level medicinal pills? Clearly, everyone in the hall, including the sovereigns, didn't believe him. This lad has hidden his cultivation very well. However, judging from his aura, his cultivation shouldn't have reached the Divine Emperor level yet. Moreover, I can sense a hint of an unusual aura. This lad is not simple, the sovereign thought to himself. The Grand Elder and the sovereign exchanged glances, seeming to have noticed something as well. Junior Feng Wuchen greets the sovereign, elders, and seniors. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed politely. In front of absolute experts, Feng Wuchen still had some self-awareness. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, an elder immediately questioned, "Lad, who are you? You said you have lord-level medicinal pills?" "That's right." Feng Wuchen nodded. In the face of the elder's questioning, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. "Lad, do you know the consequences of lying to a sovereign?" An expert asked coldly. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Of course I know. Otherwise, why would I dare to come to the main shrine? What kind of medicinal pill is it?" The sovereign asked curiously. As Feng Wuchen flipped his palm, a medicinal pill emitting a faint golden glow appeared on Feng Wuchen's palm. A surging aura swept out wildly. A lord-level medicinal pill. The sovereigns and elders were all shocked. They couldn't help exclaiming. It wasn't that they hadn't seen lord-level medicinal pills before. However, they had never seen this lord-level medicinal pill in Feng Wuchen's hand that gave off such a terrifying aura. This is a supreme-grade lord-level medicinal pill. The sovereign was shocked. His eyes widened considerably, somewhat in disbelief that such a powerful medicinal pill would actually be in the hands of a junior. What kind of medicinal pill is this? I've never seen such a lord-level medicinal pill. The Grand Elder's eyes widened. Even with his vast experience, he had never seen such a medicinal pill before. Who can refine such a high-quality lord-level medicinal pill? Even that old thing Miayuan can't do it, right? The protector was extremely shocked, his face stiff. That can't be right. Didn't Miayuan just refine a terrifying medicinal pill? He triggered the 9-colored pill lightning, an elder said hurriedly. As soon as the celestial Bodhi pill appeared, the expressions of these lofty peak powerhouses changed drastically. The temptation of Lord-level medicinal pills was still extremely terrifying. Glancing at the shocked sovereigns and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "This is the celestial Bodhi pill, refined from the celestial Bodhi liquid." The celestial Bodhi pill? The sovereigns and elders were stunned at once. The medicinal pill does indeed contain the aura of the celestial Bodhi liquid. The effects of this medicinal pill must be even more powerful than the celestial Bodhi liquid, the Grand Elder said in both shock and excitement. As expected of a Lord-level alchemist, Grand Elder. Impressive indeed. Feng Wuchen praised, however, the quality of this medicinal pill is extremely high, and its effects are also very powerful. As long as it's a Lord-level powerhouse, no matter how severe their injuries are, as long as they still have a breath left, they can recover instantly. Even if they don't fully recover, they can recover 90%. What? Recover instantly? As soon as Feng Wuchen said that, the expressions of all the peak powerhouses, including the sovereigns, changed drastically again. They were extremely shocked. How is this possible? Is there really such a terrifying medicinal pill in the world? Even if they don't fully recover, they can recover 90%? Did I hear wrongly? How can there be such a heaven-defying medicinal pill? Even Lord Annihilator back then couldn't refine such a terrifying medicinal pill. How is this possible? Kid, are you sure it really has such a terrifying effect? The Grand Elder asked hurriedly, unable to contain his shock. It's absolutely true. As an alchemist, Grand Elder should be able to sense it from this medicinal pill. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at the sovereign. He smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you injured, sovereign? You can give it a try later." "How can you tell that I'm injured?" the sovereign asked with a frown. Others could not tell at all, but a junior like Feng Wuchen could tell. This was unbelievable to him. Feng Wuchen said, "Because I'm also an alchemist, so I can tell." "If that's the case, why aren't you treating the Lord?" one of the godly venerable rank experts said in an authoritative tone. "Are you kidding me?" Feng Wuchen glanced at the godly venerable rank expert and raised an eyebrow. He asked, "Do you know what pill this is?" "Don't you know what pill it is?" The godly venerable rank expert's face instantly flushed red. Embarrassed and humiliated, he was speechless. He glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. It was a Lord-level pill, and the best of the best. There was probably no other pill in the entire 7 deity realms that could compare to this celestial Bodhi liquid. How could he give away such a precious pill for free? Feng Wuchen had said before that he had something to discuss with the Lord, and the celestial Bodhi liquid was his bargaining chip. "Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, you'll die without even knowing what happened." Feng Wuchen looked at the godly venerable rank expert and pointed at the pill in his left hand with his index finger. He said solemnly, "Also, open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is a Lord-level pill. The best of the best. In the entire 7 deity realms, other than Miayuan, no one else can refine it. Do you understand?" The godly venerable rank expert was red in the face. He wanted nothing more than to slap Feng Wuchen to death. However, he could only suppress his anger at the moment. The Grand Elder asked curiously, "Then where did you get this celestial Bodhi pill? Who refined it?" "Of course it's my master. Why else would it be me? I'm just a godly emperor-level alchemist. I don't have that kind of ability." Feng Wuchen shrugged. "Master?" The Lord and the elders exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Lord then asked, "May I know who your master is?" "Master has ordered me not to reveal his identity. However, the Great Lord has seen my master before. At that time, the Great Lord asked for a Great Lord-level pill from my master. You can ask the Great Lord. This way, I won't be revealing my master's identity." Feng Wuchen shrugged. "What? Your master is a Great Lord-level alchemist?" The Grand Elder was shocked. "The Great Lord asked for a pill from your master?" The Lord's T-Tess also shocked. The elders and the other elders T-T. Although Feng Wuchen was boasting, none of them dared to doubt it. After all, the celestial Bodhi pill was right in front of him. The celestial Bodhi's master's a great lord level. This Feng TTSTT test master. TTT Feng. Tease us all. TTTTTTTTTT test lord TTTTSTSST? A great lord level alchemist was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. Back then, Annihilation's soul had been a great lord alchemist, and his status was transcendent. The Tesset's god. Apart from this, Feng Wuchen had no idea what else he could do to get the Lord to compromise. Moreover, he could use a non-existent, terrifying identity to ensure Feng Wuchen's safety. What do you want? The Lord asked directly, suppressing his shock and horror. The Grand Elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, such a precious pill. I'm afraid there's no treasure in the main temple that can compare to the celestial Bodhi pill. I don't want anything, but I do want the Lord to promise me something. That's why I'm here. As long as the Lord agrees, I'll give you this pill to heal your injuries, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, if I'm not wrong, the Lord's injury should be an old one. In other words, it hasn't healed for many years, and there's nothing the Lord can do about it. Hearing this, the Lord's brows furrowed again. Clearly, Feng Wuchen was right. This kid really isn't simple. His master is probably on the same level as Lord Soul Destroyer, the Lord thought to himself. He was completely convinced now. Thinking of this, the Lord asked, what is it? Feng Wuchen said helplessly, to be honest, it was my master's idea to come to the main temple. He said he wanted me to make a trip to the heaven realm. I don't understand. What's so good about the Forgotten Land? Why does he have to force me to find a medicinal herb? How can there be any precious medicinal herbs in such a trashy place? By the way, this pill is actually a gift from my master to heal your injuries. You're in charge of the main god world, so he wants you to make an exception. What medicinal herb is it? Why does he have to make a trip to the heaven realm? The Grand Elder asked curiously. He frowned slightly as if he was doubtful. Sensing the Grand Elder's doubts, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, as a Lord Alchemist, Grand Elder should know about the exquisite 9 Abyss Fire Lotus. Exquisite 9 Abyss Fire Lotus? The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. His heart trembled as he said in shock, that's a legendary medicinal herb. Not many people know about it. It's said that after consuming it, it can greatly increase the cultivation base of a great lord. Hiss, the Overgod and the others all sucked in a cold breath of air in shock when they heard the Grand Elder's words. Grand Elder is right. There's no such medicinal herb in the God world. Even the God world doesn't have it, let alone the heaven realm. However, my master wants me to go. I can't do anything about it, Feng Wuchen said with a helpless, bitter smile. He looked dejected. Hearing this, the Lord could not help but feel troubled. Brother Feng, although I'm in charge of the main God world, I still need the Great Lord's permission to go to the lower worlds. Someone from the heaven realm has ascended not long ago. This has alarmed the Great Lord, and the heavenly tribulation's power has increased. If you want to go to the heaven realm, I'm afraid, it's just as I guessed. The heavenly tribulation's power has increased. The Great Lord wants to destroy all cultivators below the heaven realm. I have to go back as soon as possible. I can't delay any longer. Feng Wuchen was instantly enraged. However, he did not show it on his face. Feng Wuchen hastily said, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? When I go back, I'll tell my master exactly what the Lord said. That way, I won't have to go. When he heard Feng Wuchen's words, the Lord's expression changed drastically. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He was stunned on the spot. If Feng Wuchen really told his master exactly what he had said, the Lord would have offended a great Lord Alchemist. If the matter reached the Great Lord's ears, he, the Lord, would be the one at a disadvantage. If he did nothing after taking the pill, was he not courting death? Lord, this pill is yours. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen threw the pill to the Lord without hesitation as if he was throwing away trash. Then, he turned around and left. Brother Feng, please wait. The Lord was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He hastily called out to Feng Wuchen. The Lord said with a worried expression, Brother Feng, if this matter reaches the great Lord's ears, I won't be able to bear the consequences. How about this? I'll send the Venerable One to send you to the heaven realm. That's not very good, is it? If the great Lord is alerted, won't you be finished as well? Feng Wuchen had a troubled expression. Don't worry, Brother Feng. As long as you don't open the seal on the gate of the God realm, the Venerable One can help you go to the heaven realm without alerting the great Lord. It's fine to make an exception once in a while, the Lord hurriedly said with a smile. Done. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He had finally succeeded in bluffing the Lord. At the end of the day, it was still the difference between a superior and a superior. Although the Lord's position was extraordinary and his strength was terrifying, he was like an ant in front of the great Lord. If he angered the great Lord, he could be crippled at any time. Actually, I don't want to make things difficult for the Lord. I'll come back as soon as possible. Master said the herbs are in the north of the heaven realm, Feng Wuchen said reluctantly. If the Overgod and the others knew that Feng Wuchen was just bragging, they would probably be angered to death. Brother Feng, I'm the Lord Temple's Honorable Suyuan. I'm a 9-star ultimate god. He can help you forcefully open the passage to the heaven realm, the Lord quickly introduced to Feng Wuchen. Honorable Su. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists. Suyuan also cupped his fists in return. After knowing Feng Wuchen's terrifying background, he did not dare to be negligent. Looking at the Great Elder, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Great Elder, your fire poison is quite serious. It will act up once every half a month. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen walked toward the Great Elder. The fire poison of an alchemist can't be avoided. Old man can't do anything about it. The Great Elder sighed and shook his head. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled. That's not necessarily true. I don't have any fire poison on me. I'll let you see what my master can do. In order to not let these old things doubt him, Feng Wuchen had to show them a heaven-defying method to eliminate the last trace of doubt in their hearts. Oh? There's a way to get rid of the fire poison? The Great Elder looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The Lord, Elders, and Guardians all looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. After living in the God realm for so many years, they had never heard of an alchemist being able to get rid of the fire poison. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and did not speak. The hall instantly quieted down. Feng Wuchen came to the Great Elder's side and gently pressed his palm on the Great Elder's shoulder. It only took a few seconds. What? In those few seconds, the Great Elder suddenly stood up in shock. The Chief God and the others glanced at the Grand Elder. The Great Elder's expression was full of shock, and it was the kind of shock that was sluggish. Fire poison, half of it has been expelled. First Elder said in shock. His shocked old face was filled with disbelief. The fire poison that had tormented him for so many years was half dispelled in an instant. How could the Great Elder not be shocked? What? Half of it has been expelled? The eyes of the Master God, the Protector, and the others instantly widened as intense shock surged into their hearts. How is this possible? The Guardian was flabbergasted. The fire poison that even chief gods find difficult to suppress has actually disappeared by half? First Elder, are you joking? The Second Elder asked with his eyes wide open. What kind of divine ability was this? Feng Wuchen didn't seem to have done anything, right? Could it be that by gently patting the Great Elder's shoulder twice, he could help the Great Elder expel half of the fire poison? The Great Elder looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He asked, Brother Feng, how did you do it? Old man's fire poison is extremely terrifying. Where did half of it go? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Master's divine ability is a secret. I can't tell you. Also, I've only learned a little bit of it. This is all I can do. Thank you, Brother Feng, for expelling the fire poison from old man. The Great Elder hastily cupped his fists and bowed in gratitude. Since it was a secret, the Great Elder did not pursue the matter. Which terrifying alchemist did not have their secrets? Who exactly is Feng Wuchen's master? To think that he has such a terrifying divine ability. I've never heard of Lord Soul Destroyer having such a divine ability back then. The chief god's heart was in turmoil. He's terrifying. He could expel half of the fire poison from the Great Elder's body in an instant. Half of the fire poison from the Great Elder is enough to turn a 5-star chief god into ashes instantly. The protector was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's master must be extremely terrifying. Honorable Su Yuan's shocked face had already turned pale. He was just bragging. How could Feng Wuchen's teacher not be terrifying? At this moment, the main temple's upper echelons looked at Feng Wuchen in a completely different light. Putting aside Feng Wuchen's identity and strength, the terrifying divine ability to expel the fire poison was enough to let them know how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Feng Wuchen could expel the fire poison from a lord-level alchemist. This meant that the lives of all the alchemists in the 7 god realms were in Feng Wuchen's hands. There's no time to lose. Let's set off quickly. I don't want to stay in the Forgotten Land for too long. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Lord Feng, I'll take you there right away. Su Yuan hurriedly said respectfully. Lord over God, elders, farewell. Feng Wuchen gave a fist salute and then left the main hall. Su Yuan followed closely behind. Brother Feng, take care. The Great Elder personally sent Feng Wuchen out of the main hall. The Great Elder knew better than anyone else that the fire poison would have to be expelled by Feng Wuchen in the future. One had to admit that Feng Wuchen was extremely shrewd. This was equivalent to keeping the Great Elder in check. After Feng Wuchen left, the overgods and others were still in a state of shock. However, just as Feng Wuchen walked out of the main hall, he met 2 familiar faces. They were the 2 Emperor God experts that he had met earlier who were chasing after the God Slayer. Brat, why are you here? What are you doing in the main temple? One of the Emperor gods recognized Feng Wuchen at a glance and immediately scolded him. The other Emperor God expert saw Su Yuan behind Feng Wuchen and immediately reacted. He hurriedly pushed the person who spoke. Su Yuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Seeing Su Yuan's expression, the 2 Emperor God experts were scared out of their wits and their bodies trembled. At this time even an idiot could tell that something was wrong. Even an idiot could tell that Feng Wuchen had a great background. These 2 ignorant things actually dared to call Feng Wuchen a brat. They were simply tired of living. We meet again. The first time you insulted me, I didn't take it to heart. Now you dare to insult me again. You must be tired of living. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're from the main temple? Feng Wuchen sneered as his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. Lord, please spare our lives. Lord, please spare our lives. We know our mistake. We didn't know your identity. Please forgive us. The 2 Emperor gods knelt down and cowed out in fear. Seeing the 2 of them kneeling down and begging for mercy, Su Yuan was sure that they had offended Feng Wuchen previously. His face couldn't help but turn ferocious. Feng Wuchen sneered, I've already given you a chance. At this time, the main god, Great Elder, and the others walked out of the hall. Great Elder, let me show you something good. Feng Wuchen looked back. With a thought, he bent his hand and a wisp of black flame appeared out of thin air. It was like a black fairy jumping around. A terrifying aura swept out with an earth-shattering force. The domineering ice spread out crazily and made people feel as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Divine Fire. The black fire that's ranked 3rd on the Divine Fire list. Seeing the black flame in Feng Wuchen's hand, Great Elder suddenly exclaimed. Divine Fire. The 3rd-ranked Crow Fire. The Master God, Grand Elder, and the others exclaimed at the same time. They stared at the black flame in Feng Wuchen's palm with wide eyes. Lord Feng has a divine fire. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Intense fear welled up in his heart. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, That's right. It's the 3rd-ranked Crow Fire. Master gave it to me as a gift when I left the mountain. He gave me the 3rd-ranked Crow Fire? How terrifying is Feng Wuchen's master? Feng Wuchen's words instantly dealt millions of critical damage to the Master God and the others. Fear welled up in their hearts, and their heads buzzed. Spare us, my lord. The 2 Emperor God experts were so frightened that they wet their pants. At the same time, the experts in the various palaces of the main god palace sensed the overbearing and terrifying cold aura at the same time. They appeared in a flash. What's that flame? Such a terrifying aura. Could it be the crow fire? Who's this brat? His flame is very strange. It's cold chi. Divine fire? Could it be the third-ranked crow fire? Many experts looked over curiously. They were all frightened by the crow fire's existence. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. Two black flames shot out and instantly swallowed the two emperor god experts. The crow. Fire burned wildly. The two emperor god experts instantly let out a shrill cry. Spare us, my lord. Spare us, my lord. Master God. Elder. Spare us. We know our mistakes. The two emperor god experts cried out as they begged for mercy. However, the two emperor god experts were soon reduced to ashes under the crow fire's merciless devouring. How foolish. You didn't even resist. Feng Wuchen thought disdainfully. Feng Wuchen was only a godly lord. No matter how terrifying the crow fire was, it was still affected by Feng Wuchen's cultivation base. The crow fire's current strength was not enough to fight against the emperor god. It was just that the two idiots did not dare to resist. Who's this brat? How dare he kill emperor god experts of the main god palace in front of the master god and the elders? What's going on? Are the sovereigns and elders not going to stop him? They just came back from the mission and were killed before they could receive their rewards. What's going on? The experts of the main shrine were shocked and confused. Feng Wuchen actually dared to kill an emperor god expert of the main shrine in front of the master gods, elders, and many experts. How daring was he? Master God, I have my reasons for killing them. When I came here, they insulted me, but I didn't bother with them. Now that they have insulted me again, I can't think of a reason not to kill them. I hope Master God can understand. Feng Wuchen looked at the Master God. He didn't show any fear or worry. The Master God hurriedly said, they only have themselves to blame. It has nothing to do with Brother Feng. At a time like this, how could a Master God dare to offend Feng Wuchen? Offending Feng Wuchen was equivalent to offending the terrifying Master God-level alchemist behind Feng Wuchen. The third-ranked crow fire was given to Feng Wuchen and even taught Feng Wuchen the terrifying ability to expel fire poison. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's master? The Master God and the others couldn't imagine it. They didn't dare to imagine it. Thank you for your understanding, Master God. Feng Wuchen smiled brightly. His heart was blooming with joy. Using a non-existent master, he played the top experts of the main shrine in circles. Moreover, the Master God and the others were kept in the dark. Of course, all of this was too real. Without a powerful master, how could Feng Wuchen have the terrifying ability to expel fire poison? Where did the crow fire come from? They couldn't help but believe it. After chatting for a while, Feng Wuchen and Su Yuan flew out of the main shrine. Master God, should we send someone to investigate this brat? As soon as Feng Wuchen left, an elder asked with a frown. The Master God frowned. Don't offend a Master God-level alchemist for no reason. Investigating him is simply courting death. If Feng Wuchen didn't have a powerful master to nurture him, how could he have reached the level of a God-Emperor-level alchemist at such a young age? The top alchemist geniuses in the Alchemist Divine Tower and Divine Palace are only at the God-Emperor level. Divine ability to expel fire poison and also possess crow fire. This isn't something an ordinary alchemist can possess. I still have to rely on Feng Wuchen to expel fire poison. Don't offend him for no reason. The Grand Elder nodded. If they offended Feng Wuchen, the Grand Elder wouldn't be able to expel fire poison. At that time, they might even offend a Master God-level alchemist. No one could withstand the wrath of a great Lord-level alchemist. Phew. Everything went well. After leaving the Master God's palace, the Master God and the others didn't suspect a thing. Feng Wuchen was finally relieved. Although it went well this time, I'll still be exposed one day. When that time comes, those old things won't let me off easily. But if they find out that I've deceived them, they'll probably die of anger. Feng Wuchen grinned. He wasn't too worried. Master Su, were where do we go to the heaven realm? Feng Wuchen looked at Su Yuan and asked. As long as it's in the Master God world. It depends on where Lord Feng wants to go, Su Yuan said respectfully. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. Then let's go here. Feng Wuchen stopped. Little monster, I didn't expect you to be able to convince those old monsters. You're not simple. Just then, Xianxia's voice sounded. Xianxia? Hearing Xianxia's voice, Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He said, so you haven't left yet. You're a man of your word. I thought you left long ago. Humph. Do you think I'm a man of my word? Since I promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. But it seems like you don't need my help anymore, Xianxia said. I've settled it. I'm leaving, Feng Wuchen said. At this moment, Su Yuan had already forcefully torn a pitch-black crack in the void. Lord Feng, it's done. Once you enter, you'll be able to reach the heaven realm, Su Yuan said respectfully. Feng Wuchen asked, what about when I return? Lord Feng, don't worry. I'll temporarily weaken the passageway. When the time comes, Lord Feng will be able to sense the aura of the passageway. With Lord Feng's strength, you can return at any time, Su Yuan explained respectfully. All right. Thank you. Here's something for you. Feng Wuchen thanked him and threw a double space ring to Su Yuan. Lord Feng, what's this? Su Yuan was puzzled. Double space ring. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Then, he entered the crack. Double space ring. Su Yuan could not help but widen his eyes in shock. However, just as Feng Wuchen entered the crack, a weak black light flashed and disappeared. Feng Wuchen did not notice it at all. I can finally return to the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic and expectant. At the same time, he was very worried. Feng Wuchen was worried that Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had already left. As the power of the heavenly tribulation had increased, it was impossible for them to pass it smoothly. They would only be reduced to ashes. Hiss. In the sky of the heaven realm, a pitch-black crack tore open without any warning, and a figure flashed out. The person who came was Feng Wuchen. The familiar aura, the moment he breathed, made Feng Wuchen feel extremely comfortable. The familiar world made Feng Wuchen feel incomparably excited. Xiaoxiao, father, mother, and brothers, I'm back. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly, he couldn't wait to see Ling Xiaoxiao and everyone in the Dragon God Palace. What's going on? Why is the Dragon God's bloodline in my body so manic? However, before Feng Wuchen could be excited for long, an incomparably manic bloodline power suddenly surged out of his body. This kind of situation had never happened before. It disappeared. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and asked puzzledly, what's going on? This manic bloodline power seems to be transforming, but it also feels a little unfamiliar. The sudden change made Feng Wuchen very surprised and puzzled. But at this moment, the manic bloodline strangely disappeared again. Forget it, the bloodline of the dragon gods won't have any effect on me. Maybe it's because of the increase in cultivation, or maybe it's because of the increase in the indestructible golden body. Feng Wuchen thought, he wasn't too worried. I can't sense Xiaoxiao's aura. I can't sense father and mother's aura. I can't sense Father Long's aura either. Not good. Did they ascend? Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically when he couldn't sense anyone's aura. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Feng Wuchen said in panic, could it be that I came back too late? Xiaoxiao and the others have already ascended in advance? The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more panicked he became. Back then, because of his ascension, the power of the divine realm's heavenly tribulation increased. No matter how strong Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were, it was impossible for them to ascend to the divine realm. The heaven-defying aura has also disappeared. Senior Yun Yuzi and the others' auras have also disappeared. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda has also disappeared. The auras of the top experts of the heaven realm had all disappeared. However, what worried Feng Wuchen the most was the disappearance of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Unable to sense any other auras, Feng Wuchen thought that they were cultivating in the Universe Pagoda, but the Universe Pagoda's aura had already disappeared. Feng Wuchen's divine sense instantly covered the entire heaven realm. If he didn't sense it, he wouldn't have known. Once he sensed it, Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. This? What's going on? How did the heaven realm become like this? Is this still the heaven realm? Feng Wuchen's eyes widened. Under the observation of Feng Wuchen's divine sense, all the major regions of the heaven realm were like hell on earth. Countless cultivators had died tragically, and countless forces of various sizes had been destroyed. This was obviously a bloody battle, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into darkness. What the hell is going on? Feng Wuchen was stunned on the spot. Feng Wuchen couldn't imagine that the experts of the Dragon God Temple and the major forces of the heaven realm couldn't withstand this devastating calamity. Swish! Feng Wuchen, who was extremely panicked, immediately teleported to the Dragon God Temple. In an instant, Feng Wuchen arrived in the sky above the familiar Dragon God Temple. However, what appeared in front of Feng Wuchen was a ruined palace. The magnificent palace of the dragon gods in the past was gone. In addition, there was a large amount of dried blood and corpses left in the ruined palace. They were the people of the Dragon God Alliance. Seeing such a scene, it was like a bloodbath. It was hard to imagine what kind of tragic massacre they had experienced. The Dragon God Temple, which used to be bustling with noise and excitement, was now empty. There were only dead bodies. Who did it? Why can't I sense any enemy's aura? Seeing the Dragon God Temple that he had built turn into a river of blood, Feng Wuchen's face instantly turned ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Monstrous anger and grief surged out, and a biting cold and surging murderous aura swept out crazily. It was breathtaking and earth-shattering. At this moment, a bloody light flashed in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Ah! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen, who was extremely angry and sorrowful, looked up to the sky and roared crazily. A death-like storm of energy swept out unscrupulously, and the space of the heaven realm shook violently and collapsed. Feng Wuchen was a 7-star divine lord. His terrifying power had long exceeded the endurance of the heaven realm space. With just a roar, the heaven realm was already in the stage of collapse. Xianxia's aura. Feng Wuchen, who was roaring furiously, inadvertently sensed an extremely weak aura. It was Lu Xianxia's aura. With a thought, he used instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at where Lu Xianxia was. The place where Lu Xianxia was already a pile of rubble. Within a radius of 100,000 feet, there were countless huge pits. It was a shocking sight. Obviously, an unprecedented bloody battle had unfolded. In a huge pit, Lu Xianxia, who was severely injured, was in a coma. Feng Wuchen descended and looked at Lu Xianxia, who was seriously injured and unconscious and covered in blood. He frowned and thought to himself, all the bones in his hand are broken. Who exactly attacked so ruthlessly? Xianxia's strength is definitely not weak. What kind of enemy can injure Xianxia like this? Feng Wuchen took out the sky bodhi liquid and gave Lu Xianxia a drop. Xianxia! Xianxia! Wake up! Feng Wuchen supported Lu Xianxia and called out anxiously. The powerful effect of the sky bodhi liquid was instantly unleashed. Lu Xianxia's serious injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His internal organs and all the broken bones in his hand were recovering at an astonishing speed. The sky bodhi liquid was an item from the god realm. It had a terrifying effect on the heaven realm's cultivators. In less than a minute, Lu Xianxia's injuries had already recovered. After his injuries recovered, Lu Xianxia's eyes moved slightly. He said in a daze, Am I dead, Xianxia? Xianxia? You're finally awake. Feng Wuchen said happily. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Xianxia's body suddenly shook. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Feng Wuchen in front of him. He was instantly stunned. Lu Xianxia rubbed his eyes and opened them again. He found that the person he saw was still Feng Wuchen. At that moment, Lu Xianxia's eyes were moist. Tears rolled down uncontrollably. An intense sorrow surged in his heart. Feng. Big brother Feng. Is it really you? Lu Xianxia asked while crying in grief. He grabbed Feng Wuchen tightly with both hands, afraid that he was hallucinating. It's me. I'm back. Xianxia, tell me quickly. What happened? Where's Xiaoxiao and my parents? Feng Wuchen asked anxiously. Seeing Lu Qingyang's sorrowful look, Feng Wuchen guessed that something big must have happened. Big brother Feng, you're finally back. Woo woo. You're finally back. Lu Qingyang's emotions were sorrowful. He cried out in pain. No one knew what kind of painful thing he had experienced. Feng Wuchen had never seen Lu Qingyang so sorrowful. His heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. Qingyang, tell me quickly. What happened? Why did the heaven realm become like this? Feng Wuchen asked anxiously while suppressing the anger and sorrow in his heart. Qingyang, where are Xiaoxiao and my parents? What's going on? Tell me quickly. The more sorrowful and frightened Lu Qingyang was, the more anxious Feng Wuchen was to know what was going on. Lu Qingyang wiped his tears and suppressed his fear. Xiaoxiao and Dragon Clan leader have been captured. Their strength is too terrifying. We are no match for them at all. Their strength has exceeded the scope of the heaven realm. We don't even have a chance to fight back. Their cultivation is above us. Beyond the scope of the heaven realm? Who are they? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Recalling those mysterious people, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but tremble a few times. He shook his head in horror and said, we don't know who they are, but they are definitely not from the heaven realm. In 3 days, all the major forces in the heaven realm were defeated. There were countless casualties and rivers of blood. Many of our brothers in the Dragon Temple also died tragically. Those with powerful cultivation were all captured by them. So Xiaoxiao and my parents are still alive? Feng Wuchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. Looking at the frightened Lu Qingyang, Feng Wuchen frowned and said, Qingyang, are you afraid? Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said sorrowfully, many of our brothers and soldiers have died. Dragon Clan leader and Xiaoxiao can't do anything even if they join forces. The alliance was defeated and the Universe Tower was also taken away by them. We are of no use at all. We can't help at all. We can't protect the Dragon Temple. His words were full of despair. Why did they capture so many experts? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. I don't know. But those who were captured have been controlled by them. I have the wild power in my body, so I can't be controlled by them. Not long ago, I just found a chance to escape, but in the end, I was chased by them. Their strength is too terrifying. I can't fight against them at all. When I was seriously injured, they said they would let me die slowly in pain. I thought I was going to die, but unexpectedly, Brother Feng came. Lu Qingyang hurriedly said. The more he spoke, the more scared he became, and tears kept rolling down his face. Control? Feng Wuchen frowned again and said coldly, so Father Long and Xiaoxiao are also being controlled? Yes, they are all controlled. The spells they cast can forcibly control them. Lu Qingyang nodded. Where are they? Why can't I feel their aura? Aren't they in the heaven realm? Feng Wuchen asked. They have an independent space. Lu Qingyang wiped his tears and said. The power of space was activated. Feng Wuchen instantly sensed an independent space with a powerful aura spreading out. What is this aura? What's going on with their realm? It's beyond the scope of the heaven realm, and the entire independent space can move. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He had never seen such a strange aura. Brother Feng, their strength is very terrifying. You have only ascended to the divine realm for less than a year. You may not be able to defeat them. Lu Qingyang hurriedly said in panic. Qingyang, other than you, is there anyone else? Feng Wuchen asked. Knowing that Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were safe and sound, Feng Wuchen was not so worried. As long as they were still alive, everything was easy. Lu Qingyang shook his head slightly, a hint of fear flashed through the depths of his eyes, and said sorrowfully, there are too many experts in this mysterious force. No one can escape. They are very cruel and inhumane. Brother Feng should have seen the brothers of the Dragon God Palace who died tragically. All the major forces are the same. Now, the entire heaven realm is in fear and despair. If I didn't meet Brother Feng today, I would have died without a doubt. The calamity of the heaven realm came too suddenly. It made everyone experience what hell on earth was like, and it left an indelible shadow in their hearts. The heaven realm had already fallen into a world of darkness. The weak cultivators had all hidden, and no one dared to come out. The powerful cultivators were all captured alive. Sensing that Lu Qingyang's gaze was different from before, Feng Wuchen thought, this is the gaze of someone who has experienced despair. Qingyang has already lost his confidence. Only when a person fell into despair would they gradually lose their confidence, fighting spirit, and willpower. Clenching his fists, Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said angrily, I don't care who you are, I will make you pay 10 times the price. Brother Feng, their strength is really terrifying. I'm afraid you are not their match. With just the two of us, we are just sending ourselves to death. Lu Qingyang said in panic. The fearless Lu Qingyang in the past had become a coward at this moment. It could be seen that the enemy was very terrifying. Swish! At this moment, in the sky above Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang, a figure suddenly appeared, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. The person who came was a young man, and the aura he emitted was very strange. So you are still alive, and your injuries have recovered completely. The person glanced at Lu Qingyang and sneered with a frivolous attitude. Feng. Brother Feng, he is one of those mysterious people. Brother Feng, be careful, his strength is very terrifying. Back then, he was the one who injured the Dragon Clan leader with one punch. Lu Qingyang said in extreme fear, his body trembling in fear. How terrifying was Long Tianzhou's strength. He was definitely the top existence in the heaven realm, but he was injured by the mysterious man in front of him with one punch. How terrifying was the gap. As soon as Lu Qingyang said this, the cold smile on the mysterious man's face became even more arrogant. What is the cultivation of this strange aura? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. Who are you people? Feng Wuchen glanced at the mysterious man and asked coldly, why did you capture so many experts? What are you plotting? Kid, I can see that you are very strong, even stronger than him. The man said coldly. Even if he knew that Feng Wuchen was very strong, he was not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen forcefully suppressed the monstrous rage in his heart, and a vicious killing intent flashed through his eyes. He said coldly, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? The mysterious man sneered, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Do you dare to use this attitude to talk to me again? Before he arrived, the cold and arrogant voice had already sounded in Feng Wuchen's ears. Brother Feng, be careful. Lu Qingyang was terrified, and his face was as pale as paper. The mysterious man's speed was too terrifying, and Lu Qingyang did not notice at all. But Feng Wuchen did not move, and his expression did not change. He said coldly, so what if I dare? Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang was so scared that his courage was about to break. If Feng Wuchen could not win, both of them would die, not to mention saving the others. Brat. Arrogant enough. But your arrogance ends here. The mysterious man said coldly, and a very terrifying power surged out crazily. His hands were like claws, condensing a terrifying energy that could destroy everything. This? What kind of power is this? He didn't even use his full strength in the battle with the Dragon Clan leader. Sensing this extremely destructive energy, Lu Qingyang was completely dumbfounded on the spot. He was terrified to the extreme. It wasn't that Lu Qingyang was useless, but this power had already exceeded the scope of the heaven realm. Lu Qingyang and the rest had also fought with their lives, but they were completely crushed by the enemy. All their pride and dignity were mercilessly trampled on. The terrifying enemy had already left an indelible shadow in Lu Qingyang's heart. In Lu Qingyang's view, they were simply unable to deal with such a terrifying enemy like the war god. Kid, you're very strong, but I'm stronger. Tremble in front of my power. The mysterious man sneered arrogantly and waved his hand. Swish. Buzz buzz. A green energy beam shot out with the power to pierce through heaven and earth. It was as fast as lightning, and the sharp and ear-piercing sound of the explosion was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. Wherever it passed, the void of the heaven realm collapsed. One had to admit that this power was indeed very terrifying. It far exceeded Lu Qingyang's power. It's over. Lu Qingyang's eyes were filled with despair again. He shouted in fear, Brother Feng, leave quickly. Leave quickly. Facing this terrifying power, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. It was as if it was too fast to be detected. Humph. Looks like I overestimated you. Disappear. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't move, the mysterious man thought that Feng Wuchen didn't react. He couldn't help but say in disdain. This power is extraordinary. It's definitely not the power of the God realm. I've never seen it before, but it gives me a familiar feeling. Strange. Feng Wuchen thought in his heart. Extraordinary power. It was a brand new power that Feng Wuchen had never seen before. Brother Feng. Get out of the way. Lu Qingyang shouted in panic. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In an instant, terrifying energy ruthlessly bombarded Feng Wuchen's body. The earth-shattering explosion was deafening, and the entire space of the heaven realm fell into a violent tremor, as if the heaven realm was about to collapse and be destroyed. Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang roared crazily. His teary eyes were filled with grief and fear. Humph. You're overestimating yourself, the mysterious man said coldly, his face full of disdain. The terrifying explosive energy had already engulfed Feng Wuchen, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang was in utter despair. He knelt down in the void, tears streaming down his face. Despair too. Your heart's content, because after today, you will never have the chance to feel the taste of despair again. The mysterious man's cold gaze swept over the despairing Lu Qingyang as he sneered mockingly. Buzz. His palm bent into a claw again, and an unparalleled violent power erupted. A terrifying energy condensed once again, and the collapsing dim space was shrouded in green light. It was breathtaking. The claw then aimed at Lu Qingyang, and the mysterious man sneered, "Turn into ashes." Lu Qingyang was indifferent and had no intention to resist. He was completely resigned to his fate. Even Feng Wuchen was no match for the mysterious man, let alone Lu Qingyang. He had already given up. Whoosh! The mysterious man did not care about Lu Qingyang at all. His terrifying energy instantly blasted towards Lu Qingyang's head. If Lu Qingyang was hit, he would definitely turn into ashes. Humph! The mysterious man sneered arrogantly. But at this moment, a figure that surpassed the speed of sound flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious man's terrifying energy disappeared. The mysterious man was stunned on the spot and did not react at all. At this moment, the space fell into a strange silence. The mysterious man turned his head in an extremely difficult way. When he saw clearly, his eyes instantly widened to the extreme. Lu Qingyang, who had given up in despair, was greatly shocked at this moment. He seemed to have realized something. How is this possible? He took my energy head-on, and he was not hurt at all. The mysterious man was stunned for a few seconds before he spat out a few words in disbelief. The figure just now was Feng Wuchen. Feng. Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Feng Wuchen slowly turned around and looked at the mysterious man expressionlessly. He said coldly, "Is this the power that made me tremble? It's not that great. You should not be the strongest among all of you." So strong. Lu Qingyang's expression was very rich. A strong hope began to surge from the depths of his heart. The long-lost feeling was like being reborn. This is impossible. How can there be someone in the small heaven realm who can resist my power and be unharmed? The mysterious man shook his head in a daze. Then, his face became ferocious and extremely fierce. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "I don't care who you are. You destroyed my dragon god temple. I will make you pay back 10 times, 100 times. Brat! Don't be so arrogant." The mysterious man roared ferociously. A strong and bloodthirsty murderous aura erupted. Buzz. Boom. The mysterious man used all his strength. It was extremely violent. Then, he suddenly stepped on the void. With a loud boom, his body turned into a green lightning and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. His power was monstrous, making people feel that he was unrivaled. The mysterious man arrived in an instant. His fist was condensed with terrifying power. He shouted angrily, "Go to hell." Seeing this, Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous sneer. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen did not move at all. He allowed the mysterious man to attack. With a loud boom, the mysterious man's fist landed solidly on Feng Wuchen's chest. What? The mysterious man's expression changed drastically. A hint of fear began to appear in his eyes. He used all his strength. A fierce punch, but it could not shake Feng Wuchen at all. Oh my god. This big brother Feng is too strong. Lu Qingyang's eyes widened. He was dumbstruck and his face was full of disbelief. This is your power? It doesn't matter at all. Feng Wuchen said coldly. You. Who are you? The mysterious man had realized that Feng Wuchen's strength was very terrifying. The fear in his heart grew stronger. I am a nightmare that you will never be able to erase in your lifetime. The source of your fear. You will regret attacking the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His index finger slowly pointed at the mysterious man's forehead. The mysterious man trembled in fear. He could already feel the aura of death. It was very strong. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen did not show any mercy. A golden light instantly pierced through the mysterious man's forehead. Blood gushed out. His eyes were full of fear and regret. The mysterious man was mercilessly killed. One move. Lu Qingyang was shocked again. They used all their strength but could not defeat the terrifying enemy. Feng Wuchen only used one move. Looking at the shocked Lu Qingyang, Feng Wuchen said, they are not necessarily strong. Don't just stand there. Let's go straight to their nest. I want to see how strong they are. This can't be real, right? Big brother Feng killed him in one move. Lu Qingyang looked at the falling mysterious man in horror. He was so shocked that he didn't even hear Feng Wuchen's words. He looked like he was about to be shocked. Pa. Seeing that Lu Qingyang had no reaction, Feng Wuchen slapped the back of Lu Qingyang's head and scolded, are you going to save him or not? Save, save, save. Lu Qingyang suddenly woke up and nodded like a chick pecking rice. The mysterious man was indeed powerful, but in front of Feng Wuchen, a God realm expert, he was just trash. Feng Wuchen killed such a terrifying expert in one move. It could be said that Lu Qingyang was full of hope. His eyes gradually regained his confidence. Big brother Feng, what kind of strength is this? Isn't it too terrifying? So many of us together couldn't defeat him, but in the end, Big brother Feng killed him in one move. Lu Qingyang asked excitedly. Feng Wuchen said, this person's strength is indeed much higher than yours, but they are not from the God realm. I don't know their realm, but one thing is for sure, in my eyes, they are all trash. I am now a God realm expert. Lu Qingyang said excitedly, with Big brother Feng's words, I am relieved. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the falling corpse flew up. Feng Wuchen took the mysterious man's storage ring, forcibly erased the soul imprint, and checked the treasures in the storage ring. Feng Wuchen casually took out some things and said, see, colorful crystals, these treasures contain pure energy, there is no such thing in the heaven realm. I have also never seen them in the God realm. This means that they are not from the heaven realm, nor are they from the God realm. But I don't know where they came from. Pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen continued, their independent space can move. I'm afraid they came from another space. There are too many things in this world that we don't know about. There are countless worlds that we don't know about. I've never seen these treasures before. The pure energy they contain is stronger than any natural treasure in the heaven realm. Lu Qingyang exclaimed. There are many of these strange crystals containing pure energy. Keep them for your cultivation. Right now, saving people is more important. Feng Wuchen handed the storage ring to Lu Qingyang. Swish swish, just as Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang were about to set off, two figures suddenly appeared, their bodies filled with terrifying auras. The newcomers were two young men. Their auras were similar to the mysterious man who had died. Lord Feng, it's those people again. Lu Qingyang exclaimed, but he was no longer as terrified as before. Oh? Their realms are the same? Feng Wuchen exclaimed. Their auras were as strong as the mysterious man who had been killed earlier. Such terrifying experts, any one of them could defeat Long Tianqiu. No wonder all the major forces in the heaven realm were massacred. Kill Tu Lu if you have the ability. Your strength is not simple. Kid, who are you? First, he glanced at the mysterious man's corpse. Then, his cold gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen as he asked. A biting cold murderous aura had already spread. Feng Wuchen replied coldly, enemy. Your answer disappointed me. That man said coldly. His eyes narrowed, and a vicious murderous aura flashed in them. Then accept your death. The other person shouted angrily. In an instant, all the energy in his body exploded. It was incomparably violent, like a ferocious beast. Its power was monstrous, causing people to feel terrified. Boom, one of them stepped on the void. With a loud boom, his figure instantly turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot out. Just his power alone was enough to cause the space of the heaven realm to tremble violently. The other man also shot out explosively. Both of them were going all out, not intending to give Feng Wuchen the slightest chance to counterattack. Swish, 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 the two of them were extremely fast. They flickered continuously and intersected with each other. Thousands of illusory figures appeared in the void, dazzling everyone's eyes. Their attacks were incomparably fierce. Big brother Feng. Kill them. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. He hated these people to the bone. Insignificant skill. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, the power of time was activated. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his palm facing outwards. In the next second, the two people who were approaching in an instant were suddenly frozen in front of Feng Wuchen at the moment they attacked. It was very sudden and without any warning. Their expressions changed drastically. They felt that they were sealed by some power and were completely unable to move. What's wrong with our bodies? What kind of power is this? One of them was shocked. He was completely unable to control his own power. Oh no! I can't move my body. The other person was also scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. He had no idea what was going on. Boom! Puff! The moment the two of them were trapped, Feng Wuchen had already attacked ruthlessly. He punched the chest of one of the men. With a loud explosion, the tyrannical and terrifying power shook the man until he spat out blood. His body turned into a cannonball and flew out, piercing through several towering mountains. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. How can he have such terrifying power? The man was extremely frightened. It was completely beyond his imagination. Hiss! Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength again, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was shocked and excited at the same time. You two pieces of trash actually dare to think that I will accept my death? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His fierce gaze swept towards the other person. His fist had already condensed a tyrannical power once again. I will make you pay a painful price. Feng Wuchen said coldly and punched out. Boom! Puff! The tyrannical punch landed on the chest of the other man, causing him to spit out blood. He was severely injured on the spot. His body turned into a black bolt of lightning and flew out. One mountain after another was pierced through and collapsed. This is impossible. How can someone from the heaven realm have such terrifying power? The man was scared out of his wits. The moment he was hit, he felt a terrifying power that he could not defeat. Feng Wuchen stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the air. The two people who were sent flying instantly returned to Feng Wuchen. The two of them were severely injured. They only had half a breath left. Their half-opened eyes were filled with fear and despair. You. Who are you? One of them asked in fear. Someone who is about to die has no right to know. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he punched out fiercely. Boom! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen punched out. His domineering aura soared into the sky. The extremely terrifying power transformed into a golden light shuttle that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. It directly traversed the void of the heaven realm. It was extremely visually shocking and spectacular. When the punch landed, one of them had already turned into ashes and dissipated. The power of a single punch was so terrifying, the other person was scared silly. His face was stiff and petrified. He was completely stunned. Lu Qingyang was dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. How do you want to die? Feng Wuchen asked as his cold gaze swept towards the terrified man. His voice was filled with endless killing intent. This is just the power of the physical body. Lu Qingyang's eyes widened as he looked at the huge light shuttle that had yet to dissipate in the void. The fear that came from his soul was irresistible. Lu Qingyang couldn't imagine how powerful Feng Wuchen was. He was already so terrifying with just the strength of his physical body. Gulp. The man swallowed his saliva with great difficulty and could no longer speak. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He had never seen such a terrifying expert. Mercy. The man trembled in fear and was about to kneel down and beg for mercy. Boom. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen, who was filled with murderous intent, did not give him the chance. Feng Wuchen punched out without hesitation. The domineering and terrifying power mercilessly turned the man into dust. Another huge golden light shuttle that was hundreds of thousands of feet long crossed the void of the heaven realm. The terrifying power of the two punches declared Feng Wuchen's fury. The two huge light shuttles shook the 8 regions of the heaven realm. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. The power of Feng Wuchen's 2 punches almost caused the space of the heaven realm to collapse completely. Fortunately, it was only the power of the physical body and he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the heaven realm would definitely collapse and be destroyed. 2 storage rings fell from the void and landed on Feng Wuchen's palm. Qingyang, these are your spoils of war. Feng Wuchen then threw them to Lu Qingyang. Feng Wuchen did not lack treasures of heaven and earth, not to mention that Feng Wuchen did not care for them. Looking at the storage rings in horror, Lu Qingyang asked, Brother Feng, what is your cultivation base? Isn't this too terrifying? Take this beast's corpse. Let's go to their nest and have a look. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and disappeared with Lu Qingyang and the mysterious man's corpse. The 3 terrifying experts could not even withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen. They were as weak as flies. In the independent space. What a powerful force. It can actually spread from the heaven realm to our space. Is there such a strong expert in the heaven realm? In the imposing palace, an old man frowned slightly. His old eyes were somewhat dignified. This power is truly terrifying. It seems like a powerful cultivator has finally appeared, a young man said coldly. An intense battle intent surged out of him. Experts like this, the more the better. Another man with a strong cultivation base sneered, looking very confident. There were dozens of people in the main hall. All of them were terrifyingly powerful experts. The auras they exuded were almost the same. In other words, the cultivations of these dozens of people were evenly matched. Apart from that, there were also several tens of thousands of people in the huge and imposing palace. Their strength was rather terrifying. Swish, in the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang had already appeared outside a mysterious independent space. Their surroundings were completely dark like stars. Big brother Feng, this is the space. Lu Qingyang hurriedly said, very certain. Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand to touch the space and said, this space is very unique. It's different from the independent spaces we've seen before. This space is very powerful. Big brother Feng, your space travel divine art should be able to enter, Lu Qingyang said. There's no need. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He clenched his fist and punched out. Boom, buzz buzz, hiss hiss, Feng Wuchen punched out. With a boom, the domineering and powerful force shook the space violently. A large crack tore open from the fist. Hiss, seeing Feng Wuchen's crazy actions and the large crack in the space, Lu Qingyang gasped in horror. He's here. In the palace hall of the independent space, an old man frowned. Humph. Just in time. A young man sneered. His narrowed eyes flashed with a ruthless killing intent. This person's power is very domineering. Our space can't stop his power. An elder frowned deeply. His old face was somewhat solemn. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the palace, a large number of experts heard the news and gathered in the huge square. They all looked at the crack in the space. This person's power is very terrifying. Our space can't stop his power. Who could it be? Forcefully breaking our space? Is there really such an expert in the Heaven Realm? The Heaven Realm has already been taken down by us. All the top experts have also been captured by us. What's the use of him coming out now? Many experts were discussing. There were shock, curiosity, disdain, and so on. In the hall, the upper echelons had already arrived. Boom. Crack. After a loud bang, there was another deafening explosion. The space that had exploded was directly shattered by the domineering power. Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang stepped into the mysterious space step by step. They made a strong appearance and their domineering aura soared into the sky. Everyone was watching. Whoosh, boom. As soon as they stepped into the mysterious space, Feng Wuchen swung his hand. A corpse instantly turned into a black lightning bolt and flew down. With a loud explosion, it directly blasted a big hole in the square. Blood splattered all over the ground. He's one of you, right? Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Big brother Feng is too domineering. Lu Qingyang was extremely excited. His blood was boiling and his anger was extremely vented. Massacre. Seeing the bloody corpses on the square, everyone turned pale with fright. The upper echelons' faces were gloomy. Monstrous anger and murderous intent soared into the sky. Waves of terrifying aura swept out crazily. There are 2 other people who were also killed by me. Feng Wuchen spoke again. He was still expressionless. Brat. Don't be arrogant. A young man gritted his teeth and roared. He stared at Feng Wuchen with murderous eyes. Who will tell me your identity? Who will tell me your purpose? Feng Wuchen slowly descended and asked coldly. His gaze swept across the crowd. Looking at the incomparably arrogant Feng Wuchen, the upper echelons' faces became gloomier. Brat. You're courting death. An expert couldn't bear it anymore and roared. He suddenly rushed up with a majestic aura. His strength had already surpassed the heavenly venerable realm. Trash. Scram. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly and waved his hand. Boom, puff, an incomparably terrifying force pounced out like a ferocious beast. With a loud explosion, that expert spat out blood on the spot and flew out. Boom. Boom. Boom, the expert who flew out pierced through one majestic palace after another. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Hiss, many cultivators in the palace sucked in a breath of cold air in horror. Such a terrifying force with a wave of his hand. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air and sucked a person over. His hand clawed at his throat and asked coldly, Speak, who are you? If you don't want to die. Feng Wuchen didn't give him a chance to speak at all and directly twisted his neck. How arrogant. A young man said furiously. His bloodshot eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and laughed angrily. Monstrous murderous intent surged wildly. He was killed before he could even say anything. Big brother Feng doesn't need to be so domineering. The more Lu Qingyang watched, the more excited he became. His blood was boiling. In the plaza, all the powerful cultivators retreated in fear. They were filled with fear towards Feng Wuchen. Sensing an unbridled murderous aura, Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over. He said expressionlessly, You're the one who told me. Good. Then I'll tell you. The man said viciously. His killing intent instantly multiplied. Tu Jin, don't underestimate the enemy, an elder quickly reminded. Boom. As a high-level expert, Tu Jin had to deal with Feng Wuchen's arrogant provocation mercilessly. The moment he stepped on the ground, his body turned into a meteor and charged towards Feng Wuchen. His overflowing aura and surging power were even more terrifying than the previous one. With great leader Tu Jin taking action, that brat will definitely die. Humph. He's simply courting death. How dare he provoke great leader? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he really think that he can be arrogant in front of great leader just because he has some ability? I think he doesn't even know how to write the word death. Around the plaza, everyone revealed a gloating sneer. It was as if they could already see Feng Wuchen's tragic end. However, everyone's gloating sneers instantly froze and were replaced by fear and confusion. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, Tu Jin arrived at lightning speed. His fist, which contained a violent and terrifying power, smashed mercilessly on Feng Wuchen's chest. With a loud explosion, the destructive energy shook the entire space. The plaza collapsed and a huge crater was formed. Everyone retreated in fear. However, the terrifying power was blocked by the high-level experts. No one was hurt. What? After the punch landed, Tu Jin's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Impossible! An old man exclaimed in shock. His old eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He's unharmed. He's actually completely unscathed. Another old man cried out in surprise, and he lost his composure. How is this possible? With Tu Jin's strength, it's impossible for this punch to be unable to shake that brat. Another upper echelon exclaimed in shock. Everyone in the space was dumbfounded. Other than fear, there was nothing else that could be described with words. Isn't Big Brother Feng too strong? Lu Qingyang's eyes widened again. One must know that Tu Jin's strength was much more terrifying than the three of them before. However, despite facing such a terrifying existence, Feng Wuchen remained unscathed. Is that all you've got? Why don't I feel anything? Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen said coldly. An incomparably terrifying killing intent spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying eyes, Tu Jin was so scared that his entire body began to tremble. It was as if he had seen a devil, fear surging from the depths of his soul. Tu Jin, be careful! An old man suddenly roared. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Boom! Puff! Feng Wuchen's palm slapped down. With a loud boom, the domineering and powerful force slapped Tu Jin until he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tu Jin's body was directly smashed into the huge crater. Tu Jin's body sunk into the crater and was no longer breathing. He had been slapped to death by Feng Wuchen. Seeing this scene, tens of thousands of experts were dumbfounded. Intense uneasiness and fear surged into their hearts. They had met a devil this time. Tu Jin! The upper echelons cried out in panic. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Grand Commander was actually killed. He killed the Grand Commander with a single slap. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? How can he be so terrifying without using his strength? Slapping a Grand Commander to death with a single slap scared everyone out of their wits. Moreover, it was under the situation where he did not use his strength. With just the strength of a single slap, how strong was he? Big Brother Feng. Good kill. Good kill. This bastard killed many of our brothers. The elders of the various major factions were also killed by him. Lu Qingyang roared. Dragon God Barrier. Feng Wuchen roared and activated his divine essence. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent golden light flew out with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, a huge barrier enveloped the entire space and sealed it. What kind of power is this? Feeling Feng Wuchen's extremely terrifying and unimaginable power, everyone in the space panicked. Who is he? This is definitely not the power of the Heaven Realm. The old man in the lead finally spoke. His eyes were filled with fear. I'm glad that you invaded the Heaven Realm and turned my world into hell. At the same time, you gave me the chance to start a massacre and make sure that you will never be reincarnated. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word carried a biting cold killing intent. It was as though the king of hell was passing judgment, domineering and authoritative. Stinking brat. Don't be too arrogant. The experts of the Heaven Realm are still in our hands. An elder said gloomily. Hearing this, his cold gaze swept towards the elder. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, do you know the consequences of threatening me? Humph. I'm all ears. The elder said unyieldingly, not afraid in the slightest. Boom. As soon as the elder finished speaking, before anyone could react, there was a sudden explosion and the elder was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, disappearing into thin air. Third elder. The old man in the lead cried out in grief. Bastard. You actually dared to kill the third elder. An elder roared furiously. Veins bulged on his old face. He was filled with anger and his killing intent soared to the sky. So what if I killed him? This is the consequence of threatening me, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. His strength was extremely ferocious, and his attitude was also very arrogant. In less than a minute, 2 top experts were already killed by Feng Wuchen in one move. Incomparably ferocious strength strongly intimidated everyone. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen with eyes full of fear and reverence. Kill. Kill them all. Everyone, attack together. The first elder roared furiously and ordered everyone to attack together to kill Feng Wuchen. Massacre the Heaven Realm. Massacre the Dragon God Temple. I've long been filled with rage for the deaths of my Dragon God Alliance's people. Come, let me vent my anger. I'll use all of your blood as a sacrifice to those who died. Feng Wuchen's fury was completely unleashed. He let out a loud roar, and an extremely terrifying power surged wildly. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, incomparably terrifying power erupted. The space shook violently, and countless cracks burst open. It could collapse at any time. All of you. You must die. Slaughter to your heart's content. Feng Wuchen roared. Divine origin power was urged out, and his hands suddenly clasped together. Gates of hell. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and roared. Monstrous power surged wildly. Buzz buzz. All the top experts of the mysterious force swarmed forward. Waves of destructive power erupted. The space shook violently and collapsed. The monstrous power gave people a feeling of invincibility. There were more than 10,000 people. It was a terrifying lineup. Kill. Kill him. The Great Elder roared crazily. He wanted to kill Feng Wuchen even if he had to sacrifice everyone's lives. Oh my god. Seeing more than 10,000 people rushing into the sky, Lu Qingyang was scared out of his wits. He quickly retreated. Facing so many terrifying experts, Lu Qingyang was no match for them. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a ferocious smile. The void shook violently. Suddenly, a giant skeletal gate appeared. The gate flashed with bloody light and emitted a deathly aura. It was very terrifying. Hey, everyone be careful. I don't know what kind of skill that kid is using. What is that? What kind of aura is that? It's too scary. Deathly aura. Everyone, retreat. Quick. The leading top experts were scared out of their wits by the deathly aura in Hell's Gate. However, it was all too late. An extremely terrifying suction force erupted. At the same time, under Feng Wuchen's control, countless bloody hands shot out from Hell's Gate. Ah, save me! Save me! Hall Master! Elder! Save me! A large number of cultivators were sucked in by the overbearing suction force. A large number of cultivators were forcefully pulled in by the bloody hands. None of the cultivators who entered Hell's Gate were spared. They screamed continuously. Looking at the crazy massacre by Hell's Gate in the sky, the Hall Master, Elder, and other higher-ups were stunned. Their faces were filled with horror and their old faces were pale. At that moment, a trace of regret gushed out from the depths of their hearts. Today, I'll let you have a taste of being massacred and bathed in blood. I'll let you know how stupid it is to invade the Heaven Realm. Feng Wuchen shouted. His aura surged and his killing intent soared crazily. Run for your lives. Run for your lives. It's too scary. We can't resist this power at all. What kind of skill is that? Those who were caught are all dead. Who the hell is that kid? The mysterious factions people panicked. No matter how hard they tried to flee, it was useless. Merciless blood hands still managed to capture them. Come on. Everyone, attack together. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. He waved his hand and 13 swords appeared around him. Feng Wuchen's aura soared crazily again. His sword intent was unparalleled. Divine artifact. That's a divine artifact. The old man in the lead cried out in horror. 13 divine swords. How is this possible? The first elder's pupils constricted, and his old bones trembled in fear. Swish. Swish. Chi. 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 Feng Wuchen formed sword fingers with both hands and manipulated the 13 divine swords to unleash a merciless massacre. 13 rays of sword light flashed one after another, and wherever they passed, the throats of the enemies would be sliced open. It was as if a rain of blood was falling from the sky, and the smell of blood enveloped the entire space. It was a crazy massacre. It was as if he wanted to slaughter all living things. The surging power and monstrous killing intent displayed Feng Wuchen's strength. It was a kind of invincible strength. Gulp, Lu Qingyang, who was watching the battle from afar, swallowed his saliva in horror. It was Lu Qingyang's first time witnessing such a horrifying massacre. The mysterious force that everyone in the heaven realm saw as terrifying was no different from a kindergarten kid in front of Feng Wuchen. This was the gap between them, an insurmountable gap. Ah! The space was filled with miserable screams. In less than a minute, 6,000 to 7,000 experts had been slaughtered by Feng Wuchen. Hell's Gate was in a frenzy. The 13 divine swords shuttled back and forth, leaving nothing alive. It was too powerful. It was so powerful that they had no intention of resisting. They even felt suffocated. Aren't you very powerful? How dare you come to the heaven realm with this little ability? I'll let you know that the heaven realm is the beginning of your nightmare. Feng Wuchen became crazier as he killed. He roared continuously. Hall Master, his strength has probably reached the strength of the God realm. An elder said in extreme fear. It can't be wrong. Other than the God realm, no one can deal with us. Another elder said fearfully. His eyes were filled with regret. Feng Wuchen's frenzied massacre increased the death toll at a terrifying speed. The palace was now littered with corpses. Blood flowed like a river. Kill! 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 Feng Wuchen roared. He was in a berserk state. His methods were ruthless and merciless. In a full 10 minutes, tens of thousands of people from the terrifying mysterious force had been mercilessly slaughtered by Feng Wuchen. Now, only dozens of higher-ups were left. Hell's Gate was their nightmare, the 13 divine swords were the source of their fear, the dozens of people in the sky were all dumbfounded. They were stunned, petrified. Fear and regret were written all over their faces. There were tens of thousands of people, and many of them were terrifying experts who had surpassed the heavenly venerable realm. Now, they were all slaughtered by Feng Wuchen alone. It's your turn. Who comes first to die? Feng Wuchen roared angrily. His fierce gaze swept across the dozens of higher-ups. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen shouted and forcefully summoned the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Swish, the Hall Master's arm shook violently. His storage ring flashed with purple light. Then, a golden light forcefully broke through the storage ring and rushed into the void. How is this possible? The Hall Master in the lead was shocked. He had never seen such a ridiculous thing. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda burst out with a dazzling light, enveloping the shattered space. Feng Wuchen activated his divine essence and poured it into the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. An unparalleled power crazily spread out from the Universe Pagoda. An unparalleled suppressive force shrouded down, forcefully suppressing the dozens of higher-ups. My divine artifact, how can you have the qualifications to touch it? Die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the Universe Pagoda instantly enlarged by hundreds of times. It was like a towering mountain, ruthlessly smashing down on the dozens of higher-ups. Seeing the incomparably huge and terrifying Universe Pagoda smashing down, the faces of the dozens of higher-ups changed. An intense fear surged into their hearts. Block it for me. The Hall Master shouted in horror. Buzz buzz, the dozens of experts did not dare to be negligent. They all unleashed their full strength. Everyone's strength gathered together and attacked the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda together. With their terrifying strength, it was enough to massacre the entire heaven realm. Boom, puff puff puff, the Ninefold Xianxia Pagoda fiercely smashed down, colliding with the power they had gathered. With a boom, the incomparably domineering power shook the dozens of higher-ups, causing them to vomit blood and directly kneel down. What kind of strength is this? It's impossible for someone from the heaven realm to be so terrifying. The Hall Master in the lead gritted his teeth and roared in fear and panic. The strength of dozens of top-notch experts could not withstand the strength of Feng Wuchen alone. Stop. Quickly stop. The Great Elder shouted in panic, don't forget that the Heaven Realm experts are still in our hands. You have no right to negotiate with me. Only death awaits you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He did not have the slightest bit of human emotions. He was incomparably cold-blooded. The mysterious force mercilessly massacred all the major forces in the Heaven Realm and killed countless cultivators. Their crimes were unforgivable. No matter what, Feng Wuchen would never let them go. He had to use their blood to pay tribute to the dead cultivators. Puff puff puff. The power of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda became more and more terrifying. Once again, dozens of higher-ups vomited blood. Their faces instantly turned pale. Even water was unable to withstand this terrifying power. Stop. Quickly stop. The Great Elder roared in panic. Brother Feng. Kill them all. Kill them all. Lu Qingyang roared angrily. The huge ninefold Cosmos Pagoda mercilessly suppressed. The power of dozens of higher-ups was still being devoured by the Universe Pagoda and was getting weaker and weaker. When this power weakened to a certain extent, they would definitely die. Preposterous. If you want to perish together, I will grant your wish. The leader of the Hall Masters gritted his teeth and roared. Then, he muttered something. Swish swish swish. Buzz buzz. In the next moment, a loud sonic boom came from the depths of the palace. A surge of aura and power burst out. The shattered space shook violently again. Xiaoxia's aura and Mother's aura. There's also Mother and Father's auras. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed when he sensed the familiar auras, and a smile appeared on his face. Father Long. Yun Yuzi, Patriarch Bailey, Patriarch Quangbao, Patriarch Ling, Yan Long. Looking at the familiar faces, Feng Wuchen was even more ecstatic. His eyes became moist. The terrifying experts were the top experts of the Heaven Realm who were captured. There were more than 10,000 of them. Brother Feng, be careful. They are all controlled. Lu Qingyang hurriedly reminded him. Feng Wuchen's expression changed when he heard that. Only then did he remember. Sure enough, the eyes of the top powerhouses of the Heaven Realm who were shooting over were pitch black and empty, without any color. It was obvious that they were being controlled. Feng Jingxiong, Xiao Qingqing, Long Tianqiu, and the rest did not know Feng Wuchen at all. They launched a fierce and merciless attack the moment they arrived. Brat. They are all under my control. If you want to perish together with me, then come on. The Hall Master gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He was almost unable to hold on. Out of the dozens of experts, there were already people who successively collapsed due to serious injuries or exhaustion. Feng Wuchen said coldly, you want to use them to threaten me? I think your wishful thinking is wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen activated the power of time. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others who had shot over were all trapped by the power of time. Their movements were incomparably slow, and they had completely lost their ability to attack. What? The few dozen experts couldn't help but open their eyes wide when they saw this scene. They were extremely shocked and filled with disbelief. What kind of power is this? Had they all lost control? How is this possible? The Great Elder was extremely shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying method before. Everyone has been trapped by him. What is this ancient power? An elder said in horror. If this power was used on them, they might not even know how they died. That Hall Master tried several times but was unable to control Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest. This involuntarily made him feel despair. Without any bargaining chips, still using Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest to threaten Feng Wuchen, this was undoubtedly courting death. Regardless of whether it came into contact with the control of Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest, Feng Wuchen would absolutely not let them off either. Feng Wuchen flashed to Ling Xiaoxiao's side and urged divine essence to pour into her body, checking what was controlling their consciousness and soul. However, what disappointed Feng Wuchen was that Ling Xiaoxiao did not have any other power in her body, nor was there any shackles, nor was there any other medicine that could control the human body. All in all, everything was normal. Strange, how did they control Xiaoxiao and the rest? Feng Wuchen frowned and said in puzzlement, his cold gaze involuntarily sweeping over those dozens of people. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The universe pagoda withdrew. The horrifying power and suppressive force instantly disappeared. What did you do to them? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, looking like he was going to kill people if they did not explain clearly. Hearing that hall master wiped the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and said strenuously, to think that the heaven realm actually still has such a powerful powerhouse like you. Enough nonsense. Answer my question. Feng Wuchen said coldly. This is an ancient incantation. Only this seat has the chant. That old man opened his mouth and said, this seat knows that once the incantation is broken, we will die without a doubt. This seat will not believe that you will be benevolent and let us go. Since you guessed it, then don't waste time. Do you want to break the incantation or not? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, a terrifying aura spreading out. Hall Master. First Elder and the rest all looked at that Hall Master in horror. After a moment of silence, that Hall Master said coldly, they are very important to you, right? Since breaking the incantation will still result in death, this seat will not let you have an easy time. If you want to kill me, please do so. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Feng Wuchen narrowed his eyes. A cold light flickered, and his killing intent was soul-stirring. You can try. That Hall Master was very unyielding, as if he was sure that Feng Wuchen would not dare to kill him. I have 10,000 ways to break the incantation, but since you said this, I have decided to let you suffer a little and then watch them die one by one. Feng Wuchen said coldly. As he spoke, he directly grabbed at the air and pulled an elder over. Second Elder. Everyone turned pale with fright and shouted in panic. With a thought, a divine sword shot out like lightning, directly attacking the elder who was pulled over. Stop. Quickly stop. Hall Master. Save me. Seeing the divine sword shooting over, the second elder was extremely frightened. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Stop. That Hall Master roared anxiously. You don't have much time left. Do you want to break it or not? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Bastard. That Hall Master gritted his teeth, wishing that he could swallow Feng Wuchen alive. Chi. Feng Wuchen did not show any mercy at all, nor did he give that Hall Master any extra time. The divine sword mercilessly pierced through the second elder's heart. The second elder raised his arm with difficulty and pointed at Feng Wuchen. He said unwillingly, stinking brat, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. You don't even have the chance to become a ghost. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The power of the divine sword directly destroyed his soul. This sword undoubtedly killed the second elder, causing his soul to scatter and scatter. The dozens of experts were all shocked. Their faces were filled with fear. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a devil. I have already reminded you that you don't have much time left. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, looking incomparably cold-blooded. With that, Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air again, and another expert was forcefully pulled over without any resistance. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Hall Master. Elder. Save me. That person screamed in horror and struggled frantically. Staring coldly at that Hall Master, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, do you want to break it or not? Swish. Chi. A divine sword also shot out like lightning, coldly and mercilessly piercing the expert's heart. Blood spurted out, and he died on the spot. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. It seems like you want to wait for me to kill you one by one. It just so happens that my anger hasn't subsided yet. This is the price you have to pay for massacring all the major forces in the heaven realm and killing my dragon god temple brothers. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. He grabbed again with his claw, and another person was forcefully sucked over. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. None of them could resist this suction force. Don't kill. Don't. I beg you. That person begged for mercy in fear. He knew that there was no other way but to beg Feng Wuchen. Swish. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a divine sword shot out like lightning, bringing with it a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom, like the song of the Grim Reaper. Think slowly, don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. Feng Wuchen grinned and sneered, his cold eyes glancing at the ferocious and angry temple master. Outrageous. The temple master was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but there was nothing he could do. Chi. Without a doubt, the temple master did not speak. The divine sword mercilessly pierced through the man's heart, mercilessly killing another person. Seeing that the temple master still did not speak, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "It seems that the few who died just now are not very important to you." While speaking, Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the dozens of experts, and finally landed on one person. Feng Wuchen's claw aimed at that person, grabbed at the air, and controlled him. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "He looks a little like you. I wonder if he's your son or your grandson." "Let me go. Let me go. Grandfather. Save me. I don't want to die yet." The trapped man struggled and shouted in fear. He was scared out of his wits. "Bastard." The temple master's old face suddenly changed, and he was terrified. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Brat, if you dare to hurt my grandson, I will definitely make you regret it." "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen was not threatened at all. He directly sucked the young man over. Then, with a wave of his hand, a divine sword shot out. "I'd like to see who will regret this," Feng Wuchen said coldly. He appeared extremely cold-blooded, like a devil that killed without batting an eyelid. Feng Wuchen wanted to torture them bit by bit, filling them with endless fear. "Grandpa, save me! Save me!" Seeing the divine sword mercilessly shooting towards him and about to pierce his heart, the man roared in extreme fear. "Stop! Stop!" Seeing that his grandson was about to be killed, the old man could no longer hold back and hurriedly shouted. Even if he knew that even if Xianxia and the others were released from his control, they would still be unable to escape death, the palace master could not just watch as his own grandson was killed without doing anything. "Chi! Ah!" Feng Wuchen slashed with his sword finger. With a whoosh, the divine sword flashed by the side of the man's cheek, leaving a shallow wound. If he was a step slower, the man would have died without a doubt. The young man was already scared out of his wits. His face was full of horror and he was petrified on the spot. "Hurry up and undo it. Otherwise, when my divine sword turns around, he will still die." Feng Wuchen sneered coldly as his cold gaze swept towards the old man. The moment he heard that, the palace master's body trembled. He had already seen the divine sword turn around and return. Pa! Time did not allow him to think. The palace master hurriedly put his palms together and recited a chant. In the next second, the bodies of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others who were trapped by Feng Wuchen's power of time were suffused with a faint green light. Their dark and empty eyes gradually recovered their color. After a while, when the green light on the bodies of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others disappeared, everyone recovered. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Lu Qingyang smiled happily and said, "Brother Feng, it's a success. They have all recovered." "What's going on?" "They're out of control." "Have they recovered?" "I'm not under their control either." "That's great. They're out of control." "What's going on? Have they found their conscience?" Everyone was overjoyed, but no one noticed Feng Wuchen's existence. "Everyone, don't be too happy yet. Our enemies are still here." "Huh? What a strong smell of blood. What's going on? Why are so many people dead?" "Patriarch. Quick, look. Isn't that young master's gate of hell?" "That's right. It's gate of hell. Young master must be back. These people must be killed by young master. Young master. It's young master. Over there. Alliance master. It's really the Alliance master." When everyone realized that something was wrong, they realized that the palace below was piled up like a mountain of corpses. Only then did they realize that Feng Wuchen's gate of hell was in the void. Finally, they saw Feng Wuchen in surprise. Chen Alliance master." When everyone's gaze turned to Feng Wuchen, they couldn't help but shout excitedly. "Chen is back. Chen is back. Husband. Did you see him?" Xiao Qingqing was extremely excited. She was like an excited kitten, looking forward to Feng Wuchen's return all the time. Mother Dragon was also extremely excited. That's great. Longer is back. Everyone cried tears of joy. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, they felt that the 18 levels of hell were entertainment venues. Big Brother Feng. Big Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao cried tears of joy. She immediately flashed out and threw herself into Feng Wuchen's arms. Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. His eyes were moist, and a strong sense of guilt surged in his heart. He said, "Sorry, Big Brother Feng came back late and made you suffer." Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, crying out all the grievances and fear. Feng Wuchen only felt a heart-wrenching pain. He only hugged Ling Xiaoxiao and did not let go. He blamed himself in his heart. If he came back earlier, this would definitely not have happened. Greetings, Alliance Master. The ecstatic crowd knelt down on one knee one after another. Excited roars resounded through the shattered space. The dozens of experts of the mysterious force were all scared witless. Only now did they know that Feng Wuchen was their Alliance Master, the Heaven Realm Alliance Master. "Chen, these people were all killed by you?" Feng Xingxiong hurriedly asked with a look of horror. "That's right. It was Big Brother Feng who killed them. Big Brother Feng's strength is extremely terrifying. That Tu Jin who injured the Dragon Clan leader, Big Brother Feng killed him with one finger. And that bastard Tu Jin, Big Brother Feng killed him with one slap. These people who died were all killed by Big Brother Feng. Now they are the only ones left. They were even injured by Big Brother Feng using the Qianquan Pagoda. They had no power to fight back at all." Lu Qingyang said emotionally. "Young master, you are so strong?" Long Nidian asked in shock. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. No one could imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength had become. "Big Brother Feng, they killed many of our people. The major forces of the Heaven Realm have suffered countless casualties. We must not let them go." Ling Xiaoxiao said fiercely. "Don't worry, I will make them regret being born into this world." Feng Wuchen smiled gently. His seemingly gentle words were filled with endless killing intent. "Alliance leader. Kill them. Kill them all. Take revenge for the dead." "That's right. Alliance leader. Kill him and avenge our brothers." Everyone roared in anger. Their killing intent soared to the sky, and their eyes were filled with endless hatred and anger. Feng Wuchen's return to the Heaven Realm was originally a happy occasion, but because of the invasion of the mysterious forces, they were incomparably furious. The major forces of the Heaven Realm were defeated and suffered countless casualties. Everyone's hearts were filled with grief. Now that Feng Wuchen had returned from the Divine Realm, how could they not take revenge? Longer, they are not from the Heaven Realm. Their strength has already exceeded the scope of the Heaven Realm. Do you know who they are? Long Tianqiu frowned and asked, looking at Feng Wuchen. Their strength is indeed terrifying. Yun Yuzi nodded. Their aura is a little strange. Their power is somewhat similar to the spatial energy that I obtained back then. They are not from the Divine Realm, but I don't know who they are. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Lu Qingyang said fiercely, "Who cares who they are? I only know that they are enemies. Just kill them all." "That's right. Kill them all." Everyone roared again. Feng Wuchen slowly descended into the air of the palace below. Everyone also descended, scaring the dozens of experts into retreating in fear. They had already seen Feng Wuchen's terror with their own eyes. A terrifying force of tens of thousands of experts was completely unable to withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen. Looking coldly at the dozens of experts who were filled with fear, Feng Wuchen asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" One of them replied in fear, We are from the space-time realm." Space-time realm? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He had never heard of the existence of the space-time realm. Brother Feng also doesn't know about the space-time realm? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Never heard of it. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. What is the purpose of your invasion of the Heaven Realm? Why did you capture the Heaven Realm experts? Long Tianqiu asked. Occupy the Heaven Realm. Then, he would absorb the power of the Heaven Realm's cultivators to increase his cultivation. One of them answered in fear, not daring to hide anything. Your cultivation is so strong, why do you still want to occupy the Heaven Realm? Isn't the Spacetime Realm better? Bailey Feng asked coldly. He seemed to have some doubts. What? You still dare to lie when you're about to die? Lu Qingyang asked coldly. He could also hear the suspicion in Bailey Feng's voice. No, no, no. We didn't lie. The Spacetime Realm is just a small world that has been exiled. There are too few cultivation resources, and it is already close to destruction. For the sake of survival, we have no choice but to search for other realms. An elder replied in horror. Exile? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Speak clearly. The Spacetime Realm originally belonged to the Spacetime Divine World, but because our talents were too poor and our strength was too weak, the Spacetime Divine World gave up on the Spacetime Realm. Since then, we have been roaming around in different spaces. We were unwilling to give up. In order to survive, in order to increase our strength and return to the Spacetime Divine World, we had no other choice. An elder smiled bitterly. This is the reason why you invaded the Heaven Realm? In order to survive, you don't care about the lives of countless cultivators in the Heaven Realm? Don't they need to survive? Ling Muyun asked angrily. He was filled with anger. Isn't this a world where the strong preys on the weak? Only the strong can survive. The elder in the lead said in a deep voice. This is indeed a world where the strong preys on the weak, but you have already lost the most basic thing as a human, and that is humanity. You are no different from beasts now. If young master didn't appear today, I'm afraid we would all die in your hands. Countless cultivators in the Heaven Realm would also die in your hands. You have already lost your humanity. Long Nitian's words were sonorous. The dozens of experts fell silent. In order to survive, in order to become stronger, they had indeed lost their most basic humanity as a human, even if they were forced to do so, even if they were in a desperate situation, losing their most basic humanity, there was no meaning in living. As people from the Spacetime Divine World, the feeling of being abandoned is indeed unpleasant. Old man can understand why you are willing to do anything to regain what you have lost. However, even if you return to the Spacetime Divine World, what can you change? Long Tianqiu asked in a deep voice. Your strength is far from being able to keep up. Have you thought about the consequences of returning? Yun Yuzi asked calmly. The dozens of experts fell silent again. That's right. After wandering around for so many years, for the sake of survival, for the sake of the so-called dignity and things that are impossible to take back, we have already lost the most basic of humanity. We are neither human nor ghost. Not long after, an elder sighed and said in a daze. Thinking back on their actions over the years, the dozens of experts were filled with regret. The Hall Master's face was ashen. He smiled bitterly and said, we don't have any humanity left. What kind of world is the Spacetime Divine World? Your power is somewhat similar to my space power. Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The Hall Master glanced at Feng Wuchen and said, it's the same as the Divine World. Our power is the Spacetime Divine Power. We can control spacetime. So that's the case. No wonder I felt that it's somewhat similar. It's even stronger than space power. No wonder your strength can reach the Divine Champion realm. If that's the case, you guys are indeed very weak compared to the Spacetime Divine World. Feng Wuchen came to a realization. Divine Champion? The dozens of experts were shocked. They stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Seeing the dozens of experts' shocked and confused expressions, Lu Qingyang said proudly, don't look anymore. Big Brother Feng is now a person of the Divine World. It's been almost a year since he ascended from the Heavenly World. You're actually from the Divine World. The Hall Master couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Feng Wuchen could crush them all by himself. The dozens of experts were dumbfounded. We have nothing to say about being defeated by you. There's no hope of returning to the Spacetime Divine World. Yun Yuzi is right. Even if we return, it won't change anything. We're too weak. If you want to kill us, do as you please. We've been living in pain all these years. Perhaps death is a kind of release for us. Pain and regret appeared on the faces of the dozens of experts. The Grand Elder sighed, "Our hands are stained with the blood of innocent people. It's too late. You should be happy that you're able to repent at the last moment." Feng Wuchen said indifferently. "Little brother, this seat has a gift for you. Consider it as compensation for the heavenly world." The Hall Master said, and a golden origin chi condensed in his withered palm. "This is the origin of spacetime God Force. After refining it, you'll be able to use spacetime energy." The old man waved his hand and the golden origin chi flew towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything after receiving the spacetime energy. "Please release us from this and wash away the sins on our bodies," the old man said as he bowed deeply to Feng Wuchen. The power of the void was activated. Feng Wuchen gently waved his hand. Wherever the power of the void passed, the dozens of cultivators instantly disappeared. At the last moment of his life, he realized his sins and realized that there was no turning back. Although it was a little sad, this was the best ending. They had killed countless cultivators from the heaven realm. No matter what, Feng Wuchen would not let them go. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would not be able to explain to his lost brothers. "You reap what you sow." Lu Qingyang showed no sympathy at all. "It's too late to realize your crimes when you're about to die." Bailey Yufeng shook his head slightly. Looking at the spacetime God Force in his hand, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, "I wonder what will happen when the spacetime God Force fuses with spatial energy." Long Tianqiu looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, "Long Air, you have already ascended to the God world. Do you not know about the existence of the God world of space and time?" Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "Not to mention the space and time divine world, I haven't even fully understood the divine world. The divine world is known as the 7 divine worlds, and there are 7 great worlds. I am currently in the master divine world, the head of the 7 divine worlds. 7 great earthly realms?" Everyone was shocked. Just how big was the immortal realm? "Young master, what cultivation level have you reached now?" Long Qinghun asked curiously. Everyone else was also very curious. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, 7-star divine lord realm, you guys won't understand even if I tell you. You'll know after ascending to the divine realm. Alliance master, our current cultivation is already sufficient to ascend to the divine realm. It's just that we haven't dared to try. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation is too terrifying, Crimson Emperor said. I also rushed back because of this matter. The matter of ascension will have to wait. Let's go back and talk about it, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Everyone could tell that the situation was serious. Feng Wuchen then led everyone out of the shattered space. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the ruins of the Dragon Temple. Looking at the palace that had changed beyond recognition, although he was furious, it was all in the past. "Chen what's the matter?" Feng Xingxiong asked anxiously. Everyone's gaze turned to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said in a serious tone, "Luckily you guys haven't ascended yet, otherwise you would have died without a doubt. When I just came back, I couldn't sense your auras, it really scared me to death." "We're dead for sure." Everyone was shocked. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. "Longer, what's going on?" Long Tianqiu asked. Feng Wuchen said, "The reason why no one from the heaven realm has ascended to the divine realm for so many years is because the gate of the divine realm has been sealed. Many continents in the mortal realm and the heaven realm have become forgotten lands. To put it simply, the divine realm prohibits cultivators below the divine realm from ascending. It is because of this that the power of the heavenly tribulation is so terrifying." "What? The gate of the realm of gods was sealed? He even forbade us from ascending?" Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were all confused. "Not bad." Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "Because of my ascension, the master gods of the divine realm have already sensed it. Furthermore, they have strengthened the power of the heavenly tribulation once again. The power of the heavenly tribulation is even stronger than when I ascended. If you guys had ascended, you wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. Doesn't that mean we can't ascend to the God realm?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment. "You can put it that way." Feng Wuchen nodded. He couldn't think of any other way. "Then why are we forbidden from ascending?" Mad Leopard asked with confusion. Because in the God realm, we are an inferior race, Feng Wuchen said. B** starred. This is ridiculous. How dare you say we are an inferior race? The three-eyed demon ape was furious. He couldn't help but roar. How dare you discriminate against us? Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and angrily said. Leader, are the people of the God realm strong? Are they all geniuses? Chaos God asked with a frown. He was clearly angry. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, no. It is the same as the heaven realm. Everyone has their own talents, but the God realm's people are very strong. As for why we are forbidden from ascending and why we are treated as an inferior race, I don't know. So, what do we do now? Long Nidian asked. Feng Wuchen said, I came back to stop you guys from ascending to the God realm. You can't ascend yet, but I will try to think of a way. Feng Qianyang nodded and said, if you can weaken the God realm's trials, we will have an easier time. Don't worry, Feng Wuchen said. Give me some time, and I will help you ascend to the God realm. After pausing, Feng Wuchen said, I came back to tell you this, but I also wanted to ask if you found the ruins. We found the ancient ruins, Long Qinghun said. They are in the immortal God area, but before we could go, people from the Time Ring invaded the heaven realm. That's good. Feng Wuchen nodded. He looked at Long Nidian and asked, did you find the Bloodlust banner? Long Nidian shook his head and said, I searched the entire heaven realm but couldn't find it. It is very likely that it is in the ruins. It'd be best if it's in the ruins. Let's not waste any time. Let's go take a look. Nidian, Xiao, Qingyang, Zhang, you guys come with me. The rest stay behind and spread the news, Feng Wuchen said hurriedly. He couldn't wait to go take a look. The heaven realm was plunged into darkness. Countless palaces were destroyed and needed to be rebuilt. Countless cultivators in the heaven realm were in a state of panic. They needed to know that the enemies were all destroyed so that they could regain their confidence. This needed people to do. Longer, are you in such a hurry to go to the ruins? Mother Long asked. I can't stay here for too long. It is a risky trip, so I need to find the Bloodlust banner as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said. Go, be careful. Long Tianqiu nodded. Chen you have to be careful. Xiao Qingqing reminded. Aunt Xiao, don't worry. Big Brother Feng is an expert of the God realm. Nothing will happen to him. Big Brother Feng, let's go. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. He couldn't wait to go to the ruins. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and disappeared with Lu Qingyang and the others. When they reappeared, they were in the sky above the immortal divine domain. After the war, the immortal divine domain had changed beyond recognition. All the major factions were destroyed and the place was filled with the smell of blood and eerie energy. Young master, the ruins are not far from the north. It is in a very ancient place. The energy of the ruins is also very ancient and terrifying. We don't know when it has existed until now. Long Nidian said. I've already sensed this ancient aura. It's as ancient as the immemorial chi of the human world. Perhaps it was formed when the heaven world was formed, Feng Wuchen guessed. He took the lead and flew north. Long Nidian and the others followed behind. When the heaven realm was formed? Lu Qingyang and Zhang Junlan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously, Big Brother Feng, what do you mean when the heaven realm was formed? Feng Wuchen explained, the various continents of the human realm, the heaven realm, the divine realm, and the space and time divine realm were all created by the strong cultivators of the primordial era. The ruins of the heaven realm will probably contain the top cultivators of that era. Experts from that time? How strong are they? Zhang Junlan asked in astonishment as a chill ran down his spine. Big Brother Feng, are you referring to the experts who divided the realms? Lu Qingyang asked with his eyes wide open. He could not help but gulp. What else? Feng Wuchen shrugged. It can't be? Then wouldn't we be courting death if we go? Zhang Junlan said in horror. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Big Brother Feng is just guessing, Ling Xiaoxiao said. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen and the other four arrived at a towering mountain range. The mountain peaks were suspended in the air, majestic and magnificent. It was definitely a wonder of the heaven realm. There was an ancient aura here, and at the same time, there was a very terrifying energy aura. Young master, we are here. This place was originally sealed. After the seal was broken, this mountain range appeared, Long Nidian said. Long Nidian pointed to the center of the mountain range and said, that dark purple light curtain is the entrance. But when you get close to the entrance, there is a terrifying power spreading out. The experts from the space-time realm do not dare to enter. Looking in the direction Long Nidian pointed, Feng Wuchen and the others saw the dark purple light curtain. The terrifying aura was spreading out from the light curtain. That's right. No one dares to go in. They say that the power inside is too terrifying. Could it be the experts from that time? Lu Qingyang asked in horror. Very likely, Long Nidian said solemnly. Zhu Hun has been in the heaven realm for many years. It seems that he did not know that there is such a mysterious place under his feet. And I also need to experience a second life to find it. This ancient relic is not simple, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. You guys stay here first. I will go and take a look, Feng Wuchen said and immediately flew toward the light. Young master, you must be careful, Long Nidian hurriedly warned, with a nervous and worried expression. The power of the relic is indeed terrifying. We can feel it from here. If there are really experts like Big Brother Feng said, I am afraid that even Big Brother Feng is in danger, Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and said. She was extremely worried. Before they even got close, they could already feel the terrifying power in the ruins. They couldn't help but worry. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived in front of the dark purple light. His expression was very solemn. Feng Wuchen could clearly feel how terrifying the power emanating from the ruins was. It's definitely an ancient power, and it's very ancient. It's even more ancient than the aura of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The ruins have been in the heaven realm for many years, but they haven't been discovered. They must have existed since then. Feng Wuchen guessed in his heart, and he was very sure. Even though Feng Wuchen had the cultivation of a 7-star divine lord, he also hesitated for a while. I must get the bloodthirst banner. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely as he entered the ruins. The moment Feng Wuchen entered the ruins, a strand of black energy followed him. Nidian and the others didn't notice it at all. The moment he entered the ruins, Feng Wuchen felt his vision darken. He felt dizzy, and he also felt like he was in free fall. He couldn't control himself. In less than 10 seconds, the dizziness disappeared. The feeling of free fall also disappeared. His vision was bright. Is this an ancient ruin? Feng Wuchen was stunned when he saw the scene before him. What appeared before Feng Wuchen was a quiet world of ruins. The space was very large. The destroyed mountains and palaces were all floating high in the sky. There weren't many mountains and palaces that were perfectly preserved. The entire space was filled with terrifying ancient power. It was as if the energy of the great battle couldn't dissipate and was left behind. Clearly, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. This terrifying power has already reached the level of a great lord, or even more terrifying. It looks like the ruins are indeed from ancient times. There should be many organizations in the ruins. It looks like the ancient powerhouses moved all these organizations into this space to seal it, Feng Wuchen guessed. With a flash, Feng Wuchen arrived on top of a destroyed mountain. He looked around the ruins. The palaces of the forces from the ancient times should have powerful matrices, but the palaces were still destroyed. The power must have been terrifying. Many strong cultivators must have died in the relic, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. He was also searching for the corpses of the strong cultivators. Is it because it's been too long? There aren't any corpses. Is the bloodlust banner not in the ruins? Feng Wuchen was disappointed very soon. He looked around, but there were no corpses at all. Swish. Swish. Swish, Feng Wuchen constantly moved around. He passed by ruined palaces and even checked the collapsed mountains below. There were no corpses at all. It looks like the fallen experts weren't pulled in. What a pity. I thought I could find some storage rings and some ancient techniques, Feng Wuchen frowned in disappointment. It had been over 10 minutes since he entered the ruins. Apart from the terrifying power spreading through the space, Feng Wuchen had not found any treasures yet. Disappointed, Feng Wuchen took out the ancient jade and began absorbing the terrifying power spreading through the space. This was the power of ancient experts. It was extremely terrifying. Who knew how many treasures it was worth? There's not much time left. I need to find the Bloodlust banner as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen thought with a frown. He left the ancient jade behind and continued his search. However, at this moment, the calm space was suddenly shattered by a powerful tremor. The sudden tremor made Feng Wuchen alert. He sensed a powerful aura of danger. What's going on? Are there really ancient experts here? Feng Wuchen thought with a frown. He looked around solemnly. Below. Feng Wuchen suddenly looked down at the huge pit below. The tremor came from the mountain below. At this moment, wisps of black aura drilled out from the ground. They emitted a soul-stirring resentment and condensed into black skulls. They flew into the sky and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. The black skulls were densely packed and dazzling. They were all emitting a terrifying aura. Seeing these terrifying black skulls, Feng Wuchen's face changed. He hurriedly circulated his divine essence and put his palms together. He shouted, "Fiend God Dragon Soul Illusion." Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the space. A huge golden energy dragon condensed and instantly increased Feng Wuchen's powerful defense. Qilin Battle Armor. Sky-devouring Python Battle Armor. Feng Wuchen shouted and took out his divine artifact. His defense rose sharply again. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, in the blink of an eye, more than 10 black skulls collided with the illusion. The terrifying power ignored Feng Wuchen's powerful defense and forced Feng Wuchen to vomit blood. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. As a 7-star divine monarch, Feng Wuchen had the powerful rank 9 divine artifact battle armor and the God-fiend dragon soul illusion. Yet, he couldn't withstand the attacks of more than a dozen skulls and was severely injured. How terrifying was the power of this skull? Furthermore, there were tens of thousands of them. Wouldn't they be able to blast Feng Wuchen into powder in the blink of an eye? Feng Wuchen simply couldn't imagine how terrifying these skulls were. Isn't this too terrifying? Feng Wuchen was appalled. There was no time for Feng Wuchen to think. He immediately used the life obliteration art to recover. With a thought, Feng Wuchen decisively used instant shift to dodge. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying pitch-black skulls crazily bombarded the Dragon God illusion, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The Dragon God illusion was instantly blown up without any resistance. Seeing that terrifying power, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, he would have died just now. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, there are still living people in the ruins. Otherwise, these skulls filled with resentment wouldn't have attacked me. With the help of the life obliteration art, Feng Wuchen's injuries had already healed. Swish. Swish. Swish, the densely packed black skulls crazily charged at Feng Wuchen again, turning into streaks of black lightning with terrifying speed. Swish. Swish. Swish, Feng Wuchen's expression changed again. He didn't dare to face them head-on and immediately used instant shift to dodge. Oh? You're not simple, kid. You can actually dodge my attack and instantly recover from your injuries. I have never seen such a divine skill before. Just as Feng Wuchen was using instant shift to dodge, a surprised sneer rang out. Hearing this sneer, Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. There really is someone. After many attacks were dodged by Feng Wuchen with a miraculous movement technique, the skulls gave up on attacking. Then, a figure flashed and appeared in the sky. It was a young man. Although he looked young, he emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Who are you? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. He studied the man sternly and thought, this person's strength is extremely terrifying. His presence is even more terrifying than an overgod's. He's definitely a great overgod. It looks like he was a peak expert from ancient times. The young man was dressed in red and white brocade. He was handsome and was definitely a pretty boy. A survivor of the Great War. The man spread out his hands and sneered. He was incomparably arrogant as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen frowned again. Survivors? The man sneered and said, none of those trash dared to come in. Instead, you have the guts to come in. Young people really have guts. I have no enmity with you, so why are you attacking me? Feng Wuchen asked solemnly, keeping his guard up against this terrifying expert. Trespassing into my place of cultivation is a crime punishable by death. I don't seem to need a reason to kill you, the man said arrogantly, not putting Feng Wuchen in his eyes at all. With your cultivation, if you wanted to kill me, I would have died just now, Feng Wuchen said. As a 7-star divine lord, I'm very curious as to why you came to the heaven realm. How do you know of the existence of this space? There's also something that makes me even more curious. As a descendant of the dragon gods, why do you have the cultivation of the god realm? The man asked doubtfully. I ascended to the god realm from the heaven realm, Feng Wuchen replied. I see. You can even withstand the god realm's heavenly tribulation. Very impressive, the man sneered. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, I have a question that I'd like to ask. Why are there no dragon gods in the god realm? Why are the heaven realm and the human realm called the Forgotten Lands? If I'm not wrong, you should be an expert from ancient times whose cultivation has reached the level of a great overgod. Your cultivation is so high, and you're an expert from ancient times. You should know some things, Feng Wuchen said. The man shrugged and sneered, you'll have to ask your ancestors. I don't know. A murderous glint flashed in the man's eyes as he said coldly, are you prepared to die? Spatial travel. Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly. He immediately activated the power of the Golden Dragon Seal and wanted to use spatial travel to escape. Break! The man shouted softly. The spatial vortex that had just formed in front of Feng Wuchen shattered instantly. Oh no! Feng Wuchen was shocked as a strong sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. The other party was a great overgod expert. Feng Wuchen could not fight him at all. A mere 7-star divine lord wants to escape from my hands? Kid, accept your fate. I'll let you know what strength is, the man sneered disdainfully as an incomparably terrifying aura spread out. Boom. Pfft. The man waved his hand, and an invisible force instantly caused Feng Wuchen to vomit blood as he shot backwards. With a casual wave of his hand, he had heavily injured Feng Wuchen. His strength was extremely terrifying. Kid, can you still take a second attack from me? The man asked with a mocking sneer. He was extremely arrogant. It's over. I can't move. Feng Wuchen paled in fright. Before this terrifying aura, he had actually been suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Being hit while standing, unable to fight back or move, just how painful was that? To deal with a brat like you, I can turn you into ashes with a single finger. The man sneered mockingly. Then, he appeared before Feng Wuchen with a flash. It was extremely sudden and undetectable. Damn it. I haven't found the bloodthirsty banner yet, and I'm going to die at this person's hands. Feng Wuchen was furious. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this, but there was nothing he could do. Those trash did not dare to come in. It was a wise decision. But you have the guts to come in. It's actually stupid, the man sneered as he sent a palm strike at Feng Wuchen mercilessly. Feng Wuchen's pupils contracted. The man's palm rapidly enlarged in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Damn it. Teleport. Feng Wuchen roared madly in his heart. However, due to the terrifying pressure, he could not teleport away at all. Swish, boom, buzz. Buzz, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in a flash and met the attack with a palm. With a deafening explosion, the destructive force of the collision swept out crazily. The huge space of the ruins shook violently. Wherever the energy ripples passed, the rocks and broken palaces floating in the air were all shaken into powder. The ferocious clash forced the newcomer to take 3 steps back. So, you're in cahoots with this kid. I thought you wouldn't interfere, said the man with a slight sneer. He had clearly sensed this person's existence long ago. You're just a mere lord-level cultivator. How dare you interfere in my affairs? I think you're tired of living, said the man with a disdainful sneer. He did not take the newcomer seriously at all. "What's the point of bullying the weak?" said the newcomer coldly. At this moment, Feng Wuchen looked at the person before him with great shock. He said in disbelief, Xianxia. Xianxia, why are you here?" Looking at Xianxia's illusory back, Feng Wuchen thought he had seen wrongly. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. "I also want to know what the ancient ruins you speak of are like. I also want to know what kind of powerful ancient divine weapon the bloodthirst banner is. However, I didn't expect that the ancient ruins of the heavenly realm would have an ancient powerhouse living there," Xianxia said slowly as he turned to look at Feng Wuchen. "Then why did you interfere? You can't defeat him." Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. "The entrance to the ruins has been sealed," Xianxia said. "I didn't do such a pointless thing," the man said with a mocking sneer. Xianxia was speechless. Feng Wuchen could not help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He was indescribably grateful. "How did you know about the existence of the bloodthirst banner?" "You shouldn't know about such an ancient divine weapon," the man asked coldly. He stared at Xianxia and Feng Wuchen coldly. "No comment." Feng Wuchen said coldly. Xianxia's appearance had already caused the terrifying pressure to disappear, allowing Feng Wuchen to recover. "If that's the case, then die," the man said fiercely. His face instantly darkened, and his killing intent was boundless. Buzz, buzz, Xianxia's old face was extremely solemn. He activated his lord-level strength with all his might. A terrifying power erupted, causing the space to shake violently. His might was overwhelming. "You're just a mere lord-level spirit. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand," the man sneered disdainfully. He raised his hand casually and sent a palm strike toward Xianxia. "Little monster, run." Xianxia immediately sent a voice transmission. "What about you?" Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia in shock. "Xianxia, this person's strength is too terrifying. I'll use instant transmission to take you away." "Let's escape," Feng Wuchen hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Feng Wuchen knew how terrifying ancient powerhouses were. They were definitely not people Xianxia could deal with. "Do you think you can escape from a great lord with your teleportation? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and leave. I will hold him back." Heaven Fiend shouted coldly. His tone was very tough, not giving Feng Wuchen any chance to refute. Xianxia was fearless as he met the attack with his palm. Boom. Buzz. The ferocious palm met head-on. The extremely terrifying power sent Xianxia flying, as if he could not withstand a single blow. What a terrifying power. Was this the true power of the ancient times? How can there be such a strong martial artist in the Heaven Realm ruins? Xianxia frowned and thought. His soul had become much more illusory due to the immense power. The overwhelming power left Xianxia extremely shocked. The power of a great overgod was not something that an overgod could withstand. Furthermore, this ancient expert had only casually struck out with his palm. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. The moment the two palms collided, a destructive power swept out without restraint. At that moment, Feng Wuchen immediately used Blink to retreat. "Xianxia!" Feng Wuchen shouted worriedly. "Hurry up and leave!" Xianxia shouted angrily at Feng Wuchen. "Resisting with your life just to give that kid a chance to escape? How foolish." The ancient expert sneered arrogantly. His cold gaze swept across Feng Wuchen as the ancient expert sneered. "The dragon god's teleportation is indeed powerful. However, you are only a Sir God. You can't escape from my palm." Feng Wuchen's face was extremely ferocious as he was filled with anger. The power of a seven-star deity erupted wildly and was extremely domineering. Due to his anger, Feng Wuchen's aura had increased significantly. "Are you very angry?" "That's right. I will let you know how wonderful the taste of despair is." "Haha." The ancient expert laughed arrogantly. "Little monster, hurry up and leave." Xianxia shouted angrily. "If I leave just like that, am I still human? Although I know that you are not a good person, I am not an ungrateful person." Feng Wuchen replied. If Feng Wuchen really abandoned Xianxia, who had risked his life to save him, he would never be at ease. Although Feng Wuchen was not a good person, he was loyal and righteous. This brat. Xianxia gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Hey, old thing, show me your strongest ability. Let me see the strength of the experts in the realm of the gods. The ancient expert looked at Xianxia with disdain as he hooked his finger to provoke him. He was extremely arrogant. Preposterous. Xianxia was enraged as his murderous aura surged crazily. It was so strong that it was suffocating. After so many years in the realm of the gods, who would dare to look down on Xianxia? Buzz. Buzz. The enraged Xianxia unleashed his fighting strength completely. His aura surged crazily as his body flashed with a bright black light. The space in the ruins shook even more violently. His fighting strength has increased. Xianxia has not used his full strength? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He then frowned and said to himself, even so, he is still no match for that ancient expert. Divine art. Ares art. Xianxia roared furiously as he unleashed the divine art. His fighting strength soared, and his aura became even more terrifying. A divine art to increase his fighting strength. Feng Wuchen's eyes widened as he was shocked. Buzz. Buzz, extremely destructive energy exploded crazily as Xianxia took out his divine artifact. His fighting strength soared again as a bright black light shrouded the ruins. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's fighting strength increased by 2 stars, reaching the level of a 3-star lord. It's not easy to increase your fighting strength to such an extent when you are in a spiritual state, the ancient expert sneered. Boom, Buzz. Buzz, glaring fiercely at the ancient era expert, Xianxia suddenly stepped into the void. With a boom, his figure immediately turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot out. With a loud boom, his attack was fierce and overbearing. Xianxia's speed was terrifying as he surpassed the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia appeared in front of the ancient expert in a flash and slammed his palm forward mercilessly. Humph. The ancient expert sneered arrogantly as he flicked his finger. Boom, at that moment, before Xianxia's attack arrived, there was a loud boom and Xianxia was sent flying by the terrifying energy. This ferocious attack nearly scattered the Scythian's spiritual body. Xianxia. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically as he shot out immediately. Xianxia's spiritual body weakened instantly and was close to becoming transparent. He could no longer withstand the ancient expert's attack. Raging fury surged into Feng Wuchen's heart as his eyes shone with a crimson light. Old man, is that all you've got? You've disappointed me. The ancient expert sneered mockingly, but that's true. You're only a 3-star lord while I'm a 9-star lord. The difference between us is like heaven and earth. However, when the ancient expert finished speaking, his expression changed slightly as he looked at the enraged Feng Wuchen. This violent bloodline is the bloodline of the ancient dragon gods, the ancient expert could not help but exclaim. It's definitely the bloodline of the ancient dragon gods. Although it hasn't been fully awakened, how is that possible? Who knows how many generations of descendants could awaken the bloodline power of the ancient dragon gods? The ancient strong cultivator stared at Feng Wuchen with his mouth agape. He was shocked and in disbelief. The bloodline of the ancient dragon gods? Heavenshaw frowned slightly and looked at the ancient elite martial artist in shock. He thought to himself, the ancient dragon gods are definitely not simple to be able to make an ancient elite martial artist so shocked. There must be a reason why the 7 god realms called them inferior races. No wonder I felt that this little monster's movement technique and divine art were very scary. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Heavenshaw thought to himself, such an ancient aura, I can't believe it came from this little monster. It's definitely 1 in a million for a junior to awaken the bloodline of the ancient dragon gods. No matter how pure the bloodline is, it's impossible. But he did it. This little monster is really scary. The angry Feng Wuchen was emitting a terrifying aura. It was very ancient, as if he was an old monster that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Feng Wuchen didn't lose his mind because of anger. He was still clear-headed. He was also shocked by the ancient bloodline power that was surging out of his body. What's going on? The bloodline of the dragon gods has actually leveled up. Could it be related to the bloodline change from before? Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked, and his expression was a little dazed. Looking at the ancient elite martial artist, Feng Wuchen thought to himself, he just mentioned the bloodline of the ancient dragon gods. My bloodline has such an ancient aura. Could it really be the ancient bloodline of the dragon gods? Feng Wuchen couldn't believe that he could awaken the ancient bloodline of the dragon gods. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the space of the ruins shook violently again. An incomparably terrifying aura swept out crazily like a giant dragon that had awakened. The destructive aura was even more terrifying than the ancient elite martial artist in front of him. That old monster has indeed been alerted. I knew he would appear. Sensing this terrifying aura and might, the ancient expert's expression changed drastically. Intense fear flashed across his eyes. This aura is even more frightening than his. Xianxia's face drained of color as he gasped for breath. His old face was filled with shock. This is the aura of the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, the ancient bloodline of the dragon gods. He is an ancient powerhouse of the dragon gods. Such a terrifying expert is definitely an ancestor of the dragon gods. The three of them looked at the source of the terrifying aura with shock and fear. Swish, not long after, a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom resounded. The golden light tore through the void of the ruins. The overwhelming pressure was breathtaking, as if a sovereign had descended to the world. Even the ancient expert was stunned by the terrifying divine might. The person who came was an old man with white hair and beard. His face was full of wrinkles, and he wore a long white robe. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and his whole body emitted the aura of an expert. The ancient expert looked at the old man in shock and thought to himself, this old monster's cultivation is getting more and more frightening. This old thing's cultivation has definitely surpassed the realm of a 9-star lord. Moreover, this terrifying ancient aura is exactly the same as the little monster's ancient bloodline aura. This old thing is also a member of the dragon gods. Moreover, he is an ancient expert of the dragon gods. What kind of race is the dragon gods? How can they be an inferior race with such a terrifying expert? Xianxia's heart was filled with extreme fear. The old man's cultivation was unfathomable. Xianxia had no idea what the old man's cultivation was. This is what a true expert is like. Even more frightening than a great lord. Feng Wuchen trembled in fear. He could not imagine how terrifying this old man was. The white-robed old man first glanced at the ancient expert. Just a glance was enough to make the ancient expert tremble in fear. Shan Tong, you are quite bold. Why? You want to kill my descendant of the dragon gods? The white-robed old man said in a deep voice. Shan Tong was scared out of his wits when he heard that. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, Senior Dragon, you misunderstand. How would I dare? I was just playing with them. No one has entered the ruins for so many years. It's really boring. Is that so? Just nice, I'm bored too. I'll exchange a few moves with you, the white-robed old man said coldly. Shan Tong's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He said in fear, Senior Dragon, don't joke with me. I'm no match for you. You can kill me with just a finger. I was just playing with them. I had no intention of killing them. Humph. The white-robed old man snorted coldly. With Shan Tong's terrifying strength, if he really wanted to kill Feng Wuchen and Xianxia, he would have done so from the beginning. The reason why Shan Tong didn't kill them wasn't because he wasn't strong enough, but because he didn't dare. From the beginning, Shan Tong already knew that Feng Wuchen was a descendant of the dragon gods. There was an ancestor of the dragon gods in the ruins. How would Shan Tong dare to kill Feng Wuchen? Junior Feng Wuchen greets the ancestor of the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. The old man looked at Feng Wuchen with a deep gaze. His old face was filled with excitement, and he said with extreme surprise, a miracle. It's simply a miracle. The dragon gods have been in the ancient realm for a very long time, but there has never been a descendant who could awaken their ancient bloodline. You are the first. The first? Feng Wuchen looked blankly at the old man who was smiling excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. The old man said excitedly, I originally thought that you were the same as the other dragon gods, but unexpectedly, when you were angry, you unexpectedly awakened your ancient bloodline. After a pause, the old man continued, of course, it's definitely not just any dragon god's anger can awaken your ancient bloodline. This must be related to the purity of your bloodline. Otherwise, it's impossible to awaken your ancient bloodline. Feng Wuchen suppressed the shock in his heart and said respectfully, Ancestor is right. My dragon god's bloodline is indeed very pure. Who is the current patriarch of the dragon gods to you? The old man asked with a smile. My father. Feng Wuchen replied. So that's how it is. The old man nodded and said excitedly, I have waited for 100,000 years. Finally, this day has come. There is hope for our dragon gods. Junior does not know what ancestor means. Feng Wuchen looked at the white-robed old man in confusion. The white-robed old man said with a smile, You have just awakened your ancient bloodline and have not fully awakened it. Once your ancient bloodline is fully awakened, your cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds. Follow me, I will slowly explain it to you. The white-robed old man was in a good mood and was very happy. He brought Feng Wuchen and Xianxia to his palace, and Single-Eyed followed behind. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Single-Eyed thought, this brat awakened the ancient bloodline of the dragon gods. This means that the ancient bloodline of the dragon gods is gradually awakening. If I follow this old thing, I might really be able to see the light of day again and not be trapped in this damned place. This damaged palace was the palace of the dragon gods. After the war, it no longer exists. The white-robed old man smiled faintly in the square of the collapsed palace. The palace was huge, but it no longer had its original grandeur. Instead, it was in ruins. Other than the main palace, which was barely preserved, hundreds of other palaces were destroyed. It was a shocking sight. The white-robed old man said, I have been cultivating here for almost 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Tianxia's eyes almost fell out. In the shattered square, Feng Wuchen saw many tombstones at the side and couldn't help but ask, Senior, are these all from the dragon gods? Not all of them. There are other ancient powerhouses. The white-robed old man said faintly. Looking at the tombstones, his old eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Senior, how should I address you? You are an ancient powerhouse. You should be the first ancestor of the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen asked respectfully. The white-robed old man smiled faintly, I am one of the first ancestors of the dragon gods, Long Shihun. One of the first ancestors? Feng Wuchen looked at Long Shihun in surprise. Long Shihun smiled faintly, the ancient dragon gods had 3 ancestors. I am one of them. What about the other 2 ancestors? Did they die in battle? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Long Shihun shook his head and said, they are still alive, but not in this world. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and did not pursue the matter. Then, he said, Senior, can you tell me what happened back then? Why did the god realm view the dragon gods as inferior races? They even called the heaven realm and the human realm the Forgotten Lands. Long Shihun said, there was a destructive war in the ancient times. On one side, there were ancient powerhouses led by the dragon gods. On the other side, there were ancient powerhouses led by the Sky Devil race. There were countless casualties. That war also directly caused the dragon gods to suffer great losses. Their ancient bloodline source disappeared. Bloodline source disappeared? Does this mean that the younger generation can't awaken their ancient bloodline? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. That's right, it's been 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, there hasn't been a single descendant of the dragon gods who has awakened their ancient bloodline, except for you. This also means that after 100,000 years, the origin of the ancient bloodline has gradually recovered. Your appearance is the future of the dragon gods. Once the origin of the ancient bloodline recovers, all the dragon gods will be able to awaken their ancient bloodline. At that time, the dragon gods will once again be able to revive. This is also the reason why this seed is so excited. Long Shihun laughed happily. Why did the bloodline origin disappear? Feng Wuchen asked, puzzled. Long Shihun recalled, the bloodline origin was in the hands of the 3 progenitors. In order to fight against the sky demons, the three of us had no choice but to use up all of our bloodline power. That was why the origin disappeared. Did the dragon gods lose that battle? Feng Wuchen asked. The dragon gods have not been defeated, but they have also been defeated. Long Shihun shook his head helplessly. Long Shihun's words confused Feng Wuchen. Did they lose or not? In terms of strength, the dragon gods and the sky demons were evenly matched. In that battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. When the realms were divided, the dragon gods were divided into the mortal realm and heaven realm, while the sky demons were in the seven god realms. This is also why the dragon gods are called inferior races in the god realm. Long Shihun explained. What kind of race is the sky demons? I have never heard of them in the seven god realms. Xianxia asked. The great master god of the god realm is a member of the sky demons. The seven great masters are also members of the sky demons. The god realm is the territory of the sky demons, so most of the major forces and experts are descendants of the sky demons. Long Shihun looked at Xianxia and said. After a pause, Long Shihun continued, this seat said that the dragon gods have lost because evil people have appeared in the dragon gods. Evil people? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, even the primogenitors can't do anything to them? Long Shihun sighed and said, 3 super geniuses have appeared in the dragon gods. Their cultivation is extremely high, and their strength is extremely strong. The 3 primogenitors were heavily injured in the battle and couldn't do anything to them. The defeat of the dragon gods is also due to the 3 of them. Because they were strong enough, they developed evil thoughts. They felt that others were not worthy to be part of the dragon gods. Their strength was close to the primogenitors' realm. Because of them, many experts of the dragon gods and other experts were mercilessly massacred by them. Some experts were even willing to submit to them, which led to the dragon gods almost being destroyed. Only the descendants of the mortal realm and heaven realm survived. The dragon gods declined for 100,000 years because of this. After the realms were divided, they coexisted with the sky demons and left the god realm. In the past 100,000 years, they have been in the saints' world. Meanwhile, I and the other ancient experts have remained in the heaven realm and set up a space to seal all the major forces in the war here. Only when we disappear will the war end. At the end, Long Shihun couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, I didn't expect such a tragic thing to happen in the ancient times. I also didn't expect the dragon gods to suffer such a calamity. There are other ancient experts in the ruins? Xianxia asked in shock. Shan Tong said, of course, do you think it's just me and Senior Long? The other ancient experts are all in hibernation. Feng Wuchen, the fact that you can awaken the ancient bloodline means that your body has begun to nurture the bloodline origin. The future of the dragon gods depends on you. Long Shihun looked at Feng Wuchen and said, full of hope for Feng Wuchen. Is there no way to restore Senior's bloodline origin? Feng Wuchen asked. Long Shihun shook his head and said, this seat's bloodline origin has already dried up. I need a new bloodline origin to be able to awaken it. This seat's recovery depends on you. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded. Long Shihun then took out a treasure and handed it to Feng Wuchen, saying indifferently, this is the ancient divine weapon of the dragon gods, the bloodthirst banner. Since you have already ascended to the divine realm, you must be careful. Try not to reveal your identity to avoid attracting the sky demon race's pursuit. Many thanks, Senior. This junior will definitely be careful. Feng Wuchen quickly bowed and thanked him, his heart was wild with joy. Shan Tong, I'll leave Feng Wuchen's safety too. You. If anything happens to him, this seat will not forgive you. Long Shihun looked at Shan Tong and said. Senior Long, don't worry. I definitely won't let anything happen to Feng Wuchen. Shan Tong patted his chest and guaranteed. Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong and said, unless there is no other choice, you don't have to do anything to avoid revealing your identity. I'm worried that it will be easier to attract the sky demon race's attention. Brother Feng is right. Shan Tong smiled and nodded. How impressive would it be to have a 9-star great over-god ancient powerhouse as a bodyguard? Feng Wuchen would not refuse. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation is still very weak. This seat will bestow upon you the dragon soul essence to help you step into the deity emperor realm. Long Shihun smiled faintly. Breakthrough to the deity emperor realm. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. Feng Wuchen was currently 7-star divine lord realm. If Dragon Soul assisted him to step into divine sovereign realm, it would save considerable time. Dragon Soul waved his hand. A wisp of gem-like soul essence emitting a resplendent blue light appeared out of thin air, emitting a very horrifying aura. What pure energy aura! Xianxia could not resist exclaiming, extremely shocked. Dragon soul essence is very pure, the power gentle. To the dragon gods, it's a great tonic, Dragon Soul said with a faint smile. Lightly waving his hand, the Dragon Soul essence flew toward Feng Wuchen. Many thanks, Senior. Feng Wuchen thanked agitatedly, absorbing the Dragon Soul essence without standing on ceremony. Soul-splitting art. Feng Wuchen gave a low cry and instantly condensed more than a dozen primordial spirit avatars, absorbing the Dragon Soul essence crazily together. Cultivation is rising so quickly. The power of the soul essence is extremely tremendous. Furthermore, it doesn't reject my power at all. He had just started cultivating when Feng Wuchen could not resist exclaiming. With the help of more than a dozen primordial spirit avatars, Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared like he was using a cheat. Oh? There's actually still such a miraculous spell, Dragon Soul Essence was extremely surprised. These are primordial spirit avatars? They can actually help absorb together. Cultivation is rising so quickly. Shan Tong opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, such a powerful spell, it's still my first time seeing it. Forcefully suppressing the shock and wild elation in his heart, Feng Wuchen said, this spell was researched by a genius of the human world's dragon race. But he's already dead. It's precisely because of this spell that my cultivation rose very quickly. So that's how it is. Dragon Soul Essence smiled happily and said, looks like our dragon gods are indeed producing talents in large numbers. Such a pure and massive Dragon Soul Essence can definitely let me break through to Divine Sovereign Realm within a short time. At most 6 hours. Feng Wuchen said agitatedly. Indeed, following Feng Wuchen's frenzied absorption, his cultivation soared all the way. In less than 2 hours, Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the realm of 8-star Divine Lord. 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the 9-star Divine Lord realm again. The speed of improvement was so fast that Xianxia and Shan Tong by the side were already dumbfounded long ago. When it was the 6th hour, Feng Wuchen broke through to the 1-star Divine Emperor realm. In just 6 short hours, who in the entire 7 god realms would be able to achieve such a feat? A 1-star Divine Emperor. I've finally broken through. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. With a bright smile on his face, he stood up and bowed again, thank you, Senior. After 6 hours, Feng Wuchen felt that his strength had increased by several hundred times. Haha. As expected of a genius descendant of the dragon gods. Good. 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 Long Shihun's face was filled with excitement, and he praised him 3 times in a row. 6 hours to break through from a 7-star Divine Sovereign to a 1-star Divine Sovereign. Isn't the Dragon Soul Essence too powerful? This is simply a treasure that defies the heavens. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he could not imagine such a terrifying cultivation speed at all. Shan Tong was also shocked. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, even with the help of the Dragon Soul Essence, I wouldn't believe that he could break through to the 3-star Divine Sovereign in 6 hours. Feng Wuchen's increase in cultivation was indeed terrifying. The Dragon Soul Essence seemed to be tailor-made for Feng Wuchen. The pure energy could be absorbed crazily and greedily. The power of the Divine Emperor realm is indeed extraordinary. The realm of my physical body has also increased by quite a bit. With my strength, I can fight against a 3-star Divine Emperor. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He clenched his fists and felt the surging and overbearing power in his body. Fight against a 3-star Divine Emperor? Shan Tong was shocked again. Xianxia said, Feng Wuchen's fighting strength has exceeded his own cultivation. That's right, Senior, after I ascended to the Divine Realm, I discovered that the indestructible Golden Body Realm has increased. What's the next realm? Feng Wuchen suddenly remembered and quickly asked. Hearing this, Long Shihun's old face could not help but be stunned. He asked in astonishment, your indestructible golden body realm can still be increased? Seeing Long Shihan's reaction, Feng Wuchen was also stunned. He asked in astonishment, could it be that Senior's indestructible golden body realm can't be increased? Long Shihan shook his head and said, the strongest body of the dragon gods is the indestructible golden body. As one's cultivation increases, the indestructible golden body will become stronger and stronger. However, no one has ever been able to increase the indestructible golden body realm's foundation. Can't be increased? Then why can my indestructible golden body realm still increase? What's going on? Feng Wuchen asked in astonishment. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Long Shihan shook his head again and then gasped, I also don't know why. In the history of the dragon gods, there are very few geniuses who can reach the indestructible golden body realm, let alone increase the indestructible golden body realm's foundation. This might be related to your physique or some other reason. However, one thing is certain. The increase of the indestructible golden body realm has no disadvantages for you. It will make you stronger and stronger. Long Shihan added. The stronger the physical body realm, the more powerful Feng Wuchen's fighting strength would be. This was without a doubt. Senior, there's another question. When I was in the mortal realm, I obtained the 10 great ancient powers. However, I never found it in the heaven realm. According to Xianxia, the divine realm has an ancient power that is very similar to the power I obtained. However, since they are both ancient powers, why is the ancient power I obtained in the mortal realm weaker? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. The powers nurtured by the heavens and earth are all different. The primordial power that you obtained in the mortal realm is a power that has been separated. The true primordial power comes from the God realm and the God realm. Only a powerful world can withstand their strongest power. Long Shihan explained. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen said, in that case, my nihility power and the divine realm's nihility power are the same kind of power. The divine realm's nihility power is the true ancient power. That's right. After all, the power that the mortal realm can withstand is too small. However, for you to be able to obtain the 10 great ancient powers, it can be seen that you are not simple. Long Shihan said. Thank you for telling me, Senior. There's not much time left, I have to return to the divine realm. With Shantong returning with me, I will at least have some confidence. The power of the divine realm's heavenly tribulation has increased. I need to find a way to weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible so that the people of the heaven realm can ascend to the divine realm. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and said. Long Shihan nodded and warned, only by ascending to the divine realm can you become stronger. However, you must be careful. The future of the dragon gods depends on you. With that, Long Shihan handed a divine artifact storage ring to Feng Wuchen and said, there are some treasures in the storage ring that will definitely be of help to you. Thank you, Senior. Junior will take his leave. Feng Wuchen accepted the storage ring without any trace of politeness. A storage ring given by an ancient expert was definitely not simple. With that, Feng Wuchen and Xianxia left the ruined space. Shantong, listen to Feng Wuchen's orders. This seat will definitely not treat you unfairly. Long Shihan looked at Shantong and said. Senior Long, don't worry. I can also see that this brat is not simple. Shantong nodded and disappeared in a flash. Brother Feng, I haven't left the ruins for 100,000 years. I'll take a look at the various worlds first. If you encounter anything you can't solve, just summon me. That includes killing the great master god. Shantong's voice came as soon as he came out of the ruins. That last sentence about killing the great master god was extremely domineering. Don't alarm the heaven devil race. Don't go too far. I'm afraid I'll need your help soon, Feng Wuchen replied. Don't worry. No matter where I am, as long as you summon me, I'll be able to hear you. No one in the god world knows me. The heaven devil race in the god world can't even withstand a single blow. The experts are all in the holy world. It doesn't matter if you alarm those idiots, Shantong replied. Feng Wuchen stopped talking. Shantong's words made sense. With Shantong's terrifying strength, no one in the god world could do anything to him. The heaven devil race experts in the holy world wouldn't care about such matters. Whether it was the God world, the space-time divine world, the heaven realm, or the mortal world, Shan Tong could do whatever he wanted. Little monster, I'll return to the God world first, Tian Sha's voice came. Tian Sha, thank you, Feng Wuchen replied. Tian Sha risked his life to save him. Feng Wuchen was indeed very grateful. Even though he knew Tian Sha wasn't a good person, at least he saved him and treated Feng Wuchen as a friend. Big brother Feng. Seeing Feng Wuchen come out unscathed, Lu Qingyang and Zhang Junlan were instantly relieved. Big brother Feng, are you alright? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with concern. I'm fine. There's an ancient expert in the ruins who helped me raise my cultivation. He even gave me a storage ring, Feng Wuchen said happily. There's really an ancient expert? How strong is he? Lu Qingyang asked in shock. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Anyway, he's very strong. I can't beat him even if there were 10,000 of me. Hiss, as soon as Feng Wuchen said this, Lu Qingyang and the others were so frightened that they sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly rejoiced that they weren't enemies. Otherwise, how could Feng Wuchen have come out alive? Teacher, what is your current cultivation level? Zhang Junlan asked. 1-star Divine Emperor, 3 stars higher, said Feng Wuchen with a faint smile. An increase of 3 stars? This is too scary, isn't it? What kind of expert is he? Lu Qingyang's eyes widened again. He was scared out of his wits. Young master, have you found the Bloodlust banner? Long Nidian asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled, I found it. That ancient expert gave it to me. Let's go, this place will be sealed again soon. Let's go back first. After Feng Wuchen and the others left, the majestic mountains disappeared into thin air as if they were never there. This trip back to the heaven realm solved all the doubts in Feng Wuchen's heart. Not only did his cultivation level increase, but he also obtained the ancient divine weapon, the Bloodlust banner. Back at the Dragon God Temple, everyone was relieved to see Feng Wuchen and the others come back safely. The Bloodlust banner is the divine weapon of the Dragon Gods. Giving it to you is returning it to its rightful owner, Long Tianqiu said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen smiled. Father Long, your cultivation has reached the level of ascension. I will find a way to weaken the power of the tribulation as soon as possible. The Dragon Temple is in the process of being built. It will be even more magnificent than the current Dragon God Temple. Young Master's cultivation is far above us. We have to ascend to the divine realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will never catch up to Young Master, said Long Nidian. That's right. I can't wait to ascend. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. His eyes were full of anticipation. Everyone was excited to ascend to the divine realm. Father, Mother, Xiaoxiao, I'm going back to the divine realm. Wait for my good news. I won't keep you waiting for too long. Feng Wuchen smiled happily as his body floated into the void. All right. We will wait for your good news. Long Tianqiu smiled happily. Farewell, Alliance Master. Everyone shouted. The sound waves rolled and soared into the sky. This time, there was no sadness or reluctance. There was only joy and anticipation. Because soon, they would ascend to the divine realm. About weakening the power of the tribulation, I have to wait a little longer. I can't let the Master God get suspicious. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. After returning to the divine realm, Feng Wuchen did not go to the main God temple immediately. Instead, he planned to return to the headquarters to cultivate. Feng Wuchen had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. He had to consolidate his 1-star Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible. At the same time, he wanted to see if there were any ancient treasures in the storage ring given by Long Shihun. Su Yuan? Have you been waiting for me here? Feng Wuchen saw Su Yuan as soon as he came out of the pitch-black crack. He could not help but ask in surprise. Su Yuan said respectfully, Lord Feng is of noble status. If anything happens to you, I can't bear the responsibility. Because the passage to the heaven realm is very likely to encounter a strong enemy. Strong enemy? Su Yuan should be talking about the people from the space divine realm. Feng Wuchen guessed. I've found the herbs. I have to report to Master immediately. You should go back too. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Before he could finish, he was already far away. Farewell, Lord Feng. Su Yuan bowed respectfully. Su Yuan only returned to the main god temple after Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. He did not dare to delay at all. Welcome, Chen. The headquarters guard bowed respectfully. Whoosh. Huang Yan came over in a flash and said respectfully, Chen, this way please. I'll bring you to rest. Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, Huang Yan, how are the worldly treasures? Have you taken them all back? All the transactions for the 3-time space rings have been completed. Countless worldly treasures are in this space ring. Chen, keep it well. Huang Yan handed a storage ring to Feng Wuchen respectfully. Feng Wuchen glanced at it. The huge number made Feng Wuchen smile. All the major factions hope that Chen can provide more 3-time space rings, Huang Yan continued. If you want more, you'll have to take out precious worldly treasures. I don't want ordinary trash. Feng Wuchen shrugged casually. Chen, why do you need so many worldly treasures? If it's for cultivation, you can't use. So many worldly treasures, Huang Yan asked curiously. He could not understand. Cultivation is one of the reasons. My friends in the heaven realm will ascend soon. I'll leave a portion for them to cultivate and use the rest to refine pills, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Chen, don't lie to me. You need so many worldly treasures to refine pills? Huang Yan did not believe him at all. Don't doubt me. The pills I refine are special. They require a large amount of worldly treasures, Feng Wuchen said with a mysterious smile. What kind of special pills? Huang Yan was even more curious. Looking at the curious Huang Yan, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, refining pills with 100 million worldly treasures with pure energy. What kind of powerful pills do you think they'll be? What? 100 million worldly treasures with pure energy for refining pills? How is that possible? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Huang Yan was shocked. He was petrified and dumbfounded. Huang Yan did not even dare to imagine how terrifying that pill was. Refining pills with the pure energy of 100 million heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Feng Wuchen's words kept repeating in Huang Yan's mind. Huang Yan had been in the divine world for many years. As a peak expert, he had seen too many powerful alchemists and also too many powerful alchemy techniques. However, this was the first time Huang Yan had heard of using 100 million kinds of natural treasures to refine pills with pure energy. How terrifying is the power of 100 million heavenly materials and earthly treasures? I'm afraid no alchemist has ever thought of this before, right? Even Great Elder Miayuan would be shocked if he heard this. Chen isn't joking, is he? He can control it? Huang Yan was extremely shocked. Just thinking about it made him break out in cold sweat. If Chen can really refine such a terrifying pill. Huang Yan did not dare to imagine any further. He hurriedly followed behind. Although he felt that Feng Wuchen's words were ridiculous, Huang Yan believed him. Chen, you weren't joking just now, right? Refining pills with so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures is unheard of in the 7 god worlds, Huang Yan asked in shock and excitement. Glancing at Huang Yan, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and asked, do I look like I'm joking? No. No. Huang Yan shook his head excitedly. Don't tell anyone, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Don't worry, Chen. I won't. Huang Yan nodded heavily. Here's your 5-time space ring. Feng Wuchen tossed a 5-time space ring to Huang Yan. This was what he had promised Huang Yan. 5-time space ring. Thank you, Chen. Huang Yan could not help but roar at the sky. He was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen said, try to get me as many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures as possible. Those trashy heavenly materials and earthly treasures are enough. Don't worry, Chen. Leave it to me. Huang Yan patted his chest and promised. Huang Yan respectfully brought Feng Wuchen to a luxurious palace. He waited for Feng Wuchen to enter before leaving. He was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen spent a day consolidating his 1-star divine emperor realm. His combat ability had improved significantly. Feng Wuchen was bursting with confidence now that he had broken through 1-star Divine Emperor. He had already retrieved the Ninefold Universe Pagoda from the Heaven Realm. At the same time, he had also obtained the ancient Dragon God clan's divine artifact, the Bloodthirst Banner. The combined power of the two ancient divine artifacts was absolutely devastating. Nine eyes divine divines divine indestructibles indestructible indestructible immortals divine immortal immortal mortal God. Means. And Nai was overjoyed and excited. Feng Wuchen said, "It's time to make a trip to the Master God World's God Matter. The God World's heavenly tribulation will only start in half a month. If we go too long, it will inevitably arouse the suspicions of those old monsters." Feng Wuchen did not have the time to check Long Shuling's storage ring. He was about to leave for the God's divine palace. Since he had promised Elder Huangfu to be the head teacher, Feng Wuchen would not make things difficult for Elder Huangfu. Naturally, he had to keep his promise. Just as Feng Wuchen passed by the main hall, Man Zhentian, Gu Moyun, and a few other elders walked out of the hall. "Chen, where are you going?" Man Zhentian asked curiously when he saw Feng Wuchen leaving in a hurry. "I'm going to the Divine Palace. Otherwise, Elder Huangfu will eat me alive." Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. He felt uneasy. "Chen, old man has something to discuss with you." Man Zhentian quickly walked up to him. "What is it?" Feng Wuchen asked Man Zhentian with a bright smile. Man Zhentian was shocked when he saw Feng Wuchen's bright smile. He guessed that it was not something good. Man Zhentian was silent for a while. After thinking it through, he said, "Chen, can you provide us with 5 times the space rings?" "Of course." "What are your conditions, President Man?" "A 5 times the space ring is different from a 3 times the space ring. Forget 30 billion natural treasures, even 10 times the price wouldn't be enough." Feng Wuchen asked with a bright smile. Man Zhentian, Gu Moyun, and the other elders' faces turned green. They felt regretful. Man Zhentian thought for a while and said, "Chen, the headquarters won't be able to provide 10 times the space ring in a short time." When Man Zhentian said that, Feng Wuchen was shocked. What did 30 billion mean by 10 times the space ring? Man Zhentian said that he would not be able to provide 10 times the space ring in a short time. This meant that the headquarters had the ability to do so. "President Man, how about this? You can give me an item of extreme cold in exchange." Feng Wuchen smiled brightly. "An item of extreme cold?" Man Zhentian, Gu Moyun, and the others were shocked. Their eyes widened. That brat Huang Yan betrayed old man again. Man Zhentian did not need to guess to know that it was Huang Yan's doing. He cursed Huang Yan in his heart. "What kind of item of extreme cold does Chen need?" Ling Shuang asked curiously. "Glazed ice to break rocks." Feng Wuchen smiled brightly. "What? Glazed ice to break rocks?" Man Zhentian and the others widened their eyes again. Their faces were filled with shock. "It really is that brat Huang Yun. Old man will break his legs later." Man Zhentian cursed in his heart. Achoo! In a palace, Huang Yun suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Which old bastard is scolding me?" Achoo! As soon as Huang Yun finished scolding, the furious Man Zhentian sneezed. "President Man, I heard that this treasure has always been sealed in the headquarters. It's an ancient item. President Man, you can't do anything about it, and you don't know what it is. Why don't you exchange it with me?" Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Feng Wuchen had always been thinking about the glazed ice to break rocks in the headquarters. This was something Feng Wuchen needed to subdue the divine fire. "President Man, think about it. I can always provide you with a 5 times space ring." Feng Wuchen smiled brightly. He looked very confident. Then, he left the headquarters. Main God World's God's Abode. "Who are you?" "The God's Abode is a sacred place. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." The God's Abode guard stopped Feng Wuchen. "I am Feng Wuchen. I was invited here by Elder Huangfu," Feng Wuchen said politely. "So it was the Grand Elder who invited you?" "Sir, inside." The guard immediately became respectful when he heard this. Before the guard could finish, a person walked out of the God's Abode. He sized up Feng Wuchen. Seeing Feng Wuchen's ordinary clothes, he said disdainfully, "Brat, who do you think you are? Do you think the Great Elder is someone you can meet just because you want to? The God's abode is filled with the top geniuses of the God realm. Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to enter the God's abode." Scram. Great teacher, this isn't good. He was invited by the Great Elder. The guard looked troubled and helpless. "Shut up." The person shouted coldly. "Farewell." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and turned to leave. "Humph. I've seen many people like you." The guard said disdainfully, "Trash will never have the right to step into the God's abode." "Great teacher, don't you need to confirm it?" Seeing the great teacher's arrogant attitude and Feng Wuchen's elegant turn, the guard asked weakly. The great teacher's face darkened, and he glared at the guard fiercely. The guard was so scared that he immediately shut up and retreated. "That great teacher, I think I saw him enter the divine abode last time," another guard said weakly, and then hurriedly retreated. Hearing this, the great teacher frowned slightly. He snorted coldly and turned to leave, not taking it seriously at all. Divine Realm Headquarters. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had returned so quickly, Man Zhentian asked in surprise, "Chen, didn't you go to the divine abode? Why are you back so soon? Did something happen?" Feng Wuchen shrugged. "I'm not qualified to go in." Feng Wuchen smiled. "By the way, President Man, you can take your time to think about it. There's no need to rush." In any case, Feng Wuchen had already set the bait. He was not afraid that President Man would not take the bait. Feng Wuchen was determined to get the glazed ice soul stone. "President Man, if the people from the divine abode come again, tell them not to look for me in the future." Feng Wuchen left after saying this and left the headquarters again. Obviously, he came back to tell Man Zhentian this. Looking at Feng Wuchen's back as he left, Man Zhentian said, "Huang Fuyan, oh Huang Fuyan, it's going to be difficult for you to invite Chen back this time." Time passed day by day. Huang Fuyan, who had been waiting for Feng Wuchen to come to the divine abode, was getting more and more anxious. "It's been 5 days. Why hasn't the great teacher come yet? Did something happen?" In the main hall, Huang Fuyan was burning with anxiety and restlessness. The master's face was slightly gloomy. "Isn't this Feng Wuchen too arrogant? He doesn't take the divine abode seriously at all. Is he going back on his promise? He is a guest elder of the divine tower of the Alchemist Guild. Why would he put us in his eyes? First elder, that brat is simply toying with you. You politely invited him many times, but he didn't take it seriously at all." An elder was also extremely dissatisfied as he glanced at Huang Fuyan with his old eyes. An old man nodded slightly and said, "Second elder is right. If Feng Wuchen really had the heart, he would have come to the divine dwellings a long time ago, since he had already come to the Master God world. Even if he was delayed by some matters, he could have asked the headquarters to send someone to inform him. What does it mean to ignore him now?" Huang Fuyan's face sank. He frowned and said, "Impossible. As a guest elder of the divine tower, I will never go back on my words." Feng Wuchen was a guest elder of the divine tower of the Alchemist Guild. He possessed powerful alchemist abilities and his status was transcendent. Even so, the divine tower had invited Feng Wuchen many times, but he was nowhere to be seen. It was inevitable that the divine tower master and the other elders would be displeased. Feng Wuchen was a guest elder of the divine tower of the Alchemist Guild, but their status was not low either. The divine tower master said solemnly, "Immediately send someone to the headquarters to take a look. If Feng Wuchen does not want to take the position of chief instructor, the divine dwellings will not force him. We also hope that Feng Wuchen can be a venerable one in the divine dwellings of the Master God world." "Let me go," Huang Fuyan said with a frown. He left the hall after he finished speaking. After listening to the words of the divine dwellings and the other elders, Huang Fuyan could not help but feel a little angry. Other than the anger towards the divine dwellings, a part of it also came from Feng Wuchen. After Huang Fuyan left the main hall, the second elder said, "Divine dwellings, it seems that the position of chief instructor needs to be changed. That brat Feng Wuchen is really unreliable. Don't think that just because he can refine 2 or 3 times the space ring, he is amazing. To think that we were so polite to him. Don't talk nonsense. The Divine Dwellings Master said solemnly, everything will wait until the first elder returns. Divine Dwellings Headquarters. Huang Fuyan hurried over, and Chief Steward Ji Feng brought Huang Fuyan to the main hall. Chief Steward Ji Feng, is Chen in the Chamber of Commerce? Huang Fuyan asked. Ji Feng shook his head and said, Chen is not here. He just left the headquarters a few days ago. Huang Fuyan's old face sank and became a little ugly. Feng Wuchen had left the headquarters for a few days and did not go to the Divine Dwellings. This made Huang Fuyan angry. He is a guest elder of the Divine Tower of the Alchemists, why would he put us in his eyes? First elder, that brat is just playing with you. You politely invited him many times, but he did not take it seriously at all. Second elder is right. If Feng Wuchen really wanted to, he should have come to the Divine Dwellings long ago since he has already come to the Divine Dwellings. Even if he was delayed by something, he could have asked the headquarters to send someone to inform him. Now that he is not asking about it, what does that mean? The words of the Divine Dwellings second and third elders appeared in Huang Fuyan's mind again. This made Huang Fuyan angrier the more he thought about it. Before long, Huang Fuyan entered the main hall. First Elder Huang Fu, what brings you here? Please take a seat. Man Jintian smiled happily and went up to receive him personally. Seeing Huang Fuyan's arrival, Man Jintian could already guess what was going on. Huang Fuyan was filled with anger. How could he be in the mood to sit? First Elder Huang Fuyan, what's wrong with you? You don't look too good, Gu Maiyun asked with a frown. He could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Huang Fuyan's expression. Sigh, isn't this all because of Chen? It's been a few days, and Chen did not go to the Divine Dwellings. Old man had no choice but to make another trip to the headquarters, Huang Fuyan said with a helpless sigh. Man Jintian nodded and said with a smile, I see. First Elder Huang Fuyan, actually, Chen had already gone to the Divine Dwellings 5 days ago. However, not long after, Chen returned. I don't know what happened. This Huang Fuyan still has to go back and find out what's going on. What? 5 days ago? Huang Fuyan's old face changed drastically when he heard that. That's right. Chen rushed to the Divine Dwellings from the Star Soul Realm and did not even rest. He rushed to the Divine Dwellings as soon as he returned from work. Man Jintian nodded. Huang Fuyan's old face was extremely gloomy, and a monstrous anger was about to erupt. Xiao Shuang said expressionlessly, Elder Huang Fuyan, Chen is our headquarters VIP. I would like to ask what's going on. Chen said that he was not qualified to enter the Divine Dwellings. I'm afraid he was humiliated by the people of the Divine Dwellings. He also said that we should not look for him in the future. Elder Huang Fuyan, this is no small matter. Preposterous. This is outrageous. How could such a thing happen? Huang Fuyan's suppressed anger in his heart burst out in an instant. It was breathtaking. Huang Fuyan had invited Feng Wuchen with all kinds of politeness and respect. It was not easy to get Feng Wuchen to agree, but he was humiliated by the people of the Divine Dwellings, causing all his efforts to go up in smoke. This completely enraged Huang Fuyan. An extremely terrifying murderous aura and anger instantly spread throughout the headquarters. It swept out with the power of stormy waves, causing many experts in the Chamber of Commerce to tremble in fear. The terrifying power of a 5-star ultimate god was full of deterrence. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! The extremely furious Huang Fuyan's old eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. He immediately flashed out of the main hall and rushed straight to the sky, returning to the Divine Dwellings at top speed. I've known Elder Huang Fu for so many years, but this is the first time old man Yen has seen him so angry. Man Jintian shook his head slightly. When Huang Fuyan was enraged, Feng Wuchen was already at the Alchemist Divine Tower. This time, Feng Wuchen came to the Divine Tower to thank Miayuan. If not for Miayuan's help in refining pills, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have been so successful. When Feng Wuchen came to the Alchemist Divine Tower again, the older generation of powerful alchemists and many genius alchemists looked at Feng Wuchen with respect. Greetings, guest elder. As Feng Wuchen walked, the alchemists in the Divine Tower greeted him respectfully. No one dared to look down on him. The guest elder is back. A genius alchemist went to pass the news in panic. In a palace, Elder Lin and other powerful alchemists appeared one after another. Their eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. Elder Lin, do you think this kid is as strong as the Tower Master? And the other said. No matter how I look at him, old man doesn't think he's strong. An old man frowned and asked. Another old man shook his head and said, old man can't see it either. It's just that he hides it well. A cold light flashed in his old eyes. Elder Lin said in a deep voice, the Tower Master and the elders won't speak without thinking. However, old man wants to see how strong he is. At the same time, the news spread to the ears of many genius alchemists. What? The guest elder is back? Nia Huang and Aoyu's faces changed as they rushed out of the palace. Sure enough, Feng Wuchen had already walked to the square. Nia Huang, have you thought it through? Do you really want to compete with the guest elder? His soul power is absolutely terrifying. Aoyu asked in horror. Nia Huang's face was very ugly. As the number one genius of the Divine Tower, he was reprimanded by the Tower Master and the elders because he offended Feng Wuchen. He was very unhappy and unwilling to accept it. Nia Huang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. If we don't compete, how do we know if the Great Elder is telling the truth? I don't believe he's so strong. He's an alchemist who can refine spatial rings. Someone looked at Nia Huang worriedly. So what? A spatial ring was only a middle-grade immortal artifact. I can refine high-grade immortal equipment. Nia Huang was quite confident in his own equipment refining skills. It was precisely because he was quite confident in his own strength that Nia Huang decided to compete with Feng Wuchen. On the other side, Dolua entered the hall and respectfully reported, Pagoda Master, Elders, the guest elder has returned. He's back? The Pagoda Master was overjoyed. He smiled happily and said, that's great. You're safe and sound. I was worried that the guest elder would be in danger. Great Elder Miayuan also let out a long sigh of relief. He smiled happily and said, quickly go and welcome the guest elder. Because of Feng Wuchen, Miayuan was able to successfully refine a pill that could trigger the 9-colored pill lightning. It also allowed Miayuan's soul state to improve. This meant that Miayuan could refine powerful pills of high quality. It also strengthened Miayuan's alchemy skills in the 7 god realms. Miayuan was able to refine a terrifying pill that could trigger the 9-colored pill lightning with just his guidance. One could only imagine how powerful Feng Wuchen was in the field of alchemy. Guest Elder. Before Feng Wuchen entered the hall, the Pagoda Master, Miadi, Miayuan, and the others had already come out happily. Great Elder Miayuan, I really have to thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to return to the Heaven Realm so smoothly. Seeing Miadi and the others come out, Feng Wuchen hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked them. Guest Elder, old man should be thanking you. Otherwise, old man wouldn't have been able to refine such a powerful pill. Miayuan smiled happily. It's great that you can come back safely. We were worried that the Overgod would harm you. Protector Miajian said happily. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, thank you for your concern, Pagoda Master and Protector Elder. Guest Elder, please come in. Elder Miayuan hurriedly said. When Feng Wuchen entered the hall, Elder Lin and some of the older generation alchemists and genius alchemists also rushed to the hall. Are they all coming for me? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He had already sensed Elder Lin and the others' powerful soul power. As soon as he entered the hall, dozens of powerful alchemists rushed to the hall at the same time. It was obvious that they were coming for Feng Wuchen. You overestimate yourselves. Miayuan said coldly in his heart. But that's good. Let them see the abilities of the guest elder. They won't give up until they are convinced. On the other side. Buzz buzz. An incomparably terrifying aura and monstrous anger shrouded the entire god's abode. The terrifying energy shook the space violently. A large black crack was tearing toward the god's abode at a terrifying speed. The scene was extremely terrifying and visually shocking. In the hall of the god's abode, the master, the elders, and the upper echelons all felt Huang Fuyan's terrifying killing intent and monstrous anger. What's going on? The master frowned slightly. Grand Elder only went out for a while. Why is he so angry? Is it because of Feng Wuchen? The second elder was puzzled and couldn't understand. The third elder said in a low voice, most likely. It seems like Feng Wuchen really looks down on our god's abode. It seems like he has rejected Grand Elder. Old man, I have never seen Grand Elder so angry. Go out and see what's going on. The master frowned and felt that things weren't that simple. The master, elders, and upper echelons all walked out of the hall. What's with this terrifying killing intent? Is there a strong enemy? This is Grand Elder's terrifying aura. Grand Elder is furious. That's right. It's Grand Elder's aura. What's going on? The experts and students of the god's abode were terrified and puzzled. They all looked at the sky above the god's abode. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Huang Fuyan's figure appeared above the god's abode. He didn't hide his terrifying killing intent and anger. He was so furious that it was as if he had gone mad. His bloodshot eyes swept across the people of the god's abode. He descended and roared, 5 days ago. Who was guarding the gate of the god's abode? Come out now. His roar, which was filled with killing intent, terrified everyone in the god's abode. It's me. A guard said in extreme fear. And me. Another guard stood out in fear. His body was trembling, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Grand Elder, what's going on? The master came over and asked. Huang Fuyan ignored him. His fierce gaze swept across the two guards. He snorted angrily, and his terrifying aura caused the two guards to vomit blood. Grand Elder, please spare our lives. The two guards knelt down in fear. They had already guessed what was going on. Everyone in the god's abode was dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Huang Fuyan roared angrily, you two better explain yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. Grand Elder, this has nothing to do with us. Grand Elder, please spare our lives. The two guards cowed out and begged for mercy. Supreme Dragon God, 5 days ago, did someone called Feng Wuchen come to the divine abode? Huang Fu Flame asked angrily. Yes. He said he was invited by the great elder. A guard nodded in horror. He was scared out of his wits. What? 5 days ago? The expressions of the prefecture master, the elders, and the higher-ups changed drastically. At this moment, the prefecture master and the rest finally understood why Huang Fu Flame was so angry. Huang Fu Flame's murderous aura multiplied in an instant. His terrifying aura surged as he roared, how dare you? How dare you do that? How dare you insult the divine abode's chief instructor? I will kill all of you. What? Chief instructor? The expressions of the divine abode's teachers changed drastically. Chief instructor? Many students were shocked. Chief. He is the divine abode's chief instructor? The moment the great teacher heard this, his face turned pale. He collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his soul. Great Elder. This has nothing to do with us. When we found out that he was invited by the great elder, we immediately let him in. However, the great teacher stopped us. It was the great teacher who insulted the chief instructor. It has nothing to do with us. A guard explained in horror. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think the great elder is someone you can meet whenever you want? The divine abode is filled with the top geniuses of the god realm. Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to enter the divine abode. Scram. Humph. I have seen many people like you. Trash will never be qualified to enter the divine abode. Another guard directly repeated the great teacher's insulting words to Feng Wuchen. After hearing this, the prefecture master, the elders, and the higher-ups were stunned. This was a personal attack on Feng Wuchen, who could stand such vicious insults. Great teacher? How dare you? How dare you insult the chief instructor as trash? Do you know who he is? Huang Fu Flame was furious. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning violently. A mere great teacher dared to insult a guest elder of the divine tower of the alchemists as trash. Huang Fu's old eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly swept his gaze toward the pale-faced great teacher. Then, he grabbed the air and sucked the great teacher over. The terrifying power directly trapped the great teacher. Huang Fuyan said fiercely, "Li Jin. Who gave you the guts? How dare you insult the chief instructor of the divine dwelling? Do you know how much effort this elder put into inviting Feng Wuchen? How dare you insult the head instructor and call him a piece of trash? Grand Elder." One of the elders wanted to step forward and stop him, but he was stopped by the mansion lord. Huang Fu Flame was currently in a state of extreme rage. If he stepped forward to stop them, he would simply be courting death. Grand Elder, I didn't know that he was chief instructor. Li Jin replied with difficulty. He was already feeling hopeless. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear him say that he was invited by this elder? Huang Fu Flame angrily asked, his old face extremely ferocious and terrifying. Boom. Pooh. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fu Flame directly slammed his palm forward. The terrifying power caused Li Jin to spit out blood on the spot. He was seriously injured. Gulp. Seeing Huang Fu Flame's ferocious side, the divine dwelling instructors and students were all shocked. They swallowed their saliva in horror and could not help but tremble. I spent so much effort and time to invite Feng Wuchen, but it was ruined by a useless person like you. Huang Fu Flame shouted angrily. Then, he slammed his palm forward again. Boom. Pooh. Li Jin spat out another mouthful of blood. His body flew out and crashed violently into a huge stone pillar in the square. Because of your stupidity and your insults toward Feng Wuchen has already refused to be the chief instructor. Don't you think you deserve to die? Huang Fu Flame roared. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Refused to be the chief instructor. The divine dwelling master and the elders were stunned. Did this not mean that they had offended Feng Wuchen? At this moment, the divine dwelling master and the others finally realized the real reason for Huang Fu Flame's anger. Grand Elder, please spare my life. Li Jin was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He regretted underestimating Feng Wuchen and insulting Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Feng Wuchen had refused to be the chief instructor. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to change Feng Wuchen's mind. Spare your life? Your insults toward Feng Wuchen have caused the divine dwelling to offend Feng Wuchen. Do you know what the consequences are? Huang Fu Flame roared angrily. He grabbed the air and sucked the heavily injured Li Jin over again. Then, he grabbed Li Jin's throat. The entire divine dwelling instructors and students were terrified. No one dared to speak. Many instructors and students wanted to know who Feng Wuchen was. Huang Fu Flame had attacked a grand teacher for Feng Wuchen's sake without hesitation. This showed how much he valued Feng Wuchen. Boom. Pfft. Huang Fu Flame slammed his palm forward again. Li Jin spat out blood again. A palm print appeared on his chest. Li Jin's injuries were severe. He only had half a breath left and could die at any moment. I'll kill you today. Huang Fu Flame roared. He raised his palm and slammed it forward again. Boom. Huang Fu Yan's palm blasted out, and the terrifying power sent Li Jin flying. He turned into a black line and penetrated a towering palace. Swish. Boom. Huang Fu Flame appeared in front of Li Jin in a flash. He slammed his palm forward again. With a loud boom, Li Jin was sent crashing into the ground of the plaza. Grand Teacher Li Jin died on the spot. If he didn't kill Li Jin, Huang Fu Flame wouldn't be able to quell his anger. However, even after killing Li Jin, Huang Fu Flame's anger didn't diminish. Instead, he became even more furious. Seeing that Huang Fu Flame had really killed Li Jin, many instructors and students were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Their faces were as pale as a corpse's. They had never seen Huang Fu Flame so angry. They had never seen Huang Fu Flame so terrifying. In their impression, Huang Fu Flame was a kind old man. Outrageous. Huang Fu Flame gritted his teeth and roared. Grand Elder, calm down. Don't scare the students. We might still have a chance to salvage the situation, the Academy Master said. The furious Huang Fu Flame suppressed the anger in his heart and said, what else can we do? Don't think that Feng Wuchen wants the position of Grand Teacher. Don't forget Feng Wuchen's identity. If it weren't for my repeated requests, would he have agreed? If the Divine Tower finds out about this, do you know what the consequences will be? Huang Fu Flame shouted angrily. He didn't give the Academy Master any face. The second elder hurriedly said, Grand Elder, don't be angry. The Academy Master frowned and said, we might be able to salvage the situation if we look for President Man, that's right. Feng Wuchen is temporarily staying at the headquarters. If President Man and the others help put in a good word for him, there might be a chance for a turnaround. The second elder nodded. Huang Fu Flame's fierce gaze swept across the instructors and students. He shouted angrily, all of you, remember this. Feng Wuchen is the Divine Abode's Grand Teacher. I won't forgive anyone who dares to offend the Grand Teacher. With that, Huang Fu Flame, the Academy Master, and the others hurriedly flew to the headquarters. Huang Fu Yan had killed the Divine Dwelling's great teacher in anger. It could be said that he had killed one as a warning to the rest, causing the Divine Dwelling's mentors and students to have a strong fear of Feng Wuchen. The Master and Elders had left for a long time, but the people of the Divine Dwelling still hadn't recovered from their shock. It was still dead silent. After an unknown amount of time, a mentor suddenly woke up and immediately flashed to the square. Li Jin was dead. The great teacher is dead. I have never seen the great elder so angry. The great elder just now was too scary. The mentor frowned. Thinking back to Huang Fu Yan's anger just now, he still felt extremely frightened. Was the great teacher really killed? Am I dreaming? The great elder actually killed a great teacher. Who is that chief teacher? The great elder actually killed a great teacher for him. I have been in the Divine Dwelling for 6 years and never knew that the great elder had such a terrifying side. This is the first time I have seen the great elder so angry. The chief teacher must not be offended. Otherwise, the great elder will definitely kill us. The Divine Dwelling students woke up one after another and instantly exploded. Their faces were still filled with horror. Deacon Elder, who is that chief teacher? A mentor looked at the Deacon Elder who walked down and asked. The Deacon Elder frowned slightly and sighed. He is a very powerful genius alchemist. In fact, you have all seen him before. He also came to the Divine Dwelling before. You should all remember him. We have seen him before? Everyone was shocked and quickly recalled the unfamiliar face in their minds. After a while, the mentors and students' faces changed drastically. The stranger that appeared in their minds was Feng Wuchen. The great elder actually killed a great teacher for that kid? A genius student was stunned. Deacon Elder, is he really so powerful? Is he more powerful than the #1 genius of the Divine Dwelling? A student looked at the Deacon Elder and asked. The Deacon Elder shook his head slightly and said, Old man is not sure, but the great elder has invited him many times and the master also attaches great importance to him. It is obvious that he is not simple. After a pause, the Deacon Elder continued, the reason why the great elder invited Feng Wuchen to be the chief teacher of the Divine Dwelling was to guide the alchemist students. Give pointers? A genius alchemist student looked at the Deacon Elder in astonishment. Forget about giving pointers. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I won't offend him, but it's best if he doesn't provoke me either. Another genius alchemist said proudly. Since the mansion master and the elders value him so much, I'd better stay away from him. Another alchemist shrugged. Just as Huang Fu Yan had said, the genius alchemist students of the Divine Palace were all arrogant people. They were not afraid of the palace master and Huang Fu Yan, because the forces behind them were also very powerful, which also made them arrogant. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Alchemist Divine Tower. Guest Elder, are you joking? 100 triple space rings? Inside the hall, Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the others were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, I'm not joking. 100 triple space rings are nothing to me. Since Great Elder Mia Yuan has helped me, I'm naturally grateful. Besides, I'm also the guest elder of the Divine Pagoda, so I have some obligations. For Feng Wuchen, Mia Yuan had saved the lives of the major forces of the Heaven Realm by helping him refine the pill. If Feng Wuchen had returned a little later, Lu Qingyang would have died, and everyone in the Dragon Temple and the Alliance would have died in the hands of the space-time realm cultivators. Therefore, the pill that Miayuan had helped him refine was very important. Guest Elder, this is also because of your guidance and the celestial Bodhi liquid that the old man could refine it. Otherwise, the old man would not have the ability to do so. Miayuan smiled bitterly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Elder Miayuan is too humble. If I don't have a certain level of strength, what's the use of my guidance? You don't have to refuse. These 100 triple space rings must be accepted, and I'll need the help of the Pagoda Master and several elders in the future. Alright, thank you, Guest Elder. Miedi hurriedly cupped his fists to express his gratitude. If he continued to refuse, he would be regarded as an outsider. Pagoda Master, elders, Elder Lin and the others are here to see you. At this time, Dolua entered the hall and reported respectfully. Humph. Overconfident. Miayuan said coldly, let them in. Overconfident? Feng Wuchen looked at Miayuan in confusion. Miayuan hurriedly said, Guest Elder, it's like this. Last time, Miayuan explained everything to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen finally understood that Miayuan was here to challenge him, the Guest Elder. Guest Elder, Aou was disrespectful before. I hope you don't blame him. Protector Miajian hurriedly said. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said faintly, I didn't take it to heart in the first place. After a while, dozens of alchemists, led by Elder Lin, entered the hall. Regardless of whether they were of the older or younger generation, they all exuded powerful soul power. Greetings, Pagoda Master, Protector, Elders. Elder Lin bowed respectfully to everyone, but did not address them as guest elders. Miadi, Miayuan, and the others' faces turned gloomy. They really wanted to slap this group of arrogant people to death. Feng Wuchen glanced at Elder Lin and the others, then smiled and said, I know that you are not convinced by me. Some of you are God Emperor level alchemists, godly venerable level alchemists, and are my seniors. Some of you are Divine Palace level alchemists, known as the #1 genius alchemist in the Master God world. You are indeed very powerful, so it's normal that you are not convinced. If it were me, I would not be convinced either. Brat, if you can defeat me, I will respectfully address you as a guest elder, Elder Lin said in a domineering manner. Even though he was reprimanded last time, he still did things his own way. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and smiled. I accept all of your challenges, but I am only a Divine Emperor level alchemist. If you are willing, you can choose at any time. Alchemy, weapon refining, rune refining, forging, you can choose. Arrogant. Do you really think a 4th level alchemist is so great? Nia Huang's face turned cold. I heard that you are the one who refined the interspatial ring. You must be very powerful in the field of weapon refining. I will compete with you in weapon refining. Whoever can refine a stronger immortal weapon will win. Alright. Please. Feng Wuchen agreed without hesitation. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Miayuan's face was extremely gloomy. He then said, Nia Huang, if you lose, immediately kowtow to the guest elder and admit your mistake. Great elder, don't worry. If he can really beat me, not to mention kowtowing, I will even acknowledge him as my master. Nia Huang said confidently. As he spoke, he had already taken out the weapon refining furnace. An incomparably tyrannical soul power surged out, followed by the 9 motifs true fire into the crafting furnace, followed by his soul power. Nia Huang waved his hand, and more than a dozen refining materials appeared in his palm. Under his control, they entered the weapon refining furnace one after another. The series of actions was done smoothly. Nia Huang is the top alchemist in the Divine Tower. It's a piece of cake for him to forge high-grade celestial artifacts. He's able to control the 9 truths fire at such a young age. Not many juniors in the 7 god realms can do that. Moreover, he has his own unique understanding of weapon forging. Even the genius from the divine abode is not as good as Nia Huang. Yes, Elder Lin is right. Nia Huang's talent is unparalleled. The older generation of alchemists were full of praise. Nia Huang's reputation as the top alchemist in the Divine Tower was not undeserved. As expected of the Divine Pagoda's #1 genius alchemist. His technique is skillful, and his control of the fire has reached perfection. He is definitely not someone an ordinary genius can compare to. The great elder has cultivated an extraordinary genius. Feng Wuchen was full of praise as he watched Nia Huang forge weapons. Unfortunately, he's still far from the guest elder. Mia Yuan shook his head slightly. They knew that Feng Wuchen's strength in the field of alchemists was not something Nia Huang could compare to. Mia Di said lightly, the guest elder did not appear. Nia Huang is indeed the top alchemist in the Master God world. Feng Wuchen nodded in agreement. Nia Huang's weapon forging skills were indeed strong. After an hour, he had merged all the materials and formed the prototype of a celestial artifact. It exuded a powerful aura. This is a high-grade celestial artifact. Aou and the others could not help but exclaim when they felt the powerful aura. Their eyes were full of excitement. I have to admire this kid. He can form the prototype of a celestial artifact so quickly. And it's a high-grade celestial artifact. An elder agreed. It's impossible to forge such a powerful high-grade celestial artifact without a strong enough soul power. Even old man would not dare to say that he could forge such a powerful high-grade celestial artifact. Another elder praised. Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the others also showed some satisfaction on their old faces. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Under Nia Huang's full concentration, the high-grade celestial artifact was successfully forged. A jade pendant with a powerful aura floated above the furnace. Pagoda Master, Elders, the high-grade immortal artifact has been completed. Nia Huang reported respectfully. Emperor Extermination waved his hand and the high-grade immortal jade pendant flew over. He glanced at it and said, to be able to forge such a powerful high-grade immortal artifact, you've improved a lot. Nia Huang. You're really something. With such a powerful high-grade immortal artifact, you will definitely win. Aou laughed excitedly, full of confidence in Nia Huang. Such a powerful high-grade immortal artifact is simply perfect. An old man said excitedly. Nia Huang. Very good. Elder Lin smiled in satisfaction. Thank you for your compliment, Senior Lin. Nia Huang smiled proudly. The #1 genius of the alchemist divine tower. To be able to forge such a powerful high-grade immortal artifact, he is very powerful. Feng Wuchen glanced at the jade pendant and smiled faintly. Your control of the 9 motifs true fire is very good. If you had given up on calcining the 1,000-year-old spirit stone when calcining the immortal spirit stone, the effect would have been better. In order to speed up the process, you calcined both at the same time, but you lost a lot of spirit energy. The moment he heard this, Nia Huang froze on the spot. Elder Lin and some of the God Emperor level alchemists' old faces were filled with shock. Kid, you haven't forged a more powerful high-grade immortal artifact yet. What right do you have to say this? An old man said in a deep voice. Aou's face was full of disdain as he said in a low voice, you speak as if you can do it. Don't think that you're so great. Feng Wuchen ignored him and continued, there is a certain repulsion between the immortal spirit stone and the spirit stone. You still can't suppress their repulsion. In addition, your soul power is insufficient. At the beginning, you shouldn't have put too much soul power into calcining the materials. This also led to your lack of soul power at the last step and almost caused the refinement to fail. Originally, you were going to fail. However, at the critical moment, you decisively condensed the soul power of the crafting furnace and successfully forged it. This was done very well. You are indeed worthy of the title of the #1 genius of the Master God world. Hearing this, Nia Huang's heart trembled again and again. He stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Feng Wuchen could see his mistake with just his eyes. How sharp was his eyesight? There is indeed some repulsion between the immortal spirit stone and the spirit stone. It's not surprising that he could see it. However, he could see that Nia Huang condensed his soul power. At that moment, even old man couldn't see it. Elder Lin was shocked. This kid is really amazing. Another godly venerable level alchemist exclaimed in his heart. Elder Mia couldn't help but smile when he saw the expressions of Elder Lin and the others. Guest Elder is right. We can't rush for success. Although this jade pendant is powerful, it's not perfect. It's not a supreme grade yet, Elder Mia said calmly. Tower Master, other than you, there aren't many people in the Divine Alchemist Tower who can forge such a powerful high-grade immortal artifact, right? Aou said with a look of dissatisfaction. What do you know? Elder Mia immediately rebuked him. As an alchemist, we pursue perfection and make ourselves stronger. You're short-sighted. Aou was speechless after being reprimanded. He lowered his head. After recovering from the shock, Nia Huang said, "You're right. The reason why I'm forging immortal spirit stones and spirit stones at the same time is because my forging speed is too slow. It takes too much time, so I want to speed up. My grandfather said that when I reach a certain level, I can suppress the repulsion between the two. With my current strength, it's indeed a little difficult to forge a high-grade immortal artifact. However, this also means that I've reached the level of forging a high-grade immortal artifact. It seems that your grandfather's level is very high." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Elder Mia smiled. Nia Huang's grandfather just became an overgod alchemist 2 years ago. He's very skilled in forging artifacts. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet Senior Nia. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. At the same time, he activated his soul power and black fire. Domineering and powerful soul power burst out like a volcanic eruption. It instantly enveloped the entire hall. At the same time, a black flame ignited in his palm. A domineering icy aura spread out. It was breathtaking. Divine fire. Seeing the black flame in Feng Wuchen's hand, Elder Lin, Nia Huang, and dozens of other alchemists exclaimed at the same time. They were extremely shocked. This is the black fire that's ranked third on the divine fire list. Elder Mia smiled faintly. However, what happened next stunned Elder Lin and the others. As Feng Wuchen flipped his palm, the forging materials appeared out of thin air. Under the burning of the domineering soul power and black fire, they melted and condensed in a wonderful way. In an instant, they formed a storage ring. The storage ring emitted a very powerful aura. It was far more powerful than the jade pendant that Nia Huang had forged. Implement with a thought. Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying and magical divine power, Elder Lin and the others exclaimed in extreme shock. They were completely petrified. No, it can't be? He made it in the blink of an eye. How is that possible? Is this real or fake? He made it with a flip of his hand. Am I seeing things? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Implement with a thought. What level is that? This can't be a lie, right? How can such a powerful immortal artifact be made in an instant? Feng Wuchen's implement with a thought was displayed. Nia Huang and the rest were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. High-grade immortal artifact, made in an instant. Nia Huang stared at Feng Wuchen in a daze. His mind was blank. Nia Huang had used up all his soul power and spent 2 hours to make a powerful high-grade immortal artifact. However, Feng Wuchen could easily refine a high-grade immortal artifact that was more powerful than Nia Huang's with just a flip of his palm. Moreover, he did it without a crafting furnace. This was simply cheating. Nia Huang and the rest had never seen such a terrifying divine power. They all thought that Feng Wuchen had used a trick. No one dared to believe it was real. Only the older generation of alchemists like Elder Lin knew what a thought implement with a thought was. Because they knew, they were so shocked. Looking at Nia Huang with the storage ring in his hand, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The high-grade immortal artifact I made has a stronger aura than you. You've lost. Nia Huang was still in a daze. It was as if he had been immobilized. His heart was in turmoil. Everyone present could clearly feel the powerful aura of Feng Wuchen's storage ring. It was far more powerful than Nia Huang's jade pendant. Elder Lin and the other alchemists were also speechless at this moment. Aou and the other young geniuses were also stunned. For a moment, the hall fell into a dead silence. The materialize with thought divine ability was too shocking. It was as if a huge bomb had exploded right beside their ears, causing them to be dumbfounded. Guest Elder, is this storage ring a space ring? Miejian asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, Not yet, this is just an ordinary storage ring. A space ring requires some special power to complete. Special power? Emperor Destruction frowned. He did not understand, but he did not ask. Everyone was also curious about the special power Feng Wuchen was talking about, but since it was a special power, they didn't ask any further. Nia Huang, if there's a chance, get your grandfather to come to the Divine Pagoda. Feng Wuchen looked at Nia Huang and smiled. My grandfather has been in closed-door cultivation for many years, and he hasn't left his closed-door cultivation. I wonder when he'll be able to leave his closed-door cultivation. Nia Huang stared blankly like a machine, and he was still unable to recover from his shock. Guest Elder, that old fellow has also received guidance from Master. His attainments in the field of alchemy are extremely high, Miayuan said with a smile. So that's how it is. No wonder Nia Huang has quite a bit of insight in the field of alchemy. Feng Wuchen nodded, very much acknowledging Nia Huang's strength. Who else is unconvinced and thinks he's very powerful? Golden Light challenges the Guest Elder. Miayuan looked at Elder Lin and the others and said. Elder Lin and the others did not dare to speak, but at this moment, the way they looked at Feng Wuchen had changed. They were all in awe and fear. Even I can't achieve such a perfect divine power, but the Guest Elder has done it. If any of you still have doubts about the Guest Elder, feel free to challenge him. This is your last chance, Emperor Destruction said indifferently. Seeing that the dozens of alchemists did not speak, Miayuan continued, since no one wants to challenge him, I'll tell you. The elixir that can trigger the 9-colored pill lightning was refined by the Guest Elder himself. What? Guest Elder's guidance? As soon as Miayuan said this, Elder Lin and the others exclaimed in surprise. As Mia Hun's direct disciple, Miayuan had always been at the top of the 7 god worlds in the field of alchemy. How could they not be shocked that he actually needed Feng Wuchen's guidance in alchemy? Miayuan said in a low voice, without the Guest Elder's guidance, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to reach my current level in this lifetime. How dare you question the Guest Elder? How dare you disrespect the Guest Elder? Greetings, Guest Elder. Elder Lin and the others knelt down respectfully. Get up. Feng Wuchen said lightly. We were blind and disrespectful to the Guest Elder. Please forgive us. Elder Lin cupped his fists and bowed again. At this moment, Elder Lin was completely convinced. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. Feng Wuchen smiled heroically. Feng Wuchen could completely understand Elder Lin and the others' doubts. If it were anyone else, without knowing the situation, they would not accept a young junior as the Guest Elder. Guest Elder, if you don't mind, I'd like to acknowledge you as my master now. Nia Huang hurriedly said respectfully. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, there's no need to acknowledge me as your master. Elder Miayuan's words don't need to be taken seriously. Moreover, I'm quite busy and have too many things to do. I'm afraid I don't have time to teach you. Guest Elder, you can teach me at any time. I don't mind. Nia Huang said without hesitation. It seemed that he had made up his mind to acknowledge Feng Wuchen as his master. In the entire 7 god worlds, there was probably no one who could reach the level of Feng Wuchen. If he did not acknowledge such a terrifying alchemist as his master now, when would he? Nia Huang would not miss this opportunity. Feng Wuchen glanced at Miadi and Miayuan and saw that they nodded slightly. Feng Wuchen was helpless. How could Miadi and Miayuan not agree? This was the best opportunity to bind Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had accepted the #1 genius of the Alchemist Divine Tower as his disciple. This meant that he was a member of the Alchemist Divine Tower and not just a Guest Elder. Seeing that you're so sincere, I'll accept you as my disciple. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Your senior brothers are not at a higher level than you. Feng Wuchen agreed. Thank you, Master. I'll kowtow to you now. I'll definitely learn from my senior brothers. Nia Huang was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Get up. However, just as the ceremony ended, Dolua entered the main hall again and reported respectfully, Tower Master, Guardian, and Elder, the Master of the Divine Residence and the 3 elders request an audience. Oh? The Master of the Divine Residence is here too? Miadi frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, that old thing hasn't come to the Divine Tower for many years. Why are they here all of a sudden? Jian shook his head and said, "It seems like something has happened. Otherwise, that old thing wouldn't have come to the divine tower." "Let them in," Yuan said indifferently. Not long after, Doluo led the master of the divine residence and the 3 elders into the main hall. The 4 elders entered the main hall. When they saw Feng Wuchen, their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly bowed apologetically to Feng Wuchen. "Guest elder, it's all our fault for what happened in the divine residence. We have neglected you and caused you to be humiliated. Please forgive us." Supreme Dragon God Book Labyrinth, wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Palace Master, Grand Elders, there's no need for such formalities. Feng Wuchen hurriedly stopped them when he saw the Mansion Master and the 3 elders bowing. Humiliated? The faces of Mia Yuan, and the other higher-ups darkened instantly after hearing the words of the Mansion Master and the others. Even Elder Lin, Mia Huang, and the rest of the alchemists' faces turned sour. They had just witnessed the power of construct and implement with thought. They knew how powerful the guest elder of the divine tower was. Now they knew that Feng Wuchen had been humiliated in the spiritual abode. Something small happened. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Mia Yuan said, "Guest elder, this is not a small matter." Glancing at Huang Fuyan and the others, Emperor Extermination asked in a deep voice, "What is going on? Give me a clear explanation." Huang Fuyan then recounted everything that had happened. After Emperor Extermination and the others heard it, their faces turned even gloomier. A terrifying aura swept out wildly. "Guest elder, this old man really doesn't know what to say. I only hope that you don't blame me." Huang Fuyan blamed himself. "What? How dare you say that the guest elder is not qualified? How dare you insult the guest elder and call him trash?" Mie Jian gritted his teeth. A terrifying murderous aura erupted. "Huang Fuyan, I recommended the guest elder out of goodwill. How dare you neglect him? How dare you humiliate the guest elder? What are you doing? You don't respect the guest elder at all." Mia Yuan roared at Huang Fuyan. The palace master's face was filled with helplessness. He didn't know what to say. Feng Wuchen quickly said, "Tower Master, this is not the palace master's fault. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make a big deal out of it." Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the palace master and Huang Fuyan felt much better. "Guest elder, if you can't even handle a small matter, what can you do?" Huang Fuyan obviously didn't take it to heart. The Emperor Slayer said angrily, "Humph. I was wondering why you old things came to the divine pagoda together. How dare you? Insulting a guest elder is equivalent to insulting the divine tower of the Alchemist Guild. Old man didn't think that something like this would happen. Li Jin has already been killed by the old man. It's all the fault of the old man that guest elder has to suffer such humiliation. It's all the fault of the old man. I hope guest elder can forgive me." Huang Fuyan said with a face full of self-blame. Elder Lin frowned and said, "Elder Huangfu. The guest elder's status is extraordinary and is on the same level as the pagoda elder. Since the guest elder has agreed to be the head teacher, you should have informed him earlier. Don't you know what kind of person that bastard Li Jin is? Old man has long disliked Li Jin. If it weren't for his status as a great teacher, the old man would have killed him long ago." An old man gritted his teeth and said angrily. The higher-ups of the divine pagoda and the older generation of alchemists kept criticizing Li Jin. The Mansion Master and the 3 Grand Elders were speechless. No matter how much they tried to explain, they couldn't salvage the situation. "Guest elder, the old man is deeply sorry about this. He has let Elder Mia Yuan down and caused the guest elder to suffer such humiliation. I'm really sorry, guest elder." Huang Fuyan blamed himself. "Humph." Mia Yuan snorted fiercely. "Mansion Master, 3 Grand Elders, you don't have to blame yourselves. I know that this matter isn't your fault. Since Li Jin is dead, let's not waste any more time on this matter." Feng Wuchen said calmly. Although he said so, Feng Wuchen was really unhappy. However, since Li Jin had been killed by Huang Fuyan, Feng Wuchen didn't want to pursue the matter any further. Of course, that was also because Feng Wuchen was easy to deal with. If it were anyone else, they would probably pursue the matter to the end and definitely make Huang Fuyan and the others pay the price. Thank you, guest elder. The mansion master and the 3 grand elders cupped their fists and thanked him. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Wuchen then said, recently, I have a lot of things to do. I'm afraid I can't take on the position of great teacher. Seniors, please don't misunderstand. I didn't reject the position because of this matter. I only decided after much consideration. There are many reasons, but it's not convenient for me to reveal them now. Hearing this, the mansion master, Huang Fuyan, and the 3 grand elders were all disappointed. However, they didn't dare to say anything else. The humiliation of the guest elder might be a small matter to Feng Wuchen, but to the divine pagoda of the alchemists, it was a very serious matter. If Feng Wuchen didn't pursue the matter, then they should go to Buddha. Serves him right. Aou cursed in a low voice. It's already very good that the guest elder didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, if it was another young person who took on the role of guest elder, the consequences would be very serious. Another young junior whispered. The others nodded in agreement. Looking at the disappointed mansion master, Huang Fuyan, and the others, Feng Wuchen said, I know I've disappointed you seniors, but I hope you can understand. Even if I'm the guest elder, I'm afraid I don't have much time to come to the divine pagoda. My palace is still being built. With the help of the headquarters, Tianhui, it should be finished soon. I see. Huang Fuyan nodded and didn't force him. He was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. Master wants to build his own palace? Nia Huang was secretly surprised. Guest elder, your matter hasn't been resolved yet? Nia Yuan frowned and asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, it's not that easy. A pill can at most make an exception for me. If I want to weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation, I have to think of another way. The power of the heavenly tribulation? Huang Fuyan, the mansion master, and the others were stunned. What power of the heavenly tribulation? Elder Lin and the others were also shocked. Tower master, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen looked at Miayuan and the others. Miayuan said indifferently, it's fine. Guest elder, go ahead. Mansion master, 3 elders, farewell. Feng Wuchen looked at the mansion master and the others. He cupped his fists and left the main hall. Farewell, master. Nia Huang cupped his fists respectfully. Master? Huang Fuyan almost cried when he heard that. His heart was bleeding. Nia Huang looked at Huang Fuyan and said, Elder Huangfu, I just became the guest elder's disciple. The mansion master's old face was also very ugly. If this didn't happen, the god's abode would have benefited greatly because of Feng Wuchen. The students of the god's abode would also have benefited greatly because of Feng Wuchen. It was a pity that it was all too late. After Feng Wuchen left, Miayuan said in a low voice, Huang Fuyan, the guest elder didn't pursue the matter this time. I don't want this to happen again. Sigh. Huang Fuyan was so regretful that he wanted to die. He felt very aggrieved and helpless. The mansion master and the other 2 elders didn't say anything. In their opinion, Feng Wuchen refused to be the chief mentor because of this. Even if this was the reason, they had nothing to say. After all, it was their negligence that caused this. Old man has nothing to say. Tower master, we'll take our leave. Huang Fuyan couldn't lift his spirits at all. It was as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Chen, you've returned just in time. The divine palace master and the 3 elders are looking for you. They've already left the headquarters after waiting for 4 hours. At the God World headquarters, Huang Yin hurriedly greeted Feng Wuchen when he saw him return. I already know, Feng Wuchen nodded. How is it now? Huang Yin asked curiously. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, it's already been dealt with. Chen didn't pursue the matter? Huang Yin asked in surprise when he saw Feng Wuchen acting as if nothing had happened. It's not Elder Huangfu's fault. What's there to pursue? Besides, Li Jin is already dead. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke? Feng Wuchen said. Chen is right, Huang Yin nodded and said, the Divine Palace and the Divine Tower are one family. Chen, Su Feng, Lu Wuhan, and the others walked over. Why did you come out instead of cultivating? Feng Wuchen asked. Lu Wuhan quickly said, Chen, President Man said that they've thought it through and asked Chen to go over. Oh? Have they thought it through? Very good. Feng Wuchen's face was instantly filled with a bright smile. He quickly walked toward the main hall. President and the others couldn't resist the temptation of a 5-time space ring. Huang Yun grinned and quickly followed. Huang Yun had just walked a few steps when he suddenly looked to the left, as if he had sensed something. Someone actually dares to spy on the headquarters. They're probably after the 3-time space ring. To be more specific, it's Chen. This person is very strong. I've never encountered such an aura before. He shouldn't be from the Master God world. Huang Yun frowned and continued walking as if nothing had happened. As expected of the chief disciple of the Supreme Hall. What sharp senses, the mysterious person hiding in the dark sneered, not afraid at all. That little brat should be the alchemist who refined the triple space ring. He's hiding his strength so well that even I can't see through his cultivation, the mysterious man thought to himself before leaving. When Feng Wuchen and the others entered the hall, Man Jintian waved his hand, and a fist-sized stone appeared out of thin air, exuding a cold aura. It was the glazed ice soul stone. In just an instant, the terrifying cold air had already covered the entire hall. Everywhere it passed, everything in the hall was frozen into ice. It was incomparably domineering. The glazed ice soul stone was sparkling and translucent. Its surface was smooth like a man-made diamond. While it was emitting a terrifying chill, it also had a dazzling white light. It was like a divine stone. This is the glazed ice soul stone? What a terrifying cold chi. Feeling this terrifying cold chi, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but jump in fright. Man Jintian said, yes, this is the glazed ice soul stone. So cold. This cold chi is too terrifying. Su Feng's entire body was chilled to the bone. This treasure is really terrifying. It can still emit such a terrifying cold chi even when it's sealed. Lu Wuhan's face was filled with horror. Looking at the glazed ice soul stone in Man Jintian's hand, Feng Wuchen said excitedly, as expected of an ancient treasure. Such a terrifying cold chi is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. The more terrifying the cold chi was, the more Feng Wuchen liked it, because it meant that it could suppress the power of the divine fire. If Feng Wuchen wanted to seize the other divine fires, something of extreme cold was indispensable. The glazed ice soul stone was one of them. Chen, you have the protection of the divine fire, so you're not afraid of the glazed ice soul stone's cold chi. Old Man has also thought it through and exchanged it with Chen. This thing has been in the headquarters for many years. Old Man really can't do anything about it, Man Jintian said helplessly. Then, he waved his hand lightly, and the glazed ice soul stone flew to Feng Wuchen. The seal is extremely profound. It seems that President Man is also a formation grandmaster. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly, then his hands moved quickly. The moment the glazed ice soul stone approached, the seal on the surface of the glazed ice soul stone disappeared. What? Man Jintian, Gu Mayun, and the others' faces changed drastically. They looked at Feng Wuchen with incomparable shock. They were all stunned. How is this possible? Chen can actually break the seal set by President Man in an instant. Chen actually has such terrifying attainments in the field of formations. Huang Yun was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Poof, Feng Wuchen summoned the black fire. With a wave of his hand, the glazed ice soul stone floated above his palm. Under the suppression of the black fire, the glazed ice soul stone's cold air was completely restrained, unable to spread. I didn't expect Chen to actually be a powerful formation grandmaster too. He can actually break Old Man's seal instantly. Man Jintian exclaimed, his face losing his composure. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I've learned a little. I just happen to know how to break President Man's seal. Learned a little? Man Jintian's mouth could not help but twitch. He could instantly break his seal just because he learned a little? Wasn't this too shocking? Man Jintian's heart could be said to be shocked again and again. After living in the Master God world for so many years, he had never seen a freak as terrifying as Feng Wuchen. It's simply unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Old Man would never have believed that someone could instantly break such an exquisite seal. Gumayun continued in shock. They could no longer imagine what kind of monster Feng Wuchen was. President Man, many thanks. Feng Wuchen thanked him happily and immediately put the glazed ice soul stone into his storage ring, as if worried that Man Jintian would go back on his word. Then, with a flip of his hand, 5 times space rings appeared in his palm. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, President Man, 3 elders, these are your 5 times space rings. After you use them, I'll replenish your energy for free. Great. Thank you, Chen. Gumayun and the others hurriedly snatched the space rings, their shocked expressions instantly replaced by ecstasy. However, you still need to help me find a material, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. What material? The second elder hurriedly asked. The Amber Phoenix Cry Stone, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The Amber Phoenix Cry Stone? Su Feng frowned and asked, Chen, what kind of treasure is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? There are many treasures you haven't heard of, Feng Wuchen said with a blow to his confidence. Man Jintian, who was still in shock, exclaimed again, the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone with the ability to devour. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, it seems President Man knows about it. Then it's much easier. Just the glazed ice soul stone is not enough, you also need the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone. This is the only material missing. Young Master Chen, just what kind of treasure are you refining? Why do you need so many rare and precious treasures? Huang Yan asked curiously. That's a secret, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. President Man, do you know where I can find it? Feng Wuchen asked. Old Man has seen the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone before, but not in the Master God world. Old Man will immediately notify the branch and hope that the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone is still there, Man Jintian hurriedly said. At the branch? Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Man Jintian said, that's right. If it hasn't been sold yet, it will be delivered to the headquarters in 3 days. Wonderful. As long as I have the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone, I can refine the Amber Glazed Divine Armor. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Supreme Dragon God, once I forge the Amber Glazed Divine Armor and merge the Qilin Battle Armor and the Sky-Devouring Python Battle Armor with the Black Fire, I'll be able to suppress the Divine Fire with both ice and fire at the same time. Most importantly, it'll greatly increase my combat strength. Oh right, there's also Xianxia. He knows where the second-ranked Divine Fire is. I'll need his help when the time comes. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more excited he became. President Man, send someone to the branch immediately. Feng Wuchen urged. He couldn't wait to hear about the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone. Feng Wuchen's goal in forging the Amber Glass Divine Armor was to suppress the Divine Fire. There were many Divine Fires in the 7 God realms, and 2 of them were even more terrifying than the Raven Fire. Without the suppression of a powerful divine weapon, Feng Wuchen wouldn't dare to touch the Divine Fires of the God realms. Don't worry, Chen. I'll go personally. I know where it is. If it's still there, I'll bring it back, Huang Yun said hurriedly. The moment he finished speaking, Huang Yun disappeared. With Huang Yun's cultivation, it wouldn't take him too long to travel to the other God realms, not to mention that he had a powerful teleportation formation. Chen, don't get your hopes up. The Amber Phoenix Cry Stone is extremely rare. It's a very special material that has never appeared in the Master God realm, Gumayun said with a frown. Man Jintian continued, that was 3 years ago. However, the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone is extremely expensive. If nothing unexpected happens, no one should be able to trade for it. Why don't you transfer such a powerful treasure back to the headquarters? Feng Wuchen asked Man Jintian. Man Jintian shook his head slightly and said, the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone doesn't belong to the Chamber of Commerce. Someone sent it to the Chamber of Commerce to be auctioned. However, such a rare item couldn't be auctioned. No one could offer a treasure of equal value, not even a divine weapon. That's why it's still there. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Since the auction failed, there was still hope. Chen, even a divine artifact can't trade for the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone. It must still be there, Su Feng said with absolute certainty. The glazed ice soul stone is an ancient item, and the amber phoenix cry stone is a rare and precious item. Chen is trying to refine a top-grade divine artifact. Lu Wuhan guessed in shock. A top-grade divine artifact. Man Jintian, Gu Maiyun, and the others were all shocked. They all looked at Feng Wuchen at the same time. The combination of the glazed ice soul stone and the amber phoenix cry stone, no one dared to imagine what kind of terrifying divine tool could be created. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and didn't say anything, patiently waiting for news from Huang Yun. In less than half an hour, Huang Yun suddenly appeared in the main hall. Seeing Huang Yun return, Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked, "Huang Yun, how was it? Do you have the amber phoenix cry stone?" Huang Yun shook his head and said, "Chen, I was a month late. Last month, the amber phoenix cry stone was traded for 3 divine artifacts." It was traded away? Feng Wuchen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. 3 divine artifacts for 1 amber phoenix cry stone? Su Feng's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Lu Wuhan's face was full of shock. 3 divine artifacts? Someone actually traded for it. It must be an alchemist. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to trade 3 divine artifacts for the amber phoenix cry stone? It was just 1 amber phoenix cry stone. No matter how precious it was, no one would be stupid enough to trade for it with 3 divine artifacts, right? Of course, to a powerful alchemist, precious materials were more important. Man Jintian sighed and said, "Someone beat us to it. Rare treasures are never difficult to trade, it's just a matter of time." Other than the amber phoenix cry stone in the heavenly god world's branch, Old Man has never heard of another one. What a pity. Gu Maiyun shook his head and said, "It's already been a month. I'm afraid the amber phoenix cry stone is gone." Feng Wuchen spread his hands helplessly and said disappointedly, "Without the amber phoenix cry stone, we can only find other materials to replace it." Chen, the person who traded for the amber phoenix cry stone, is the great elder of the Divine Monkey Clan. The great elder of the Divine Monkey Clan is an honorable god-level alchemist. He doesn't lack divine artifacts at all. Chen knows the Divine Monkey Clan, why don't you make a trip there? Huang Yun hurriedly said. Oh? The great elder of the Divine Monkey Clan? And an honorable god-level alchemist? That's easy. Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "There's no time to lose. Huang Yun, let's go. Bring me to the Divine Monkey Clan. I hope the amber phoenix cry stone is still there." Huang Yun immediately brought Feng Wuchen and disappeared in a flash, rushing towards the Divine Monkey Clan. The Divine Monkey Clan was in the Master God world. With Huang Yun's cultivation, it was just a flash. "Chen, we're here. This is the Divine Monkey Clan's territory." In the blink of an eye, Huang Yun brought Feng Wuchen to a majestic mountain range. At a glance, it was like a long dragon crossing the void. It was incomparably shocking. Waves of incomparably tyrannical aura spread out from the depths of the majestic mountain range. The Divine Monkey Clan's territory. Countless cultivators in the Master God world did not dare to rashly approach it. Feng Wuchen exclaimed, "Such a huge mountain range flying in the sky. It's unbelievable. The heaven realm at most has 1 mountain. The Divine Monkey Clan's territory. No one is allowed to trespass." The moment Huang Yun and Feng Wuchen appeared, a vigilant voice immediately came from the mountain range. "Headquarters Chief, Huang Yun, requests to see the Divine Monkey Clan's leader." Huang Yun replied respectfully. Whoosh, before Huang Yun finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in a flash and exuded an extremely tyrannical aura. 9-star honorable god. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He could tell the person's terrifying cultivation at a glance. "Haha. Brother Huang Yun, you're finally here. I've been looking forward to your arrival every day. We haven't seen each other for half a year. Brother's cultivation must have improved a lot. Let's compete another day." A tall and burly man laughed happily and directly gave Huang Yun a bear hug. "Okay, no problem." Huang Yun laughed heartily. "Brother Huang Yun, this is?" The person looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. "Brother Luo Feng, this is Chen. This is the Divine Monkey Clan's great general, Lei Luo Feng." Huang Yun immediately introduced to Feng Wuchen. "Great General Lei." Feng Wuchen smiled politely. Chen? Lei Luofeng was stunned, then his eyes widened. He asked excitedly, Brother Huang Yun, is this the Chen who refined the spatial ring? Huang Yun smiled and said, that's right, this is him. Chen. I've heard so much about you. I've heard so much about you. Lei Luofeng was very excited. He cupped his fists at Feng Wuchen and said, Lei Qingshan and those bastards said that Chen would come to the Master God world very soon. I waited for a long time, but there was no news. Now that Chen has arrived, it's the Divine Monkey Clan's honor. Great General Lei, you're exaggerating. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Lei Luofeng's enthusiasm was a little too much for Feng Wuchen. Chen, I welcome you on behalf of the Divine Monkey Clan. Please. Lei Luofeng was very polite. In front of Feng Wuchen, he did not put on the airs of a great general. Chen, big brother Luofeng likes to make friends. He's forthright and doesn't care about trifles. When I first met big brother Luofeng, it was an exchange of blows that led to friendship. Huang Yin quickly explained as if he was worried that Feng Wuchen could not stand Lei Luofeng's enthusiasm and politeness. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. It's okay, I like to make friends too. Haha. As long as Chen doesn't mind. Lei Luofeng laughed. The reason Lei Luofeng was so polite was because of the triple-dimensional ring, but it was more because of his forthright personality. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was not an ordinary person. I've never seen Brother Huang Yun be so polite to anyone except for Chen. I'm afraid this Chen is not as simple as the chief instructor of the divine dwelling. There aren't many people below the ultimate god level who could remain calm in front of my aura. Moreover, he can refine such a powerful dimensional ring at such a young age. I'm sure the power behind him is terrifying. Lei Luofeng guessed. Chen hides very well. Even with my cultivation, I can't see through him. Lei Qingshan is right, Chen is very mysterious. Lei Luofeng thought to himself. As the Divine Monkey Clan's general, Lei Luofeng had a high reputation in the divine realm. With his eyesight and experience, he could see through him at a glance. By the way, Chen, brother Huang Yun, why did you come to the Divine Monkey Clan to look for the clan leader? Lei Luofeng asked with a smile as he led the way. Huang Yun smiled. To be precise, we're looking for the Divine Monkey Clan's great elder. Since we're here, we can't not see the clan leader, right? Looking for the great elder? Lei Luofeng looked at Huang Yun and Feng Wuchen in confusion. Huang Yun then told them what happened, and Lei Luofeng finally understood. After a while, Lei Luofeng brought Huang Yun and Feng Wuchen to the Divine Monkey Clan's territory palace. It occupied a huge area and was surrounded by majestic mountains with magnificent palaces. This was definitely the largest palace Feng Wuchen had ever seen. The enormous and imposing palace could only be described as exaggerated. This aura is even more powerful than Tiansha's soul body. This is a master of the Master God realm. The Divine Monkey Clan's strength is truly terrifying. With a master of the Master God realm as their leader, I'm afraid there aren't many forces in the entire 7 divine realms who would dare to provoke them. Moreover, countless masters have to curry favor with the Divine Monkey Clan. Given the terrifying strength of the Divine Monkey Clan, they are definitely a transcendent force in the entire 7 god realms. Feng Wuchen secretly exclaimed. The first time he came to the Divine Monkey Clan's territory, Feng Wuchen was stunned. The arrival of Feng Wuchen and Huang Yun attracted the attention of many Divine Monkey race experts. They had all seen Huang Yun before, but Feng Wuchen was an unfamiliar face. Chen. Just as Lei Luofeng led Feng Wuchen and Baron Cloud to the main palace, he heard excited shouts. Chen? Lei Qingshan's shout shocked the experts of the various palaces of the Divine Monkey tribe. He's the Chen who refined the space ring? No wonder the head honorable would personally bring him here. But isn't this Chen a little too young? He refined the threefold space ring? To be able to refine such a terrifying space ring at such a young age. This Chen is really something. So he's Chen. No wonder the great general is so polite. The Divine Monkey Clan members were all shocked. Lei Qingshan? Feng Wuchen looked over and saw Lei Qingshan, Lei Muyun and Lei Shuang running over excitedly. Lei Qingshan said excitedly, Chen, you're finally in the Master God realm. I've only been here for a few days, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Seeing how excited Lei Qingshan and the other two were, Lei Luofeng's face darkened. He scolded, "Where did you three brats go? Didn't you say you were going to welcome Chen?" In the end, Chen came to our divine monkey clan himself. There's no credibility to speak of. Big brother Luofeng, we've been to the head honorable headquarters a few times, but we haven't seen Chen. You can't accuse us wrongly, Lei Muyan said unhappily. Lei Qingshan continued, that's right. Head Honorable Huang Yin can testify for us. Huang Yin smiled faintly, I can testify for you. Humph. Lei Luofeng glared at Lei Qingshan and the other two. Great General, I didn't tell them when I would come to the Master God realm. It's not that they didn't keep their word, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and report to the Patriarch and the elders. Lei Luofeng scolded Lei Qingshan and the other two. Yes, yes, yes. The three of them immediately rushed to the main hall, not daring to delay. Chen, please. The Patriarch and the three elders are in the main hall, Lei Luofeng said with a smile. In the main hall, the Divine Monkey Clan's Patriarch and elders, as well as the other experts, were all excited and expectant when they heard that Feng Wuchen had come to visit. Patriarch, elders, this is Chen, the one who refined the space ring, Lei Luofeng reported respectfully as he entered the main hall. Junior Feng Wuchen greets the Divine Monkey Clan's Patriarch, the three elders, and seniors. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed politely. Huang Yin greets the Divine Monkey Clan's Patriarch, elders, and seniors. Huang Yin also bowed politely. No need for formalities. Chen, Huang Yin, quickly take a seat. An old man on the main seat smiled happily. He was very polite and quickly walked down from the main seat with an excited expression. Thank you, Patriarch. Feng Wuchen and Huang Yin thanked him politely. Chen, let me introduce you. This is our Patriarch, Lei Tianyin. This is the Grand Elder, Lei Tianlai. This is the Second Elder, Lei Kong. Lei Luofeng introduced them to Feng Wuchen one by one. Feng Wuchen bowed to them one by one. The Divine Monkey Clan welcomes Chen as a guest. It's rare for Chen to visit the Divine Monkey Clan. Old man should thank you in person. Thank you for the triple space ring provided by Chen. It's also thanks to Chen's triple space ring that the Grand Elder successfully stepped into the Overgod realm, Patriarch Lei Tianyin said happily. Lei Tianlia's old face was filled with a happy smile. He said, that's right. If it weren't for Chen's triple space ring, the old man probably wouldn't have had the time to go into seclusion. The old man was able to break through to the Overgod realm because of Chen. Congratulations, Grand Elder, for breaking through to the Overgod realm. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and congratulated him. Huang Yin smiled faintly and said, I was just wondering which Overgod expert it was. So it's the Grand Elder who has broken through to the Overgod realm. Congratulations. Lei Tianlia's smile widened. He then asked with a smile, Chen, may I know why you've come to the Divine Monkey Clan this time? Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, I've come this time to discuss something with the Grand Elder. You're looking for the old man? Lei Tianlai was stunned. He was very confused. After all, this was the first time they had met. He then asked, may I know why Chen is looking for the old man? If I can help Chen, the old man will definitely do my best. Lei Tianyin also said straightforwardly, Chen, speak quickly. Feng Wuchen went straight to the point. A month ago, the Grand Elder exchanged 3 divine weapons for an Amber Phoenix Cry Stone at the Heavenly God World branch. I've come precisely for this Amber Phoenix Cry Stone. Amber Phoenix Cry Stone? The Patriarch and the elders were all shocked. That's right. I need an Amber Phoenix Cry Stone to refine my weapon. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and looked at the First Elder. Huang Yin added, I went to the Divine Monkey Clan's branch to ask and found out that the Divine Monkey Clan's First Elder had exchanged for the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone. That's why I brought Chen here to discuss it with the First Elder. After all, it's the first time the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone has appeared in the Chamber of Commerce. Lei Tianlai nodded and said, the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone was indeed exchanged for by the old man with 3 divine weapons. It's still in the old man's hands. Feng Wuchen and Huang Yin were relieved to hear Lei Tianlia's words. At least they did not come in vain. Is the first elder using it to refine weapons? If it's refining, I won't force you, Feng Wuchen said. Lei Tianlai smiled bitterly. Chen thinks too highly of the old man. The amber phoenix cry stone is not an ordinary material. It can't be melted without divine fire. The old man is only using it to devour fire poison. Oh? Even the first elder can't melt the amber phoenix cry stone? Huang Yan asked in surprise. He could not believe that the amber phoenix cry stone was so powerful. Lei Tianyan said, the great elder tried before, but he failed. The amber phoenix cry stone is very hard. It's even harder than divine spiritual stones. This special material can't be melted without divine fire. Lei Tianlai shook his head. Having said that, Lei Tianlai flipped his palm and an amber stone appeared in his hand. A powerful spiritual chi swept out from it. The highest quality amber phoenix cry stone. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Lei Tianlai said calmly, this is the amber phoenix cry stone. If Chen needs it, the old man can give it to Chen. With the old man's ultimate god realm, he can't do anything to the amber phoenix cry stone even if he has the beast fire. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was stunned and said in astonishment, Grand Elder wants to give it to me? Give it to Chen? Huang Yin was stunned. Great Elder, are you mistaken? That was a treasure that was exchanged for 3 divine artifacts. Directly give it to Chen? Lei Luofeng felt a stabbing pain in his heart, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Not only Lei Luofeng, but the higher-ups in the hall were also shocked. No matter what, the amber phoenix cry stone was exchanged with 3 divine tools. Even if Lei Tianlai was a divine venerable level alchemist, divine tools could not be taken out at any time. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone in the divine monkey clan have divine tools? Lei Tianlai said that he would give it away, so it could be seen that he was extremely forthright. Lei Tianlai smiled and said, Chen gave the divine monkey clan 30 triple space rings in one go, and even gave 10 as a gift. Such boldness is truly admirable to old man. The other forces only gave 10 at most, so it can be seen how much Chen cares for the divine monkey clan. The amber phoenix cry stone is only to help old man swallow the fire poison and reduce his pain, so it is not necessary. Since Chen needs it, old man can't be stingy. Lei Tianlai was so forthright, so Feng Wuchen did not hold back. He smiled and said, since it is so, I won't be pretentious, but I won't let Grand Elder give it to me for free. After saying that, Feng Wuchen teleported to Lei Tianlia's side. It was very sudden. So fast. Old man didn't notice at all. Could it be that Chen's cultivation is above old man's? That's impossible. Lei Tianyan was shocked, and he was so scared that cold sweat broke out. How is this possible? When did Chen? Lei Luofeng's eyes widened to the extreme, and he was extremely shocked. What a terrifying speed. It's so easy to notice. If this is used to kill the enemy, it will definitely catch the enemy off guard. An elder said in shock as he stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. Feng Wuchen's teleportation had shocked the upper echelons of the divine monkey clan. At this moment, their expressions were extremely stiff, as if they had been petrified. Feng Wuchen's palm lightly pressed on Lei Tianlia's shoulder, and he moved away after a short while. He then smiled and said, Grand Elder, the fire poison in your body has been eradicated by me. In the future, as long as you pay more attention and expel the accumulated fire poison in time, it will never recur. What? The fire poison has been eradicated? Lei Tianlia's shocked face changed again, and he immediately checked the fire poison in his body. Eradicated the fire poison? This? Lei Tianyan and the other elders were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, as if they thought that Feng Wuchen was bragging. If the fire poison could be eradicated so easily, Lei Tianlai wouldn't have needed to exchange 3 divine artifacts for the amber phoenix cry stone to devour the fire poison. Chen isn't joking, right? Even the clan leader couldn't do anything about the Grand Elder's fire poison, and Chen can eradicate it? Lei Luofeng looked at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. In the entire hall, only Huang Yan's expression didn't change. Huang Yan said to himself, Chen is really terrifying. Things that others can't do, Chen can easily do. It's as if there's nothing he can't do. For a moment, the hall was completely silent. However, Lei Tianlai, who was checking the fire poison, was completely dumbfounded. The fire poison disappeared. Lei Tianlai said, dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief and shock. What? The fire poison disappeared? Lei Tianyan suddenly exclaimed, extremely shocked. The Grand Elder's fire poison really disappeared. Second Elder Lei Kong's face was full of fear, and his voice trembled as he spoke. How is this possible? Lei Luofeng's whole body trembled. After Lei Tianlai confirmed it again and again, he said in disbelief, what kind of supernatural power is this? It can actually eradicate the fire poison that old man has been carrying for so many years. Chen, how did you do it? Lei Luofeng looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I just swallowed the Grand Elder's fire poison. It's not a supernatural power. Swallowed? Such a terrifying fire poison, and Chen dares to swallow it? Lei Tianyan's old eyes widened again, and he looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Don't misunderstand, clan leader. I didn't swallow it, but the divine fire did. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, and hurriedly activated the black fire, and a black flame appeared in his palm. Divine fire. Seeing the black flame, everyone in the hall exclaimed in unison. Lei Luofeng exclaimed, the black fire, ranked third on the divine fire list. It can't be wrong. General, you have good eyes. It is indeed the black fire. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Chen actually has a divine fire. Lei Tianlai was even more shocked. Withdrawing the black fire, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Grand Elder, thank you for the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone. This Amber Phoenix Cry Stone was not easy to obtain. If Grand Elder didn't give it to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to find another one. I can provide 100 triple space rings. 100. Lei Tianyan and the others were shocked again, but they were ecstatic in their hearts. Lei Tianlai hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed, thank you, Chen, for helping old man remove the fire poison. Removing the fire poison is equivalent to saving old man's life. You don't have to thank me, Grand Elder. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and said, Clan leader, now that I have the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone, I have to go back and refine. I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to refine the amber glazed divine armor. He was extremely excited and expectant. After leaving the Divine Monkey Clan, Feng Wuchen and Huang Yan immediately rushed back to the headquarters. They left in a hurry. The Divine Monkey Clan's main hall was still in a state of shock. It was as if someone had used a body immobilization technique on them. They were motionless and had blank expressions, like puppets. The main materials for refining a top-grade divine artifact had been prepared. Feng Wuchen could not wait to refine a divine artifact that could suppress the divine fire. Chen. Seeing Feng Wuchen return, Man Jintian did not even have time to stop Feng Wuchen before Feng Wuchen entered the hall. What's wrong with Chen? Did he not get the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone? Gumayun asked in confusion. He thought that Feng Wuchen was angry because he did not get the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone. Huang Yun, what's going on? Man Jintian asked Huang Yun. Huang Yan said respectfully, President, Elder, Chen is in a hurry to refine a divine artifact. He returned in less than an hour from the Divine Monkey Clan. I'm afraid only Chen would dare to do this. Man Jintian nodded. I see. Looks like he has gotten the Amber Phoenix Cry Stone. The Divine Monkey Clan's great elder gave it to Chen directly, Huang Yan said. Gumayun smiled. Lei Tianlai, that old thing, is very smart. Giving it to Chen is the same as roping in Chen. With Chen as his connection, would he still have to worry about not having a triple space ring? Huang Yan said respectfully, indeed. In return, Chen helped the Great Elder remove the fire poison and provided 100 triple space rings. What? Remove the fire poison? 100 triple space rings? Man Jintian and Gumayun were shocked. Their expressions were stiff. It was as if thunder had exploded in their ears. Man Jintian was stunned. He quickly asked, Huang Yun, are you sure that Chen helped Lei Tianlai remove the fire poison? Elder Xiaoshuang was stunned. Fire poison can be removed? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's true. I also checked Elder Lei Tianlia's condition. There was no trace of fire poison. To be honest, I was shocked at that time. Chen said that he used the divine fire to swallow the fire poison, but Chen didn't use the divine fire at all. Huang Yan said with certainty. Chen actually has such a terrifying divine ability. He can actually cure the fire poison. If that's the case, won't all the alchemists in the 7 divine realms have to listen to him? Man Jintian was stunned and petrified on the spot. He didn't dare to imagine it at all. Gu Mayan's face was filled with shock, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He said, Chen is too scary. There were many alchemists in the entire 7 god realms. If news of Feng Wuchen's ability to eradicate fire poison were to spread, it was imaginable how many alchemists would be willing to listen to Feng Wuchen's orders. Huang Yun, Chen didn't mention the profound green jade? Xiao Shuang asked Huang Yun, suppressing the shock in her heart. Huang Yun shook his head and said, not a single word. Not a single word? Gu Mayan's old face was stunned. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, then gritted his teeth and said angrily, what's that brat thinking? It's such a good opportunity, and he didn't mention the profound green jade. Maybe he's too embarrassed to mention it, or maybe he's in a hurry to refine the weapon, or maybe there's some other reason. Huang Yin shrugged and smiled. Within the divine ring, Feng Wuchen had already made ample preparations. Divine spiritual stone, amber phoenix cry stone, glazed ice soul stone, and the other materials have all been prepared. The first step is to extract the cold air from the glazed ice soul stone, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Boom! With a thought, the black flames were activated. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the glazed ice soul stone flew into his hand. Domineering and vigorous soul power was activated. Feng Wuchen formed a profound seal with one hand. As he calcined the glazed ice soul stone, he extracted the cold air. There was only one glazed ice soul stone. Feng Wuchen had to be extra careful. 10 minutes later, the cold air extraction was complete. The essence of the glazed ice soul stone had been extracted. Feng Wuchen then calcined the amber phoenix cry stone, divine spiritual stone, and many other materials. The amber phoenix cry stone was extremely tough. It even had a terrifying devouring power. It played an important role in suppressing the divine fire. No matter how tough the amber phoenix cry stone was, under the black flames, it melted in less than 10 seconds. In front of the divine fire, any material was trash. The essence of the amber phoenix cry stone and the glazed ice soul stone were successfully extracted. Feng Wuchen was completely relieved. A few minutes later, all the materials were calcined. Feng Wuchen's face was already somewhat pale. It was obvious that he had used up a lot of soul power. It's easy to refine seriously. It's more comfortable to just refine casually. Feng Wuchen wiped his sweat. After all, he only had one chance. If he failed, it would mean that the amber phoenix cry stone and the glazed ice soul stone would be wasted. If Feng Wuchen's words were heard by other refiners, they would probably be angered to death. Taking a deep breath, he urged his soul power again and poured it into the molten liquid. Feng Wuchen controlled the molten liquid with his left hand and formed seals with his right hand. He fused all the molten liquid together. Finally, he even added a drop of his blood essence. Every step was very careful. In that instant, an extremely powerful and berserk aura suddenly swept out. Feeling this violent and powerful aura, Feng Wuchen said excitedly, very good. These 2 precious materials were not wasted. It's almost done. In the next second, the molten liquid in Feng Wuchen's palm began to change. According to Feng Wuchen's thoughts, it changed into various shapes of battle armor. It was like magic. It was very magical. Feng Wuchen pondered for a moment and finally decided on the shape. His face revealed an ecstatic smile. Condense. Feng Wuchen let out a low shout. His hands once again formed mysterious seals. The embryonic battle armor condensed. Suddenly, a bright and dazzling white light burst out and enveloped the entire space of the divine ring. An even more terrifying aura swept out. Success! Haha! Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He couldn't help but laugh. The bright white light dissipated. A brand new battle armor floated in the air. It emitted an overbearing aura like an emperor's battle armor. Looking excitedly at the platinum battle armor floating in the air, Feng Wuchen said in ecstasy, "Top-grade divine equipment. It's definitely a top-grade divine equipment. This aura is even stronger than the Qilin battle armor and the Universe Pagoda. 3 divine equipment battle armors. Their defensive power is absolutely terrifying." Feng Wuchen was getting more and more excited. He had an impulse to roar to the sky. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen immediately dripped his blood to bind the armor. With a thought, the platinum battle armor disappeared and was already on Feng Wuchen's body. The phantom stone's effect is really good. I can't see the battle armor at all. The Qilin battle armor must have also been infused with the phantom stone. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be wings. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Apart from the head, the whole body was covered in a brand new battle armor. Moreover, it was transparent and didn't affect Feng Wuchen's appearance. With a thought, the Qilin battle armor and the sky-devouring python battle armor appeared. The 3 divine armors on one body emitted a terrifying defensive power. As expected of a top-grade divine equipment. With such terrifying defensive power, even a 3-star godly emperor wouldn't be able to hurt me. Feng Wuchen grinned arrogantly. It's a pity that Xianxia is not here. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked. Feng Wuchen laughed ecstatically. The appearance of a top-grade divine artifact gave Feng Wuchen a sense of invincibility. In his ecstasy, he looked at his primordial soul avatars. Feng Wuchen grinned. With a thought, he immediately controlled the 16 primordial soul avatars to attack the original body. Buzz buzz. Terrifying power exploded from the primordial soul avatars. The space in the divine ring shook violently. The surging air billows were shocking and intimidating. Although the primordial soul avatars were not as strong as the original body, each avatar's power was at the level of a 2-star godly emperor. The 16 primordial soul avatars were equivalent to 16 2-star godly emperors. Their power could not be underestimated. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, 16 terrifying energy blasted out with ear-piercing sounds. In the blink of an eye, they bombarded Feng Wuchen one after another. The deafening explosions filled the space in the divine ring. In the face of 16 terrifying energies, Feng Wuchen did not resist at all. He simply used the top-grade divine armor to take them head-on. The terrifying explosive energy swept out and destroyed the space in the divine ring. This explosive energy was definitely enough to severely injure a 3-star godly emperor. However, when the energy ripples dissipated, one could see that Feng Wuchen was unscathed. That's right. Feng Wuchen was unscathed. Feng Wuchen's body was covered with a faint platinum light that formed an energy shield. He was like an invincible god of war. He was domineering. As expected of a top-grade divine armor. Its defensive power is really strong. Just the divine armor alone can withstand such powerful energy, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. A strong sense of pride and accomplishment welled up in his heart. The amber-glazed divine armor was definitely the strongest armor below the divine weapon. Not only did it have super strong defensive power, but it also had domineering ice attribute power and devouring power. Such a powerful divine armor should be able to withstand the power of a 4-star godly emperor, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen put the armor into his body with a thought. He said, I didn't expect that it would take me so much time to create a top-grade armor. From the moment Feng Wuchen entered the divine ring, it took him less than 15 minutes to refine a top-grade divine armor. According to the time in the outside world, it was only 3 minutes. Feng Wuchen felt that it would take a lot of time to refine a top-notch divine armor in 3 minutes. If other alchemists were to hear this, they would definitely be angered to death. I'll make a trip to the main shrine in a few days. I can't let Xiaoxiao and the others wait for too long. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. While speaking, Feng Wuchen took out the storage ring that Long Shishun had given him. The treasures inside the storage ring given by the ancestors of the dragon gods would definitely be enough to make the experts of the divine realm go crazy. Hee, the primogenitor gave me a storage ring. I wonder what kind of treasures are inside. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly, looking forward to it. With a thought, Feng Wuchen injected a wisp of divine core power into the storage ring to check it. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but he was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. These are all ancient treasures of heaven and earth. I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. Treasures of heaven and earth from ancient times. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to emit ancient aura. Feng Wuchen was both shocked and overjoyed. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. At first glance, Feng Wuchen felt extremely pure and terrifying energy. It was very vast, and it was all ancient aura. There's no way to use up such a huge amount of treasures of heaven and earth. Any one of them can make a lord or even a great lord beg on their knees. Haha. Feng Wuchen said excitedly and couldn't help but laugh loudly. One could imagine how rare and powerful the treasures of heaven and earth from ancient times were. With these powerful ancient treasures of heaven and earth, I don't believe that the lords won't be tempted. The inexhaustible ancient treasures of heaven and earth are enough for me to rope in all the experts of the 7 divine realms. So what if they're from the heavenly fiend race? Can they withstand the temptation of ancient treasures of heaven and earth? Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. A bold idea instantly surfaced in his mind. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen went on to check the other treasures. Looking at the large number of immortal and divine weapons, as well as various immortal and divine arts, pills, herbs, materials, and so on, Feng Wuchen secretly guessed, there are so many immortal and divine weapons, as well as all kinds of immortal and divine arts, pills, herbs, materials, and so on. The primogenitor couldn't have so much himself. Looks like they're the treasures of the experts who died in the Great War of ancient times. Feng Wuchen had guessed correctly. The large amount of treasures in the storage ring had been collected from the storage rings of the fallen ancient era cultivators. Although these treasures are ordinary, I happen to need them. Sell all the immortal and divine weapons to the Chamber of Commerce. Leave the divine weapons for the brothers. The pills and herbs are very good, especially the herbs, which I've never seen before. These refining materials should be able to refine ancient divine weapons. Feng Wuchen grinned and put them into his storage ring without hesitation. After emptying the ancient treasures of heaven and earth, immortal and divine weapons, immortal and divine arts, there were still a lot of treasures in the storage ring. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was an ancient treasure trove. The divine weapons and divine arts placed separately should all be ancient divine weapons and divine arts. These exquisite divine weapons have very strong auras. There are no doubt that they're ancient divine weapons. There are as many as 36 of them. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Feng Wuchen casually took out a scroll and read it. He was immediately overjoyed. It's really an ancient divine art. It's very powerful. This trip to the ruins was not in vain. The primogenitor is my second parent. Haha. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out another scroll. After opening it, it was also an ancient divine art. There were dozens of scrolls, all of which were ancient divine arts with terrifying power. It was definitely not something an ordinary high-grade divine art could compare to. It was definitely from the top experts of ancient times. I have to find a few scrolls that are suitable for me to cultivate. When the time comes, my combat strength will increase again. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The power of an ancient divine art was definitely not below the power of Feng Wuchen's current divine art. The stronger the divine art, the greater the increase in combat strength. Among opponents of the same level, a powerful divine art would undoubtedly play a role in determining life and death. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to put away the ancient divine weapons and divine arts into his storage ring. Wait, during the Great War of ancient times, their strength must have reached the strength of the Holy World. They should have divine arts and divine weapons. The primogenitor would not have kept them for himself. After being excited, Feng Wuchen reacted and immediately checked the storage ring. Feng Wuchen's mind was filled with thoughts of divine arts and divine weapons. But Feng Wuchen searched the storage ring and did not see the shadow of divine arts or divine weapons. He could not even sense their auras. It shouldn't be. Even if the primogenitor kept them for himself, he would have at least given me one or two, right? Feng Wuchen was secretly depressed, feeling extremely disappointed. Oh? This energy is an ancient barrier. After a while, Feng Wuchen accidentally discovered the existence of a barrier in the storage ring. This storage ring has another world. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Since there was a barrier in the storage ring, it was obvious that there was another world inside. Setting up a barrier in the storage ring is undoubtedly superfluous. Since there is one, there must be a heaven-defying treasure hidden inside. Feng Wuchen grinned, looking forward to the holy technique and sacred artifact. This is the barrier of the dragon gods. This is easy to deal with. Feng Wuchen beamed when he took a closer look. The dragon god barrier was nothing to Feng Wuchen. If it wasn't someone from the dragon gods, it would be a different story. With a light wave of his hand, the dragon god barrier disappeared. When the barrier disappeared, a bright golden light flashed. Feng Wuchen immediately felt an extremely ancient and powerful aura. Holy technique. And sacred artifact. Haha. There is indeed a heaven-defying treasure hidden inside. Feng Wuchen laughed wildly. That kind of excitement and ecstasy was self-evident. In the storage ring, as the barrier disappeared, 2 scrolls and a sacred artifact emitting a bright golden light appeared. The aura emitted by the 2 scrolls was completely different from the ancient divine technique. Moreover, it was much stronger. It was definitely a holy technique. With a thought, the sacred artifact appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm. Is this a real sacred artifact? It is much stronger than my sword embryo. Feng Wuchen was shocked and excited. He grabbed the sacred artifact from a distance and immediately sucked it over. The sacred artifact floating in Feng Wuchen's palm was a golden bead emitting a golden light. It was only the size of a longan fruit and looked like an elixir. It was incomparably exquisite and flawless. It was truly a work of art. What kind of sacred artifact is this? I have never seen such a small Dharma treasure with such a terrifying ancient aura. This is undoubtedly an ancient holy artifact. But what is its ability? Feng Wuchen looked at the golden bead carefully. He couldn't tell what kind of Dharma treasure it was. Forget it. Let's try dripping blood on it. Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate to bite his finger and drip a drop of blood on the golden bead. The blood was instantly absorbed by the golden bead. An extremely dazzling golden light burst out, enveloping the entire space of the divine ring. An extremely terrifying power surged out like an awakened beast, extremely violent. It was at that moment that Feng Wuchen's aura surged crazily. His monstrous aura was enough to shake one's soul. What a terrifying power! How could this be? It actually increased by several times in an instant. A temporary increase in strength? Feng Wuchen turned pale with fright. He was so frightened that his heart trembled. He felt a sense of helplessness. Feng Wuchen had just dripped his blood to become its master, and the golden bead instantly exploded with power, directly increasing Feng Wuchen's battle prowess by several times, making him incomparably powerful. Feng Wuchen did not activate any of his power. With the help of the divine weapon, he had reached the peak of the 2-star divine emperor realm. In other words, the saint artifact alone could increase Feng Wuchen's strength by 2 stars. An ancient sacred artifact was simply terrifying. It's too scary. As expected of an ancient sacred artifact. Who knows how many times stronger than the sword embryo? Feng Wuchen said in shock. The saint artifact sword embryo was simply child's play in front of the golden bead. Of course, the saint artifact sword embryo had not advanced to a true saint artifact, so it could not unleash the power of a saint artifact. However, it still surpassed a high-grade divine artifact. The terrifying power surged crazily. Feng Wuchen's body swelled up, and cold sweat poured down his back. What's going on with this power? Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock. He felt like his body was about to explode. But just as he reached Feng Wuchen's limit, the power of the saint artifact, with a thought, Feng Wuchen immediately put the golden bead back into his body. That power was too terrifying, making him feel like he could not control it. Huff! The terrifying power gradually disappeared. Only then did Feng Wuchen breathe a sigh of relief. His forehead was already covered with large beads of sweat. Wiping his sweat, Feng Wuchen said with lingering fear, "The ancient sacred artifact is really scary. It has already become my own treasure, and this power almost took my life." The more powerful and terrifying the ancient sacred artifact, The more Feng Wuchen was curious and wanted to figure out what kind of treasure it was as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and carefully observed the golden bead in his body. Such a terrifying ancient sacred artifact is definitely not simple. This golden bead is somewhat similar to the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. However, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda increases power by 3 times, and the power provided by this golden bead seems to be related to the strength of my cultivation. Feng Wuchen secretly guessed. Feng Wuchen had already dripped blood on the golden bead to claim ownership. Feng Wuchen attempted to communicate with it with his heart. Divine artifacts had artifact souls. Sacred artifacts naturally also had artifact souls. I dripped blood on it to claim ownership. You didn't refuse, and I can sense your existence. Can I understand it as you acknowledging me? Can you tell me what kind of treasure you are? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. This ancient sacred artifact is called the Sun's Eye. It was born at the beginning of the world and contains a very powerful power. An indifferent and somewhat arrogant voice came. Hearing a response, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. What kind of magical power does the Sun's Eye have? Feng Wuchen asked. Master, you have already felt the power of the Sun's Eye. The Sun's Eye can infinitely increase power, but it depends on Master's cultivation. The stronger Master's cultivation is, the more power the Sun's Eye can provide. It is the most powerful ancient sacred artifact. The artifact soul transmitted. Infinitely increased power? Feng Wuchen was shocked and stunned on the spot. Feng Wuchen had never heard of such a terrifying sacred artifact and such a terrifying magical power. Master's cultivation is too weak now. It's not advisable to use the Sun's Eye. Otherwise, Master will be destroyed by the power of the Sun's Eye. The artifact soul transmitted. I see. No wonder I felt that I couldn't control this ancient power just now. You withdrew your power just now, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid I would be dead. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Master, if you want to control the power of the Sun's Eye, your cultivation must reach the ultimate God realm. This is only possible because Master's physical body is strong. If it were someone else, they would only be able to control it when they are in the King God realm. The artifact soul transmitted his voice. I wouldn't dare to casually take out such a powerful saint weapon if I wasn't strong enough. It would bring about a fatal disaster. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen now had the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the Blood Seether, and other ancient divine artifacts. It was enough. Feng Wuchen would never show them unless he had no other choice. What's your name? Can you show yourself and let me see you? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and asked. As soon as Feng Wuchen's voice fell, an illusory figure appeared in front of Feng Wuchen out of thin air. The artifact soul of the Sun's Eye was a young man wearing golden armor. He was majestic like a divine general from the ninth heaven and exuded an unparalleled domineering aura. Divine Eye greets Master. The artifact soul bowed respectfully. What a terrifying aura. Your cultivation should have surpassed the realm of the God realm. Feng Wuchen looked at the man and smiled faintly. I'm curious. Why would such a powerful ancient sacred artifact like you be willing to submit to me? Feng Wuchen asked. Divine Eye replied respectfully, the Sun's Eye is Long Shirshir's natal magic treasure. Master has awakened the ancient bloodline of the dragon pig and is the hope of the dragon gods. Master's achievements are definitely not below Long Shirshir's. The primogenitor gave me his saint weapon? Feng Wuchen was stunned when he heard Divine Eye's words. Disbelief was written all over his face. After the ancient war, Long Shuling sealed the Sun's Eye. It wasn't until Master discovered it that the Sun's Eye finally saw the light of day again, Divine Eye said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, in that case, the 2 scrolls in the storage ring also belong to the progenitor? Yes. Divine Eye nodded. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out the 2 scrolls of Saint Incantation and opened one of them. Ancient. Saint Art, Zhu Tian Saint Soul Seal. This is not the art of the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen read, a supreme saint art that gathers the power of heaven and earth and can increase one's fighting strength by 2 times. Ancient saint arts are already terrifying, but it can increase one's fighting strength by 2 times. How perverse. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the Zhu Tian Saint Soul seal was. However, the more perverse the art is, the more I like it. Feng Wuchen said excitedly and put it into his storage ring without hesitation. With such a powerful saint art, Feng Wuchen's confidence skyrocketed. Feng Wuchen's divine art alone was enough to defeat a powerful opponent, not to mention a saint art that was even more terrifying than a divine art. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out the other scroll and opened it without hesitation. Ancient Saint Art, Chaos Ghost Shadow Sword. Feng Wuchen opened it and couldn't help but be surprised. This is a sword art? The Chaos Ghost Shadow Sword is quite profound, and the sword moves are exquisite. It can only be cultivated by those with a high level of sword Dao. The cultivator must have no distracting thoughts. The sword art's power is amazing, and one sword can cut through the stars. It is the strongest sword art in the ancient times. Feng Wuchen was excited after reading the introduction of the scroll. Such a terrifying sword art was undoubtedly the supreme treasure that Feng Wuchen wanted the most. The Chaos Ghost Shadow Sword is tailor-made for me. Haha. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Looking at Feng Wuchen, who was laughing excitedly, Divine Eyes said respectfully, Master, this saint mantra is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even the Dragon Soul Eater was unable to fully comprehend its profound meaning. Oh? Even the primogenitor couldn't fully comprehend the sword art? Feng Wuchen couldn't help being shocked. What kind of terrifying existence was the Dragon Slayer? Even so, he was unable to comprehend the Chaos Ghost Shadow Sword. This showed how powerful the Chaotic Ghost Shadow Sword was. The Chaotic Ghost Shadow Sword is even more terrifying than the Zhu Tian Saint Soul Seal, Divine Eyes said respectfully. Really? Feng Wuchen became more and more excited, and said expectantly, This is really exciting. If it wasn't for the fact that there are still matters in the heaven realm, I really want to give it a try immediately. Although he was anxious to cultivate the sword art, the matters in the heaven realm were not over yet, so Feng Wuchen could only put it aside for now. After keeping the scroll in his storage ring, Feng Wuchen took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He thought to himself, since I've already obtained the saint mantra, it doesn't matter if I cultivate it later. I'll raise my cultivation first and let Xiao and the rest ascend successfully. It won't be too late to cultivate it after that. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen took out the ancient jade and channeled his energy into it to guide the pure and powerful ancient energy in the ancient jade. The terrifying ancient energy instantly filled the space in the divine ring. A month in seclusion is only 5 or 6 days in the outside world. It's about time, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. 16 primordial spirit avatars formed again, and Feng Wuchen quickly entered a state of cultivation. The illusory divine eyes disappeared. The Chamber of Commerce. The hall of the Chamber of Commerce was filled with people and experts. It was very lively. These experts came from various factions in the Master God world. Other than them, no other cultivators were allowed to enter the Chamber of Commerce. President Man, 10 triple space rings are not enough. Old Man hopes to provide 30 more. An old man with a powerful cultivation base pleaded. That's right, President Man, 10 are not enough. Old Man has dozens of genius disciples in his sect. 10 are not enough, another old man said helplessly with a bitter smile. President Man. I want 30. 30 billion natural resources, all of them are precious. President Man. My mystic shadow divine palace has been providing herbs and materials to the Chamber of Commerce for many years. I hope you can provide more triple space rings. The mystic shadow divine palace's grand elder said. The hall was very noisy because there were too few triple space rings. Triple space rings could only last for a month. Once the energy was depleted, the effects would disappear. Now that a month had passed, the upper echelons of the various factions brought back spatial rings to replenish their stock. At the same time, they wanted to increase the number of spatial rings. A triple space ring was worth 30 billion natural resources, yet the various factions still thought it was too little. One could see how deep the foundations of the Master God World's factions were. I can understand everyone's feelings, but I am not the one who refined the triple space rings. Everyone knows that there are no powerful alchemists in the Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention, it is extremely difficult to refine a spatial ring. I can't afford it. Even an alchemist can't refine so many. I hope everyone can understand, Man Jintian said helplessly with a bitter smile. President Man, which powerful alchemist refined the rings? Please put in a few good words for us. If the mystic Shadow Divine Palace can provide a large number of spatial rings, we can agree to any condition of the alchemist. We can even agree to 10 of them. The mystic Shadow Divine Palace's Grand Elder said generously. President Man. Old Man sect can agree to any condition. The other factions echoed. From this, it could be seen how tempting a triple space ring was. A triple space ring was extremely valuable. If the various factions could obtain a large number of them, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Even if the cost was huge, it would be worth it to increase their strength. Gumayun, who was standing at the side, said, Everyone, please calm down. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't have the final say in increasing the number of spatial rings, but we will do our best to discuss it with the alchemist. If the alchemist agrees, Old Man will immediately send someone to inform you. However, you must remember not to leak this information. Aside from you, no one else will be able to obtain the spatial rings if this information is leaked. Rest assured, Grand Elder. We will not leak a single word. Everyone patted their chests and promised. With Gumayun's promise, the various factions' upper echelons were filled with hope. Everyone, please return first. Come back 3 days later to collect the rings. The alchemist needs time to replenish his energy. Man Jintian hurriedly ordered them to leave. He couldn't take it anymore. President Man, please do your best to discuss this with the alchemist, the mystic Shadow Divine Palace's Grand Elder reminded again, afraid that Man Jintian and the others would forget. Looking at the anxious expressions of the various factions' upper echelons, Huang Yan thought to himself, if they know that it was Chen who refined the rings, they'll probably follow Chen's lead. They might even submit to him. If things really develop to that stage, it'll be too terrifying. Huang Yun didn't dare to imagine it. The scene was just too terrifying. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen had been cultivating crazily for nearly a month. When the last trace of ancient power was completely refined and absorbed, Feng Wuchen's cultivation smoothly broke through to the 2-star Divine Emperor realm. Breaking through to the 2-star Divine Emperor realm is expected, but there's not much ancient power left in the ancient jade. The consumption is really terrifying. After devouring so many treasures, it can only provide me with enough energy to cultivate 3 times. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. The ancient jade had devoured a lot of treasures, but it could only provide Feng Wuchen with enough energy to cultivate 3 times. No one in the 7 god realms could support such a terrifying consumption. It's been nearly half a month. It's almost time. It's time to go to the main shrine again, Feng Wuchen said to himself. This time, Feng Wuchen was very confident about going to the main shrine. Even if he did not count the ancient expert's single eye, Feng Wuchen was still very confident. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the Divine Ring. Chen, you've finally come out. I've been waiting for you for 2 days. As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared in the main hall of the palace, Su Feng's anxious voice immediately sounded. What's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked. The 3-time space rings of the major forces have all been used up. They're all waiting for you to replenish the energy. President Man and the others are also looking for you, Chen, Su Feng said anxiously. I forgot that the 3-time space rings can only last for a month. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. Su Feng smiled bitterly and said, Chen, you don't know that the major forces in the main god world are strongly requesting to triple the number of space rings. President Man and the others are having a headache now. It's expected. Feng Wuchen nodded and then went to the main shrine. The various major forces of the Master God world had already tasted the power of a triple space ring. Naturally, their ambitions would explode instantly after learning of the power of a triple space ring. In the main hall, President Man and the 3 elders were burning with anxiety. When they saw Feng Wuchen walk in, they were instantly overjoyed. Chen, you finally appeared. The major forces have been waiting for 2 days. If you hadn't come out, Old Man wouldn't have been able to stop them, Man Jintian said anxiously. Gumayun continued, Young Master Chen, all the factions are going crazy. 10 spatial rings with 3 times the normal capacity aren't enough. They're strongly requesting for more. They've already had a taste of 3 times the space ring, so who wouldn't want to obtain a large number of 3 times the space ring? With the 3 times space rings, the major forces will be able to grow stronger in a short period of time. Which major force in the main god world doesn't want to become stronger? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Chen, what do you mean? Man Jintian and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. They didn't understand Feng Wuchen's meaning. I don't mean anything else. The number of space rings must be limited. Otherwise, the main god world will fall into chaos. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Young Master Chen's words make sense. Once the strength of the major forces grows, the consequences will be unimaginable. Those major forces that have grudges with each other will probably take advantage of the situation to take action and annex the other forces. When the matter gets out of hand, I'm afraid the Overgod will blame us, Huang Yin agreed. That's only one of the reasons. If the matter blows up, the entire 7 god worlds will know about the existence of the 3 times space rings. I don't have time to waste on them. 10 of them is already quite a lot. They can take it or leave it. Feng Wuchen shrugged. After saying that, he handed a storage ring to Huang Yun. Feng Wuchen continued, this is the 3 times space ring. I don't have time to replenish the previous number. I have more important things to do. The previous number? Huang Yun was stunned. Man Jintian and the others were also stunned. Feng Wuchen had more than 10,000 3 times space rings. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Feng Wuchen turned and left the hall. Chen, the palace is ready to be built. Huang Yun hurriedly said. Got it. Feng Wuchen left without looking back. Chen, have you really decided on the divine dwellings? Man Jintian hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen did not answer and walked straight to the hall of the Chamber of Commerce. None of the great forces knew that the person who refined the spatial rings was Feng Wuchen, so no one knew even if Feng Wuchen walked past them. AI, Elder Huangfu, old man can't help you. Man Jintian shook his head helplessly when he saw Feng Wuchen's attitude. Obviously, Huangfu Yan was still unwilling to give up and must have come to Man Jintian for help. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen did not respond. Don't think that Chen is usually easy to talk to. If you really enrage him, the consequences will be very serious. I'm afraid the divine dwellings won't be able to make up for the mistake they made this time. Su Feng shook his head. After a pause, Su Feng continued, ever since Chen came to the Master God world, I've always felt that Chen has gained something. Confidence. Huang Yin said, Chen's confidence is the kind that makes people fearful, not arrogant confidence. Shan Tong, can you hear me? After leaving the headquarters, Feng Wuchen immediately flew to the Master God world and summoned Shan Tong at the same time. I can hear you, Brother Feng. If you have anything to say, just say it. Shan Tong's voice came immediately. You can even hear me. As expected of an ancient expert. Feng Wuchen was secretly amazed by Shan Tong's high cultivation. Come with me to the Master God Palace. You're my junior brother, and I'm your senior brother. Don't show yourself without my summons, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. Oh? To the Master God Palace? I was planning to go there too. Shan Tong's faint laughter suddenly rang in Feng Wuchen's ears. The sudden voice gave Feng Wuchen a fright, and he broke out in cold sweat. Seeing this, Shan Tong quickly apologized, Brother Feng, I'm sorry. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes, and could not be bothered with Shan Tong. Brother Feng, why are you going to the Master God Palace? Shan Tong asked, and quickly changed the topic. Feng Wuchen said, I hope the Master God can weaken the power of the Master God world's heavenly tribulation, so that I can let the people of the heaven realm ascend. I see. Shan Tong smiled and said, that's easy. I'll discuss it with the great Master God directly. There won't be a problem. That old thing's strength is only average. I wanted to test him, but I don't have any fighting spirit. If he doesn't agree, I'll kill him with a slap. Feng Wuchen was speechless. Brother Feng, how about this, I'll bring him to you and let you do whatever you want with him. I guarantee that he won't dare to fight back. Shan Tong looked at Feng Wuchen's expression and said. Don't do anything rash. Although it's the God world, I'm still worried that we'll alarm the heavenly demon race in the holy world. Their ancestor is still alive, and the heavenly demon race won't let their guard down. Unless there's no other choice, don't do anything. When you reach the Master God Palace, don't talk nonsense. Remember, I'm your senior brother. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Feng. Shan Tong said straightforwardly. Feng Wuchen was full of confidence for this trip to the main shrine. Not only did he have Shan Tong with him, but he also had many ancient treasures of heaven and earth. Any one of them would be enough to tempt a lord. If Shan Tong's appearance can't intimidate a lord, the ancient treasures of heaven and earth will definitely do the trick. There's no such thing in the entire 7 god realms. Any ancient treasure of heaven and earth is enough to greatly increase a lord's cultivation base. It might even help him break through to become a great lord. Who can resist such temptation? Feng Wuchen thought confidently. Feng Wuchen casually took out a green crystal and divided it into 10 smaller pieces. I can't bear to give you an entire piece. A small piece is fine. The pure energy in this small piece is not small. Feng Wuchen grinned. Brother Feng, what if the Lord doesn't agree? Shan Tong glanced at Feng Wuchen and asked. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen was silent for a while. Then, he said with certainty, he'll definitely agree. Brother Feng, I'm just saying what if. If we don't use force and the Great Lord finds out about this, I'm afraid there'll be trouble. Although the Great Lord's strength is average, Chen is worried about alerting the Heavenly Devil tribe if he attacks, Shan Tong said. You have a point. If the Lord doesn't agree no matter what, I can't possibly go to the Great Lord. The Great Lord will definitely not agree. Let's play it by ear. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. However, he was not too worried. There were always exceptions. If the Lord did not agree, Feng Wuchen would have to think of another way. Swish. There was a strong sound of something breaking through the air. A black shadow shot over at lightning speed. The main shrine is a sacred place. No one is allowed to trespass. Sensing the strong sound of something breaking through the air, a guard appeared in a flash and stopped the person. The person was none other than Feng Wuchen. When he saw that it was Feng Wuchen, the guard's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said respectfully, Greetings, my lord. Feng Wuchen had killed 2 god emperors in front of the master gods, elders, and experts. Everyone in the Master God Palace knew Feng Wuchen. Therefore, the moment the guard saw Feng Wuchen, he was terrified. Is the sovereign here? Feng Wuchen asked calmly. Yes, sir. The guard respectfully made an inviting gesture and directly led Feng Wuchen into the palace, not daring to show any disrespect. Feng Wuchen's second visit to the main god palace attracted the attention of the experts in the various palaces of the main god palace. It's that mysterious brat again. What is he doing here? An expert asked, puzzled. Who the hell is this kid? There aren't many people who can cause Lord Sovereign to feel apprehensive, another person said doubtfully. He was very curious about Feng Wuchen's background. It's that kid from before. He dared to kill the experts of the main god palace in front of Lord Sovereign. I'm afraid there isn't another person like him in the entire 7 god worlds, another person said. The experts in the various palaces of the main god palace all looked at Feng Wuchen. Swish. As soon as Feng Wuchen entered the main god palace, a figure immediately flashed over. It was Honorable Su Yuan from the main god palace. Greetings, Lord Feng. Su Yuan bowed respectfully. Seeing Su Yuan, Feng Wuchen casually threw a small green crystal to Su Yuan. He smiled happily and said, Honorable Su, thank you for your help last time. Master was very happy and rewarded me with many treasures. This is for you. Lord Feng, what is this? Su Yuan asked with his eyes wide open. He looked extremely shocked. Su Yuan could clearly feel the ancient aura emitted by this small crystal. It was very powerful. He was stunned on the spot. Quickly put it away. Don't let anyone see it, Feng Wuchen hurriedly instructed. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Lord Feng. Su Yuan immediately came to his senses and put it away in his storage ring. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, This is an ancient treasure. My master gave it to me. It will be very helpful for your cultivation. It shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to Lord level. What? I can break through to Lord level? Su Yuan was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. His heart was beating wildly. Su Yuan firmly believed Feng Wuchen's words. He did not have the slightest doubt. Moreover, what Feng Wuchen said was the truth. Feng Wuchen laughed softly and said, "That's right. That's what my master said." "Thank you, Lord Feng." "Thank you, Lord Feng." Su Yuan thanked him again and again excitedly. He was extremely grateful. Su Yuan had been stuck at 9-star Ultimate God for many years. He had never been able to touch the threshold of Lord level. Now that he had the chance, how could he not be excited? "I have some matters to discuss with the Lord level today. Bring me to the Lord level quickly," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "This way, Lord Feng," Su Yuan said respectfully and immediately led Feng Wuchen to the main hall. The Lord level, elders, and upper echelons were already aware of Feng Wuchen's arrival. Before long, Feng Wuchen entered the main hall and bowed politely. Feng Wuchen greets the Lord level, elders, and seniors. "So it's Brother Feng who has come to the main temple. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, the Lord level smiled happily and walked down from the main seat. "The main temple welcomes Brother Feng." The elders also smiled. Knowing that Feng Wuchen had an extremely terrifying Lord level alchemist behind him, the upper echelons of the main temple did not dare to offend Feng Wuchen. "Lord God, how are my master's pills? Have they recovered completely?" Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. The Lord level God smiled happily. "The effects of the pills are extremely powerful. My old injuries from all these years have already recovered completely. Furthermore, my cultivation has even improved slightly. This time it's all thanks to Brother Feng. Otherwise, I don't know when my old injuries would have healed completely." "Lord God, you're too kind." Feng Wuchen smiled. "Brother Feng, is there a reason you've come to the main temple this time?" The elder looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen nodded and said solemnly, "Elder is right. Furthermore, the matter is rather serious. This has made my master very angry." Feng Wuchen's words frightened the Lord level God and elders. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. Feng Wuchen's arrival at the main temple meant that the serious matter had something to do with the main temple. "Brother Feng, what has made your master so angry?" The Lord level God suppressed his shock and asked. The elders and upper echelons looked at Feng Wuchen worriedly. "Many years ago, my master planted some extremely rare herbs. He said that they were ancient herbs. However, due to the God world's heavenly tribulations increase in power, many of the precious herbs that my master planted withered. My master discovered this yesterday and was extremely furious. That's why he ordered me to come," Feng Wuchen said with a solemn expression. There were no flaws in his story. "The God world's heavenly tribulation destroyed your master's herbs?" The Lord level gods and elders were dumbfounded. "That's right. My master planted many herbs. They're all herbs used to refine Lord level and Great Lord level pills. As for where exactly they are, my master didn't tell me. He only said that he wanted you to weaken the heavenly tribulation's power, Lord God," Feng Wuchen said seriously. "This?" The Lord level gods and elders were dumbfounded. "I can understand your difficulties, but it won't take too long. Master said he only needs a few days to transfer the herbs. This is a piece of cake for you, Master. The power of the heavenly tribulation is too strong. Master's herbs are all over the 7 divine realms. More than half of the herbs near the heavenly tribulation have already withered. Master, please weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation. Everyone should know how important herbs are to alchemists. Besides, they are all treasures. The reason why we plant them is because they are very rare in the 7 divine realms. I'm here because of this matter. Master, please deal with it as soon as possible." Feng Wuchen's face was solemn. Every word he said revolved around his so-called master. Undoubtedly, he wanted to suppress the master. Hearing this, the faces of the master god and the elders became extremely troubled and helpless. The master smiled bitterly. Brother Feng, the strength of the heavenly tribulation is an order from the great master. We don't dare to disobey. Moreover, the power of the heavenly tribulation is in a sealed state. Only people from the lower realm can trigger the heavenly tribulation when they ascend. How can it affect the herbs your master planted? I don't know about that. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, Master only ordered me to come. I thought it was a small matter. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. I'll go back and report to Master first. After saying that, Feng Wuchen was about to leave the hall. Shan Tong, it's your turn. Let's scare them. Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted his voice to Shan Tong. Okay. Shan Tong's excited laughter came. Seeing Feng Wuchen leave, the master, elders, and higher-ups' expressions changed drastically. They all looked very anxious, worried that Feng Wuchen's master would be angry. They couldn't afford to offend such a terrifying existence. However, without the great master's order, they didn't dare to weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation. Lord over God, what should we do? We can't afford to offend a great sovereign god alchemist. If we infuriate a great sovereign god alchemist, I'm afraid even the great sovereign god won't be able to protect us, an elder said anxiously, his face full of horror. Lord Chief God, Brother Feng's master is acquainted with the great Chief God. Why don't we make an exception this once? In any case, it's only going to be a few days. Even if the great master god finds out, he probably won't blame us. Offending a great master god alchemist is definitely not a wise move. Another elder said in a panic. The main god was put in a spot. Although he did not want to offend a great lord-level alchemist, he did not dare to besiege the great lord-level alchemist either. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had already walked out of the palace, the sovereign grew increasingly frantic. Lord Chief God, quickly decide. If you don't decide now, it'll be too late. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to fly away, the first elder urged. The master god, who was burning with anxiety, was just about to speak up when his face suddenly changed. The chief god was extremely shocked. This is the great chief god, what a terrifying murderous aura. The three elders and the upper echelons all turned pale with fright. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Buzz. An extremely terrifying aura shrouded the main palace. Piercingly cold murderous aura and towering fury swept out wildly. The aura alone was enough to shake the master god world. Everyone in the main palace was terrified. A great chief god expert. How's this possible? Are there other great chief god experts in the 7 divine realms? It really is a great chief god expert. This terrifying aura is even more powerful than the great chief gods. Isn't the great chief god the most powerful in the 7 divine realms? How can someone surpass the great chief god? The many experts in the main palace appeared in a flash. Their faces were filled with terror. Those with weaker cultivations were immediately sent sprawling on the ground. Their faces were as pale as paper. His cultivation base is above the great chief gods. The master god, the 3 elders, and the other upper echelons were all stupefied. It was as if a bolt from the blue had exploded in their ears. There was no time for them to think. The master god and the others hastily rushed out of the main palace in terror. They had never seen such a terrifying expert in the 7 divine realms before. You old bastards, how dare you? Get out here and accept your deaths. Shan Tong's furious roar reverberated in the main palace. His killing intent was rampant and filled with intimidation. In the air above the main palace, Shan Tong appeared in a flash. His extremely terrifying aura suppressed the experts in the main palace mercilessly. Whether they were godly venerable experts or godly emperor experts, they were all sent sprawling on the ground by this terrifying aura. Pained expressions appeared on their pale faces. A great chief god expert. The master god and the 3 elders were scared out of their wits. They stared at Shan Tong with fearful gazes. They had never seen such a terrifying expert before. Do you know how precious master's herbs are? If you don't weaken the heavenly tribulation's power, I'll destroy your main palace today. Shan Tong shouted furiously at the master god and the others. Junior apprentice brother, stop. Don't you dare. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted coldly. Senior apprentice brother? When he heard Feng Wuchen's voice, Shan Tong was stunned. It was only then that he looked at Feng Wuchen below him. His killing intent and terrifying aura instantly vanished. What? Junior apprentice brother? Hearing how Feng Wuchen addressed him, the Master God and the others widened their eyes. Such a terrifying expert was actually Feng Wuchen's junior apprentice brother. All the experts in the main palace were stunned. They stared at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. Who would dare to believe that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying junior apprentice brother? Who would dare to imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's master was? Shan Tong's cultivation had surpassed the great chief gods. Feng Wuchen could do whatever he wanted without their consent. He was definitely an existence that could kill anyone who stood in his way. Senior apprentice brother, why are you here? This bunch of bastards killed all of Master's precious herbs. I must kill them today. I'll settle the score with the great chief god later. That old thing's strength isn't all that great. Shan Tong shouted furiously. He was aggressive and did not take the great chief god seriously at all. When Shan Tong said that, the Master God and the others were scared out of their wits. In Shan Tong's eyes, it was as if the great chief god who ruled over the 7 god worlds was someone he could kill at any time. Without Master's orders, I can't act on my own accord. Go back and report to Master first, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Senior apprentice brother, if you don't hurry, more herbs will die. If you anger Master, the consequences will be unthinkable. No. I can't listen to you this time. I'll kill them first. If Master blames me, I won't implicate senior apprentice brother. Shan Tong said anxiously. His killing intent soared. Are you not going to listen to your senior apprentice brother? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Shan Tong looked indignant, but he had nothing to say. Whether it was his words, his actions, his demeanor, or even his mentality, Shan Tong's acting skills were definitely at the level of a best actor. Master God, my junior apprentice brother has always been like this. I'm sorry, Feng Wuchen said with a smile as he turned to look at the terrified Master God. Hearing this, the Master God immediately came to his senses. Suppressing his fear, he said, It's all right. Feng. Brother Feng, old man will weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation right away. Right away. Feng Wuchen almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw the look of extreme fear on the faces of the Master Gods and the rest. Well done, Shan Tong. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed. Haha. These old fogies were scared out of their wits by me. The single-eyed laughed loudly. Shan Tong's appearance had saved Feng Wuchen a lot of ancient treasures of heaven and earth, and the effect was beyond his imagination. One had to admit that Shan Tong's strength was indeed terrifying. With his strength, even if all the top experts of the 7 god worlds joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. In Shan Tong's eyes, the rulers of the 7 god worlds were nothing. Shan Tong's appearance had really scared the Master Gods and the rest out of their wits. In front of an absolute expert, they were all ants. Master God, don't we need the consent of the great Master God? Feng Wuchen looked at the Master God and asked. He seemed to be asking this intentionally. No. The Master God shook his head in horror. The great Master God will definitely agree. Brother Feng, don't worry. I'm really sorry about your master's loss. At this moment, the way the Master God looked at Feng Wuchen had completely changed. It was full of fear. The elders and the other experts were the same. Shan Tong's existence alone was enough to make them extremely fearful. Then I'll have to trouble Master God to weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. It will only take a few days. It won't take too long, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Old man, weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation immediately, the Master God said hurriedly. Previously, he had addressed himself as this lord, but now he had changed it to old man. It was clear that he was wary of Feng Wuchen. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen cupped his fist slightly and then turned to leave. Humph. Go back and tell the great Master God that he shouldn't be so shameless. If he angers my master, I'll kill him anytime. I'll make the rulers of the 7 god worlds change masters. Shan Tong shouted angrily and then turned to leave. The Master God Palace was dead silent, and the air was filled with fear. A long time after Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong left, everyone in the Master God Palace was still terrified as if they had been petrified. All the experts' fear came from their souls. That kind of irresistible fear was clearly felt by everyone. As the strongest force in the Master God realm, none of them had ever experienced such fear as they had today. It had always been them suppressing others, and they had never been suppressed by others. Moreover, they had been suppressed to the point where they didn't even dare to fart. Only today did they truly realize how terrifying Feng Wuchen's background was. Lord God, this is a treasure that Lord Feng gave to me. He said that it was a gift from his master. It contains a terrifyingly pure energy. Lord Feng said that it is an ancient treasure of heaven and earth. I have never seen such a treasure before. Su Yuan was the first to break the silence. He reported respectfully while handing over the small crystal. The Lord God suddenly woke up and glanced at the small crystal in Su Yuan's hand. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Keep it for your cultivation." The Master Gods did not dare to take the things that Feng Wuchen had given to Su Yuan. They were truly frightened. Lord over God, who is that person? He's so young, but his cultivation base has surpassed the great Master Gods. Grand Elder asked in horror. The Lord God wiped his sweat and said fearfully, "I don't know either. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. As long as they want to, they can kill the great Master God at any time. Feng Wuchen's master is too terrifying." No wonder he said that the great Master God had asked his master to refine pills. Pass down my orders. All the forces under the main God's temple are not to provoke Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. The Lord God immediately ordered. With that, the Lord God disappeared in a flash and hurried to weaken the heavenly tribulation's power. Brother Feng, are you satisfied? Shan Tong asked with a smile after leaving the main God's temple. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, "I'm satisfied. I really couldn't tell that you're so good at hoodwinking people." Haha. Shan Tong burst into laughter. It was all thanks to Shan Tong that Feng Wuchen's trip had gone so smoothly. Shan Tong, there's something else I need your help with. Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong and said. Brother Feng, just say it. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it beautifully. Shan Tong patted his chest and promised. The Lord God should be weakening the heavenly tribulation's power now. I have to hurry. Bring me back to the heaven realm first, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. That's easy. Shan Tong nodded. There's one more thing. The Great Master God and the 7 Great Master Gods can sense anyone ascending to the 7 God realms. As an ancient powerhouse, you must have a way to prevent them from sensing. I can also let the people from the heaven realm ascend to the God realm without anyone knowing. I don't want to be enemies with the main God's temple for the time being. This will affect the development of the Dragon Temple to a certain extent, Feng Wuchen said seriously. Hearing that, Shan Tong said proudly, "This is a piece of cake for me. Brother Feng, don't worry about the barrier. With your words, I'm very relieved. Let's go and have a drink." Feng Wuchen laughed happily. He was in a very good mood today. Not long after, Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong arrived at a city. They randomly found a restaurant and all the good wine and dishes were served. Brother Feng, let me toast you. I hope you can become a top powerhouse in the God realm soon. Cheers. Shan Tong said straightforwardly and drank a cup of wine. Thank you for your kind words. Cheers. Feng Wuchen was also heroic. Brother Feng, this is the 2nd cup of wine. I hope you can awaken your bloodline power soon. Save the dragon gods. Shan Tong followed up with a second toast. Feng Wuchen raised his cup without hesitation and returned the toast. Shan Tong's voice was a little loud. The practitioners at the next table could hear him. Top powerhouse? Humph. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? One of them glanced at Feng Wuchen disdainfully and sneered contemptuously. Awaken your bloodline power? Who do you think you are? Another person mocked. What dragon gods? I've never heard of them. Don't tell me they are from those lowly races? Another person sneered disdainfully. Pah. Dan Tong slammed the table and shouted angrily, "What did you guys say? Say it again if you have the guts. Do you believe I won't kill all of you? Kill all of you? With just you? With my 5-star Divine Emperor cultivation, I can kill you with just one finger." A young man said proudly. He didn't take Shan Tong seriously at all. This young man dared to not put Shan Tong in his eyes. He was simply arrogant to the point of lawlessness. Haha. The practitioners at the next table couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? I want to see how capable you are. Shan Tong laughed nastily. Shan Tong, forget it. We still have business to do. Let's go. Feng Wuchen quickly stopped him. He didn't want to waste time on these people. What? Are you afraid now? Want to leave? That young man sneered. With a flash, he blocked Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong. The young man didn't know what kind of terrifying powerhouse he was facing. Brother Feng. At this time, a surprised voice suddenly came from the second floor. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, a familiar voice came from the second floor. Feng Wuchen looked up and was surprised to find that it was Godslayer Zhu Yun, whom he had saved before. Zhu Yun had already reconstructed his body. If he hadn't met Feng Wuchen back then, Zhu Yun would probably have died long ago. Feng Wuchen said in surprise, "It's you. Brother Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here," Zhu Yun said with a happy smile, ignoring the man who had stopped Feng Wuchen. Zhu Yun was a God Emperor expert. Everyone in the restaurant could sense the terrifying aura coming from his body. The 5-star godly emperor who had intercepted Feng Wuchen was terrified. Zhu Yun looked at the 5-star God Emperor and said with a smile, "This is my brother. I hope you can give him some face." The 5-star God Emperor retreated, not daring to fart. The cultivators who had mocked him also shut their mouths. "Thank you," Feng Wuchen said gratefully. Zhu Yun smiled happily, "Brother Feng, you don't have to thank me. You saved my life. This is nothing." However, just as Zhu Yun finished speaking, a cold voice sounded, "So what if I don't give you face? How big of a wave can a 2-star God Emperor cause?" Zhu Yun's smile instantly turned cold. He looked at the source of the voice. Everyone's gazes shifted to the second floor. A young man stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong. His face was full of arrogance, and he looked down on everyone. Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace's young Master Yuan. Many cultivators in the restaurant panicked, fear in their eyes. "Humph. You're dead," the man who had stopped Feng Wuchen said in a low voice. For a moment, the restaurant was silent. 4-star God Emperor. Feng Wuchen frowned, sizing up the man. Shan Tong said with disdain, "A mere God Emperor dares to be arrogant in front of a God Emperor. This is the first time I've seen it." Zhu Yun shrugged and said with a cold smile, "My strength is indeed not enough to cause much trouble, but to deal with a 4-star Divine Emperor like you, a single finger is enough." Is that so? Young Master Yuan was expressionless. He looked at Shan Tong coldly and said, "What did you just say? Are you going to kill us all? Because of what you said, all 3 of you will die today." "Good, come. Call everyone who can fight here, including your father and grandfather. Watch me beat them until they are looking for their teeth on the ground." Shan Tong sneered in a mocking manner, as if he was not afraid of anything. Young Master Yuan's face darkened after hearing Shan Tong's words. A murderous aura burst out from his body. How arrogant. These fools have no idea what kind of terrifying existence they have offended. The Palace Lord of the Heavenly Illusion Deity Palace is a godly venerable expert. You're courting death by looking down on him. In all my years in the Master God world, this is the first time I've seen such an arrogant and shameless person. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke young Master Yuan. The cultivators in the restaurant watched the show with schadenfreude. Young Master Yuan said coldly, "I'll let you know the consequences of infuriating me. Cut the crap. Call out your strongest trash." Shan Tong said disdainfully. "You." Young Master Yuan was furious. Buzz buzz, right at this moment, an extremely terrifying power spread out from the outside. The might that took one's soul away scared everyone to the extreme. 8-star God Emperor. Everyone in the restaurant panicked. Many people ran out of the restaurant, afraid that they would be implicated. Brother Feng, leave quickly. I'll stop him. Zhu Yun said solemnly. Feng Wuchen had saved his life before. Zhu Yun would definitely not stand by and do nothing. How are you going to stop an 8-star god emperor? Feng Wuchen asked. Brother Feng, this friend of yours is a very loyal and righteous person. I like it. Haha. I'm called Shan Tong. Shan Tong looked at Zhu Yun and smiled. Big brother Shan Tong, you're still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Zhu Yun smiled bitterly. Swish, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the restaurant. It was that 8-star god emperor expert. His terrifying power scared the cultivators in the restaurant, causing them to retreat in fear. Their faces were extremely pale. Those who are not involved, leave. The 8-star god emperor said expressionlessly. He was extremely arrogant. The moment the 8-star god emperor said that, the cultivators in the restaurant all ran out of the restaurant in fear. No one dared to stay behind. Uncle Yun, kill them. Young Master Yuan said coldly. Zhu Yun gritted his teeth and said angrily, what's the point of bullying the weak? Is the heavenly illusion divine palace so shameless? Those who offend young master must die. Uncle Yun said coldly. A terrifying power condensed on his finger and he pointed at Shan Tong without hesitation. Swish, a green light containing a terrifying power shot out. Looking at the terrifying momentum, if Shan Tong was hit, he would definitely die on the spot. Big brother Shan Tong, be careful. Zhu Yun shouted anxiously. Brother Feng, do you want to kill them? Shan Tong asked with a cold smile. He was not afraid at all. Kill them? Zhu Yun looked at Shan Tong in shock. Only then did he realize that Shan Tong was not worried or flustered at all. Up to you. Feng Wuchen shrugged. In a flash, Single Eye dashed out. He bent his hand into a claw and caught the green energy with his bare hands. Boom, buzz buzz, Shan Tong sneered arrogantly and directly crushed the green energy. With a boom, the terrifying power shook the restaurant and caused it to collapse. Uncle Yun was also pushed back a few steps. So strong. His strength is far above mine. I'm afraid he is a godly venerable expert. Uncle Yun's expression changed. He did not expect the opponent to be so powerful. Young Master Yuan was shocked. Uncle Yun. Just this bit of strength? I don't feel anything at all. An 8-star god emperor is nothing. Shan Tong sneered. This? How is this possible? Zhu Yun's eyes widened in shock. Young master, leave quickly. Uncle Yun was very decisive. He immediately left with young Master Yuan. Humph. Can you leave? Shan Tong said coldly. His voice disappeared in a flash. Boom, in the next second, when Uncle Yun brought young Master Yuan to the sky, Shan Tong suddenly appeared and slammed his palm on Uncle Yun's body. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power shook Uncle Yun until he spat out blood. His body turned into a black line and fell down. Boom, buzz buzz, Uncle Yun turned into a black line and smashed down. With a boom, a huge pit was created in the city. Uncle Yun's life or death was unknown. Uncle Yun. Young Master Yuan panicked. His cold and arrogant attitude was replaced by fear. At this moment, the cultivators below the city were all dumbfounded. The arrogant 8-star god emperor was defeated by Shan Tong with a single palm. Brother Feng, what is big brother Shan Tong's cultivation? Zhu Yun asked in shock. I don't know either. In short, he is very strong. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Hey, kid, call all the experts behind you. I want to see how strong the heavenly illusion god palace is. Shan Tong looked at young Master Yuan and sneered. Hearing Shan Tong's arrogant words, young Master Yuan's face turned sinister as though he wanted to eat someone up. How dare you kill Uncle Yun? Don't regret it. Young Master Yuan gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes bloodshot. As the young master of a large force, what had he not seen? Why would he be afraid of Shan Tong? Shan Tong sneered in disdain. So what if I killed him? What can you do about it? How dare you insult the heavenly illusion divine palace? I'll make you regret living in this world. Young Master Yuan said fiercely as he formed a seal with both hands, summoning the experts of the Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace. Is that so? But I'll say this first. If all the experts behind you lose to me, I'll kill you. Shan Tong spread his hands arrogantly without any fear. Young Master Yuan narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, that will depend on your ability. How many people do you have? Quickly call them over, Shan Tong said impatiently. If young Master Yuan knew of Shan Tong's terrifying strength, he would be scared out of his wits. At this moment, the city below was in an uproar. An 8-star god emperor was defeated by him with one palm. I wonder if he's dead. This person must be an ultimate god expert. Humph. So what if he's an ultimate god expert? Is he stronger than the palace master of the Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace? Offending the Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace will only lead to death. So he's an ultimate god expert. No wonder he's so arrogant. But offending the Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace won't end well. In the city, while many cultivators were shocked by Shan Tong's terrifying strength, they were not optimistic about him. They knew better than anyone how terrifying the Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace's strength was. Big brother Shan Tong isn't joking, right? The palace master of the Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace and the rest are all ultimate gods. Yuan Xing's grandfather is even a 9-star ultimate god. Can he deal with so many experts? Juyan widened his eyes in fear as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Shan Tong was undoubtedly challenging the entire Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace. I don't know. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Brother Feng, the Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace's strength is terrifying. Let's leave before they arrive. There's no need to die, Juyan said hurriedly. However, Feng Wuchen did not panic at all. His face was calm. Chi. Not long after, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the space beside Yuan Xing. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the pitch-black crack. 9-star ultimate god. The old palace master of the Sky Illusion Deity Palace had arrived. I can't be wrong. A top expert of the Master God world. Today, I'm finally lucky enough to see it. They're all godly venerable experts. 9-star ultimate god. 7-star ultimate god. A 5-star ultimate god. The palace master and elder of the Heavenly Illusion Deity Palace are here. As the horrifying aura spread out from the crack, the city instantly erupted into an uproar. Many cultivators were filled with excitement and shock. Not long after, figures came out from the crack one after another. The terrifying aura was coming from them. Quite a number of experts have come. Shan Tong smiled coldly without any change in his expression. It's over. That old bastard Yuan Kuei also came. That old ghost is a 9-star ultimate god. Can Big Brother Shan Tong defeat that old ghost? Juyan's face was filled with fear. His face was extremely pale as he was completely intimidated by the terrifying aura. The Heavenly Illusion Deity Palace is indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen could not deny it, but he still did not show any fear. Juyan said in shock, the Heavenly Illusion Deity Palace is one of the major forces under the Master God Palace. Its strength is extremely terrifying. A force under the Master God Palace? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised, but his lips curled into a cold smile. The Heavenly Illusion Deity Palace had so many godly venerable experts overseeing it. Moreover, it had the support of the Master God Palace. High up in the sky, as the 6 godly venerable experts appeared, the space became completely silent. Father, grandfather, elder. Yuan Xing bowed respectfully. Xing what happened? The leading elder, Yuan Kuei, asked in a deep voice. Yuan Xing pointed at Shan Tong and said angrily, Grandfather, this person insulted our Heavenly Illusion Deity Palace and even killed Uncle Yun. Your Uncle Yun was killed? A middle-aged man's face darkened as he looked at Shan Tong fiercely. Yuan Xing gritted his teeth and said angrily, he was the one who killed him. Father, kill him to avenge Uncle Yun. The middle-aged man was the palace master of the Heavenly Illusion Deity Palace, Yuan Lifeng. He was a 7-star godly venerable expert with terrifying strength and was one of the top experts in the Master God world. I killed him. Shan Tong sneered mockingly. Who are you? Yuan Lifeng asked coldly. He could not see through Shan Tong's cultivation, so he did not dare to underestimate him. Cut the crap. All of you come at me together. When I defeat all of you, it will be the death of your son. Shan Tong sneered, completely disregarding Yuan Kuei and the others. When Shan Tong said this, many Xianxia in the city were dumbfounded. I didn't hear wrongly, right? That bastard is actually disregarding Yuan Kuei. I've never seen such an arrogant person. Does he not know that his death is near? Too arrogant. I'll see how he dies later. Palace Master Yuan. Kill this arrogant person. Many cultivators in the city were enraged by Shan Tong's words. 6 godly venerable experts, including a 9-star godly venerable, and Shan Tong wanted them to attack him together. How arrogant was he? Humph. Arrogant. I'd like to see if you have what it takes to be arrogant. Yuan Lifeng said in a gloomy voice. The terrifying power of a 7-star godly venerable instantly erupted, and a monstrous aura swept out without hesitation. You're just going to rush over like this? Shan Tong sneered. Yuan Liefeng's speed was astonishing, and he arrived in an instant. His palm, which contained terrifying power, ruthlessly attacked Shan Tong. The attack was so fierce that the void was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. Buzz buzz. Shan Tong did not hesitate to meet the attack with his palm. With an earth-shattering explosion, the destructive energy of the collision swept out without restraint, and the space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet shook violently. What? Yuan Liefeng's expression changed, and he was shocked. He blocked my full power with his bare hands. Is that all you've got? Shan Tong sneered mockingly. Yuan Kuei frowned. This person's strength is not simple. The Great Elder frowned. Indeed. He hasn't used his strength yet. I'm afraid his strength is on par with the old palace masters. He can actually block Father's attack. Yuan Xing was dumbfounded with an expression of disbelief. He's too strong. Big brother Shan Tong hasn't used his strength yet. He actually blocked Yuan Liefeng's full power attack. Zhu Yan's eyes widened in shock. Boom. Pfft. Shan Tong's palm shook violently, and with a boom, Yuan Liefeng's expression changed again. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. How is this possible? Yuan Lifeng was shocked. Father. Yuan Xing was shocked. Palace Master. The 3 great elders were also shocked. How terrifying was Yuan Liefeng's strength to be able to injure him with one palm. The cultivators in the city were all dumbfounded at this moment. There was a deathly silence, and all of them were petrified. Who is this person? He was able to shatter the bones in my hand without using any strength. His strength is truly terrifying. Yuan Lifeng was terrified. He had never encountered such a powerful enemy. Palace Lord, are you all right? The Great Elder rushed over and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Yuan Lifeng frowned. Be careful, Great Elder. This person's strength is extraordinary. I told you to come together, but you didn't believe me. Shan Tong shrugged. He was as arrogant as he could be. You have such strength at such a young age. You have the right to be arrogant. Yuan Kuei finally spoke. An unparalleled aura erupted. Shan Tong glanced at Yuan Kuei and sneered. Old thing, I'll remind you again. Come together. I don't believe you've reached the Overgod realm. Yuan Kuei said coldly. His old face was gloomy. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power of a 9-star divine venerable was unleashed without reservation. Resplendent green light soared into the sky, and the space within a radius of tens of thousands of zhang collapsed once again. It was as if the space of the divine world was about to collapse. Yuan Kuei's strength was terrifying. All the forces and cultivators within a radius of several 100,000 feet were intimidated by his power. What terrifying power! Brother Feng, can Big Brother Shan Tong really deal with him? Zhu Yan asked in fear. His palms were sweating. Shan Tong isn't panicking at all. This means he has the strength. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Shan Tong wouldn't be afraid even if a great overgod came, let alone a 9-star ultimate god like Yuan Kuei. Grandpa, you must be careful, Yuan Xing said in fear. He was already regretting provoking Feng Wuchen and the others. If it weren't for Yuan Xing's arrogance, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Uncle Yun wouldn't have been killed, and Yuan Lifeng wouldn't have been injured. Boom, a cold light flashed in Yuan Kuei's old eyes. He stepped into the air and with a loud boom, he turned into a bolt of cyan lightning and shot out. He gave people a feeling that he was invincible. For a moment, all the cultivators in the city held their breaths in fear. They stared at the void without blinking. Even if they couldn't see Yuan Kuei, they still instinctively looked at the void. Yuan Lifeng frowned. Father is strong, but this person gives me the feeling that he's even stronger. He's definitely not from the Overgod realm. I've never seen him before either. Across the entire Overgod world, there's no powerful figure that we don't know, the Grand Elder frowned deeply. His face was extremely stern. The top experts of the Master God world were none other than the transcendent forces. Most of them knew about them. Divine technique. Yuan Kuei flashed past Shan Tong's side. In that instant, dozens of attacks landed on Shan Tong's body with deafening explosions. Yuan Kuei's divine technique was powerful enough to cause great damage to his opponent in an instant. However, before Yuan Kuei could rejoice, his eyes widened. The deity technique is not bad. The moment I attack, my strength will increase by 2 times. It's much stronger than an ordinary deity technique. Unfortunately, it's a little weak. This little bit of strength is nothing to me. Shan Tong patted his chest lightly and sneered. He's unharmed. Yuan Kuei turned pale with fright. His old face stiffened. He didn't even put up any defense. Is he really an overgod? How is that possible? Father's divine technique is shockingly powerful. It can double my battle prowess in an instant, but it can't hurt him at all. Yuan Liefeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandpa can't hurt him. Yuan Xing trembled in fear and involuntarily took a few steps back. He's too strong. Big brother Shan Tong is unharmed after taking Yuan Kuei's attack head-on. Zhu Yan gasped in shock. At this moment, the cultivators in the city fell into a state of confusion again. They were all petrified. Only Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. Only Feng Wuchen knew how terrifying Shan Tong's strength was. Shan Tong looked at Yuan Kuei with a mocking gaze and sneered. Old thing, I've already warned you. I don't think you're worthy of my attention. Pausing for a moment, Shan Tong continued, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you one more chance. All of you, attack me together with all your strength. Use your most powerful divine arts. This is your last chance. Yuan Kuei's old face turned gloomy after hearing Shan Tong's arrogant words. Since you're so insistent, we can only join hands. The Great Elder said gloomily. He released all the power of a 5-star ultimate god. Buzz. Yuan Lifeng and the other elders also activated their divine essence. Waves of surging energy burst out, shaking the void. Resplendent light shrouded the dark space. Very good. Come on. Shan Tong sneered. Divine technique. Sword's destruction. Divine technique. Heavenly soul lock. Divine technique. Death mixed heaven slash. Divine technique. 9 heavenly palms. Yuan Kuei and the other ultimate gods attacked at the same time, using their strongest divine techniques. Swish. Buzz. 6 extremely terrifying divine arts burst out, bringing along sharp and ear-piercing sonic booms. That kind of unparalleled power could be said to make countless practitioners feel suffocated. The 6 ultimate gods attacked together with terrifying power. Boom. 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 Buzz. Under the horrified gazes of the cultivators in the city, the power of the 6 divine arts bombarded Shan Tong's body. In an instant, Shan Tong was engulfed. The terrifying energy ripples of the explosion spread out to a distance of 1,000,000 zhang. The void was covered by the terrifying energy. Looking at the center of the explosion, Zhu Yun asked in a panic, Brother Feng, will Brother Shan Tong be alright? Don't worry, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He actually didn't dodge. How arrogant. Does he really think he's that great? An elder sneered proudly. Another elder said coldly, with the 6 of us attacking together, we can definitely severely injure him. That might not be the case. We can't let our guard down. This person is very strong. Yuan Kuei frowned deeply, his old face extremely solemn. He might really be an overgod. Yuan Lifeng frowned. Gulp, in the city, all the cultivators were pale. Their throats were dry, but they felt nothing but fear. When the terrifying energy gradually dissipated, Shan Tong's blurry figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Now, it's my turn to attack. Shan Tong's mocking laughter sounded. He was obviously unharmed. Unscathed? How? How is this possible? He is unscathed after taking our attacks head-on. Our attacks are ineffective. Is he really an overgod? Yuan Kuei and the other ultimate gods were extremely shocked. They were so shocked that they could not find any words to describe their feelings. This is too strong, right? 6 ultimate gods attacked together, but old brother Shan Tong was unscathed and did not even defend himself. Am I hallucinating? Zhu Yun could not help but exclaim in horror. His eyeballs were about to fall out. Yuan Xing shook his head in shock and said, "This is impossible." Impossible. Unscathed? That is 6 ultimate gods. How can he be unscathed? Such terrifying power, and they are all divine arts. How can they not hurt him? Is he an overgod? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Senior Yuan Kuei is a 9-star ultimate god. In the city below, all the cultivators' faces were filled with horror and disbelief. No one dared to believe that 6 ultimate gods could not hurt Shan Tong at all. Shan Tong's fierce gaze swept across Yuan Kuei and the other 5 as he sneered. I'm tired of waiting. I'll let you know how trashy your strength is now. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Shan Tong appeared in front of an elder. He was so fast that even Yuan Kuei did not notice him. Boom. Pfft. Shan Tong casually threw out a palm. With a boom, that elder spat out blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. That elder did not notice it at all. What kind of speed is this? Yuan Lifeng was extremely shocked as he turned his head to look. Third elder. Yuan Kuei was extremely shocked. Boom. Pfft. In the next second, there was another explosion. Another elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He didn't even have time to look at the third elder before he was also severely injured. Shan Tong had only casually thrown out a palm and injured a ultimate god. Boom. Pfft. Shan Tong's speed was terrifying. No one could detect him. With another flash, another ultimate god spat out blood and was sent flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Wherever the eye passed, a divine master would be severely injured. No one could detect it, let alone defend against its terrifying power. In less than a minute, the 6 supreme gods, except for Yuan Kuei, were all seriously injured. In the city below, all the cultivators had long been scared out of their wits. They were so frightened that their bodies were trembling, and they couldn't even speak. Preposterous. Yuan Kuei was furious. His killing intent soared to the heavens as he shot towards Shan Tong. You overestimate yourself. Shan Tong sneered in disdain. He threw out a palm strike, and an extremely terrifying chi rolled out, causing people to tremble in fear. What? Feeling this terrifying chi, Yuan Kuei's old face changed greatly, and a strong sense of fear surged into his heart. Boom. Pooh. At that moment, Yuan Kuei was unable to dodge. With a loud explosion, she was sent flying backwards, spitting out blood. To be able to injure a 9-star ultimate god with just a gust of energy, one could see how monstrous Single Eye was. What is this person's cultivation? He can injure old man with just a gust of energy. Yuan Kuei was shocked and aghast. Whoosh. Single Eye flashed over and sneered, old thing, aren't you too conceited? Boom. Pooh. As soon as he finished speaking, Single Eye threw out a palm strike without hesitation. With a loud explosion, Yu Wenkui spat out blood again, and his injuries worsened. Grandfather! Yu Wenqing was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Bastard! Yu Wenlifeng clenched his teeth and cursed. He immediately flashed away, ignoring his serious injuries. If you want to say that old thing, you'll have to ask me first. Single Eye sneered. His figure appeared in front of Yu Wenlifeng in a very strange way. Xing go save your grandfather. Yu Wenlifeng clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Single Eye in front of him. Yu Wenliefeng's injuries were so serious that he was powerless. However, just as the terrified Yu Wenxing was about to move, a figure suddenly flashed over and intercepted him. It was none other than Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, be careful. Zhu Yun was startled. He didn't even notice when Feng Wuchen disappeared. He was secretly amazed by Feng Wuchen's terrifying movement technique. You think you can stop me? Yu Wenxing shouted angrily and threw out a palm strike without hesitation. Boom! Weng weng! Feng Wuchen didn't want to be outdone and countered with a palm strike. With a loud explosion, a terrifying collision force swept out, causing the void to tremble and explode. What? Yu Wenxing's face changed, and he stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Two-star godly emperor? Yu Wenxing couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen, a two-star godly emperor, could block his attack. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, I didn't want to bicker with you, but your arrogance really pisses me off. You're pissing me off too. Prepare to die. Yu Wenxing roared. He gathered all the strength in his body, and a violent aura swept out. Once again, he threw a palm strike at Feng Wuchen. A mere two-star godly emperor was nothing in Yu Wenxing's eyes. Yu Wenkui was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Yu Wenxing was both angry and anxious. Weng weng. Facing Yu Wenxing's angry power, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to underestimate it. He immediately activated his divine essence and used the basic dragon god gloves. The domineering power was like a ferocious beast coming out of its cage. Boom! Weng weng. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and Yu Wenxing clashed fiercely again. With a deafening explosion, Feng Wuchen and Yu Wenxing were both pushed back by each other's power. Divine Artifact. Rank 9 Divine Artifact. Yu Wenxing was shocked and looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. Divine. Divine Artifact, Rank 9 Divine Artifact. This aura can't be wrong. Who is that brat? He actually has a divine artifact. For a moment, the Silent City was in an uproar when Feng Wuchen took out his divine artifact. Zhu Yun was shocked and said in a daze, Brother Feng actually has a divine artifact. Just my divine essence and dragon god gloves is still a bit of a stretch, Feng Wuchen said to himself. After all, he hadn't used his full strength, causing his arm to feel numb. Brother Feng's strength is indeed very strong. Shan Tong laughed happily. It's okay. I can deal with him. Feng Wuchen shrugged. It wasn't too arrogant. After all, Feng Wuchen really did have the strength to kill Yu Wenxing. Even if Yu Wenxing was a 5-star godly emperor, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be afraid, let alone a mere 4-star godly emperor. Bastard! How dare you look down on me? Your arrogance and conceit ends here. Hand over your life. Yu Wenxing was furious as he charged at Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, be careful. Zhu Yun shouted. He was worried that Feng Wuchen would not be able to defeat Yu Wenxing. After all, Yu Wenxing was 2 stars stronger than Feng Wuchen. The enraged Yu Wenxing's aura had increased a bit, nearing the 5-star Divine Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He immediately took out the other 3 divine artifacts. His battle prowess sword, and his aura sword. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's battle prowess had reached the 4-star Divine Emperor realm. Looking at Feng Wuchen in shock, Shan Tong smiled and said, Brother Feng's strength is truly not simple. Back then, Brother Feng still held back some of his strength. Seeing Feng Wuchen display his true battle prowess, Shan Tong could not help but recall the scene of him fighting with Feng Wuchen in the ruins. 4-star Divine Emperor realm? 4 divine artifacts. Heavens, who is Brother Feng? Isn't this too abnormal? Zhu Yan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A single level 9 divine artifact was already enough to shock Zhu Yun to the core, let alone four. 4 divine artifacts? Yu Wenxing, who had rushed out, was instantly stunned. Where did this kid get so many rank 9 divine artifacts? Yuan Lifeng was dumbstruck, his expression exaggerated. Yuan Kuei was dumbstruck. He said in a trembling voice, 2 stars in an instant. And this kid's strength is extremely tyrannical. Even with the support of 4 divine artifacts, an ordinary person would not be able to increase their strength by so much. Firstly, they would not be able to bear the enormous power of the divine artifacts. Secondly, the divine artifacts would repel each other. It is impossible to completely fuse the power of the divine artifacts. Cough cough, the heavily injured Yuan Kuei spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. His pale face was like that of a corpse. The appearance of the 4 divine artifacts intimidated everyone present. While Yu Wenxing was still in shock, Feng Wuchen suddenly raised his head and looked over. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes that were as black as stars. Sensing Feng Wuchen's terrifying gaze, Yu Wenxing broke out in a cold sweat. That terrifying gaze was like a rabbit being stared at by a tiger. Boom, Feng Wuchen suddenly stepped on the void. With a loud boom, his body turned into a golden lightning bolt and shot out like an anti-aircraft gun. His momentum was majestic and shocking. So fast. Yu Wenxing was shocked. Realizing Feng Wuchen's strength, Yu Wenxing did not dare to underestimate him. There was no time for Yu Wenxing to think. His face turned ferocious again. He gritted his teeth and rushed out again, unwilling to be outdone. I don't care about the strength of a divine artifact. Yu Wenxing roared angrily. Then, he threw out a punch with terrifying power. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen's face was expressionless as he punched out with an iron fist. With a loud bang, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth. The energy from the collision brought with it a violent storm. Wherever it passed, the void violently trembled and large black cracks were torn open. The 6 ultimate gods had been defeated. Would Yu Wenxing also be defeated? The answer was yes. Feng Wuchen's domineering strength shook Yu Wenxing's body. He tasted something sweet in his throat and a trace of blood flowed out. Clearly, he had been injured. Yu Wenxing's face was full of disbelief. He said in a trembling voice, "This is impossible. The strength of a divine artifact can't compete with me, let alone injure me. I don't believe it." Xinger. Yuan Kuei and Yuan Lifeng cried out in panic. Young master can't even defeat that brat. The 3 elders' eyes widened, and they were all stunned. They knew better than anyone how strong Yu Wenxing was. But now, he had been injured by Feng Wuchen's punch. So strong. I can't believe that a 2-star divine emperor can injure an opponent close to a 5-star divine emperor with one punch. Zhu Yun was dumbfounded. His heart was in turmoil. Young Master Yuan is actually no match for him, too terrifying. He's so strong that he can do whatever he wants. That kid must have a great background. Otherwise, how could he have 4 level 9 divine artifacts? Am I hallucinating? How can a 2-star divine emperor defeat a 4-star divine emperor? Even if he has a divine artifact, it's impossible, right? The city was in an uproar again. Cries of surprise pierced the sky. Everyone was shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Is that all you've got? Feng Wuchen asked expressionlessly. He looked as if he dared to show off with such trash strength. Hearing this, the shocked Yu Wenxing was instantly enraged. His face was ferocious, and his killing intent multiplied. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Do you think you're strong?" An extremely violent power exploded, and the ferocious chief force forced Feng Wuchen to retreat. Come out. Moon-killing axe. Yu Wenxing roared and immediately took out a high-grade immortal artifact. It was a huge black axe. As soon as the high-grade immortal artifact was taken out, Yu Wenxing's fighting strength increased sharply, and his aura became even more frightening. The furious Yu Wenxing pounced on Feng Wuchen like a mad dog. His bloodshot eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. "Old friend, I haven't tested your strength in a long time. Don't disappoint me." Feng Wuchen looked at the exquisite divine artifact embedded in the dragon god glove and began to mobilize his strength. Buzz. All the strength in his body crazily condensed into his fist. The dragon god glove flashed with a dazzling golden light, and an incomparably domineering strength surged out. It had already surpassed the 4-star Divine Emperor realm. His strength has increased again. Yuan Kuei and the others' faces changed again, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in their hearts. Monster. He must be a monster. His fighting strength has increased by 3 stars. Heavens! Is he still human? Even a monster isn't this scary, right? Fighting strength increased by 3 stars. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. All the cultivators in the city were shocked again. Their pale faces were filled with indescribable shock. The furious Yuan Xing didn't seem to have noticed it. It was as if he had lost his mind and judgment. He was still madly charging at Feng Wuchen. Dragon God Destruction Fist. Staring coldly at Yuan Xing, Feng Wuchen coldly shouted and punched across the air. Whoosh! Buzz! An energy fist several thousand meters long shot out. Wherever it passed, the dim space collapsed and became covered in resplendent golden light. The entire city was enveloped in it as well. It was an extremely shocking sight. The power of this punch was terrifying. Xinger, dodge! Yuan Kuei shouted in panic. He was extremely worried. Xinger! You are no match for him. Get out of the way! Yuan Lifeng roared, his heart burning with anxiety. However, the furious Yuan Xing didn't listen at all. Divine Art. 7 stars heaven-destroying palm. Yuan Xing roared and struck out with his palm. Boom! Puff! At the moment of collision, Yuan Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He couldn't withstand a single blow. Xing. Yuan Kuei and Yuan Lifeng panicked when they saw Yuan Xing's right arm being crushed. They feared that Yuan Xing would die from Feng Wuchen's power. Stinking brat! Stop! Yuan Lifeng roared in a heart-wrenching voice. Their hearts bled as they watched their son and grandson being abused. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. The feeling was worse than death. Is young Master Yuan going to lose? He's so strong, but he can't beat that brat. Young Master Yuan's right arm has been crushed. He can't hold on any longer. Young Master Yuan has really kicked an iron plate this time. Young Master Yuan won't be killed, right? No one can help him now. Looking at the fierce and merciless collision in the air, the cultivators in the city panicked. Their gazes toward Feng Wuchen were filled with fear. I destroyed his arm, but he's still able to hold on. It doesn't seem to affect him at all. This person's willpower is indeed strong. Feng Wuchen frowned. The fierce head-on collision had already reached Feng Wuchen's limit. You're the first person to force me to this point. Yuan Xing gnashed his teeth. It was as if he had lost his mind in anger and couldn't feel any pain. His right arm was destroyed, but it didn't affect him at all. Yuan Xing was in a berserk state. His strength had reached its peak. You think you're the only one with a divine artifact? I have one too. I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. Yuan Xing roared. His killing intent soared as he immediately summoned his natal magic treasure. A heavenly book flashing with golden light appeared above Yuan Xing's head. It was like a baptism for Yuan Xing, instantly increasing his strength. His ferocious aura soared. In that instant, Yuan Xing's fighting strength surpassed that of a 5-star Divine Emperor. His aura was much stronger than Feng Wuchen's. A rank 5 divine artifact. Feng Wuchen frowned again. Xing. Stop it. The boundless divine rune is used to suppress your soul. Once its power is exhausted, your soul will scatter. Yuan Lifeng roared in panic. Unfortunately, the berserk Yuan Xing didn't listen. Ah! Yuan Xing crazily roared, releasing all of his power to attack Feng Wuchen's energy fist. Dazzling golden light covered the world. Rumble! Pu-pu! 2 terrifying forces clashed madly. When the power reached its peak, it suddenly exploded. The terrifying power had already exceeded their range of control. In that instant, the 2 of them were shaken to the point where they spat out blood and were swallowed by the energy ripples. Xing. Yuan Kuei and Yuan Lifeng cried out in panic. Brother Feng. Zhu Yan called out worriedly. His palms were sweating. Fight to the death? Your son is truly ruthless. Shan Tong sneered as he looked at Yuan Lifeng with a mocking gaze. Yuan Liefeng's pale face was incomparably ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Don't be too arrogant. If anything happens to my son, you can forget about living." Oh? Is that so? Single-eyed sneered mockingly. He was not threatened at all. Don't regret it. Yuan Lifeng clenched his teeth and roared. Then, he clasped his hands together and muttered an incantation. Seeing this, Single-eyed sneered and said, "Call as many people as possible. The stronger, the better." The energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes. When they gradually dissipated, Feng Wuchen and Yuan Xing's blurry figures gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight. What happened to Brother Feng's injuries? When did he recover completely? Zhu Yan's face was filled with shock. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He's unharmed? How is that possible? Yuan Lifeng couldn't help but widen his eyes. This brat was clearly seriously injured, but why is he unharmed now? Yuan Kuei frowned, puzzled. He actually recovered. How is that possible? What's going on? When did that brat recover? What's going on? Was it an illusion? That brat was clearly injured. All the cultivators in the city were shocked and puzzled. Many of them were rubbing their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. You actually recovered from such serious injuries in an instant. You're not simple, Yuan Xing said coldly, staring at Feng Wuchen fiercely. It seems that the divine artifact's power allowed you to recover a bit of consciousness. You should have used it earlier. You have no chance of winning now, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Is that so? Yuan Xing narrowed his eyes and said malevolently, I'll let you experience the true power of the immeasurable divine rune. Immeasurable regeneration. Yuan Xing waved his hand, and the immeasurable divine rune shone with golden light again. It floated in front of Yuan Xing, and the resplendent golden light helped Yuan Xing condense an energy arm. No matter which part of my body you destroy, the immeasurable divine rune can regenerate it. Moreover, it can keep me at peak strength. Do you really think you have a chance of winning? Yuan Xing said coldly. You can try. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. Yuan Xing grabbed the air, and the moon slaughter axe flew over from afar. All the violent power was channeled into the moon slaughter axe, and with the support of the immeasurable divine rune, Yuan Xing's combat strength had already broken through to the 6-star Divine Emperor realm. 6-star Divine Emperor. Zhu Yan became more and more worried. Xing stop it. Stop channeling the power of the immeasurable divine rune. Yuan Kuei shouted anxiously. However, Yuan Xing still ignored him. What a terrifying power. Young Master Yuan's combat strength has also increased by 2 stars. The cultivators in the city gasped. My combat strength has already reached the 6-star Divine Emperor realm. With your 5-star Divine Emperor strength, so what if you have 4 divine artifacts? Yuan Xing said coldly, full of confidence in his own strength. Divine Art. Battle Soul Divine Axe. With that, Yuan Xing let out a furious roar. He gripped the moon slaughter axe with both hands and hacked down. Yuan Xing roared, Give me your life. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, the huge energy axe broke through the air with a majestic aura, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth as it rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Everywhere it passed, the void shook violently, and a large crack tore open. The energy axe's power was very violent and unstoppable. Feng Wuchen raised his right hand, palm facing up, and suddenly bent his claw. A bloody light appeared, and then a terrifying bloodthirsty aura spread out. A bloody sword slowly rose from Feng Wuchen's palm. Bloody chi surrounded the bloody sword, and it was filled with a terrifying power. What sword is this? Yuan Kuei and the others were shocked. They were all frightened by the bloodthirsty aura of the bloody sword. A divine artifact? No, it doesn't have the aura of a divine artifact. But this unsettling power is even more terrifying than a divine artifact. Yuan Xing frowned, and his face was very solemn. God-slaying! Feng Wuchen shouted expressionlessly. The moment he poured all his power into the bloody sword, Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand. The bloody sword immediately turned into a bloody bolt of lightning and roared out, carrying the power to pierce through heaven and earth. The attack was overbearing and fierce. Xing, be careful. Don't take it head-on. Yuan Lifeng shouted in panic. He could feel the terrifying power contained in Feng Wuchen's blood sword. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom. Puff. In an instant, the huge energy axe collided with the arm-sized blood sword. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and Yuan Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. What a domineering power! How is this possible? Yuan Xing was shocked. Even if he had power that surpassed Feng Wuchen, he couldn't withstand the power of the blood sword. Xing. Yuan Lifeng and Yuan Kuei cried out in horror. The power of the blood sword has already surpassed the level of a 6-star divine emperor. This kid is only a 2-star divine emperor. How can his blood sword have such terrifying power? The great elder was shocked. What a terrifying blood sword! Zhu Yun was dumbstruck. Gulp. All the cultivators in the city were terrified. Today's scene would shock them for the rest of their lives. Who would believe that a 2-star divine emperor could have such abnormal fighting strength? Buzz buzz. Ka-cha. The void within a radius of 10,000 feet shook violently. In just a moment, the huge energy axe suddenly shattered, pierced by the blood sword. It couldn't withstand a single blow. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. The power of the blood sword was too terrifying, too domineering, and beyond everyone's imagination. No one thought that Feng Wuchen's trump card would be so terrifying. It was no different from using a cheat. Whoosh! The blood sword pierced through the energy axe and continued to charge at Yuan Xing with lightning-like might. Everywhere it passed, the dark space was covered in blood light. It was like hell on earth. No, this is impossible. Yuan Xing shook his head in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen even after using all his strength. The blood sword, which contained terrifying power, was infinitely magnified in Yuan Xing's eyes. Stop! Stop! Yuan Lifeng roared as he watched the blood sword mercilessly charge at Yuan Xing. At this moment, all the cultivators in the city held their breaths and looked at the blood sword in horror. Swish! Just as the blood sword was half an inch away from Yuan Xing's forehead, Feng Wuchen teleported over and grabbed the blood sword. It was so sudden that no one noticed. The sudden appearance of Feng Wuchen made Yuan Xing dumbstruck and speechless. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Master, more than half of the blood sword's power has been used up, the blood sword's weapon soul said. Your soul has awakened? Feng Wuchen could not help but exclaim in surprise when he heard blood sword's voice. Yes, when Master took out blood sword, he began to awaken. Blood sword transmitted his voice. Great! The awakening of the weapon spirit meant that the blood sword was about to become a saint weapon. Once it becomes a sacred artifact, I won't have to worry about the blood sword running out of power. The only downside is that the blood sword cannot store any more power. Still, the power of a sacred artifact will not disappoint me. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. At this moment, Yuan Xing looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Only now did he truly realize how monstrous Feng Wuchen was. What do you want? Yuan Xing asked in horror. At this moment, Yuan Xing was already regretting provoking Feng Wuchen. Swish! The blood sword suddenly slashed down, and Yuan Xing's face twitched. His expression shook as he screamed. With a swing of his sword, Feng Wuchen cut off Yuan Xing's other hand. Blood gushed out. Spare him! Spare him! Yuan Kuei hurriedly shouted. He was so frightened that he almost had a heart attack. Yuan Lifeng was burning with anxiety. Why aren't you here yet? Hurry up! Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, I'm teaching you a lesson so that you know the consequences of being arrogant. Pung, with a thought, a wisp of black flame appeared. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and shot it onto the boundless divine pattern, burning it. No! Stop! Stop! Yuan Xing turned pale with fright. Divine fire. Seeing the black flame, Yuan Kuei and the others cried out. Not good. He's going to destroy the boundless divine pattern. Yuan Liefeng's expression changed. He wanted to rush out and stop Feng Wuchen. Shan Tong sensed it immediately. A terrifying aura locked onto Yuan Liefeng. Shan Tong sneered. You can try if you don't want to live. Yuan Liefeng was furious, but he couldn't care less. If the boundless divine pattern was destroyed, it would be equivalent to killing Yuan Xing. How could Yuan Liefeng watch his son die? But when Yuan Liefeng wanted to risk his life to stop Feng Wuchen, he found that he couldn't move at all. He was trapped by an invisible force. Bastard! Let me go! Let me go! Venerable Su! What are you waiting for? Yuan Liefeng roared angrily. Yuan Kuei and the others were too injured to do anything. They could only watch as Feng Wuchen burned the boundless divine pattern. Under the black flame, even a divine artifact couldn't withstand it. Yuan Xing's serious injuries made it impossible for him to resist the black flame. Pfft. As Yuan Xing's life treasure, the boundless divine pattern was destroyed. Yuan Xing was injured again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard! How dare you destroy my divine artifact? I'll kill you. Yuan Xing was furious. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. Unfortunately, Yuan Xing was an arrow at the end of its flight. He couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. I destroyed this divine artifact. You can't be reborn. This is a lesson for you, Feng Wuchen said coldly. It's over, it's over. Yuan Liefeng despaired when he saw the boundless divine pattern destroyed. Xing. Yuan Kuei cried in grief. Shan Tong sneered at the despairing Yuan Liefeng and the others. It's too late to regret now. Why didn't you discipline your son earlier? Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed over. Palace Lord, Venerable Su is here, an elder said happily as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Senior Yuan, what's going on? Asked the person politely. Yuan Kuei hurriedly said, it's a long story. Venerable Su is a step too late. Venerable Su. Venerable Su. Save Xing. Xing-Er's boundless divine rune was destroyed. Yuan Liefeng hurriedly pleaded. The newcomer was Venerable Su Yuan of the main god palace. Venerable Su, be careful. This person's strength is terrifying. We can't even defeat him. He's most likely a master god, the elder warned. Master god? Su Yuan frowned. When Su Yuan looked at Shan Tong, his expression changed. Feng Wuchen's figure immediately appeared in his mind. As expected, when Su Yuan looked over, he indeed saw Feng Wuchen's figure. He was instantly frightened out of his wits. Venerable Su, this person's strength is indeed terrifying. You must be careful, Yuan Liefeng reminded again, not noticing the change in Su Yuan's expression. They did not notice that there was a playful smile on Shan Tong's face. Only Yuan Kuei noticed the change in Su Yuan's expression. Especially when Su Yuan turned to look at Feng Wuchen, Yuan Kuei saw the fear in Su Yuan's eyes. At that moment, Yuan Kuei's heart skipped a beat. His old face changed dramatically, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. What's going on? Venerable Su's expression doesn't look right. The great elder suddenly frowned, finally noticing Su Yuan's expression. Hearing the great elder's words, Yuan Liefeng and the others also reacted. With one look, they were scared out of their wits. Su Yuan looked at Feng Wuchen with eyes full of respect and fear. Venerable Su. Save me. Save me. Kill this bastard. The terrified Yuan Xing shouted at Su Yuan. Yuan Xing then said to Feng Wuchen savagely, stinking brat, it's too late for regrets. Venerable Su is a venerable of the main shrine. The main shrine is behind the Sky Illusion Deity Palace. Is that so? Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. Humph. How dare you be so arrogant in the face of death? I think you won't give up until you see the coffin. Yuan Xing said fiercely. But before he could finish, the next scene stunned him. Su Yuan quickly flashed over and bowed to Feng Wuchen. He said respectfully, Lord Feng. Venerable Su. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He had a good impression of Su Yuan. What? Feng? Lord Feng? Yuan Xing's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. His face was full of confusion. His savior was so respectful to his enemy. Yuan Xing couldn't accept it. At that moment, Yuan Xing was in extreme despair. Boom! The way Su Yuan addressed Feng Wuchen was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone felt as if they had been hit 1,000,000 times harder. Lord Feng? Yuan Kuei, Yuan Lifeng, and the others were shocked. They trembled in fear, and their souls almost left their bodies. Which Lord Feng? Why hasn't the old man heard of him before? Yuan Kuei was panicked and confused, looking at Feng Wuchen in a daze. What's going on? Am I seeing this right? The venerable of the main shrine actually bowed to that kid. It's over. The Sky Illusion Deity Palace offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. That kid, is he from the main shrine? Who is that kid? Venerable Su so respectful? I've never heard of Lord Feng in the Master God world, and he's so young. In the city, all the cultivators were in an uproar. Other than fear, there was only fear. A dignified supremacy from the Master God world actually had to be respectful in front of Feng Wuchen. This was unexpected to everyone present. At the same time, they were all guessing Feng Wuchen's identity. They were very curious about Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity. Su Yuan's action of bowing had undoubtedly plunged Yuan Kuei and the others into despair. Yuan Kuei, Yuan Lifeng, and the other supreme gods were in extreme fear. They didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Yuan Kuei, how dare you attack Lord Feng? You must have eaten the heart of a leopard. Su Yuan's cold gaze swept across Yuan Kuei and the others. A biting cold murderous aura swept out wildly. We didn't know Lord Feng's identity. Please spare our lives, Lord Feng. Yuan Kuei and the others knelt in the void, not daring to show any disrespect. Humph. I'll deal with you later. Su Yuan said coldly. Lord Feng, what exactly happened? Su Yuan asked respectfully. Although he already knew a little, he didn't know the exact reason. However, Su Yuan still had some understanding of Yuan Xing. He didn't need to guess to know that Yuan Xing had caused trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Yuan Kuei and the others here. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, It's nothing. Just a small matter. Is the Heavenly Illusion Palace a subordinate force of the main God Palace? Feng Wuchen continued to ask. Su Yuan's back was drenched in cold sweat. Worried that Feng Wuchen would blame him, he replied respectfully, Yes. Don't be nervous. I don't mean to blame you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He then asked, Are you familiar with them? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Yuan Kuei and the others looked at Su Yuan nervously. Su Yuan's answer was undoubtedly the key to the survival of the Heavenly Illusion Palace. Venerable Su, please put in a good word for the Heavenly Illusion Palace, Yuan Lifeng said anxiously. Feng. Lord Feng, spare my life. Yuan Xing said fearfully. He was so afraid that his intestines were turning green with regret. Looking at Yuan Lifeng, Su Yuan said respectfully, Lord Feng, Yuan Lifeng and I have been friends for many years. I see. Since he's your friend, I won't pursue today's matter. Take it as me giving you face. But don't do it again. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Thank you, Lord Feng. Su Yuan thanked him respectfully. He was completely relieved. Feng Wuchen's words made Su Yuan feel overwhelmed by the favor he had received. Thank you, Lord Feng, for your mercy. Thank you, Lord Feng, for your mercy. Yuan Kuei and the others were overjoyed as they kowtowed repeatedly. It felt like they had returned to heaven from hell. Lord Feng, my divine weapon has been destroyed. It can't suppress the soul in my body. It won't be long before I die. I beg of you, Lord Feng, to save my life. Yuan Xing knelt in the air and kowtowed. What kind of soul can't even suppress your 9-star godly venerable grandfather? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. He had already noticed Yuan Liefeng's words. Su Yuan said. Respectfully, Lord Feng, there's an ancient soul curse in Yuan Xing's body. This kind of curse has never been seen before in the seven god realms. The soul curse has penetrated deep into Yuan Xing's soul, and none of us can do anything about it. Even the Divine Tower's alchemists are powerless. Yuan Xing is not an alchemist and his soul is weak. They don't dare to suppress it by force. Soul curse? Feng Wuchen was taken aback. After living for so many years, this was the first time Feng Wuchen had heard of such a thing. Yuan Xing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. 3 years ago, I went to the Beast Spirit Mountain, and when I came back, the soul curse acted up. Yuan Kuei continued, Lord Feng, this soul curse contains an ancient power. Ancient power? Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up. He secretly guessed, could it be related to the ancient power? Feng Wuchen immediately examined Yuan Xing's body and poured his soul power into it. He quickly discovered the imprint of the soul curse. Lord Feng, how is it? Yuan Xing asked expectantly. I've never seen this soul curse before. Feng Wuchen shook his head and looked at Shan Tong. Feng Wuchen said, Junior brother, come and take a look. Perhaps you've seen it before. Junior brother? Hearing how Feng Wuchen addressed Shan Tong, Yuan Kuei and the others' expressions changed again. They were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Such a terrifying expert was Feng Wuchen's junior brother. Old man. Did I hear it wrong? Such a terrifying expert is Lord Feng's junior brother? Yuan Kuei was shocked and could not believe it. What kind of joke is this? Isn't it the other way around? Yuan Xing blinked, feeling as if his worldview had been turned upside down. The great elder was dumbfounded. Junior brother is a master god expert? This? The godly venerable experts were stunned. What is this soul curse? Even senior brother doesn't know about it? Shan Tong flashed over. You're more familiar with it. I only felt a faint familiar aura, but I'm not sure what it is, Feng Wuchen said. A domineering force entered Yuan Xing's body and wandered all over to check the soul curse. Shan Tong only checked for a moment, then said, this is indeed an ancient curse. Although I've never seen it before, there's some kind of power sealed in this curse. The soul curse has already merged with this kid's soul. This kid is not an alchemist, so his soul is weak and can't withstand your power. Even a powerful alchemist would find it difficult to separate the soul curse from his body. Brother Feng, hurry up and devour this brat's soul curse. Although it will save his life, it will allow Brother Feng to obtain a powerful ancient power. Brother Feng has the divine flame, which can restrain the soul curse. This ancient power has the ability to devour. If I'm not wrong, it should be the ancient power of destruction. If you can obtain this power, Brother Feng's battle prowess will definitely skyrocket. Shan Tong quickly transmitted his voice. The power of destruction? When I was in the human world, I also got the power of destruction. It seems that they are the same kind of power. No wonder I felt a familiar aura. It's the power of destruction. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Master, please save my grandson. Yuan Kuei hurriedly cupped his fists and begged. Yuan Lifeng seemed to see hope as well. He knelt down and begged, Master, please save my son. The infinite god pattern has been destroyed. There are no other artifacts that can suppress the soul curse. Once the soul curse flares up, no one can save him. Lord Feng, Senior, everything that happened before was my fault. Please be magnanimous and save me. Yuan Xing knelt down and begged in panic. Yuan Xing looked at Shan Tong with great anticipation. This was his only chance to survive. If he missed it, he would die without a doubt. Shan Tong shrugged and said, there's nothing I can do. I'm not an alchemist. As soon as Shan Tong said this, Yuan Xing and the others immediately fell into despair. I can't save you, but my brother has a way. My brother is an alchemist. Although he's only a godly emperor alchemist, he can save you, said Shan Tong with a smile. Hearing that Feng Wuchen had a way, Yuan Xing hurriedly knelt down and begged, Lord Feng, please save me. I don't want to die yet. I'll do anything you want me to do. Lord Feng, please save my grandson. Yuan Kuei bowed and begged Feng Wuchen. Seeing Yuan Kuei and the others kneeling and bowing to Feng Wuchen, the cultivators in the city below were dumbfounded. Since your father is Venerable Su's friend, I'll help you this time. Feng Wuchen looked very reluctant. Thank you, Lord Feng. Thank you, Lord Feng. Yuan Xing was overjoyed and kowed out again and again. Thank you, Lord Feng. Yuan Lifeng and Yuan Kuei also hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Peng. With a thought, the black fire and soul power were activated at the same time and poured into Yuan Xing's body. The soul power protected Yuan Xing's soul body while the black fire devoured the soul curse. It really is the aura of world extermination. The world extermination of the divine world is indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. When the black fire devoured the soul curse, the power that erupted from it was the world extermination. Shan Tong was right. The godly fire was indeed the nemesis of the soul curse. Under the devouring of the black flame, the soul curse was unable to resist at all. It was completely devoured in a few seconds. The soul curse has disappeared. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Although there was no change in his expression, he was extremely excited in his heart. Thank you, Lord Feng, for saving my life. Thank you, Lord Feng, for saving my life. Yuan Xing was overjoyed and kowed out again and again. Thank you, Lord Feng. The Heavenly Illusion Divine Palace will forever remember Lord Feng's great kindness. Yuan Kuei cupped his fists and bowed again. If you want to thank someone, thank Venerable Su. No need to thank me, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Thank you, Venerable Su. Yuan Lifeng and the others cupped their fists and thanked Su Yuan. They really did have to thank Su Yuan. If it weren't for him, they would have died today. By the way, Venerable Su, how is the matter going? Shan Tong suddenly asked. The Master God has already taken care of it personally. It will be completed within 2 hours, Su Yuan replied respectfully. That's good. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, we have wasted a lot of time. We will return first. Farewell. Farewell, Lord Feng. Su Yuan said respectfully. Farewell, Lord Feng. Yuan Kuei and the others also respectfully sent them off. After watching Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong leave, Yuan Lifeng asked, Venerable Su, who is Lord Feng? Why have we never heard of him? Old man has also never heard of a Lord Feng in the Master God world. Yuan Kuei also looked at Su Yuan curiously. Su Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either. But his master is very terrifying. The Master God has already given an order that no force under the Master God Palace can offend Lord Feng. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences. I haven't even had time to spread the news, and you have already started a conflict with Lord Feng. Gulp, hearing Su Yuan's words, Yuan Kuei and the others were shocked. How terrifying was an existence that even sovereign gods feared. Offending such a terrifying figure was definitely a death sentence. Yuan Kuei and the others were secretly glad that Su Yuan had come in time. They were secretly glad that Feng Wuchen didn't pursue the matter for Su Yuan's sake. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. Lord Feng's junior brother has a terrifying cultivation base. It's above the Master God. If he wants to, he can change the master of the 7 Master God worlds at any time, Su Yuan continued. What? Stronger than the Master God? Yuan Kuei and the others were completely dumbfounded. Their heads buzzed. There's someone stronger than the Master God? How is this possible? Yuan Xing said with a dumbfounded look on his face. Yuan Lifeng said in a trembling voice, we just attacked the Master God, Palace Lord Yuan, send the order immediately. No one under the Master God Palace can offend Lord Feng. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Su Yuan said solemnly. Yuan Lifeng hurriedly said, don't worry, Venerable Su. I'll send the order immediately. Shan Tong's cultivation base was above the overlords of the 7 God realms. Yuan Lifeng did not dare to be careless. Palace Lord Yuan, your injuries are more serious. Go back and treat your wounds, Su Yuan said to Yuan Lifeng. Thank you for today, Venerable Su. Otherwise, the Sky Illusion God Palace might have. Yuan Lifeng cupped his fists and thanked him again. To be honest, with Lord Feng's status, he won't give me face. Maybe it's because I helped Lord Feng a little and gave him a good impression. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. Looking at Yuan Xing, Su Yuan said, Yuan Xing, don't cause any more trouble. I have a feeling that the God realm won't be peaceful for long. Is Venerable Su referring to Lord Feng? Yuan Kuei guessed, frowning. Su Yuan said solemnly, that's right. Once Lord Feng's identity is exposed, the God realm will change greatly. Hearing this, Yuan Kuei and the others were scared out of their wits. Who would dare to offend such a terrifying identity? Shan Tong, after sending me back to the heaven realm, seal off the 7 God realms immediately. Don't let the great Master God notice. Feng Wuchen reminded again. Don't worry, Brother Feng. I'll do it beautifully. Shan Tong patted his chest and promised. With Shan Tong's terrifying cultivation base, sealing off the 7 God realms was just a matter of a barrier. Hurry up and send me back to the heaven realm first, Feng Wuchen said. Let's go. Shan Tong waved his hand, and Feng Wuchen disappeared into thin air. There was no airflow at all. It was clear that Shan Tong's cultivation base was high. Shadowless barrier. Shan Tong waved his hand again, and an invisible barrier without any energy fluctuations spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire 7 God realms. If that old great Master God notices my barrier, I'll cut off my head and give it to him. Shan Tong smiled confidently, and then disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's figure silently appeared in the heaven realm space. As expected of a great overgod, I returned to the celestial realm without feeling anything at all, unaffected by space, Feng Wuchen secretly marveled. Feng Wuchen spread out his divine sense and did a simple check. He said, the heaven realm has gradually regained its vitality. I almost forgot about the space-time divine power. After I'm done here, I'll fuse the space-time divine power with the space-time divine power. I should be able to obtain even more power, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into thin air. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already above the Dragon God Temple. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple, including the strongest Ling Xiaoxiao, did not notice Feng Wuchen's existence. At this very moment, the Dragon God Temple was very lively. There were currently 2 powerhouses competing. They were Lu Qingyang and Long Qinghun. Buzz. In the intense battle, the power of the collision had already covered the entire space of the heaven realm, and it was shaking non-stop. Fortunately, the various forces in the heaven realm were already used to it, and they also knew that it was the Dragon God Temple powerhouses competing, so they were not afraid at all. Hee, Brother Qinghun, although my physical body is not as strong as your indestructible golden body, it's not weak either. Moreover, my wild power is stronger than your bloodline power. Brother Qinghun can't beat me, Lu Qingyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Long Qinghuan's face twitched, and he cursed, you stinking brat, I'll let you off a few times and you're already proud of yourself. You're asking for a beating. Boom. Long Qinghun suddenly shot out, bringing with him a strong roar. The air billowed like a tsunami. Hee. Lu Qingyang had a smug look on his face as he faced him fearlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz. The intense hand-to-hand combat was performed again. Fists and feet collided, and every explosion was earth-shattering. It was so terrifying that it made one's blood boil and extremely excited. Qingyang, this brat, can't get rid of this bad habit. Xianyuan Mo shook his head helplessly. Ling Xiaoxiao said in annoyance, this is called a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Hee, aren't all young people like this? What's so strange about it? Feng Jingxiong laughed happily, but then again, Qingyang has the wild power, and his strength is indeed very strong. Humph. That's my power. The 3-eyed demon ape looked very unhappy. Wild Leopard, who had his hands crossed in front of his chest, twitched his nose slightly as if he smelled something, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. High up in the sky, watching the battle between Lu Qingyang and Long Qinghun, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, Qingyang, this brat, is indeed not weak. With the help of the wild power, Qinghun really can't beat him. Let's test their strength. Feng Wuchen grinned. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he had already become a man in black. Releasing a biting cold murderous aura, Feng Wuchen immediately dove down. Murderous aura! Long Nidian suddenly shouted as his cold eyes swept across the sky. Long Tianqiu frowned. This murderous aura is very unusual. This person's strength is not simple, everyone be careful. What a terrifying murderous aura. It actually made old man feel fear. Feng Qianyang frowned deeply. Beidou Yen shouted, let's attack together. Who are you? Tell me your name. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily as he suddenly used all his strength to rush into the sky. Qingyang, use your full strength. Long Qinghun shouted. This aura is... The three-eyed demon ape and heaven-devouring tiger looked at each other blankly, as if they had guessed who it was. That gaze. Isn't it Brother Feng? Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face was filled with shock. Looking at the eyes of the man in black, she immediately thought of Feng Wuchen. Ling Xiaoxiao was very sure that those eyes belonged to Feng Wuchen. Not only was she not worried, but she was also very happy. Boom! Boom! In the sky, in just one exchange, Lu Qingyang and Long Qinghun were pushed back by the man in black without any resistance. How is this possible? This guy hasn't even used his strength, and he can push us back. Lu Qingyang was shocked. Long Qinghun frowned, my hands are numb, and he can ignore my indestructible golden body. So strong. His strength is not below ours. Long Nidian frowned and immediately attacked. Who cares who he is, if he dares to come to the Temple of Dragon, he will regret it. Brothers, let's attack together. Luanshin shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of top elites of the Heaven Realm attacked at the same time, and waves of unparalleled terrifying power burst out. The entire Heaven Realm instantly collapsed and shook violently. Boom! 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 Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of top elites attacked at the same time, and all of them gave it their all. They took out all kinds of immortal artifacts and divine artifacts, and launched a frenzied attack. The fierce battle was intense, and earth-shattering noises were endless. However, even with dozens of top elites attacking together, they were still no match for the man in black. The man in black used his ferocious strength to push Long Nidian and the others back. So many people and still can't suppress him. Who is this person? Is there such an elite in the Heaven Realm? Long Tianqiu frowned. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, not long after the battle began, there was a sudden thunder in the sky. Heavenly tribulation! The people of the Temple of Dragon were shocked. Rumble! Rumble! In the dim void, lightning dragons flickered one after another. Deafening thunder rumbles lingered on incessantly. This was undoubtedly the sign of heavenly tribulation descending. This is the power of heavenly tribulation. Looks like Master succeeded. Flame Dragon had agitation all over his face. Long Nidian said in shock, it's indeed the power of heavenly tribulation. But it's much weaker compared to when young Lord was transcending tribulation back then. That's right. The power of heavenly tribulation is at least several times weaker. Long Qinghun said in wild joy. Crimson Abyss said agitatedly, Master must have succeeded. Our great opportunity to ascend to the divine world is here. This is my heavenly tribulation. I sensed it. It came so suddenly. Is Big Brother Feng already done with it? Lu Qingyang was overjoyed and extremely agitated. There's also my heavenly tribulation, I sensed it too. Zhang Junlan said agitatedly. The power of heavenly tribulation has already weakened. Then what about Alliance Master? Crimson Emperor asked doubtfully. The instant they heard that, everyone's gazes involuntarily looked towards that incomparably powerful black-cloaked man. Their cultivation already reached the Ascension realm. It was very hard for their cultivation to increase the slightest bit further. But the black-cloaked man suppressed several dozen of them with his power alone. The heavenly tribulation also just happened to appear at this time. It was not hard for everyone to guess that the black-cloaked man was Feng Wuchen. Originally still wanted to test your strength. Who would have thought that the heavenly tribulation would come so quickly, the black-cloaked man said with a faint smile. It was precisely Feng Wuchen's voice. While talking, he already took off the black clothes. Master's voice. Zhang Junlan was overjoyed. The moment he heard, he knew that it was Feng Wuchen. It's really Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang rushed up agitatedly. Alliance Master, Crimson Emperor, Chaos God, and the rest were all overjoyed. I knew it was Big Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. A sweet and charming smile appeared on her pretty face, rather lovable. Humph. I knew it was the stinking brat. The three-eyed witch ape said with a cold snort. The giant eyes then looked at Wild Leopard. The three-eyed witch ape said, Wild Leopard, you should have known long ago, right? Wild Leopard had a look of arrogance and did not answer. Long. It's long. Mother said with a smile. Master. Alliance Master. Master. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple cheered excitedly, and their voices soared into the sky. Feng Wuchen slowly descended, and Ling Xiaoxiao happily pounced on him. I knew it was Brother Feng. Your eyes can't fool me. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Haha. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but laugh. Feng Xingxiong smiled proudly. Chen you really didn't make us wait too long. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, Father, the power of the divine world's heavenly tribulation has weakened a lot. With your cultivation, it won't be a problem for you to ascend. Great. This day has finally come. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. He couldn't wait to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Huan Yang said excitedly, that's right. We've been fantasizing about the God realm every day. That's right. I've been dreaming about it every day. Haha. Yi Tianqing laughed excitedly. Everyone was like excited kittens, talking non-stop. From this, it could be seen how much they yearned to ascend to the divine realm. Everyone, quiet down. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I can understand your feelings. The divine world won't disappoint you, but there's no need to rush. Yun Yuzi smiled happily and said, Alliance Master is right. You have 3 days. In other words, after 3 days, the power of the heavenly tribulation will recover, and you can ascend in 3 days. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Young Master, 1 day is enough for us. Long Qinghun smiled. Master, when you returned last time, you said that the gate of the divine world has been sealed. There are 7 divine worlds in the divine world. If we ascend, won't we be able to ascend to any world? Qi Yuan asked respectfully. Xing Feng frowned and said, Old man is also worried about this problem. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, no matter which world you ascend to, you will be transported to the main dragon temple. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, Those who have yet to ascend, don't worry. As long as you are a member of the Dragon God Alliance, you will have a chance to ascend to the divine world. I'm a man of my word, no one will be left out. With Feng Wuchen's words, the other cultivators were completely relieved, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. Shan Tong, are you ready? Feng Wuchen asked through telepathy. Of course. The great Master God won't notice. Shan Tong laughed confidently. Alright, everyone, hurry up and ascend. Spread out as much as possible, I'll wait for you in the divine world. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, and his figure slowly flew into the sky before disappearing in a flash. Shan Tong, help me transfer everyone who has ascended to the divine world to the main dragon temple. Feng Wuchen transmitted again through telepathy. Don't worry, Brother Feng, leave it to me. I won't let you down. Shan Tong transmitted with a smile. This was undoubtedly a piece of cake for him. With Shan Tong in charge, Feng Wuchen was very assured. Buzz buzz, with Ling Xiaoxiao as the leader, hundreds of top experts of the Dragon God Temple spread out in all directions. There was one person every few thousand meters. Waves of extremely terrifying power erupted one after another, triggering the heavenly tribulation. The entire space of the celestial realm once again fell into a destructive collapse. Rumble. Rumble. The terrifying power triggered the heavenly tribulation. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An incomparably spectacular scene was imprinted on the dark void. Hundreds of lightning vortexes condensed, extremely visually impactful. Various forces and countless cultivators within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles all noticed the spectacular scene in the sky and were all stunned. It's about to begin. Hurry up and ascend, I can't wait any longer. Long Qinghun said with incomparable anticipation. Everyone's eyes also looked at the sky. Rumble. The first to undergo the heavenly tribulation was Ling Xiaoxiao. The first heavenly tribulation struck down with terrifying power, causing people to tremble in fear. In the next second, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and shouted coldly, "Go!" Swish, a divine sword soared into the sky with a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom. Its power was monstrous. The power of Ling Xiaoxiao's sword was obviously stronger than the heavenly tribulation. Boom. Rumble. Buzz buzz, in the blink of an eye, there was an earth-shattering bang. The divine sword forcefully shattered the heavenly tribulation. It was incomparably violent. It soared all the way to the sky and finally blasted into the lightning vortex. The terrifying power destroyed the lightning vortex again. The heavenly tribulation couldn't withstand a single blow. When the heavenly tribulation was destroyed, the vortex had a ray of golden light enveloping Ling Xiaoxiao's body, baptizing her. This was the divine realm's recognition of Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Success. Breaking the heavenly tribulation with one sword. Success. Haha." Ling Muyun started laughing excitedly. So domineering. Heavenly tribulation is simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Haha. Long Yan laughed excitedly. Rumble. Rumble. At the same time, Lu Qingyang, Zhang Junlan, and the rest also welcomed the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation that was weakened several times posed no pressure to them at all. They easily destroyed the heavenly tribulation vortex. Rays of golden light enveloped down from the dark vortex. Several hundred people received the divine realm's baptism at the same time. The experts of the Dragon Temple are going through a tribulation. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation! Is this the heavenly tribulation of the God realm? Am I seeing this right? There are hundreds of people going through the tribulation and ascending together. That's too shocking. The Dragon Temple is really scary. Even their ascension is different. All the cultivators of the major forces were shocked by the spectacular scene in the void. All of them widened their eyes. Hundreds of top experts ascending at the same time was definitely an unprecedented existence in the heaven realm. In the dark void, hundreds of golden light shrouded them as if gods had descended. We're going to ascend to the God realm. Haha. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. Our strength is transforming. What a powerful strength. Zhang Junlan was ecstatic. He could clearly feel that the strength in his body was quickly transforming into divine vitality. Our cultivation base has increased. We've broken through the limit. Yi Tianwei laughed excitedly. He had the urge to roar at the sky. All the experts who were going through the tribulation were extremely excited. Grandpa, Father, Aunt Xiao, Uncle Feng, and seniors, I'll be waiting for you at the Dragon Temple. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed happily. All right. Ling Muyun, Ling Xian, and the rest laughed happily. Brother Nidian, Brother Shenyuan, we'll meet again in the God realm. Lu Qingyang shouted. Clan leader, Dragon Mother, Elder, we'll be waiting for you in the God realm. Long Qing waved and shouted excitedly. In a short while, Ling Xiaoxiao and hundreds of top experts were led to the God realm and successfully ascended. The cultivators of the Dragon Temple who had yet to reach the realm of ascension were extremely envious. They secretly made up their minds to cultivate diligently. After the first batch of experts ascended successfully, over 100 experts led by Long Tianqiu also triggered their heavenly tribulations one after another and began their tribulation. The heavenly tribulations were weakened several times. To the top experts of the older generation like Long Tianqiu, they were still no threat. A year after Feng Wuchen ascended to the God realm, hundreds of people from the heaven realm ascended at the same time. Such a feat would definitely shake the entire heaven realm and become a legend in the heaven realm. Master God realm. He's here. Shan Tong, who had been waiting patiently, immediately sensed that Ling Xiaoxiao was the first to step into the realm of the gods. She immediately transferred Ling Xiaoxiao to the main Dragon Temple. Brother Feng, they have ascended to the God realm. Shan Tong immediately transmitted a message to Feng Wuchen. After that, Lu Qingyang, Zhang Junlan, Miao Qingqing, and the others also moved from the 7 divine realms to the main dragon temple. The dragon temple was located on a towering mountain peak north of the headquarters. Under the supervision of Tianhui, the construction of the huge and imposing palace had been completed. The dragon god temple was majestic and awe-inspiring. "Chen, who are you waiting for?" Su Feng asked curiously. "My fiancé, as well as my family, brothers, and friends." Feng Wuchen smiled happily, looking forward to it. "Fiancé?" Yang Mei-er and Lu Wuhan were stunned at the same time. Yang Mei-er quickly asked, "Chen has a fiancé? Why haven't I heard Chen mention it?" "She'll be here soon." Feng Wuchen smiled. Mu Honglian chuckled, "Chen's fiancé must be very beautiful. I'm really looking forward to it." Whoosh, as soon as Mu Honglian's voice fell, a figure appeared out of thin air on the square of the Dragon God Temple. The person who came was Ling Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful figure, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and immediately flashed out. "Brother Feng." Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Her mood of ascending to the god realm was self-evident. As expected of Chen's fiancé. She's really beautiful. She's not inferior to Mei-er. Lu Wuhan was stunned. Mu Qingyan smiled faintly, "Chen is so outstanding, his fiancé naturally won't be bad." "She's indeed very beautiful, but isn't her cultivation too weak?" "She's only a 1-star divine general." Su Feng said blankly. He couldn't believe his eyes. He simply couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen's fiancé was only a 1-star divine general. Yi Jianying said, "She just broke through to 1-star divine general. There's still a trace of other aura on her body." Mu Honglian frowned, "That shouldn't be. How can she be a 1-star divine general?" A 1-star divine general was the trashiest strength in the god realm. This made Su Feng and the rest feel very strange. "Xiaoxiao, this is the dragon temple." Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to tell Ling Xiaoxiao. "Wow. It's much more imposing than the Heaven Realm Dragon God Temple." Ling Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, several hundred people suddenly appeared on the square of the Dragon God Temple. It was Lu Qingyang and the rest. "Alliance Master. Teacher. Big Brother Feng." Bei Duyan and the rest were ecstatic. As soon as they appeared on the square of the Dragon God Temple, they saw Feng Wuchen. "Dragon Temple, welcome." Feng Wuchen smiled happily. "Is this the Dragon Temple? There are palaces on all sides of the mountain peaks. Isn't this too big? It's at least twice as big as the Heaven Realm Dragon God Temple." "Wow. The entire Divine Mountain is the Dragon God Temple? So huge. So imposing. How much time did it take to build such a huge and imposing palace?" Lu Qingyang and the rest were shocked and excited. There were no words to describe their feelings. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, "Since it's the god realm, the Dragon God Temple has to be even more imposing. Pick your own palace." At this moment, Su Feng and the rest were all dumbfounded. The sudden appearance of several hundred people made them break out in cold sweat at first. They thought that a strong enemy was attacking. But when they saw the cultivation of these several hundred people clearly, they were completely stunned. At a glance, these several hundred people all had the cultivation of 1-star divine generals. What? What kind of joke is this? Chen's family, brothers, and friends are all 1-star divine generals? Su Feng was stunned and almost fainted. Lu Wuhan said with a blank face, "I even suspect that I'm dreaming." The 7-star divine venerable Yi Jianying was also stunned. This kid likes 1-star divine generals? No one dared to believe that Feng Wuchen's family and friends were all 1-star divine generals. "Brother Feng, the others are here too. This is the last person to ascend." Shan Tong's voice came. Feng Wuchen replied telepathically, "Thank you." Swish swish swish. In the next second, another group of people appeared out of thin air on the huge square of the Dragon God Temple. They were Long Tianqiu and the rest. "Is this the Dragon God Temple? It's so imposing." Feng Jingxiong and the rest looked at the huge and imposing palace in amazement. "Daddy Long. Daddy. Mother. Senior Yun Yuzi, this is great. Everyone is here." Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. It's all thanks to the Alliance Master that we have the chance to ascend to the divine world. Yuzi laughed happily. Xiaoqingqing said proudly, my son is still the best. Longer, your dragon god temple is really not bad. It's huge enough. Long Tianqiu said with a smile. As long as Daddy Long likes it. Feng Wuchen was grinning from ear to ear. Seeing that these people of the older generation who had just appeared were also one-star divine generals, Su Feng and the rest were all dumbfounded. Where did Qin get so many one-star divine generals? This can't be real, right? Su Feng felt like he was going crazy. The huge and imposing palace became lively in the blink of an eye. Everyone was full of praises for the Dragon Temple. The people of the Dragon Temple ascended smoothly. Feng Wuchen was finally relieved. The familiar faces and smiles made Feng Wuchen feel less lonely. The ascension of the experts of the Heaven Realm's Dragon Temple meant that the Dragon Temple had officially stepped onto the stage of the God Realm. Although it was just the beginning, Feng Wuchen believed that the Dragon Temple would sooner or later become an existence that would shake the 7 God Realms. This is Su Feng, a Godlord level alchemist. This is Lu Wuhan, this is Yang Mei this is Yi Jianying, this is Duan Muxian, this is Xiaoyao Outyan, this is Mu Honglian, this is Mu Qingyun. Feng Wuchen happily introduced them to everyone. After that, he introduced them to Su Feng and the rest. Chen, are they really your friends and family? Su Feng pulled Feng Wuchen to the side and asked in a low voice. Otherwise? Feng Wuchen asked in return. Why are they all one-star divine generals? This? Su Feng was puzzled. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said, because they just ascended from the Heaven Realm. Ascended from the Heaven Realm? Su Feng was stunned. Looking at Lu Wuhan and the rest, Feng Wuchen said, my friends and family all ascended from the Heaven Realm. They just ascended today, so they're all one-star divine generals. Ascended? Lu Wuhan, Yang Mei and the rest were shocked. What? The Forgotten Land? Yi Jianying was shocked. That's right. I also ascended from the Heaven Realm. Don't underestimate them. If you don't work hard, you'll be surpassed by them soon. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He no longer hid his identity. Chen also ascended from the Heaven Realm? Su Feng and the rest were shocked again. Not bad. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at Mu Qingyun. Feng Wuchen said, this is the reason why I didn't agree to be your sect leader. But since I promised you, I won't go back on my words. Many thanks, Chen. Mu Qingyun hurriedly cupped his fists in thanks. Isn't the Forgotten Land the land of the inferior races? How can there be such a terrifying genius? Yi Jianying was greatly shocked in his heart, simply not daring to believe it. Dad, let's go into the main hall first. Su Feng, Wu Hen, Mei you guys take them to familiarize themselves with the Dragon God Palace and familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Don't go too far. Feng Wuchen laughed happily, then brought Long Tianqiu, Feng Jingxiong and the others into the main hall. Yes. Chen. Lu Wuhan and the other two said respectfully. Great. Lu Qingyang and the others were overjoyed. Lu Qingyang and the rest of the younger generation, under the leadership of Lu Wuhan and the others, scattered around the Dragon God Palace. They had all just ascended to the Divine Realm, so they were filled with endless curiosity about the Divine Realm. You are called Lu Wuhan, right? I want to ask, what is your cultivation level now? Beida Yan asked curiously. Lu Wuhan said, 6-star Divine Monarch. That's almost on par with the Alliance Master. Yi Tianqing nodded. Chen is very powerful. I'm afraid he has reached the level of a 9-star Divine Monarch. I'm far inferior to Chen. Lu Wuhan shook his head. If they knew that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the 2-star Divine Emperor realm, and that his terrifying battle strength had reached the 5-star Divine Emperor realm, they would probably faint from fright. The person with the soul body just now seemed to be very powerful. What is his cultivation level? Lu Qingyang asked curiously. 7-star Supreme God is a famous expert in the divine world. He once defeated many top experts of the major powers in the 7 divine worlds. Later on, he was defeated by someone and his body was destroyed. We accidentally broke into his cave dwelling and almost died in his hands. Fortunately, young Master Chen's soul strength was able to restrain him. Later on, young Master Chen gave him two choices, either continue to cultivate in the cave dwelling or surrender, explained Lu Wuhan. I see. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and smiled. Brother Feng is so powerful. Defeated many top experts of the 7 divine realms? So strong? Lu Qingyang and the others gasped in shock. They were dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying expert by his side. Lu Wuhan, tell us about the divine realm, Zhang Junlan quickly said. Yes. We're new here, so we don't know anything about the divine realm. Lin Yu nodded. Lu Wuhan smiled faintly. The divine realm is called the 7 divine realms because there are 7 divine realms, and they are governed by 7 master gods. Dragon God Temple's main hall. Senior Yun Yuzi, Sect Master Xing Feng, you've already ascended to the divine realm. It seems that you've settled the matters of the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Yun Yuzi smiled happily. The matters of the heaven realm have been settled. It's the world of the young now. Us old guys have long stopped caring about things. Xing Feng smiled happily. Bailey Tianjing smiled. Old Xing is right. The Bailey family has been handed over to the younger generation to manage, and it will continue to be passed down. Feng Jingxiong smiled. Chen the Heaven Realm's Dragon God Temple has been handed over to Leng Muching to manage. I believe that it won't be long before the soldiers can ascend. Feng Wuchen smiled. Before they ascend, we have to think of another way. It's best to keep the power of the heavenly tribulation in a weakened state. Since you succeeded once and made them ascend to the divine realm, there will definitely be a second time. Yi Jianing suddenly spoke. Chen how did you do it? The person who controls the heavenly tribulation must have a terrifying status and strength. Feng Jingxiong asked curiously. This is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. To be able to make the expert who controls the heavenly tribulation compromise, Long Er's methods are indeed impressive. Long Tianqiu nodded. We'll talk about this later. Feng Wuchen smiled mysteriously. If Feng Wuchen said that he was forcing them, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Chen, the banquet is ready. At this time, Mu Honglian entered the main hall and reported respectfully. Father Long, Father, Mother, and seniors, you've just ascended to the divine realm today, so we must give you a welcoming banquet. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. The huge square was already filled with food and drinks. Old man just happens to want to try the divine realm's wine. Feng Qianyang smiled happily. Zhang Wuhuan laughed. Old man has been wanting to try it for a long time. In the square, everyone took their seats and laughed happily. But just as the banquet was about to start, the Dragon God Temple welcomed an uninvited guest. Such a huge and imposing palace, I thought it was some big force, but it turned out to be a bunch of ants. What a waste of such a magnificent palace, this young master is too disappointed. Above the Dragon God Temple, a contemptuous sneer sounded. It's your business that you're disappointed, it has nothing to do with us. We didn't invite you, and we don't know you. Please leave. Feng Wuchen said bluntly. The person who came was a man in white. Just by looking at his attire, one could tell that he was a big shot. He was just a little arrogant. So you don't know him? So you came uninvited? And you came to look for disappointment. I've never seen such a boring person. I've never seen such a shameless person. You have the nerve to come even though I didn't invite you. It's fine that you're here, but you're still spouting nonsense. If you're so ugly, don't come out to scare people. Don't you know you can scare people to death? Lu Qingyang and the other sharp-tongued people retorted. Their words were like knives. The man in white's face instantly became ferocious. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "A group of ants, how dare you insult me? Who are you to blame for coming here?" Tianqing rebuked, not afraid at all. The saber soul sneered, "Don't tell me you were bullied somewhere and came to our dragon temple to look for self-respect?" Miao Qingqing shook her head and said, "I didn't expect to meet such an arrogant and unreasonable person as soon as I ascended to the divine world." Idiot. Beta Yan said expressionlessly. You're courting death. The man in white was furious, and a terrible murderous aura burst out in an instant. I'm in a good mood today. I advise you to get lost immediately. Feng Wuchen said coldly. It was rare for people from the heaven world to ascend to the divine world. Feng Wuchen did not want to ruin the atmosphere. The man in white was not weak. He was a 3-star divine emperor. His strength was absolutely terrifying. I'm in a bad mood. The man in white shouted angrily. A terrifying power condensed in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a huge purple energy ball. He coldly threw it at the dragon temple. Buzz. The terrible power made the mountain where the dragon temple was located shake violently. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with a touch of fierceness. He rushed to the sky and activated his divine core strength. He also took out his divine weapon. An extremely overbearing power crazily rose. Divine weapon. 5-star divine emperor. The man in white's face changed dramatically. He never thought that Feng Wuchen would be so powerful. 5-star divine emperor combat strength. Lu Wuhan suddenly exclaimed. Chen has broken through to the deity emperor realm. This is the 2-star divine emperor realm. Yang Meier also exclaimed. How is this possible? When did Chen break through to the god emperor realm? Su Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What a terrifying cultivation speed. It's simply unimaginable. When did this brat break through from a 7-star divine lord to a 2-star divine emperor? Yi Jianying was stunned on the spot. When he met Feng Wuchen was just a puny god monarch. Not long after, Feng Wuchen had become a god emperor. Oh? Long Tianzhou's old eyes lit up, and he said in shock, Longer's strength has already grown to such an extent. I haven't seen you for half a month, and your strength has improved a lot. Long Zhantian opened his eyes wide. Young Master's strength is getting more and more terrifying. It's only been half a month and he's become a completely different person. Long Nidian was shocked. He has already left us far behind. Long Qinghun was also extremely shocked. Alliance Master has already reached such a terrifying realm? Everyone in the Shenlong Temple was shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Break! Boom! Feng Wuchen shouted, and a super iron fist suddenly blasted out. The domineering and vigorous power blasted the man's energy into powder. The domineering energy ripples swept out mercilessly, and directly scared the man silly. Feng Wuchen destroyed his energy with one punch. How terrifying was his strength! His cold eyes swept over the man in white, and Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, looks like you're tired of living and came to my Shenlong temple to seek death. Whoosh! Boom! Pfft! The moment his words fell, before the man could react, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in a flash and punched the man's chest. The domineering power shook the man until he spat out blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. How can he have such terrifying strength? It's as terrifying as a stormy sea. With the cultivation of a 2-star divine emperor, he can erupt with the fighting strength of a 5-star divine emperor. Is this kid a monster? The man was shocked, and an intense pain came from his chest. His chest had collapsed, and his internal organs had been severely impacted. The man in white was sent flying 10,000 meters away before he came to a stop. The man in white was pale and had been seriously injured. Feng Wuchen had defeated him with just one punch. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen suddenly flashed and said coldly, get lost if you don't want to die. I don't want to kill anyone today. Brat! Just you wait. The Shenlong Temple will never forgive you. The man in white gritted his teeth and left with serious injuries. The man in white never thought that he would be defeated so miserably. He felt that his strength could not withstand a single blow, and he had lost all his face. The Alliance Master's strength is really terrifying. You dare to behave atrociously in the Shenlong Temple with such little ability? You overestimate yourself. I thought you were more powerful. You can't even withstand a single punch from the Alliance Master, and you have the nerve to be so arrogant. The people in the Shenlong Temple were gloating. Feng Wuchen directly flashed down, and he did not take the man's words seriously. It was not that Feng Wuchen was arrogant, but Feng Wuchen was not afraid of the Shenlong Temple at all. After the banquet, Feng Wuchen immediately took out the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and a defensive force enveloped the Shenlong Temple. Daddy Long, you've just ascended to the God world, so your cultivation is still too weak. You should learn more about the Master God world in the next few days before entering the Universe Tower to cultivate. I've already prepared a large amount of treasures for you, Feng Wuchen said happily. Long Tianqiu nodded happily and said with a smile, we have to improve our cultivation as soon as possible, and we can't be a burden to Long Er. That's great. I can't wait to improve my cultivation. Yi Tianqing said excitedly. Lu Qingyang said excitedly, me too, I want to at least break through to the Divine Spirit realm. The Alliance Master's strength has surpassed ours by too much. Everyone must work hard to cultivate and dominate the 7 divine worlds with the Alliance Master. Yi Tianwei said excitedly. Dominate the 7 divine worlds. Everyone shouted excitedly, their blood boiling. Dominate the 7 divine realms? Su Feng and Lu Wuhan were stunned when they heard the crowd's excited cheers. They did not even dare to think about such a thing. These 1-star divine generals who had just arrived dared to say that they would dominate the 7 divine worlds. They have just ascended to the divine world, and they want to dominate the 7 divine worlds? How can the Forgotten Land compare to the divine world? They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Jianying thought to himself. In Yi Jianying's opinion, it was impossible for Feng Wuchen and the others to dominate the 7 divine worlds. Su Feng, Wuhan, Shi Qing, go to the headquarters, God's Manor, and God's Pagoda. Invite the upper echelons of the 3 forces to the Shenlong Temple as guests. The Shenlong Temple will appear in 3 days. Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Chen. Su Feng and the others replied respectfully. The reason Feng Wuchen invited the 3 forces was to let Long Tianqiu and the others get to know the upper echelons of the 3 forces. At the same time, it was also to let the various forces in the divine world know about the existence of the Shenlong Temple. Divine World Headquarters. As soon as Lu Wuhan arrived at the headquarters, Steward Ji Feng welcomed him politely. Brother Wuhan, why are you here? Where's Chen? Ji Feng asked politely, personally receiving Lu Wuhan. Lu Wuhan replied respectfully, Steward Ji Feng, I'm here on Chen's orders to invite the president, elders, chief, and Steward Ji Feng to the Dragon God Temple 3 days later for a banquet. So Chen's palace is called the Dragon God Temple, what a domineering name. Steward Ji Feng nodded slightly, then smiled and said, Brother Wuhan, this way please, I'll bring you in. Soon, Ji Feng led Lu Wuhan into the main hall. At this time, Man Jintian, Gu Moyun, and the others had just finished receiving other guests. President, Brother Wuhan is here on orders. Ji Feng entered the main hall and reported respectfully. Lu Wuhan said respectfully, President, elders, I'm here on Chen's orders to invite all seniors to the Dragon God Temple for a banquet 3 days later. Chen said that the Dragon God Temple will officially appear 3 days later. Oh? Dragon God Temple? Chen's force? Man Jintian and the others were surprised. Lu Wuhan said, yes. Man Jintian laughed happily, we old guys haven't been invited for a long time, we've almost forgotten what it feels like, haha. Wuhan, go back and tell Chen that we old guys will be there on time to witness the appearance of the Dragon God Temple. Gu Mayan laughed. Feng Wuchen was the headquarters VIP, they had to give him face. Huang Yin smiled and said, Chen's force will definitely become a transcendent force in the future. Thank you, President and elders, for giving us the honor. Lu Wuhan smiled respectfully. At the same time, Su Feng and Shi Qing had also successfully invited the Divine Manor and Alchemist Divine Tower. Especially the Divine Manor, after knowing that it was Feng Wuchen's invitation, Huang Fu, Yan, and the other higher-ups were excited, as if they had seen hope. Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen was currently setting up a teleportation array that was connected to the unparalleled shrine in the Star Soul boundary. The unparalleled temple had already submitted to Feng Wuchen and was considered a subordinate force of the Dragon Temple. Open! Feng Wuchen gestured with his hands and then shouted in a low voice, instantly activating the teleportation formation. As soon as the teleportation formation was activated, Peerless Shrine's teleportation formation immediately reacted. It's done. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Long Tianqiu smiled with satisfaction. Long Er's attainments in the field of array formations are becoming more and more impressive. Old man Long, this is just a teleportation formation. Anyone who knows a little about formations can set it up, said Feng Wuchen helplessly. Big brother Feng, where does this teleportation array lead to? Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's temporarily connected to the unparalleled shrine in the Star Soul boundary. It's a subordinate force of the Dragon God Temple and has already submitted to me. When I first ascended to the Divine Realm, I was not in the main God world, but in the most remote Earth Soul boundary. After my cultivation improved, I went to the Star Soul boundary and finally came to the main God world. Master, you've been in the Divine Realm for more than a year. It seems that you've experienced a lot, said Zhang Junlan, looking at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and smiled. I've indeed experienced a lot, but I've also met a lot of people because of it. Let's go, I'll take you to the Star Soul boundary. Feng Wuchen smiled and took the lead to enter the teleportation formation. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others followed one after another. As they had just arrived, they were not in a hurry to cultivate. Whoosh! In less than a minute, Feng Wuchen came out of the unparalleled shrine's teleportation formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others came out one after another. There were hundreds of them, and almost all of them followed. The sudden appearance of hundreds of people from the unparalleled shrine startled the disciples of the unparalleled shrine. They thought that a strong enemy had attacked. But when they saw Feng Wuchen, they were completely relieved. At the same time, they looked at the others in confusion. Greetings, Chen. Ancestor Heaven, Yi Shi, and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully. Ancestor Heaven, Yi Shi, take everyone from the unparalleled shrine to the Dragon Temple in 3 days. The Dragon Temple will appear in the Divine Realm in 3 days. You can go to the Dragon Temple through the teleportation formation at any time, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. Chen. Ancestor Heaven and Yi Shi replied respectfully. Brother Feng, the unparalleled shrine is so powerful. There are so many divine emperors and divine emperors. Lu Qingyang hurriedly said. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, of course. They are now the second most powerful force in the Star Soul plane. Long Er is indeed powerful to be able to make such a powerful force submit, Long Tianqiu thought. Not only Long Tianqiu, but Yun Yuzi and the others were also amazed. Let me introduce them to you. They are my family and friends. They just arrived at the Dragon Temple today. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Ancestor Heaven, Yi Shi, and the others didn't quite understand why these people were only one-star divine generals. But they still cupped their hands respectfully and didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. After staying in the unparalleled shrine for a while, Feng Wuchen took hundreds of people around the Star Soul plane for a tour. They went to the Star Soul plane and then returned to the Overgod world. For 3 consecutive days, Feng Wuchen let everyone know more about the Overgod world. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day the Dragon Temple reappeared. The banquet was already prepared. Big brother Feng, are the 3 forces you invited strong? Lu Qingyang asked excitedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, of course. The Overgod World headquarters is the headquarters of the entire 7 Divine Realms Chamber of Commerce. Young Master Chen is now one of the most honored guests of the headquarters. Even the president and elders have to be courteous when they see him. Su Feng added with some pride on his face. The headquarters of the entire 7 Divine Realms Chamber of Commerce? The headquarters is the VIP of the headquarters? Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were shocked. Needless to say, the Overgod World's divine abode is the strongest academy in the Overgod World. Many geniuses of the major forces in the 7 divine realms are in the divine abode. They wanted to invite Chen to be the chief instructor of the divine abode. The chief instructor is in existence on the same level as the elders. Moreover, the great elder personally invited him. However, Chen declined because something happened. Su Feng continued. The chief instructor of the divine abode? Long Tianqiu and the others of the older generation were also shocked. The alliance master declined? Beidou Yan and the others were all dumbfounded. They all looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Such a powerful force that could sit on the same level as the elders of the divine abode. Such a terrifying position, yet Feng Wuchen declined. What about the divine alchemist pagoda? Xianxia asked curiously. The divine alchemist tower is a place that all the alchemists in the 7 divine realms dream of entering. The most powerful alchemists in the 7 divine realms are all gathered in the divine alchemist tower, and only the best alchemists are qualified to enter. Now that I've said this, everyone should know. Su Feng spread out his hands and smiled. Big brother Feng joined the divine alchemist pagoda? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Su Feng shook his head. He first glanced at Feng Wuchen, then said in a low voice, Chen is now a guest elder of the divine tower. Boom. Su Feng's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding crazily in everyone's ears, scaring them to the point that they were dumbfounded. Long Tianqiu, Yun Yuzi, Xing Feng, Long Zhantian, Ling Muyun, Bailey Tianjing, and the other experts of the older generation were all stunned. The strongest alchemist's divine tower of the 7 god worlds. What kind of extraordinary existence was that? Feng Wuchen was actually a guest elder of the alchemist's divine tower. What? Long is a guest elder of the alchemist's divine tower? Long Tianqiu's eyes bulged in shock. He immediately looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Jingxiong's face froze on the spot. He said in a daze, This isn't a joke, right? Guest elder? Xiao Qingqing and Mother Long were stunned. Young master is indeed terrifying in the field of alchemy. He's a genius among geniuses. However, he has only ascended for a year. It's impossible for him to have reached such a terrifying realm. The divine tower actually let young master be a guest elder? Long Nitian's face was filled with disbelief. Guest elder? I can't believe it, Lu Qingyang said, dumbfounded. I didn't expect the alliance master to have such a terrifying identity. Bai Duyan and the others were all stunned. Looking at the shocked crowd, Su Feng regretted saying it. He quickly said, Lu Wuhan and the others don't know about this. Everyone must keep it a secret. Not many people in the main god world know about it. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him. He couldn't move at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as everyone was shocked, a dozen strong air-piercing sounds came from the sky. However, they weren't guests of the divine dragon temple, but enemies. A dozen figures shot over like lightning, exuding a chilling murderous aura. Chen. They're coming with ill intentions. Yishi frowned slightly, his old face solemn. Emperor gods and divine venerables. Looks like they're here for Chen. Chen really has a lot of enemies. Yi Jianying's expression did not change. Instead, a gloating sneer appeared on his face. Feng Wuchen glanced at the sky and said, All visitors are guests. Not long after, a dozen figures appeared in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. Surges of terrifying auras enveloped the entire Dragon God Temple. So this is an expert from the deity world? What a terrifying pressure. Long Zhantian strenuously said. Brother Feng, it's that bastard from the other day. Damn it, I can't move my body. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. He recognized one of them. It was the young man who came to the Dragon God Temple 3 days ago to behave atrociously. Wild Leopard frowned and said, They are from the Divine Wind Temple. I remember that brat mentioned it before. After ascending to the deity world, my strength has become the weakest existence. How unpleasant. The 3-eyed demon ape gritted its teeth in anger. In the face of the terrifying pressure, its body could not move at all. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple was intimidated by the terrifying aura. Each and every one of them was pale and powerless. Even Feng Wuchen's face was slightly twisted at this moment. Only Yi Jianying was not affected at all. Another banquet? The young man's face instantly darkened. The conditions are good. Can't I? Lu Qingyang strenuously shouted coldly. Looking at the dozen experts, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Welcome to the Dragon God Temple. Today, the Dragon God Temple has appeared. All visitors are guests. Father, it's this brat who injured me. Kill him quickly. The young man pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily. The leading 5-star ultimate god man stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and said, "A 2-star divine emperor can defeat my son with one punch. Your strength is indeed not simple." Feng Jingxiong hurriedly explained, "Your son came to my dragon god temple to behave atrociously and attacked first. It is not inappropriate for my son to stop him." "Humph. Your skills are inferior, yet you still have the face to come back," Zhang Junlan said coldly. Dong Zhantian said disdainfully, "After beating up the young, the old comes out to bully others and can't tell right from wrong. It's your people who have foul mouths and insulted me." The man shouted angrily, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Long Tianqiu then slowly said, "As a father, you should know your son's temperament better than anyone, don't you? If you continue to indulge like this, sooner or later you will be killed." The leading 5-star ultimate god man frowned slightly. "Old thing. What did you say?" The young man roared at Long Tianqiu. The young man's roar caused the faces of the dragon gods to instantly turn gloomy. Waves of biting cold murderous aura erupted. What a terrifying murderous aura. Is this really the murderous aura a 1-star ultimate god general should have? Su Feng was trembling in fear. Chen's friends and family are indeed not simple. Such a terrifying murderous aura is definitely not something an ordinary person can have. In the heaven domain, they are definitely the top existences. Lu Wuhan frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen was too lazy to explain. He said indifferently, "If you are not here as guests, please leave. Don't disturb us from receiving our esteemed guests." Esteemed guests? What esteemed guests can trash like you invite? A god emperor said disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense with him. Cripple him. The young master shouted angrily. Humph. Stinking brat, you injured our young master. If we don't cripple you today, others will think that our wind god temple is easy to bully. Another god emperor said coldly. The terrifying power of a 4-star god emperor erupted. The leading 5-star ultimate god expert did not have any intention of stopping him. It was a tacit approval. Kill him. The young master shouted angrily. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, the 4-star god emperor expert immediately swooped down, bringing with him a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Everywhere he passed, the dragon god temple shook violently. Many wine glasses on the table in the plaza fell and shattered on the ground. Yi Jianying, today is the joyous day of the dragon gods. You are not allowed to kill. Chase away anyone who causes trouble in the dragon god temple, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Whoosh, boom, pft. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, Yi Jianying had already made his move. His speed was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The 4-star god emperor expert suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew out like a cannonball and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. What? Seeing the 4-star god emperor flying out, the young master was immediately shocked. An ultimate god expert. The 5-star ultimate god expert frowned deeply. He actually did not notice that there was an ultimate god expert overseeing the dragon god temple. So fast. This person's strength is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid he's not below the temple master. An elder frowned. His old eyes swept across everyone in the dragon god temple, but he could not find Yi Jianying's figure. He disappeared. I can't sense his aura. Another elder frowned. Who are you? Why don't you show yourself? The wind god temple master asked in a deep voice. His divine sense enveloped the dragon god temple, not letting go of any corner. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure appeared in a flash. At the same time, a very terrifying aura spread out. Congratulations to Chen for the dragon god temple. I represent the headquarters to Sendai. Congratulatory gift first. Present the gift. The person who came congratulated respectfully, directly ignoring the existence of the people from the wind god temple. Honorable. Honorable First Seat Huang Yun. Seeing who it was, the wind god palace's hall master and the other experts were all scared silly. They looked at Huang Yun in extreme fear and could not help but tremble. The person who came was the head of the headquarters, Huang Yun. Headquarters Supreme Chief actually came to the Dragon God Palace in person to show his support, and even addressed Feng Wuchen as Chen. How terrifying was his identity? In the entire 7 divine realms, how many transcendent powers would be able to request Huang Yan's help? At this moment, the Fengshan Hall master and the others could only feel their heads buzzing. Su Feng? Who is he? Why is his aura even more terrifying than Yi Jianying's? Lu Qingyang hurriedly asked when he saw the barren cloud appear. He's the chief supremacy of the headquarter, and he's in charge of all the chambers of commerce in the 7 divine realms. He's a 9-star ultimate god, and his strength is terrifying. He's also the greatest genius of the headquarters. I've heard that his strength is comparable to an overgod, Su Feng explained in a hurry. His gaze towards Huang Yun was filled with fear. First seat supreme being? Everyone turned pale with fright. Just how terrifying of an identity was this? Swish. Swish. As soon as Huang Yun finished speaking, more than 10 ultimate gods led by Tian Huai appeared in a flash with gifts in their hands. The headquarters will gift the Dragon God Temple 3,000 pieces of high-grade immortal equipment. The headquarters will gift the Dragon God Temple 100 billion in all kinds of medicinal materials. The headquarters will give the Dragon God Temple 500 immortal art scrolls. It will be given to the Dragon God Temple. There were more than a dozen ultimate gods and each of them had a different congratulatory gift. The number of congratulatory gifts was astonishing. Hearing these gifts, everyone in the Dragon Temple was dumbfounded again. Oh my god! The Wind God Temple Master and the others were dumbfounded. A tiny little Dragon God Temple could actually make the Divine Realm's headquarters value it so highly. This was a treatment that no other force had ever received. Chen, on behalf of the headquarters, I wish that the Dragon God Shrine will become a transcendental force in the Master God world as soon as possible. Huang Yun congratulated respectfully. Thank you, Chief Supreme, please take your seat. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. First seat honorable. Please. Situ Hao immediately made a gesture of invitation respectfully. Thank you, Chen. Huang Yun glanced at the people from the Divine Wind Shrine before descending. Tian Huai and the others followed closely behind. Lord Chief, they are from the Divine Wind Hall, Tian Huai said respectfully. Let's wait and see. Huang Yun nodded. Swish. Swish. Not long after, the headquarter president Man Jintian, the 3 elders, and the other higher-ups arrived in a flash. An incomparably terrifying aura swept out wildly, causing one's soul to tremble. Headquarter Guild Master. The Fengshan Temple Master and the others were scared out of their wits when they saw who had arrived. What is the background of the Dragon God Temple? How could they possibly invite the headquarters president? The Wind God Shrine's Grand Elder's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen was actually able to invite the president of the Divine Realm's Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Man Jintian and the 3 elders were very polite. Su Feng took the initiative to say, the leader is Man Jintian, the president of the headquarters. I heard that he's an overgod. There are also 3 elders and a founding member of the headquarters. Isn't Longer's face too big? Mother Dragon was stunned. Congratulations, Chen, for the appearance of the Dragon God Temple, Man Jintian said with a happy smile. Gu Mayun and the others congratulated him as well. President Man, it's enough that they're here. There's no need for so many gifts, Feng Wuchen said with a happy smile. He personally received Man Jintian and the others. We're close, but we can't skimp on etiquette. Moreover, these things are nothing to the headquarters, Gu Mayun said with a happy smile. President Man, the 3 elders, seniors, please take your seats, Feng Wuchen said with a happy smile. Thank you, Chen. Thank you, Chen. Man Jintian and the others thanked him courteously. Swish. Swish, swish. After Man Jintian and the others took their seats, dozens of figures appeared in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. Each of them emanated an extremely terrifying aura. They were definitely peak experts. They were the Overgod World's Divine Abode's Master, the 3 elders, the higher-ups, and many teachers. There were close to 100 of them. Dad, do you see that? It's the Overgod World's Divine Abode's Master and elders, the Wind God Temple's young master said in a panic. He was almost out of breath. Who is this Chen? The Overgod World's Divine Abode sent so many people here just to celebrate the appearance of the Dragon God Temple? The Wind God Temple's master was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to imagine Feng Wuchen's background. Big brother Su Feng, who are they? Why are there so many people here? Miao Qingqing asked curiously. Su Feng said, over God World's Divine Abode's master, Gu Tianyang, the three elders, and the Divine Abode's experts. The people of the Dragon God Temple and the Peerless Temple all widened their eyes in shock. These were the experts of the top forces in the Overgod world. The Overgod world's divine abode congratulates the appearance of the Dragon God Temple. We were invited by Chen to attend the banquet at the Dragon God Temple. We're here to present gifts to the Dragon God Temple. The divine abode's master smiled happily and gestured for the gifts to be presented. Thank you, Divine Abode, the three elders, and the mentors. Please take your seats. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked them happily. Hee, how can the Divine Monkey Clan be absent when Chen is building the Dragon God Temple? Just as Gu Tianyang and the others took their seats, an old and majestic laughter rang out in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. Divine Monkey Clan leader. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. Oh no, I didn't invite the Divine Monkey Clan. Why are they here? Oh right, Huang Yan must have told Lei Kong. This is troublesome. The Divine Monkey Clan. Su Feng and Lu Wuhan turned pale with fright. They were also very confused. Feng Wuchen didn't invite the Divine Monkey Clan. Divine Monkey Clan? Long Tianqiu and the others were confused. They had never heard of this clan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky above the Dragon God Temple, a dozen figures appeared. They were the Divine Monkey Clan leader and the other higher-ups. Lei Kong was among them. Divine Monkey Clan. The Wind God Temple master and the others were petrified. Welcome, Divine Monkey Clan leader, the three elders, and the seniors. Feng Wuchen quickly went up to the sky and welcomed them personally. Clan leader Lei Tianyan smiled happily. Congratulations to Chen for the birth of the Dragon God Temple. Thank you, Divine Monkey Clan leader. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists again. He felt even more guilty. Brother Feng, you're not being kind. You didn't invite the Divine Monkey Clan for such a good thing. If Brother Huang Yun didn't tell me, we wouldn't know. Lei Kong said with displeasure. Huang Yan's face darkened. That's right. Chen is too unkind. He doesn't treat us as friends at all. Young clan leader Lei Xiaotian also complained. It's my fault, it's my fault. Young clan leader, General, please calm down. I'm really sorry. Seniors. Please take a seat. Feng Wuchen quickly smiled. That's more like it. Chen, congratulations. Lei Xiaotian smiled happily. Seeing the Divine Monkey Clan leader and the three elders being so polite to Feng Wuchen, seeing the Divine Monkey Clan general and young clan leader chatting happily with Feng Wuchen, the Wind God Temple experts were speechless. At this moment, the Wind God Temple master and the others couldn't leave or stay. They were left hanging at the side. It was as awkward as it could be. If you want to talk about Dragon God Supreme with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Another dozen figures appeared above the Dragon God Temple in a flash. Waves of terrifying aura swept across the area. These terrifying auras were much more terrifying than the headquarters and the God's abode of the Master God world. The newcomers were the real bosses of the Master God world. They were the heads of the Alchemist Tower. The Alchemist Tower had sent a dozen top experts. It was clear that they had given Feng Wuchen enough face. What a terrifying aura. Long Tianqiu frowned deeply. His heart was in turmoil. If I'm not mistaken, these terrifying auras have reached the Lord level. They're even stronger than the headquarters president, said Man Zhonglo, the leader of the Spiritual Beast clan. The Dragon Lord Guardian frowned and said, these are the most terrifying experts we've seen since we ascended to the God world. Seeing the heads of the Alchemist Tower, the God's abode of the Master God world, the headquarters, and the Divine Monkey Clan's upper echelon stood up to welcome them. The Alchemist Tower's master, elders, guardians, and many powerful alchemists. The Wind God Temple's master and the others almost fell from the sky. the most powerful alchemists in the 7 god worlds. The Wind God Temple's Grand Elder almost stopped breathing. Who is this Chen? How did he manage to invite the Alchemist Tower's master and elders? The Wind God Temple's young master felt like his head was about to explode. The fact that Feng Wuchen could invite the headquarters and the god's abode of the Master God world had already shocked the Wind God Temple's experts. Even the Divine Monkey clan had come uninvited, however, they did not expect the most terrifying alchemist tower of the Master God world to come as well. Top experts of the God world? I can't imagine how terrifying this aura is. Long Nidian was shocked. Their auras are terrifying. The people of the Dragon God Temple were greatly shocked. They're the experts of the Alchemist Tower. The leader is the Tower Master, Mia Di. Behind him is the Grand Elder, Mi Yuan, the Second Elder, Nangong Tianhen, and the Guardian, Mia Jian. Su Feng introduced them one by one. Fortunately, Mia Di and the rest retracted their auras. Otherwise, the people of the Dragon God Temple would not be able to take it. Swish, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed, and he smiled courteously. Emperor Slayer Pagoda's master, enforcer, and 3 elders, welcome to the Dragon God Temple's banquet, please invite them in. Congratulations, Brother Feng. Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the others congratulated him happily. Brother Feng's Dragon God Palace is really impressive. Protector Mia Jian said with a smile. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and said with a smile, it's far from the Divine Pagoda. Disciple greets Master. Congratulations to Master for the appearance of the Dragon God Temple. Nia Huang hurriedly knelt down and bowed respectfully. Master? Everyone in the Dragon Temple turned pale with fright. The people of the Divine Monkey clan, headquarters, and Divine Palace were all shocked. Rise, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Pagoda Master, enforcers, elders, and seniors, please take your seats. With the arrival of the upper echelons of the Alchemist Divine Tower, all the guests had arrived. Anyone who comes is a guest. If you want to be a guest, the Dragon God Temple welcomes you at any time. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Divine Wind Temple Master and the others and said before descending. The Divine Wind Temple Master and the 3 elders exchanged a glance before descending as well. With several forces of the Master God world present, they did not have the guts to leave. In front of the Alchemist Divine Tower, Divine Palace, headquarters, and Divine Monkey clan, the Divine Wind Temple was just a small fry with no right to speak. Thank you for coming to the banquet. Feng Wuchen salutes seniors. When the banquet began, Feng Wuchen was the first to raise his wine cup to express his gratitude. Welcome seniors to the Dragon God Temple. Let us also salute seniors. Lu Qingyang immediately raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He was extremely forthright. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple raised their wine cups and drained it in one gulp. Great! Great! The Dragon God Temple is indeed full of forthright people. I also salute seniors. May the Dragon God Temple soar to the sky. Lei Kong shouted heroically and downed a bowl of wine in one gulp. Thank you, great general. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Congratulations, Brother Feng. Everyone raised their wine cups and toasted. They were all infected by the heroism of the Dragon God Temple people. The atmosphere instantly exploded. After toasting one after another, the experts of the 4 forces put down their pride and chatted happily with the Dragon God Temple people. Only the experts of the Divine Wind Temple were the most embarrassed. Moreover, they were sitting in a corner and did not fit in with the Dragon God Temple and the 4 forces. Although they were extremely unhappy, none of them dared to act up and could only hold it in. Brother Feng, the Dragon God Temple is to my liking. The Dragon God Temple is so lively today. Why don't you introduce your friends to us? Lei Xiaotian smiled happily. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, I invited all seniors here today to introduce all of you to my friends and family. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, seniors here don't know my identity. To be honest, I come from the Heaven Realm. My friends and family are also from the Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Only Emperor Extermination and the others who knew Feng Wuchen's identity were not surprised. Yes, the place called the Forgotten Land by the Divine World. I hope you don't mind. Feng Wuchen smiled and nodded. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded and did not mind. It's our honor to know Chen. Why would we mind? Huang Yin smiled. Man Jintian nodded slightly and smiled. Chen worries too much. Many forces in the divine world know about the existence of the Forgotten Land. They say it's the land of the inferior races, but they don't know the details. Old Man has indeed heard of the Forgotten Land, but it's about a very ancient race. This race is above countless other races and is very terrifying, the Divine Monkey Clan leader said slowly. Ancient race? Man Jintian and the others looked at Lei Tianyan in confusion. Clan leader Lei, do you know something? Emperor Extermination asked curiously. Lei Tianyan nodded slightly and said, a long time ago, the Divine Monkey Clan's ancestor once said that in the ancient times, there was a very terrifying race that controlled the heavens and earth. All other races could only bow before them, and they are in the Forgotten Land. What race is so terrifying? Gu Tianyang frowned and asked. It's a coincidence. This race is called the Ancient Dragon Gods. Unfortunately, they did not survive. The divine world has never had a descendant of the dragon gods. The ancestors' inheritance should not be wrong, Lei Tianyan said calmly. Ancient dragon gods? Everyone was shocked. Even the people of the dragon gods were shocked. That's right. Lei Tianyan nodded again and looked at Feng Wuchen, saying, Chen named it the Dragon God's Temple. Perhaps it has something to do with the ancient dragon gods. I didn't expect the Divine Monkey Clan leader to know about the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, to be honest, I am a descendant of the dragon gods. What? Descendants of the dragon gods? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Emperor Extermination and the others were shocked. They all stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. Brother Feng is a dragon, a descendant of the dragon gods? Lei Tianyan was extremely shocked. Looking at the shocked crowd, Feng Wuchen did not hide it. Since the Dragon God Temple had appeared, Feng Wuchen also felt that it was time to let the people of the Divine Realm know about the existence of the Dragon Gods. Chen is a descendant of the Dragon Gods? Su Feng, Lu Wuhan, and the others were also shocked. Yes, not only me, but there are also many descendants of the Dragon Gods in the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Long Tianqiu smiled faintly, we are all descendants of the Dragon Gods. No wonder I felt that the aura of many people in the Dragon God Temple carried the aura of their race. Also, the aura of those two ancient beasts was also very unusual. Lei Kong nodded. Not many people in the Seven Deities realm know about the existence of the Dragon Gods. Even if they know, they only know that the Dragon God Temple is an inferior race. Feng Wuchen said again. Young master, are you planning to let the Dragon Gods flourish in the Divine Realm? Long Yan looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Of course, how can we let the Divine Realm look down on the Dragon Gods? I want to let those people of the God Realm who think that the Dragon God clan is an inferior race know what an unattainable existence is. Feng Wuchen said confidently. Long Qing shouted, young master is right. We, the Dragon Gods, are definitely not an inferior race. Dragon Gods. Dragon Gods. The Dragon Gods people all shouted hot-bloodedly. Old Man believes that Brother Feng will definitely lead the Dragon Gods to become stronger. Emperor Extermination nodded happily. With Brother Feng's achievements in the field of alchemy, Old Man also believes that Brother Feng will definitely be able to sit there. Mia Yuan was also full of confidence in Feng Wuchen. The Dragon Gods will definitely rise. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Brother Feng, the Divine Monkey Clan is willing to help. Lei Tianyan hurriedly said. Thank you, Clan Leader Lei. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Seniors, let me introduce you. This is the clan leader of the Dragon Gods, who is also my father, Long Tianqiu. This is. Feng Wuchen introduced them one by one, and the higher-ups of the four forces responded politely. Feng Wuchen was a guest elder of the Divine Pagoda of the Alchemist Guild. Just based on this terrifying identity, the headquarters, Divine Manor, and Divine Monkey Clan had to give him face. Elder Long, remember to visit the Divine Pagoda when you have the chance. Let us be the hosts. Emperor Extermination smiled at Long Tianqiu. Long Tianqiu stroked his white beard and smiled. Of course, of course. Alchemists are welcome to visit the Divine Pagoda at any time. Miayuan smiled happily. Lei Kong hurriedly said, Brother Feng, please don't forget to bring the people from the Divine Dragon Temple to the Divine Monkey Clan. That's right, that's right. The Divine Monkey Clan welcomes them. If it weren't for the fact that we were worried that there would be too many guests in the Divine Dragon Temple, our entire clan would have come. Lei Xiaotian smiled happily. Young Master Lei, great general, if there's a chance, I'll definitely bring them to see the strength of the Divine Monkey Clan. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Young Master Chen, I hope that you'll reconsider the matter of the head instructor. Huang Fuyan pleaded again. He really didn't want to give up. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but quiet down. Everyone more or less knew about the matter between Feng Wuchen and the Divine Abode. Headmaster Gu, Elder Huangfu, thank you very much for your trust in me. The reason why I refused is because my family and friends are going to ascend to the Divine Realm. After all, there are my parents, fiancé, and many brothers and friends. They are very important to me. I hope you can understand. I'll go to the Divine Abode after I arrange the time. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. That's great. That's great. Thank you, Chen. Gu Tianyang immediately thanked him excitedly. The Divine Abode welcomes the chief mentor at any time. Elder Huangfu said excitedly. Hearing Feng Wuchen's reply, Huang Fuyan was extremely excited. The banquet in the Divine Dragon Temple lasted for 2 hours before it ended. Emperor Extermination and the others left one after another. From the beginning to the end, the experts of the Divine Wind Temple didn't dare to say a word. In the end, they left with their tails between their legs, afraid that Feng Wuchen would settle the score with them. The people of the Divine Dragon Temple ascended successfully without alarming the great Overgod. Now that they were acquainted with the 4 major forces of the Overgod world, Feng Wuchen was completely at ease. After the guests left, Long Zhantian asked, Chen how much do you know about the ancient dragon gods? Young Master, how do you know about the ancient dragon gods? Great Elder Long Xingchen asked curiously. I can't talk about this for now. It's too important. Feng Wuchen said seriously, we are indeed the descendants of the ancient dragon gods. The ancient dragon gods gradually declined because of the disappearance of their bloodline origin. We can't awaken our ancient bloodline. Bloodline origin? Long Tiancho frowned slightly. Young Master, what's bloodline origin? Long Nidian asked curiously. Feng Wuchen said, the bloodline origin is the lifeline of the ancient dragon god's power. It's controlled by the ancient dragon gods. Once the bloodline origin disappears, the descendants can't awaken their ancient bloodline. The ancient bloodline is stronger than the god race bloodline. It's because we've become stronger that we can awaken the god race bloodline. I see. Yan Long nodded slightly. If the bloodline origin disappears, doesn't that mean we can't awaken our ancient bloodline? Dragon Monarch Protector asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, I've already awakened a part of my ancient bloodline. This means that the missing bloodline origin is gradually recovering. It's been missing for 100,000 years. Now, there's hope. Long has awakened his ancient bloodline? Long Tiancho and the others were shocked. Yes, this is all I can tell you. I can't tell you anything else for now. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Father Long, you've all learned a little about the Master God world. It's time for you to cultivate in seclusion. I've prepared a large amount of treasures for you. These treasures are special and powerful. With the help of the Universe Tower, your cultivation will rise quickly. It will be beyond your imagination. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Long Tiancho nodded and said seriously, we've just ascended to the God world. We need to raise our cultivation as soon as possible. Remember, if you raise your cultivation too quickly, it will affect you. Especially if you're talented. You need to stabilize your cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how fast you raise your cultivation, you won't be able to exert the corresponding strength. Feng Wuchen looked at everyone and said. Yes. Alliance Master. Everyone replied respectfully. The Universe Tower had 5 times the cultivation time. With the help of the treasures, Feng Wuchen wasn't worried that their cultivation wouldn't be able to keep up. Xiao, you're. Talent is the strongest. You must be careful. Don't be careless. Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and said. Brother Feng, don't worry. I'll be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. Everyone, follow me into the universe tower. Su Feng, you guys come in too. I'll help you raise your cultivation. Feng Wuchen said. He took the lead and entered the universe tower. Everyone followed. Chen's divine tool has 5 times the space. And it's a permanent 5 times space. What a huge space. And it's filled with pure energy. Chen's divine tool has 7 levels. Could it be that each level has a different world? As soon as they entered the universe tower, Su Feng, Lu Wuhan and the others were shocked. Everyone, quiet down. Feng Wuchen said seriously, whatever we see next must be kept a secret and must not be leaked. Alliance Master, don't worry, we will keep our mouths shut. Everyone patted their chests and promised. Longer, what kind of treasure is it? Mother Long couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, Chen what kind of treasure is it? Feng Jingxiong also asked curiously. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. With a flip of his hand, a jade stone emitting a bright blue light appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm and emitted a huge amount of pure energy. Wow! What a huge amount of pure energy! Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Wild Leopard also couldn't help but widen his eyes. Feng Wuchen, what kind of treasure is this? Everyone's eyes were attracted. They were all shocked by the pure energy emitted from the blue jade stone. Even those who had just ascended could see that the blue jade stone was not simple. Chen, what kind of treasure is this? Su Feng asked curiously. He had never seen it before. There are many treasures in the divine realm. Old Man has seen many of them, but he has never seen the one in Chen's hands. Yi Cha was also very curious. As a divine emperor-level alchemist, he had also never seen it before. Feng Wuchen smiled, this kind of treasure is not found in the entire divine realm. Only I have it. What? Only Chen has it? Lu Wuhan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He felt that Feng Wuchen was bragging. Chen, you can't be saying that this heaven and earth treasure was created by you, right? Yang Meier looked at Feng Wuchen suspiciously. You're right. I'm the one who created this treasure, Feng Wuchen said with a grin. Big brother Feng, even if you're bragging, you don't have to treat us as fools, right? Who didn't know that heavenly treasures were treasures nurtured by heaven and earth? Only a ghost would believe that you made it up. Lu Qingyang was the first to speak in disdain. Third brother, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us what this treasure is, Feng Zhan hurriedly asked. I'm not joking. I haven't named this treasure yet. I'm absolutely certain that I refined it, Feng Wuchen said with a serious face. Chen you really refined it? Xiao Qingqing asked in disbelief. It's impossible for such a pure treasure to be artificially refined. No matter how pure a pill is, it will still contain a lot of impurities. Zhang Wuhuan frowned and shook his head. Then what if it was refined using a treasure? Feng Wuchen looked at Zhang Wuhuan and asked. Refined using a treasure? Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen smiled, that's right. It was refined using a treasure. Moreover, it was refined using 100 million treasures. What? Refined using 100 million treasures? As soon as Feng Wuchen's words came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. They all looked at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. Their bodies stiffened as if they had been immobilized. Did I hear wrongly? Refined using 100 million treasures? Siduhao's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. How did you refine it? It's unimaginable. Yiming was dumbfounded. That's impossible, right? How did you refine such a huge amount of treasures? Qi Yuan said in shock. No one dared to believe that it was true. This treasure belongs to the divine general level. I've refined some from the divine general level to the divine emperor level. They are all the same kind of treasures, but the strength of the energy they contain is different. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Looking at the shocked crowd, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, who wants to try it first? I'll try. The three-eyed demon ape shouted. It grabbed the blue jade and directly sucked it over. The three-eyed demon ape swallowed it in one gulp. Its already huge body instantly swelled up, causing the three-eyed demon ape's expression to change drastically. Roar! The three-eyed demon ape roared in panic. It wanted to forcibly suppress this surging power, but it found that this pure and huge power seemed to have no end as it erupted wildly. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but jump in fright again. Three-eyed demon ape, quickly absorb it. There's no need to refine it. Feng Wuchen hurriedly shouted. The three-eyed demon ape immediately did as it was told and began to crazily absorb the pure energy of the treasure. It was also at that moment that everyone present could clearly sense that the three-eyed demon ape's cultivation was soaring at an extremely terrifying speed. That's right. It was soaring. 2-star Divine General. 3-star Divine General. 5-star Divine General. 7-star Divine General. 1-star Divine Spirit. Seeing the three-eyed demon ape's cultivation soar, everyone present was completely stupefied and dumbfounded. The three-eyed demon ape's cultivation had soared by an entire realm in just a minute. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Feng Wuchen, what's my cultivation now? This can't be real, right? The three-eyed demon ape asked in shock, as if it couldn't believe that its cultivation had soared by an entire realm in an instant. 1-star Divine Spirit. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It instantly rose by an entire realm. How is this possible? Heavens, how is this possible? Am I seeing things? What kind of treasure is this? It's so terrifying. It broke through from 1-star Divine General to 1-star Divine Spirit in an instant. The 5th level instantly exploded. Seeing it with their own eyes, everyone was shocked by the terrifying treasure. Longer, this treasure is so terrifying. Won't there be any side effects? Long Tianqiu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and asked. I haven't seen any side effects for the time being. My puppet is still very normal after consuming it, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. This heaven and earth treasure is too terrifying. Lu Qingyang said in horror. Big brother Feng can actually refine such a miraculous treasure. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was full of disbelief. Although this treasure is powerful, it consumes a lot of treasures. The more powerful it is, the more treasures it consumes. It's also very troublesome to refine, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Chen, you used 3 times the space ring to exchange for so many treasures. Is it just to refine such a miraculous treasure? Su Feng quickly asked. Yes, I also had a sudden idea and tried to refine it. In the end, I really refined it. This terrifying treasure is even more powerful than the Divine Monkey Clan's mysterious green jade. The most important thing is that I can refine it, Feng Wuchen said with a happy smile. A treasure more terrifying than the mysterious green jade, and it could be refined. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shake the entire 7 divine realms. Too magical. It's simply too magical. With such a terrifying natural treasure, everyone will be a top genius. That's right. There's no need to worry about not being able to raise your cultivation. This treasure is simply a heaven-defying existence. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, no one would believe that there is such a magical treasure. Moreover, it's man-made. Witnessing the three-eyed demon ape's cultivation increase by a major realm in an instant, everyone's shock turned into arrogance. Three-eyed demon ape, your cultivation increased too quickly. You can't cultivate during this period of time. Consolidate your realm first, Feng Wuchen hurriedly reminded. I'll consolidate my realm right away. The three-eyed demon ape was extremely excited. Big brother Feng, quickly give me one too. Lu Qingyang asked excitedly, impatient to raise his cultivation. Big brother Feng. I want one too. Lin Yu said excitedly. Young master. Quickly give me one. Long Qinghun also spoke excitedly. Everyone instantly burst into an uproar, fighting to be the first to obtain the magical treasure. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Everyone, don't be anxious. I've already prepared all the treasures for you. Pausing, Feng Wuchen turned serious and said, Before cultivating, you must be careful. This kind of treasure is extremely heaven-defying. The slightest bit of carelessness will probably destroy your cultivation. Any treasure has its pros and cons. Longer is right. Everyone must be careful. Long Tianqiu nodded slightly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a large piece of blue jade appeared out of thin air. With another wave, the blue jade flew towards the people of Dragon God Temple, one for each person. Chen, what about us? Su Feng looked pitifully at Feng Wuchen and asked. The heavenly ancestor and the rest also looked at Feng Wuchen expectantly. Your cultivation has already reached the Divine Lord realm, so you need Divine Lord level treasures, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. With a flip of his palm, dozens of blue jade stones appeared out of thin air. This is suitable for a divine sovereign to cultivate. The pure energy contained within is even greater. You must be careful. After increasing your cultivation, you must not cultivate it again. You must consolidate your cultivation before you can cultivate it, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Finally, Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Shi and the other godly emperors and continued, I only have one godly emperor level treasure right now because the treasures needed to refine it are quite precious and difficult. Plus, I don't have enough treasures on hand. You'll have to wait for a while. Yes. Young Master Chen. Yi Jia and the other divine emperors were secretly disappointed, but quickly recovered. After all, it wasn't easy to refine such a terrifying treasure. It was already very good that Feng Wuchen was willing to give him a share. Father Long, Father, Senior Bailey, you should start cultivating too, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Long Tianqiu frowned and said, Long if you keep using such a heaven-defying treasure, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on your cultivation. To cultivate in defiance of the heavens, you should be down to earth. If your cultivation rises too quickly, I'm afraid it won't be good for your later cultivation. Elder Long is right. Old Man is also worried about this. Bailey Tianjing nodded. Father Long, I've considered your concerns, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. It's because of this that I need time to consolidate my cultivation. I can't use it in the short term, at least for half a year. However, there shouldn't be any problems. Divine Lord level treasures were nurtured by the heavens and earth. They had no side effects on cultivation. There was no doubt about that. However, Feng Wuchen had refined and merged a large number of Divine Lord level treasures to refine more powerful ones. It was inevitable that there would be some changes. Feng Wuchen himself was not sure. Of course, if there were no side effects, Feng Wuchen's heavenly treasure would undoubtedly be the most terrifying existence in the world. Well, I don't have to worry about using it once, Long Tianqiu said. Everyone swallowed the blue jade and started cultivating. Their bodies swelled up like rubber balls. However, under everyone's crazy absorption, their cultivation levels soared crazily. Feng Wuchen also took out a deity emperor level heavenly treasure and swallowed it, immediately entering a state of cultivation. In less than a minute, everyone in the temple of the dragon god had stepped into the realm of one-star deity, which was a full realm increase. One-star deity. I've also broken through to become a one-star deity. Haha. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. I've also become a one-star deity. Too powerful. Big Dipper Flame laughed wildly. It's too scary. I have never experienced such a terrifying cultivation speed. Chaos God said excitedly. The terrifying increase in strength made everyone extremely arrogant, and they were extremely excited. Lu Wuhan, Su Feng, Yang Mei'er, Mu Honglian, and the other Sir God experts stepped into the realm of deity emperors one after another. Heaven Ancestor and the people of Unparalleled Temple also broke through to the realm of deity emperors one after another. The Sir God level heavenly treasure's terrifying effect scared them out of their wits. 6-star deity emperor. That's impossible. Yang Meier's eyes almost popped out. She was shocked beyond words. My good disciple's cultivation has increased by 7 stars. Is this because of the soul bone? Yi Jianying suddenly exclaimed. I've broken through to 1-star deity emperor. 6 stars. Su Feng stared at his hands with wide eyes. He was shocked and in disbelief. 3-star deity emperor. His cultivation had increased by 5 stars in an instant. This wasn't a dream, right? This is even more terrifying than a super genius. Lu Wuhan's face was full of shock. The terrifying increase made Lu Wuhan feel like he was dreaming. This is unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. I've increased by 4 stars. Heaven Ancestor said in a trembling voice. Seeing Lu Wuhan and the others' cultivation increase crazily, everyone was once again shocked by the heaven-defying heavenly treasure. Feng Wuchen's cultivation instantly broke through from 2-star deity emperor to 5-star deity emperor realm, directly increasing by 3 stars. It seems that this deity emperor level heavenly treasure is not refined enough. It only increased my cultivation by 3 stars. It's not easy to get a large number of heavenly treasures. Now it's almost used up. I hope the next batch will have more precious heavenly treasures. Feng Wuchen secretly thought. Although he was a little disappointed, it was already very terrifying to be able to increase one's cultivation by 3 stars in an instant. Everyone's cultivation has been greatly improved. Consolidate your realm immediately. Feng Wuchen quickly reminded. Yes. Everyone suppressed the ecstasy in their hearts and began to cultivate again. No one dared to be careless with such a heaven-defying treasure. If there are no side effects, this magical heavenly treasure can definitely make Dragon Temple grow stronger in an instant, and it can definitely replace Black-Green Jade's position. When the time comes to refine Emperor level, Hierarch level or even King God level heavenly treasures, the entire 7 deity realms will be in my hands. Feng Wuchen thought in his heart, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. If the news of this terrifying heavenly treasure leaked out, it would definitely make countless experts in the 7 deity realms fight to the death. There are no ifs. You can't deny what you've refined. I don't believe that such a heaven-defying treasure would have any side effects. Even if it did, it wouldn't affect my cultivation. No matter what, I'll make it more perfect in the future. Such a heaven-defying treasure is like a pearl. Let's call it the heaven-defying divine pearl. Feng Wuchen didn't want to deny the heaven-defying treasure he had refined. He would only make it more perfect. While everyone was consolidating their cultivation, Feng Wuchen exited the 5th floor. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already in the 4th floor. Hundreds of puppets led by Long Zun were lined up neatly, exuding a terrifying aura. These puppets have souls. Apart from not having their own consciousness and thoughts, they are no different from living people. Now that their cultivation has improved greatly, it's all thanks to the heaven-defying divine pearl. I don't see any side effects, Feng Wuchen said to himself. When Feng Wuchen ascended to the divine world, the 9-fold cosmos pagoda had been staying in the heaven realm. This also led to Feng Wuchen's cultivation increasing, while the hundreds of puppets' cultivation stagnated. Now that the Qianquan pagoda was back in Feng Wuchen's hands, the puppets' cultivation increased a lot. Later, with the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, they stepped into the divine emperor realm. My cultivation has just broken through to the 5-star divine emperor realm. Long Zun's cultivation has also caught up. I've also carefully checked on Long Zun's situation. There's no change at all during this time, Feng Wuchen said to himself again. With a thought, Feng Wuchen controlled Long Zun to activate the ancient power. The terrifying power of a 5-star divine emperor burst out wildly. Whether it was the momentum or the power, it was not something an ordinary 5-star divine emperor could compare to. Forget it. If there's a problem, it should have appeared long ago. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. With a thought, Feng Wuchen called out the soul imprint that he had devoured before. World-destroying power. Feng Wuchen grinned and said excitedly, after refining the soul curse, I will have the real power to destroy the world. My battle prowess will be greatly improved. That's right, there's also the space-time godly power. Feng Wuchen suddenly recalled the space-time godly power that the people from the space-time realm had given him. With a flip of his hand, space-time divine power appeared in his palm. The power of the space-time divine power is rather special. Refining this power should be able to help me increase my fighting strength by quite a bit. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly, he was already impatient to refine the space-time divine power. Bang! He clenched his left hand and condensed spatial energy. On one side was spatial energy, and on the other was space-time divine energy. Although the power of space is ordinary, it can control space. I don't know what the power of time and space is. I don't know what will happen if the two powers are combined. After refining this power, my cultivation should be able to break through to the 6-star divine emperor realm. Feng Wuchen grinned. The other matters have all been dealt with. I finally have time to refine it. Feng Wuchen smiled. With a thought, the spatial energy disappeared. Feng Wuchen condensed 16 primordial spirit avatars and began to refine the spacetime divine power. Feng Wuchen had just used the heaven-defying divine pearl to cultivate, and now he was going to refine the spacetime divine power. It seemed that he wanted to try the result himself. As an alchemist, Feng Wuchen had to try it himself to know the result. As the spacetime divine power was slowly refined by Feng Wuchen's cultivation was rapidly increasing. If my cultivation can increase, it means that there should be no problem with the heaven-defying divine pearl. The puppet also continuously used the heaven-defying divine pearl to cultivate. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. With the help of 16 primordial spirit avatars, Feng Wuchen only needed 3 days to completely refine the spacetime divine power. At the same time that he obtained the new power, Feng Wuchen's cultivation also successfully broke through to the 6-star divine emperor realm. Immediately after, Feng Wuchen merged the spatial energy with the spacetime divine power. Although his cultivation did not increase, the spacetime divine power's power grew by a lot. Phew! Feng Wuchen let out a deep breath and smiled with relief. The power has grown by a lot. After merging with the spatial energy, this spacetime divine power is as strong as divine essence. Feng Wuchen's divine essence power was different from the divine essence of the divine world's cultivators. Feng Wuchen's divine essence power had merged with the mortal world's 10 great ancient powers. It was stronger and more domineering than ordinary people's divine essence. The reason why it's called spacetime divine power is that it can be used to teleport to another spacetime in the blink of an eye, or it has a stronger ability to control space. Feng Wuchen secretly guessed. Feng Wuchen activated a wisp of spacetime divine power and condensed an independent space with his mind. It's feasible. Feng Wuchen grinned and then condensed a dozen independent spaces. Feng Wuchen tried to combine all kinds of spatial transformations and so on. He even mixed them up with the divine world space and so on. Everything was done according to his will. What a powerful spacetime divine power. No matter what I move, I can mess up spacetime. The spatial energy can only control the movement of space and the movement of things in space. The spacetime divine power can control spacetime chaos and it has no effect on me at all. Feng Wuchen said in ecstasy. After saying that, Feng Wuchen waved his hand. With a glance, the upper bodies of Long Zun and the hundreds of puppets disappeared into thin air. Feng Wuchen flashed over and waved his hand at Long Zun's upper body. He could only touch the air and could not touch Long Zun's upper body at all. At this moment, the upper bodies of Long Zun and the other puppets had been transferred to another spacetime by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen waved his hand again and the upper bodies that disappeared appeared out of thin air. It was very magical. In the past, the spatial energy could not do such a miraculous thing. What if it's an attack? Feng Wuchen muttered and then punched Long Zun's chest. When Feng Wuchen punched out, he was shocked to find that a hole had appeared in Long Zun's chest. Feng Wuchen's fist just happened to pass through the hole. Feng Wuchen immediately controlled Long Zun to attack. An incomparably fierce punch was aimed at his own head. The spacetime divine power was activated. Because it was too fast, one could see that Long Zun's fist had passed through Feng Wuchen's head without touching Feng Wuchen at all. The moment Long Zun attacked, Feng Wuchen's head had already been transferred to another spacetime. The spacetime divine power can completely avoid all attacks. It can truly ignore the enemy's attacks. Even if I encounter a strong enemy, I don't have to worry about being in danger, unless the enemy's strength surpasses mine by too much. Feng Wuchen said in ecstasy. He had the urge to look up to the sky and howl. The cultivators of the space and time divine world all have this kind of power. Fighting with them is simply courting death, unless you can find the weakness of the space-time divine power. Feng Wuchen muttered. Only the world extermination power is left. After refining the world extermination power, my cultivation should be able to break through. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. As an ancient power, the world extermination power was much stronger than divine essence and spacetime divine power. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a soul curse floated in front of him. A familiar power. Feng Wuchen grinned. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. It was obvious how excited he was. Pung. With a thought, the black fire came out and wrapped around the soul curse. Wisps of black smoke spread out and the soul curse was devoured. The terrifying aura of the power of Armageddon spread out. The black fire dissipated and what floated in front of Feng Wuchen was a wisp of golden energy. It was the power of Armageddon. The power of Armageddon was the upgraded version of the power of Armageddon in the human world. This is the power of Armageddon. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly and entered the refining state. With the help of the 16 primordial spirit avatars, Feng Wuchen would be able to obtain the power of Armageddon in a few days. What's going on? Why doesn't the power of Armageddon need to be refined? Feng Wuchen was stunned when he entered the refining state. Master, this is the initial power of Armageddon. It doesn't need to be refined. A respectful voice came from the sword embryo. Initial power? Feng Wuchen was stunned and said, how can it be the initial power? The power of Armageddon is trapped in the soul curse. It must be done by an expert. This person can't ignore the power of Armageddon. Maybe he discovered the power of Armageddon before he died and integrated it into the soul curse. Or maybe this person has an even stronger ancient power. The Qilin armor said. Master, since it's the initial power, no one must have touched it. The Dragon God's gauntlet said. Feng Wuchen shook his head and didn't want to think too much. He directly absorbed the power of Armageddon. The power of Armageddon was the initial power and didn't need to be refined. In less than 2 hours, Feng Wuchen had absorbed all the power of Armageddon. Because it was the initial power, Feng Wuchen's cultivation didn't improve at all after absorbing the power of Armageddon. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen impatiently activated the power of world extermination. His entire body glowed with a dazzling golden light, and an incomparably tyrannical power crazily surged out. The space of the 4th floor shook violently. In just the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura had already soared to the peak of the 7-star Divine Emperor realm, almost increasing his battle prowess by 2 stars. It is indeed powerful. As expected of an ancient power. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, combined with my god domain and divine artifact, my battle prowess can reach the peak of 8-star Divine Emperor realm at any time. It could be said that the world extermination power had greatly increased Feng Wuchen's battle prowess. With such a strong fighting capacity, even if I meet a 9-star Divine Emperor, I won't be afraid. Clenching his fists, Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen then exited Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Apart from those very precious natural treasures, most of the others have already been used up. No one would believe me if I told them. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. There were more than 13,000 triple space rings on sale, each of which could be exchanged for 30 billion natural treasures. The number was so huge that it was impossible to calculate. However, most of the natural treasures exchanged for in the first batch were trash. There were not many precious ones, which was why they were being used up so quickly. Yi Shi, how much do you know about the profound Shadow Divine Palace? Feng Wuchen flashed to the alchemy pavilion and asked directly. Yi Shi, who was refining pills, immediately stood up and said respectfully, Chen, the profound Shadow Divine Palace is close to the Beast Spirit Mountain and occupies a very advantageous position. It is the largest place where medicinal herbs and materials are sold in the Master God world. It specializes in providing medicinal herbs and materials to the Master God world's headquarters and the Star Spirit Chamber of Commerce. This subordinate has bought medicinal herbs from the profound Shadow Divine Palace many times. The second batch of natural treasures should not arrive so soon. Baron Cloud will probably need a few more days. The headquarters will not be able to provide me with all the medicinal herbs. This will cause trouble for countless cultivators in the Master God world. Yi Shi, come with me to the profound Shadow Divine Palace immediately, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. Chen, if you need the medicinal herbs, this subordinate can ask my junior brother to transfer some from the Star Spirit Chamber. They just returned to the Star Spirit Chamber with the Heaven Ancestor yesterday, Yi Shi quickly said. There is no need. Leave them for their own use. Feng Wuchen shook his head and turned to leave the hall. Yi Shi followed closely behind. Yi Jianying, Feng Wuchen called out after they walked out of the alchemy pavilion. Whoosh, Yi Jianying flashed over and asked, stinking brat, we have an agreement. You cannot order this Great One to do anything unless this Great One is willing. You will definitely be willing. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Oh? Tell me about it, Yi Jianying asked in surprise and curiosity. Do you know about Xianxia? Feng Wuchen asked. The evil exaltant Xianxia? Yi Jianying's face immediately changed drastically. He stared at Feng Wuchen in shock. Looks like you know him, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Of course I know him. That old bastard is a peak expert who is said to be invincible below over God. He's extremely powerful, and he's even defeated a one-star over God in the past. Back then, I defeated many experts, but he was the only one I failed to fight. Although I've never seen him before, I know of his existence. Yi Jianying became extremely excited as a powerful battle intent erupted from him. Looks like you're very familiar with Xianxia. Can you tell me about him? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. That old bastard is one of the 3 great heads of the Godslayers. He's also one of their leaders. Back then, he led the Godslayers to slaughter countless experts under the overgods of the Godslayer world. He shook up the 7 divine worlds and was known as the Evil Exalt. The Godslayers originated from the Godslayer world and spread throughout the 7 divine worlds. They're an extremely great organization, and even the 7 overgods fear them, said Yi Jianying. What? Xianxia is a Godslayer? And one of the great heads at that? Feng Wuchen could not help but widen his eyes. He had never imagined that Xianxia would have such a terrifying identity. Godslayer? Yi Jia was confused. He had never heard of it before. You know him too? Yi Jianying asked with a frown as he looked at the extremely shocked Feng Wuchen. I've only seen him before. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly, then said, Go to the Godslayer world and look for him. Tell him about the lightning blood pool, and he'll know what's going on. Brat, are you kidding me? Can't you see that I'm a soul now? Do you think I'll be able to come back alive if I go to the Godslayer organization to look for him? I'm not going. Yi Jianying immediately shouted angrily. Are you that afraid of him? Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. Who's afraid of him? There's no one in the 7 divine worlds that I'm afraid of. Yi Jianying rebuked angrily as he glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Since you're not afraid, then do me a favor. It's just a message. If he knows that I'm looking for him, he won't make things difficult for you. When I come back, I'll give you a body-casting pill to help you see the light of day again and even help you advance to the realm of an 8-star ultimate god, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Really? Yi Jianying looked at Feng Wuchen with a face full of suspicion. Really? After this is done, I'll immediately go to the Divine Tower and ask Great Elder Mia Yuan to refine an ultimate god body-casting pill for you, Feng Wuchen said. All right. It's a deal. Yi Jianying immediately agreed. Brat, I know your current identity is extraordinary, but as a friend, let me remind you not to have any interactions with the Godslayers. Otherwise, the Dragon God Temple will be in big trouble. Yi Jianying said with a serious face. The Godslayers are at odds with the Great Master God and the 7 Masters. Even if the Alchemist Divine Tower, Headquarters, Divine Abode, and Divine Monkey Clan help you, you won't be able to defeat the 7 Masters. Their strength is far inferior to the 7 Masters. When the time comes, will they really stand on your side? Yi Jianying continued. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Anyone who goes against the Masters will not have a good ending. You just ascended to the God world not long ago and don't know much about the God world. You don't even know the major forces under the Masters. Their cruelty and ruthlessness are far beyond your imagination, Yi Jianying continued. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't care much, Yi Jianying didn't say anything else and disappeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen really didn't care much because there was no need to. Feng Wuchen wasn't sure if the Divine Tower and Headquarters would really stand on his side in the face of true benefits and danger. If it weren't for Shan Tong and the Dragon Gods, Feng Wuchen might really care. Now, even if the Masters knew Feng Wuchen's identity, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, I didn't expect your identity to be so terrifying. You're one of the Godslayers. You really shocked me. Looks like it was the right choice to ask for your help, Feng Wuchen thought to himself as his lips curled up. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said, then flew toward the Xianxia palace. Yishi followed closely behind. Whoosh! Just as Feng Wuchen and Yishi flew away, a person suddenly appeared above the Dragon God Temple. Dragon God Temple? The person frowned and thought, with Lord Feng's identity, why does he need to establish his own force? Isn't that beneath his status? I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. This Lord Feng. I need to report this to the Lord God, the man mumbled to himself, then disappeared in a flash. Swish swish, two black silhouettes flashed through the void like lightning, accompanied by an ear-piercing sonic boom. They were Feng Wuchen and Yi Cha. Boom boom boom. Buzz. While flying at high speed, the sound of an intense battle could be heard in the distance. Terrifying energy ripples rolled over one after another, shaking the void. Chen, there are experts fighting ahead, Yishi said with a frown. 9-star Divine Emperor expert. From the terrifying energy ripples, Feng Wuchen could tell the cultivation level of the person in the battle. Swish, a figure flashed over and intercepted Feng Wuchen and Yishi. It was a 7-star Divine Emperor. How dare you? The sacred ground of Shenwu Peak is forbidden to outsiders. Are you too tired of living? The Divine Emperor expert shouted with a domineering attitude. Sacred ground of Shenwu Peak? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, are you sure this is Shenwu Peak and not over there? Can't you see the big words on Shenwu Peak over there? It's so far away. What's wrong with us flying over here? Although Feng Wuchen had never been to the Shenwu Peak before, his eyes were sharp enough to see the words Shenwu Peak in the distance. Feng Wuchen's group was thousands of meters away from the Shenwu Peak, so they didn't belong to the Shenwu Peak's territory. You. The Divine Emperor expert's face instantly turned red, and anger surged in his heart. He stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and gritted his teeth. I said this is the sacred ground of Shenwu Peak, so it's the sacred ground of Shenwu Peak. You're disrespecting Shenwu Peak by barging in. What a joke. I'm disrespecting Shenwu Peak just because I'm passing by? That's too unreasonable. Is this a rule set by Shenwu Peak? Feng Wuchen asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You're right. This is the rule set by Shenwu Peak. You're disrespecting Shenwu Peak, so I must teach you a lesson today. The man shouted angrily and became more and more agitated. Then, he charged at Feng Wuchen and unleashed the full power of a 7-star Divine Emperor. It seemed that he wanted to teach Feng Wuchen a lesson, but the man's ruthlessness was clearly to kill Feng Wuchen. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen's face turned cold and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. There were many unreasonable people in the world, but Feng Wuchen had never met anyone who was unreasonable, arrogant, and wanted to kill. The man's voice was a bit loud and had attracted the attention of others. Many pairs of eyes looked over. At this moment, the man had arrived in the blink of an eye and punched at Feng Wuchen ruthlessly. His attack was ferocious, and his fist energy swept out with a gust of wind. Boom! Crack! Pfft! In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's punch exploded and a terrifying energy burst out. The man's face twitched violently, and the sound of bones breaking came from his arm. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. How is this possible? He can injure me with a casual palm strike. The man was shocked. He couldn't believe that an inconspicuous stranger had such a powerful combat strength. What's going on? Who are you? A few men came over and the leader shouted at Feng Wuchen. Just passing by, Feng Wuchen said indifferently without any change in expression. Passing by? The leader's face darkened and he said coldly, injuring someone from Shenwu Peak while passing by? You're too arrogant. You're quite bold. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said fearlessly, you're the arrogant ones, aren't you? We're just passing by and he said we were disrespectful to Shenwu Peak and wanted to kill us. He was the one who attacked first. Feng Wuchen pointed at the Shenwu Peak in the distance and asked, the Shenwu Peak is over there. Don't tell me you're blind. I'd like to know how we're disrespecting the Shenwu Peak when we're so far away from it. Which one of you can tell me? Feng Wuchen didn't want to care about these trivial matters, but the other party had gone too far, so Feng Wuchen decided to get to the bottom of it. This is also Shenwu Peak's territory. A man shouted angrily. Is that so? We're so far away from Shenwu Peak and you say this is also Shenwu Peak's territory? Who can prove it? Feng Wuchen looked at the man and asked. At this moment, the two 9-star divine emperors who were fighting also looked over. Young Lord Zhou, it seems that you have something to take care of. Our battle ends here. We'll fight again next time, a 9-star divine emperor said slowly. There's no need to wait for next time. I'll take care of it right away, young Lord Zhou said in a deep voice with a flame of anger burning in his heart. What's going on? Young Lord Zhou flashed over and asked with an ugly expression. Young Lord, the stinking brat passed by and injured our people, a man said respectfully. Supreme Dragon God, oh? So arrogant? This young lord wants to see who dares to not put our Shenwu Peak in his eyes. The man called young Lord Zhou instantly became ferocious as he glared at Feng Wuchen. Young lord, kill this arrogant brat. The godly emperor who had been injured by Feng Wuchen pointed at Feng Wuchen angrily. His pitch-black eyes flashed with killing intent. Young Lord Zhou glanced at the injured man before turning his cold eyes to Feng Wuchen. He asked, You're quite bold, daring to injure someone from my Shenwu Peak. Brat, you do have some ability to injure someone from my Shenwu Peak. Who are you? Your people attacked first. I'm just passing by and you're accusing me of being disrespectful to the Shenwu Peak. Feng Wuchen indifferently said. However, he was interrupted before he could finish. Injuring someone from my Shenwu Peak is disrespectful to the Shenwu Peak. Young Lord Zhou coldly said. His voice was bone-chilling. Young Master Zhou glared viciously at Feng Wuchen and Yi Jian asked, Who are you? Answer this young lord's question and maybe this young lord will be happy enough to let you go like a fart. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger. Chen, no need to talk nonsense with them. Yi Shi frowned. Feng Wuchen saw young Lord Zhou's expression and knew that it would be a waste of time to explain, so Feng Wuchen was too lazy to answer. However, Feng Wuchen's silence made young Lord Zhou feel that he was arrogant and didn't put the Shenwu Peak in his eyes at all. It's fine if you don't want to answer, but break their limbs. Young Lord Zhou ordered. Buzz buzz. The God Kings channeled their power without hesitation. Waves of terrifying energy soared into the sky and shook the void. It was majestic to the extreme. Gales raged within a radius of 10,000 meters. Among the dozen godly emperors, there were 4 7-star and 8-star godly emperors. The rest were 4-star and 5-star godly emperors. Night Crypt appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and warned, Chen, be careful. They aren't weak. Since they have such a request, then we'll follow their request and break their arms and legs. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His face was expressionless and devoid of any human emotions. Yes. Chen. Yi Cha respectfully accepted the order. Buzz. The terrible power of a 9-star divine emperor burst out in an instant. A monstrous power swept out. Yi Shi shot out without hesitation. He was as fast as lightning and his attack was fierce. 9-star godly emperor. Young Lord Zhou frowned and said fiercely, This old thing is quite capable. Young Master Zhou, do you need my help? Asked the 9-star divine emperor who was fighting with young Master Zhou. He slowly floated over. Young Master Jiang, are you looking down on me? Young Master Zhou said disdainfully, They're just too good for nothings. There's no need to trouble young Master Jiang. Young Master Zhou was the genius young master of the Shenwu Peak. His cultivation had reached the 9-star godly emperor level. He really did not take Yi Shi seriously. What? 9-star godly emperor. Everyone, be careful. This old thing is a 9-star godly emperor. So fast. It's over. The faces of the dozen godly emperors changed dramatically at the same time. They were scared out of their wits. All of them stopped in horror and some even retreated immediately. However, it was too late. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Kacha kacha. The dozen godly emperors stopped, but it did not mean that Yi Shi stopped. Yi Shi's speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the dozen godly emperors were severely injured. Their arms and legs were mercilessly broken by Yi Shi and blood gushed out. Ah ah ah, the dozen godly emperors all screamed like stupid pigs. Even an 8-star godly emperor was nothing in front of Yi Shi. Old thing, let me see what you're capable of. Young Master Zhou said coldly as he glanced at Yi Shi viciously. His murderous aura spread out. Yi Ming frowned slightly and his expression became serious. Yi Shi had also seen the battle between young Master Zhou and young Master Jiang. The two young masters were definitely not weak. Boom. Buzz buzz. With that, young Master Zhou immediately stepped through the air. With a boom, he shot out as a bolt of azure lightning. The presence that radiated from him became more and more terrifying. His surging presence caused space to tremble. It was soul-stirring. Yi Shi was not to be outdone. He also shot out with all his might. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two of them engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. The violent power collided with each other and the sound of explosions continued. The terrifying collision caused the energy to tumble uncontrollably. As soon as the fierce hand-to-hand battle began, Yi Shi was already at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by young Master Zhou in both power and speed. Old thing, is this all you've got? Young Master Zhou asked disdainfully as his attacks became more ruthless. In less than a minute, Yi Shi was unable to withstand the attacks and was forced to retreat. In the end, he was sent flying by young Master Zhou. Yi Shi had just stabilized himself and was about to use his immortal artifact to fight to the death when he was stopped by Feng Wuchen. You're no match for him. Let me do it, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and a surging domineering aura appeared spontaneously. Chen. Yi Shi was stunned and looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Young Master Zhou stared at Feng Wuchen with cold and disdainful eyes and said disdainfully, "Brat, it's your turn." Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to activate the power of destruction. His whole body suddenly flashed with a bright golden light. An extremely domineering power surged wildly and a storm-like airwave swept out, giving people a feeling that they could not defeat him. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's aura soared to the peak of the 7-star Divine Emperor realm and almost broke through to the 8-star Divine Emperor realm. What? 6-star Divine Emperor realm? Yi Shi's old face changed dramatically when he felt Feng Wuchen's domineering power. He was stunned. How is this possible? Qin used that magical treasure to cultivate and his cultivation increased to the 5-star Divine Emperor realm. When did he increase by another star? Chen didn't have time to consolidate his realm, did he? Yi Shi was shocked. Young Master Zhou frowned and said, 6-star Divine Emperor realm. This power instantly increased his combat strength by nearly 2 stars. This brat is really not simple. What domineering power? Young Master Jiang looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. God's domain. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. His combat strength soared again and directly broke through to the 8-star Divine Emperor realm. Buzz buzz. The domineering power became more and more terrifying. When Feng Wuchen took out the 4 divine artifacts, his combat strength increased by another star and reached the 9-star Divine Emperor realm. Divine artifacts. This brat actually increased his combat strength by 3 stars. Young Master Zhou could not help but exclaim. More than a dozen divine emperors were dumbfounded by what they had just witnessed. 6-star Divine Emperor realm. He can actually burst out with the combat strength of a 9-star Divine Emperor realm. This is simply impossible. Young Master Jiang was also shocked. A 9-star Divine Emperor battle. Has Chen's strength become so terrifying? Yi Ming stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen's strength had surpassed his. Feng Wuchen's terrifying growth speed was completely beyond Yi Ming's imagination. Is that kid a monster? How can someone increase their battle strength by 3 stars? Who is he? How can he have so many divine artifacts? 6-star Divine Emperor realm and 9-star Divine Emperor battle strength. He's simply a top genius. The dozen divine emperors who had their limbs broken were looking at Feng Wuchen in horror, as if they were looking at a monster. This kid's strength is extraordinary. It's obviously not divine origin energy, but an ancient energy. Otherwise, it's impossible to increase his battle strength by so much. Young Lord Zhou, you have to be careful. This kid is not simple. Young Lord Jiang frowned and reminded. I don't need you to tell me. young Lord Zhou said coldly. His gaze towards Feng Wuchen became even more ferocious. Passing through here is disrespectful to the divine martial peak. Since you guys are so arrogant, I'd like to see if you have the ability to be so arrogant. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His overbearing strength had already condensed on the divine dragon glove, causing the space to wriggle like an illusion. Boom! The moment his words fell, Feng Wuchen took the initiative to attack. With a loud boom, Feng Wuchen's figure turned into a golden lightning and shot out. His attack was overbearing and unstoppable. Humph! This young lord has no opponent below the divine emperor realm. Young Lord Zhou said arrogantly and rushed out, unwilling to be outdone. Boom! Buzz buzz! The two lightning bolts instantly collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. An energy halo spread out, causing the space within a radius of several thousand feet to shake violently. Relying on a divine weapon to increase your strength? That's true. Your strength isn't weak at all. Young Lord Zhou sneered disdainfully. Then, he ruthlessly punched Feng Wuchen. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Young Lord Zhou launched a fierce attack. His fists and legs condensed all the strength in his body as he crazily clashed with Feng Wuchen. A series of deafening explosions rang out. Every collision deeply shocked everyone's heart. Young Lord Jiang frowned as he observed Feng Wuchen. Every time we clashed, this brat didn't back down. He seemed to be no match for young Lord Zhou, but he didn't panic at all. There wasn't even a trace of energy fluctuation. In other words, in terms of strength, he could definitely match young Lord Zhou. In this fierce head-on clash, young Lord Zhou actually gained the upper hand step by step. Brat, you can't? Is this all you've got? Where's your prestige? Weren't you very arrogant? Young Lord Zhou laughed maniacally. Just as he gained the upper hand, young Lord Zhou followed up with another attack. He didn't plan on giving Feng Wuchen any chance to breathe. Young Lord. Kill him. Kill him. Young S, don't give him any chance. Kill him in one go, arrogant arrogant arrogant. We'll let him know what the consequences are. More than a dozen god emperors roared angrily. They couldn't wait to kill Feng Wuchen. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Young Lord Zhou's fierce attacks never stopped. Young Lord Zhou seemed to have the upper hand in every collision, but he didn't realize that Feng Wuchen wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of strength at all. Brat. Let's see how long you can last. It's not that great to have a divine artifact. When this young lord kills you, these divine artifacts will be this young lord's spoils of war. Haha. Young Lord Zhou laughed arrogantly as if he was certain that he had Feng Wuchen under control. Young Lord Zhou is underestimating his opponent too much. Young Lord Jiang frowned. Yi Mingchen frowned and thought, Chen isn't using his full strength at all. However, just as young Lord Zhou was laughing arrogantly, Feng Wuchen's next words enraged him. You're not that strong. Don't be happy too early. Can't you see that you don't have the upper hand at all? I don't care about your strength at all. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Preposterous. How dare you look down on this young lord? Young Lord Zhou was furious. His face was ferocious and his killing intent multiplied. Does that brat not want to live anymore? How dare he look down on our young lord? Arrogant to the extreme. How dare he look down on our young lord? He's courting death. Young lord. Kill this arrogant brat. More than a dozen god emperors roared angrily again. I have no reason not to look down on you. Feng Wuchen attacked mercilessly. Bastard. Young Lord Zhou roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his aura surged wildly. Buzz buzz. The enraged young Lord Zhou immediately took out his divine artifact. His fighting strength instantly soared and his aura became even more terrifying, reaching the peak of 9-star God Emperor level. Middle grade divine artifact. Young Lord Jiang frowned slightly and thought to himself, young Lord Zhou was indeed holding back in the previous battle. Young Lord Zhou stared at Feng Wuchen crazily and ferociously. He roared, stinking brat. Hand over your life. Buzz buzz. Young Lord Zhou formed a seal with both hands and condensed a terrifying power. Bright green light shot into the sky with majestic power. Immortal art. Primal chaos heaven-splitting palm. Young Lord Zhou roared fiercely and struck out with his palm. In the blink of an eye, a huge green palm print shot out and rushed toward Feng Wuchen with an earth-shattering aura. Seeing the terrifying palm print exploding toward him, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change and he didn't panic at all. What will he do? Meet force with force or dodge? Young Lord Zhou's power is not to be underestimated. Young Lord Jiang looked at Feng Wuchen. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was still indifferent, young Lord Jiang frowned and thought to himself, still not making a move? What is this brat trying to do? Chen. Yishi was also a little worried at this moment. Feng Wuchen was indeed powerful, but young Lord Zhou wasn't weak either. Yishi was worried that Feng Wuchen had underestimated his opponent. In the blink of an eye, the energy palm print approached and ruthlessly struck Feng Wuchen. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's location exploded. From start to finish, Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. He actually didn't dodge. Young Lord Jiang couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Humph. Courting death. Young Lord Zhou said disdainfully. Is that brat an idiot? He actually didn't dodge or block. He actually dares to ignore young Lord's attack. He must be tired of living. Humph. If he wants to court death, who can stop him? More than a dozen god emperors were dumbfounded. Just when everyone was shocked and thinking that Feng Wuchen was an idiot, a voice suddenly came from the center of the explosion and scared everyone out of their wits. As expected, you only have this little ability. With such weak power, I didn't even have the heart to dodge. Feng Wuchen's cold and arrogant voice came. Hearing Feng Wuchen's arrogant voice, everyone stared at the center of the explosion in shock. After the energy ripples gradually dissipated, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Feng Wuchen appeared in front of everyone unscathed. Unscathed? Young Lord Zhang's expression changed drastically and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He said in shock, how can he be unscathed from such a terrifying power? This is impossible. Young Lord Zhou's eyeballs almost fell out as he said in shock, he took my power head-on and didn't even dodge it. It's impossible for him to be unscathed. Impossible. How did Chen do it? Yishi looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and couldn't figure it out. The dozen or so divine emperors were petrified in fear and couldn't say a word. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. It was too shocking, facing such a terrifying power, even a 1-star divine emperor wouldn't dare to say that he was unscathed, let alone a 9-star divine emperor. Of course, Feng Wuchen wasn't that abnormal. Even if Feng Wuchen's immortal golden body had improved, he couldn't ignore young Lord Zhou's terrifying power. Feng Wuchen was unscathed because of his space-time divine power. At the moment of the explosion, Feng Wuchen had transferred most of the power to another space-time. Feng Wuchen's immortal golden body and the 2 armors could withstand the remaining power. If Feng Wuchen had withstood young Lord Zhou's power with just his physical body and the 2 armors, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Swish. While young Lord Zhou was in shock, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Feng Wuchen. So fast. What kind of movement skill is this? Young Lord Zhou's expression changed again as he stared at Feng Wuchen. I couldn't detect it. Young Lord Jiang was shocked again. Looking at the shocked young Lord Zhou expressionlessly, Feng Wuchen said condescendingly, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Boom. PFFF. Feng Wuchen's fist landed on young Lord Zhou's chest. With a loud explosion, the overbearing power caused young Lord Zhou to vomit blood on the spot. Young Lord Zhou was sent flying like a cannonball. What kind of power is this? Young Master Zhou was terrified. His chest felt like it was about to explode. Young Master Zhou's heart was filled with fear. After receiving Feng Wuchen's punch, young Master Zhou finally understood how tyrannical Feng Wuchen's power was. Young Lord. The God Emperors turned pale with fright. I've never seen such a strong person. What kind of power is this brat using? Young Lord Jiang frowned deeply. He looked at Feng Wuchen with a trace of fear in his eyes. Young Lord Zhou was sent flying several thousand meters away before he stopped. His face was pale. He stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and thought, what happened just now? There's no reason why my power can't injure him. Even a divine tool can't completely block my power. Young Lord Zhou took a deep breath to suppress the churning blood in his body. He clenched his fists and flew back. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I don't believe I can't injure him. Young Lord Zhou, are you all right? Young Lord Jiang asked casually. Humph. This little bit of power can't defeat me. Young Lord Zhou said coldly. He clenched his hands and gathered a terrifying power. Young Lord Zhou stared at Feng Wuchen with murderous eyes and said coldly, stinking brat, I don't believe you can ignore this young lord's power. An immortal technique can't injure you, but this young lord doesn't believe that a divine technique can't injure you. Then you can try. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. Divine technique. Death soul cleaving slash. Young Lord Zhou roared fiercely and gathered a terrifying power in his right hand. However, he didn't immediately launch an attack. Instead, he used a movement technique and disappeared in a flash of green light. In the next second, young Lord Zhou suddenly appeared behind Feng Wuchen and mercilessly swept out his hand. Chen, be careful. Yi Jia was shocked and hurriedly shouted. However, perhaps because young Lord Zhou was too fast, or perhaps because Feng Wuchen couldn't react in time, young Lord Zhou's terrifying arm directly slashed across Feng Wuchen's body. Humph. I don't believe you can come out unscathed. Young Lord Zhou laughed sinisterly. However, as soon as young Lord Zhou said that, the next scene almost scared him to death. The terrifying arm slashed across Feng Wuchen's body and actually passed through Feng Wuchen's body. It couldn't cause any damage to Feng Wuchen. What? Young Lord Zhou's expression changed greatly. He could clearly see that his arm had passed through Feng Wuchen's upper body. In that instant, it was as if time had slowed down. What's going on? Did I miss? No, young Lord Zhou's attack actually passed through his body. It's too strange. There's no way to explain it. Young Lord Jiang was stunned. Young Lord Zhou was stupefied. He stared blankly at his right arm. The power he had gathered was still there, but it couldn't hit Feng Wuchen. The dozen or so divine emperors widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. Feng Wuchen was able to do such a miraculous thing because of his space-time divine power. I don't see how powerful your divine technique is. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was like an emperor who ruled over the world. His vast aura suppressed young Lord Zhou. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, young Lord Zhou couldn't help but tremble. An intense fear surged in his heart. Impossible. There's no way my attack can't hurt you. Are you a human or a ghost? Young Lord Zhou turned to look at Feng Wuchen in shock. Boom. Pfft. The moment he turned to look, Feng Wuchen's fist had already arrived. With a boom, the domineering power made young Lord Zhou spit out blood again. He couldn't withstand Feng Wuchen's domineering power. Young Lord. The dozen or so divine emperors panicked. Swish. TCH. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at young Lord Zhou. A dazzling golden light suddenly shot out and mercilessly pierced through young Lord Zhou's right shoulder. Swish swish swish. TCH TCH TCH. Feng Wuchen continued to attack. His tyrannical power pierced through young Master Zhou's left shoulder and knee. The intense bone-piercing pain made young Master Zhou scream uncontrollably. You bastard! How dare you cripple my arms and legs? Young Lord Zhou gritted his teeth and cursed. Young Lord! Brat! Stop it! How dare you injure our young lord? You must be tired of living. Brat! Divine Martial Peak won't forgive you. Just wait for your death. The dozen or so divine emperors roared in fear and panic. Is that so? I also want to know how I offended Divine Martial Peak, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Clearly, he wasn't willing to let this go. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air and pulled young Lord Zhou over before grabbing him by the throat. What do you want? Young Lord Zhou asked in horror and did not dare to struggle. Young Lord Zhou's injuries were not serious, but his limbs were crippled and he could not resist at all. I must find out today how I offended and disrespected the Divine Martial Peak. I also want to see what kind of power the Divine Martial Peak is, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Feng Wuchen glanced at the dozen divine emperors coldly and said, I'll give you half an hour to call your peak master and elders here. If no one can give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill him. Quick! Go back and report to the peak master and elders. One of them hurriedly said in panic. A 7-star divine emperor expert immediately went back to report with his injuries. Brat! You better not mess around. Otherwise, the divine martial peak will not forgive you. One of them pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily. Brat, you better let me go right now, or I guarantee you won't live. Young Lord Zhou threatened fiercely. Feng Wuchen did not care at all and was completely unaffected by young Lord Zhou's threat. This person is so strong. If he's a genius from the over-god world, there's no way we wouldn't know. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be afraid of the divine martial peak. Who is he? Young Lord Jiang became more and more curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, a dozen strong ear-piercing sonic booms were heard. A dozen experts flew over from the direction of the divine martial peak and appeared not far from Feng Wuchen in a few flashes. They were all terrifyingly strong experts. The strongest was an 8-star ultimate god while the weakest was an emperor god. It could be seen that the divine martial peak was also a major power. Kuan-er. A middle-aged man leading the group was shocked and immediately shouted at Feng Wuchen, Brat! Let him go. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen said coldly, I can let him go, but you have to answer a few questions of mine. Father, save me. Kill this stinking brat. Zhou Kuan was both happy and furious. Seeing the people from the divine martial peak, Zhou Kuan was even more unwilling to let Feng Wuchen go. What's the problem? An elder asked with a frown. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Shenwu Peak and said coldly, the Shenwu Peak is a bit far from here. I would like to ask if this is your Shenwu Peak's territory. When Feng Wuchen said that, the first god king who had been injured by Feng Wuchen immediately turned gloomy. What a joke! Why would the divine martial peak occupy such a useless place? An elder said in a deep voice. In other words, this is not the territory of your divine martial peak. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Feng Wuchen then asked, second question, my friend and I passed by here, but this is not your Shenwu Peak's territory. Who can tell me how I offended your Shenwu Peak? How can we be disrespectful to your Shenwu Peak? Are you blind? Can't you see that our young lord is fighting with young Lord Jiang? God Emperor cursed. What? We're not allowed to pass by? Just because they're fighting, we're offending your Shenwu Peak. Is this disrespectful to your Shenwu Peak? Isn't this too rude and unreasonable? Feng Wuchen retorted coldly. The leading middle-aged man couldn't help but turn gloomy. Glancing coldly at the middle-aged man and the elders, Feng Wuchen asked, is that what you think? Just because your young lord is fighting with someone else, I'm offending the Shenwu Peak and disrespecting your Shenwu Peak. Is that right? Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Shenwu Peak roughly understood what he meant. Facing Feng Wuchen's question, none of them answered. What do you want? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. I don't want anything. Just answer my question. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly and glanced at young Lord Jiang. Feng Wuchen said, you can also answer my question. Young Lord Jiang was speechless. The higher-ups of the Shenwu Peak were also speechless. Why aren't you speaking? If you can't answer my question, I'll kill him. Feng Wuchen said coldly, releasing a biting killing intent. You dare, the middle-aged man said in a vicious rage. Why wouldn't I dare? Feng Wuchen said domineeringly, I'm just passing by and saying that I've offended and disrespected the Shenwu Peak. You even want to kill me. If you can do such an arrogant thing, why wouldn't I dare kill him? If you dare touch a hair on the young lord, this old man guarantees that you won't leave here alive, an elder roared. Boom. Pfft. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Feng Wuchen punched Zhou Kuan in the chest. The domineering force caused Zhou Kuan to vomit blood and his injuries to worsen. Try and make me unable to leave here alive, Feng Wuchen said as he stared at the elder. You. The elder was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He gnashed his teeth and his old face twitched violently. You bastard. I'll never forgive you. Zhou Kuan gritted his teeth and roared. Looking at Zhou Kuan, Feng Wuchen said coldly, I remember you just said that injuring someone from the Shenwu Peak is disrespectful to the Shenwu Peak. Now that I've crippled your arms and legs, how are you going to settle this? Bastard. Zhou Kuan was so angry that his internal organs were tumbling violently. He was so mad that he wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Boom, at this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have seized the opportunity and suddenly shot out. With a strong roar, he arrived in front of Feng Wuchen in an instant and directly slammed his palm fiercely. Chen, be careful. Yi Chao's old face changed drastically. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, as the palm descended, a rumbling explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Space exploded and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It shook violently, and in the blink of an eye, the space in an area of several tens of thousands of meters had already turned dim. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's face changed drastically and was shocked. As an 8-star ultimate god, the middle-aged man had an absolute advantage in terms of speed and strength. However, his palm actually hit nothing but air. What a fast speed. This kid can actually avoid the Peak Master's attack. More than a dozen high-ranking officials were shocked and in disbelief. You can't answer my question and still want to kill me? Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Brat, let him go if you know what's good for you. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. I must seek justice for myself in this matter. Since you can't answer my question, I'll find a notary to answer for me. If it's my fault, you can do whatever you want to me. If it's your fault, I'll kill him, Feng Wuchen said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen took out a treasure. It was a treasure given to Feng Wuchen by Great Elder Miayuan. Feng Wuchen had never used it. A wisp of divine essence power was injected into it. A bright green light suddenly burst out and immediately condensed into an illusory figure. The high-ranking officials of the Shenwu Peak were all dumbfounded when they saw the illusory figure. Grand Elder Mia. Grand Elder Miayuan. Seeing the illusory figure, the upper echelon of the Divine Martial Peak was scared out of their wits. Grand Elder of the Alchemist Pagoda. Young Lord Jiang couldn't help but exclaim. He was so shocked that he almost suffocated. Greetings, Grand Elder Miayuan. Everyone on the Divine Martial Peak knelt down in fear. That illusory figure was Grand Elder Miayuan. Grand Elder Miayuan, I have something I need your help with. Looking at the illusory figure, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Grand Elder Miayuan smiled happily. Guest Elder, please speak your mind. It is old man's honor to be able to help Guest Elder. What? Guest Elder? The upper echelon of the Divine Martial Peak changed their expressions. They were scared out of their wits. He is a Guest Elder? Which Guest Elder? Young Lord Zhou's eyes widened as a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Guest Elder of the Divine Pagoda? Chen actually has such a terrifying identity. Yishi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Guest Elder, this seat can also help. Grand Elder Mia's voice came and his figure turned into Grand Elder Mia. Tower Master of the Alchemist Pagoda. Seeing Grand Elder Mia's figure, the upper echelon of the Divine Martial Peak was scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Tower Master is too serious. It's nothing much, just being a notary. I see. Grand Elder Mia nodded slightly. Looking at the upper echelon of the Divine Martial Peak, Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, do you have any objections to Grand Elder of the Alchemist Pagoda being a notary? No objections. The upper echelon of the Divine Martial Peak shook their heads in fear. At this moment, they were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Even an idiot could see that Grand Elder Miayuan was polite to Feng Wuchen. Even an idiot could guess that Feng Wuchen had a great background. Guest Elder, what happened? Miayuan asked. Grand Elder Miayuan, when Dark Night and I passed by this place, the people of Shenwu Peak said that I offended and disrespected Shenwu Peak. But I asked them just now and they said that I wasn't in Shenwu Peak's territory. I just want to know how I offended Shenwu Peak and how I disrespected Shenwu Peak that they wanted to kill me, said Feng Wuchen indifferently. They couldn't answer my question, so I'm going to ask Great Elder Miayuan to be the judge, Feng Wuchen added. Humph. This is too much. Miayuan was furious. Boom, Chief Elder Miaoyuan was furious. His voice exploded in the ears of the people of the Divine Martial Peak like a bolt from the blue. They were so frightened that they even had a heart attack. They were all trembling in fear. Zhou Xiong! How dare you do that? How dare he disrespect a guest elder of the Divine Pagoda? This is a capital offense. Miaoyuan shouted angrily. Even through the treasure, one could feel Miaoyuan's anger. What? A guest elder of the Divine Pagoda? Zhou Xiong and the others' faces changed dramatically again as they looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. Zhou Kuan's face was instantly filled with despair as he looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. Guest elder, old man will go there now, said Great Elder Miaoyuan hurriedly. No need, I can handle it myself. I just need a notary, so there's no need to trouble Great Elder, said Feng Wuchen with a faint smile. Miaoyuan shouted angrily, how dare you bully others? How dare you bully a guest elder? You've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Zhou Xiong and the others hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy in horror. Great Elder, please spare our lives. We know we're wrong. Guest Elder, please spare our lives. Did I offend Shenwu Peak when I passed by here? Feng Wuchen asked. Coldly. No. Absolutely not. Zhou Xiong and the others shook their heads in horror. Did I disrespect Shenwu Peak? Feng Wuchen asked again. No. No. It was us who disrespected the guest elder. It was us who looked down on you. Please forgive us, guest elder. Zhou Xiong and the others kowtowed and begged for mercy. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the Shenwu Peak expert who attacked first and said coldly, I didn't disrespect Shenwu Peak, nor did I offend Shenwu Peak. All of this is what you said. You even wanted to kill me, so you have to die. No. No. Guest elder, please spare us. I know I'm wrong. Please. The 7-star Shenwu Peak expert kowtowed and begged for mercy in horror. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he would never be able to speak again. Whoosh. Chi. Feng Wuchen pointed at the air and a tyrannical golden energy beam mercilessly pierced through the man's forehead. The 7-star Shenwu Peak expert died on the spot. Gulp, Feng Wuchen's attack was merciless, scaring the others and causing them to step back in horror. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva in horror. I didn't want to bother about it, but you guys went too far. It's natural for me to kill him. Now that Great Elder Miaoyuan is the witness, you can't blame me, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the despairing Zhou Kuan and said, you attacked me indiscriminately, you also deserve to die. Guest Elder, I know I'm wrong. Spare me. I'm willing to do anything Guest Elder wants me to do. Zhou Kuan kowtowed and begged for mercy in horror. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Since you're willing, I'll let you die. Feng Wuchen said coldly and pointed again. Guest Elder, don't. Zhou Xiong turned pale with fright, but he didn't dare to stop him. Whoosh. Chi. A tyrannical golden light mercilessly pierced through Zhou Kuan's forehead. Blood gushed out and Zhou Kuan died on the spot, his body falling down. Kuan-er. Kuan-er. Zhou Xiong swooped down in horror. Young master. The elders of Shenwu Peak and other experts didn't dare to fart at this moment. There was only horror. Zhou Xiong, you knew it was your Shenwu Peak's fault, but you didn't stand up to clarify it in time. You were obviously shielding them. If I hadn't dodged your attack in time, I might have died in your hands, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Hearing this, Zhou Xiong trembled all over as he felt a strong sense of death. You were destined to die the moment you made your move. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without a shred of human emotion. Shan Tong, kill him. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice to Shan Tong. It's my pleasure. Shan Tong laughed lightly. Whoosh. Chi. An extremely terrifying black light appeared without any warning and pierced through Zhou Xiong's forehead. It came so suddenly that Zhou Xiong didn't notice it and died on the spot. He didn't even know how he died. So powerful. There's such a terrifying expert behind the guest elder. He's at least in the Master God realm. Grand Elder Miaoyuan was secretly shocked. Who did this? Yi Jianying? No, Yi Jianying has already gone to the god-slaying field. Could it be an expert from the godly pagoda? Yi Shi said in shock. Hiss, the sudden scene scared the elders and experts of the Shenwu Peak so much that they all gasped in horror. Peak Master was killed. The 3 elders and dozens of experts were extremely terrified, afraid that they would be the next to die. All of you deserve to die too. I wanted to kill all of you. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the dozens of experts from Divine Martial Peak. Guest Elder, please spare our lives. We know we were wrong. We'll do whatever you want us to do. Please spare our lives, Guest Elder. The dozens of experts cowed out and begged for mercy. You can live, but from today onwards, Divine Martial Peak must submit to the Dragon Temple and be its servants for the rest of your life, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. We're willing. We're willing. The Great Elder cowed out immediately, and so did everyone else. They did not dare to hesitate at all. In the face of death, they could only choose to submit. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was the guest elder of the Divine Tower of the Alchemists. It was not shameful to submit to him. Great Elder, thank you for being the witness, Feng Wuchen thanked him. Guest Elder, this treasure is to make it easier for you to find Old Man whenever you're in trouble. Please don't stand on ceremony, Miayuan said happily. Of course, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, then kept the treasure in his storage ring. Immediately take everyone from the Divine Martial Peak to the Dragon God Temple. This is your chance to survive. Feng Wuchen spoke in a ghastly voice, and then he flew off. Chen is really good. He made the Dragon Temple hundreds of times stronger in an instant. Yi Shi thought to himself and immediately followed. Divine Martial Peak was not weak. With them joining the Dragon Temple's strength would naturally increase by hundreds of times. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Yi Shi leaving, an elder said in horror, Great Elder, what kind of power is the Dragon Temple? Old Man has never heard of it. Yes, Great Elder, Old Man has never been heard of either, and we don't know where he is. How are we going to get there? Another elder asked. The Great Elder shook his head and said, Old Man has never been heard of either, and we don't know where he is. Great Elder, are we really going to submit to the Dragon Temple and be its servants for the rest of our lives? An Emperor God Powerhouse asked unwillingly. The Great Elder was speechless, and his face looked terrible. Great Elder, why don't we leave? I don't want to be a servant for the rest of my life, another Emperor God Powerhouse said. That kid is the guest elder of the Divine Tower of the Alchemists. I'd rather be a servant for the rest of my life, another Emperor God Powerhouse said. The Peak Master is dead. You can decide for yourselves where you want to go, the first elder said in a deep voice. Godslayer World. The Palace of the Godslayer Organization. Swish, Yi Jianying's figure flashed as he appeared above the majestic palace. A surging aura swept out. Swish swish. 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 Great Commander. The swish of swish. The swish of swish. I am the great commander of the Godslayer, Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai was dressed in a white brocade. He was handsome, elegant, and righteous. Emperor Bai's cultivation was not weak. As the great commander of the Godslayer, he was a 5-star ultimate god. May I know why Master Sword is looking for Lord Evil Master? Emperor Bai asked politely. He could tell that Yi Jianying was just a spirit, but he did not say anything. Emperor Bai, let him in. Before Yi Jianying could speak, Xianxia's authoritative voice came from the palace. Yes. Lord Evil Master. Emperor Bai replied respectfully. Then, he gestured, Master Sword, please. Thank you, Yi Jianying nodded before descending into the palace. Godslayer indeed. There are so many experts here, Yi Jianying exclaimed in his heart. Emperor Bai brought Yi Jianying into the palace after a while. There was only one person in the palace. It was Xianxia. At this moment, the heaven emanations was no longer a spiritual body. He had already reconstructed his physical body and was reborn. Apart from that, Xianxia's powers had also recovered to their peak. Master Sword, who shocked the 7 god worlds, why have you come to the Godslayer shrine today? Xianxia asked as he sized Yi Jianying up. 2-star Overgod. I did not expect you to have already entered the Overgod realm. It seems like I have to break through the Overgod realm to challenge you, Yi Jianying smiled faintly. He was already filled with fighting spirit. You still want to challenge others? Xianxia smiled faintly, you managed to keep your life this time. Next time, I'm afraid your soul will be destroyed. What's the point of living if I don't fight? Yi Jianying did not agree. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Xianxia smiled faintly. He was very polite to Yi Jianying. I'm just here to pass on a message. Lightning blood pool, Yi Jianying said. Lightning blood pool? Xianxia's old face suddenly changed. He looked at Yi Jianying and asked, Feng Wuchen sent you here? That's right. Although I don't know how that kid knows you, he did invite me here. He told me to tell you these 4 words and said you know what to do. Yi Jianying shrugged. Is this stinking brat ready? The 2nd-ranked divine fire is not simple. If he's not careful, he'll be destroyed. Xianxia frowned and thought to himself. Did he say anything else? Xianxia asked Yi Jianying. Nothing. Yi Jianying shook his head slightly. He then said, Evil Lord, I don't care what relationship you have with that kid, but you should know the Godslayer's situation. I'm warning you, don't drag Feng Wuchen into this. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Haha, you're no match for me, Xianxia smiled faintly. That might not be the case, Yi Jianying said confidently. Are you very close to that brat? You're willing to make an enemy out of the Godslayer for him? Xianxia asked with a chuckle. It's none of your business. However, I have to remind you that I'll be breaking through to the Overgod realm soon. If you dare to drag Feng Wuchen into this, I won't let you off. Yi Jianying said proudly. Xianxia stared at Yi Jianying with his old eyes and sneered. Sword supremacy, I can kill you just because of what you said. However, on account of that brat, I won't be calculative with you. Go back and tell that brat that when he's ready, he can summon me at any time, Xianxia said indifferently. He then handed a rune to Yi Jianying. Evil Lord, what's that lightning blood pool? Why haven't I heard of it? Yi Jianying asked curiously. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. I won't see you out. Xianxia asked him to leave. Stingy. Yi Jianying rolled his eyes. He then turned around and left the hall. That brat never does anything he's not confident in. It looks like he's ready. I can use this opportunity to get some space rings from that brat, Xianxia thought to himself. Roar. Roar, roar. 2 hours later, a ferocious beast's roar was suddenly heard. It was accompanied by a strong and arrogant aura. The ferocious beasts of the Beast Spirit Mountain? Feng Wuchen said in surprise, comparable to a 5-star divine emperor. Are the ferocious beasts in the periphery so powerful? Many cultivators enter the Beast Spirit Mountain all year round, causing a large number of ferocious beasts to be killed. This alarmed the powerful ferocious beasts. Therefore, there are many powerful ferocious beasts even in the periphery, said Yishi respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I see. Chen, we are ready. The Dark Shadow Palace is just ahead. The Beast Spirit Mountain is behind the Dark Shadow Palace, said Yishi respectfully. A few minutes later, Yishi brought Feng Wuchen to the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace was packed with people. It was like a huge market, bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone had come to buy herbs, materials, and treasures. Among the many cultivators, there was no lack of powerful experts or people from various factions. Feng Wuchen was shocked when he saw the huge crowd in the Dark Shadow Palace. He said in disbelief, there are more people here than in the Chamber of Commerce. Chen, in comparison, the treasures here are cheaper than in the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, they would rather travel a long distance than pay a high price to the Chamber of Commerce, said Yishi respectfully. I have to say that the Dark Shadow Palace is not weak. It should be about the same as the Divine Martial Peak, said Feng Wuchen in surprise as he sensed many powerful auras. The Dark Shadow Palace is indeed not weak. The palace master and elders are all godly venerable experts, said Yishi respectfully. Lord Yishi, it's been a long time since I saw you here to buy herbs. A disciple guarding the gate immediately came forward to greet Yishi respectfully. Yishi had been here a few times in the past and the Dark Shadow Palace disciples recognized him. They also knew that Yishi was a powerful divine emperor alchemist. Yes, it has been a while. I have many things to do. Bring me to see the first elder. Yishi smiled faintly. Lord Yishi, please. A disciple respectfully made an inviting gesture. Chen, please, said Yishi respectfully to Feng Wuchen. Chen. Seeing Yishi's respectful attitude towards Feng Wuchen, the disciple also hurriedly greeted him respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. As the largest force in the Master God world that sold medicinal herbs and materials, the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace was very courteous to customers who came to purchase medicinal herbs and materials. Chen, Lord Yishi, the prices of all the herbs and materials have risen a lot recently. Furthermore, the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace doesn't have many herbs and materials in stock, the disciple said respectfully. What do you mean? Yijia asked. Lord Yishi comes from the Star Spirit world and is the strongest alchemist in the Star Spirit world. He often comes here to buy medicinal herbs. This lowly one trusts you, so I'll tell you about it. Lord Yishi should know about the space ring. Recently, all the major forces in the Master God world have sent people here to snatch all the precious treasures in order to exchange for space rings. Therefore, the price of many precious treasures has increased, and the price of medicinal herbs and materials has also increased, the disciple said respectfully. I see. Yijia nodded slightly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the price is not a problem. The disciple led Feng Wuchen and Yijia to the main palace. He first entered the main hall to report before coming out to invite Feng Wuchen and Yijia. The palace master of the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace, the 3 grand elders, and more than a dozen people were present in the main hall. Seeing Yijia enter, the grand elder smiled happily and said, Alchemist Yijia, long time no see. Welcome to the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace. Greetings, Palace Master of the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace and the 3 grand elders. Yijia cupped his fists politely. Greetings, Palace Master of the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace, the 3 grand elders, and seniors. Feng Wuchen also cupped his fists and smiled politely. The Mystic Shadow Divine Palace smiled faintly and asked, Alchemist Yijia, may I know what herbs you need this time? Palace Master of the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace, I'm not here because old man needs it, but because Chen needs it. Yijia smiled politely. Chen needs it? The Mystic Shadow Divine Palace, the 3 grand elders, and the others couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen. They could see that Yijia was extremely respectful to Feng Wuchen. At this moment, Yijia was carefully sizing up Feng Wuchen. Yijia quickly smiled and said, Chen is the palace master of the Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen. It's a new force. Chen, let me introduce you. This is the palace master of the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace, Xianxia. This is the Grand Elder, Lu Bufan. This is the Second Elder, Tang Zong. This is... Yijia introduced them one by one to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and greeted them one by one. Mystic Shadow. Divine Palace, Grand Elders, the purpose of my visit this time is to discuss cooperation with you, Feng Wuchen said politely. Cooperation? Zhao Xianying, the 3 Grand Elders, and the others all looked surprised. That's right. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Zhao Xianying first glanced at Yijia, then asked, May I know what cooperation Palace Master Feng has in mind? I hope that the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace can provide me with all kinds of herbs, materials, and treasures in the long term. As for the price, we'll follow the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace's price. Feng Wuchen smiled politely. Yijia then added, Mystic Shadow Divine Palace, the Dragon Temple's demand is huge. We can even purchase precious treasures in bulk. Zhao Xianying shook his head slightly and said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the 2 of you. There are many major forces that want to cooperate with the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace, but I've rejected them all. Firstly, the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace has already cooperated with the Chamber of Commerce. Secondly, the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace has recently run out of herbs and materials. I'm afraid the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace can no longer provide all the herbs and materials. As you can see, there are too many people coming to buy herbs and materials every day. Double the price. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Double the price? The three elders' faces changed slightly. They were very surprised that Feng Wuchen would offer double the price. However, Zhao Xianying still shook his head and said, Palace Master Feng, I'm unable to help. This? Yi Jiao looked at Feng Wuchen helplessly. This old thing is really greedy. Feng Wuchen was secretly helpless. There was only one Mystic Shadow Divine Palace in the entire 7 divine realms. Zhao Xianying naturally had to raise the price when business came knocking on his door. I wonder what it will take for the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace to cooperate with me. Palace Master Dark Shadow, please state your conditions. Feng Wuchen asked. Feng Wuchen did not believe that such a major force could not provide the herbs and materials. Palace Master Feng, that's not the problem. The Mystic Shadow Divine Palace really can't provide them. Zhao Xianying shook his head again and refused. To put it bluntly, Zhao Xianying really did not care about double the price. Master, the Mystic Shadow Divine Palace earns a lot of divine spiritual stones every day. He doesn't care about double the price. The sword embryo transmitted its voice. Looking at Zhao Xianying, Feng Wuchen asked, what if it's a space ring? End of chapter 1944. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.